In the prison of the Magic City, the announcement echoed, Lin Han, due to good behavior, your sentence is reduced by 5 months. Today is the day of your release, came the voice of the guard from outside the cell. Lin Han raised his eyelids slightly at the sound. What's the hurry? These two still need to complete 20 sit-ups. With his arms crossed, Lin Han stood upon the backs of 2 inmates, their bodies trembling under the weight of an adult. Despite their predicament, they gritted their teeth and endured, not daring to express a hint of dissatisfaction. As long as you're happy. One of the inmates managed to stammer under Lin Han's piercing gaze, prompting the guard to instinctively shrink back, fear evident in his eyes. As one of the few maximum security prisons in the country, it housed numerous big names. There were oligarchs who disrupted financial markets, notorious gang leaders, and merciless criminals. Yet, it was this troublesome group of offenders who dared not defy Lin Han's words. The 20 sit-ups were completed swiftly. Lin Han turned and approached a corner where an unremarkable old man sat. Master, I am leaving. The old man, with a scruffy beard and disheveled gray hair, glanced out the window with a self-deprecating smile, that I must remain here so that certain individuals can sleep soundly. He then produced a small wooden box from behind him and tossed it to Lin Han. Though our time together has been brief, it is a bond nonetheless. I have nothing of value to gift you, but inside this box is a marriage certificate. A year ago, someone implored me to agree, and I reluctantly complied. From what I gather, your girlfriend has likely abandoned you. Otherwise, she would have visited by now. 3 years prior, Lin Han had defended his girlfriend and inadvertently struck the son of the Sun family in the Magic City. Through the family's machinations, what should have been a mere detention turned into a prison sentence, clearly an attempt to eliminate him. Enough. Make haste. Once you leave this place, you will be like a tiger entering the mountains, a dragon emerging from the depths. Do not let an unworthy woman ruin your future once more. Lin Han nodded, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. Upon exiting the prison, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for his hometown. As he gazed out at the swiftly receding scenery, a sense of urgency filled him. He couldn't bear to contemplate how difficult the past few years must have been for his mother, who had always cared for him. Rua Xen promised she would often look after my mother. Half an hour later, as he stepped out of the taxi, he heard a commotion in the distance. Old fool, if you can't come up with the money, do you believe I won't sell you into a brothel? Frowning, Lin Han pressed forward. You all need to leave, or I will call the police. At that moment, the familiar voice pierced through the air, freezing him in place. This was his mother, Sun Xiao's voice. Move aside. Everyone stepped back. Panic surged within him as he rushed through the crowd. What lay before him ignited a furious rage. His mother, Sun Xiao, was being cruelly trampled by a tattooed thug, her face smeared with dirt, looking utterly helpless. Despite her struggles, no one from the surrounding neighbors dared to intervene. Get away from her, Lin Han roared, kicking the thug aside and quickly helping his mother to her feet. However, she began to resist more fiercely, fear etched in her eyes. If he had not witnessed it himself, Lin Han could scarcely believe that in less than 3 years, his mother had aged so drastically. The strands of gray in her hair filled him with profound guilt. Mom, it's me. I'm Xiaohan, Mom. Upon hearing her son's voice, Sun Xiao froze before lifting her head. When she confirmed it was indeed her long-awaited son, tears streamed down her face. Her instinctive reaction was to push Lin Han away, like any mother would. Xiaohan, you must go. Before she could finish her sentence, the surrounding thugs, now aware of the situation, encircled them. You dare to ambush me from behind, you dog. Brothers, let's go. Break his legs first. As the furious shouts erupted, Lin Han remained unfazed. Sun Xiao, desperate, positioned herself protectively behind her son. Though her body trembled with fear, she did not step back. Come at me, she declared. You cannot harm my son. Lin Han's eyes reddened as he pulled his mother behind him. In mere seconds, he dispatched all the thugs, leaving them groaning on the ground. 3 seconds. Get lost. In that moment, Lin Han seemed to transform into another person, his eyes ablaze with a cold fury that sent shivers down the spines of the remaining thugs. After exchanging glances, they helped each other to flee, leaving behind empty threats. You'll regret this. Do you even know who our Tiger Lord is? You won't escape this debt. Their voices echoed as they hurried away. Lin Han assisted Sun Xiao back to their home, surveying the disarray in the yard, his brow furrowed. Mom, what on earth happened? Sun Xiao shook her head, hesitant to speak that it was Ruo Xan who arranged the loan. She said there was a way to get you out of prison sooner. Her fragmented words hinted at something concealed. Lin Han fell into silence, a troubling thought flickering through his mind. Yet he shook his head, for the years of affection blinded him to any suspicion of his girlfriend. He wanted to reassure himself that Zhang Ruo Xian was not that kind of person, but found the words stuck in his throat. Mom, stay here. I'm going to see Ruo Xian. And with that, he set off. Lin Han arrived at the entrance of the apartment he once shared with Zhang Ruoxin. The myriad memories embedded within its walls held a treasure trove of their shared happiness. He extended his right hand, poised to ring the doorbell, and surprise Zhang Ruoxin. Yet, in the very next moment, a sound wafted from within the room, striking Lin Han like a thunderbolt. His body, having undergone a profound transformation, had sharpened his senses, particularly his hearing. Little vixen, he dressed so provocatively. Does your boyfriend know? Come on, give me a little shake of that tail. Bark a few times like a good puppy. Why did the voice of another man echo within his girlfriend's apartment? And why such lewd flirtation? At that instant, a surge of heated blood rushed to Lin Han's head, clouding his reason. He could not fathom the betrayal of the woman he had cherished like the moonlight. With a forceful kick, he burst through the closed door. What met his gaze was Zhang Ruoxin, clad in revealing lingerie, nestled in the arms of another man, emitting lascivious sounds. Woof woof! This scene plunged Lin Han into despair, and he bellowed, Zhang Ruoxin, why have you betrayed me? The echo of his fury roused Zhang Ruoxin and the man beside her. In a reflexive scream, she scrambled to her feet, instinctively trying to cover herself. However, upon realizing it was Lin Han, she surprisingly regained her composure. Instead of guilt, her expression bore an air of arrogance. As she leaned provocatively against the in the dim light, her alluring lips parted. Lin Han, what are you joking about? We're adults now, let's not be so childish, shall we? Zhang Ruoxin smiled lightly. Why should I wait 3 years for someone who's been in prison? What can you offer me in terms of happiness? What did you ever give me while we were together? Were they sweet nothings that only made my ears weary? Or worthless promises? Zhang Ruoxin's words pierced like daggers, and with a dismissive shake of her head, she continued, You cannot provide me the prosperous life I deserve, but Sun Biao can. Since you caught us, let's end this. You can leave now and not disturb my happiness with Sun Biao. The Zhang Ruoxin before him felt utterly alien, and Lin Han could scarcely believe that such words were uttered from her lips. Yet, the harsh reality struck him like an invisible slap, stinging his face. It was in that moment that he recognized the man beside Zhang Ruoxin's Sun Biao. 3 years prior, he had fought Sun Biao to protect Zhang Ruoxin, resulting in his own imprisonment. The betrayal was unbearable, but to see her with Sun Biao was a cruel twist of fate. Breathing heavily, Lin Han charged forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. I will kill you today. Before he finished speaking, he landed a punch that sent Sun Biao sprawling. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Sun Biao, finally regaining his wits, attempted to retaliate, but soon realized he was no match for Lin Han. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han had reduced Sun Biao to a battered heap. Stop it! Lin Han, you need to back off. The once beloved Zhang Ruoxin was now desperately gripping Lin Han's arm. Seeing her strength was futile against him, she grabbed a lamp and swung it at him in a panic. Lin Han froze, for he vividly recalled this lamp, his gift to her on her birthday years ago. How ironic that it had come to this. With his current physical prowess, avoiding the blow would have been effortless, yet he found himself helplessly watching as she struck him with the lamp. Bang! With a dull thud, blood began to trickle down Lin Han's cheek. The pain in his head was nothing compared to the ache in his heart, leaving him breathless. With a bitter smile, he released Sun Biao, feeling a void within him. What was the point of continuing this fight? He took a few steps forward, only to halt abruptly. This unexpected gesture startled Zhang Ruoxin, who instinctively shielded Sun Biao behind her, still clutching the bloodied lamp. I know you swindled my mother's money, he declared. Tomorrow at this time, I will come for it. If there's even a penny missing, you will face the consequences. With those final words, Lin Han departed, his once proud figure now diminished. Upon returning to his village, Lin Han noticed a young woman standing at his doorstep. Dressed in a sleek black suit, her hair pulled back in a tidy ponytail, she exuded an air of cold elegance, her pale skin radiating a sense of aloofness even from a distance. Nearby, Two burly men in suits kept a vigilant watch. Before Lin Han could inquire, the young woman turned to him, assessing him with a critical gaze, her brows furrowing in disappointment. She had not mistaken his identity, however. His current state fell far below her expectations. It seemed her decision had been justified. I am Shen Qianqian. You should know who I am. Lin Han shook his head. I do not. Shen Qianqian regarded him with astonishment, struggling to discern the truth in his words. During her wait, she had thoroughly reviewed Lin Han's background and the circumstances of his hometown, leaving her puzzled as to how someone who was to marry into her distinguished family could be unaware of her name. After all, the Shen family was one of the 4 prominent families in the magical city, renowned for their reputation. Shen Qianqian fixed her gaze on Lin Han, hoping to detect even a flicker of recognition in his eyes, but her efforts proved fruitless. I am from the Shen family, she stated. A year ago, my grandfather arranged a marriage between us with your master. However, I'm not here to fulfill that engagement. I have come to reclaim it. I will not agree to this union. We are not of the same world. Of course, I, from the Shen family, am not one to be stingy in my dealings. Upon the conclusion of this matter, I shall bestow upon you a sum of 1 million in cash, a fortune sufficient to enhance your family circumstances. 1 million is an amount that, for an ordinary individual, may take a lifetime to amass. Yet for the Shen family, it is but a mere trifle. Lin Han comprehended the intent behind the words. They had come to seek his consent for the dissolution of their engagement. Although the entire affair was initiated with the best of intentions by his master, Lin Han was reluctant to bind 2 young individuals who had never laid eyes upon each other, solely by contract of marriage. Moreover, he had recently endured the sting of betrayal from his girlfriend. With this thought, Lin Han shook his head. This gesture, however, caused Shen Qianqian to grow anxious. Will you not agree? Do you deem the sum insufficient? I advise you to cherish this opportunity. One cannot deny that Shen Qianqian, with her illustrious family background and striking appearance, could drive countless men to madness. To relinquish the chance for prosperity and to embrace beauty for a mere million? How could that be possible? Seeing Lin Han's silence, the 2 bodyguards, eager to protect their charge, displayed a hostile demeanor. Yet, before they could take further action, a glance from Lin Han rendered them motionless. Their spines tingled with an instinctive dread, as though confronting a formidable adversary. Chapter 3. The innate charm. Lin Han withdrew his gaze and addressed Shen Qianqian. You are overthinking it. Wait for me here. He turned to return home. Retrieving a wooden box that he had never opened, he tossed it to Shen Qianqian. The marriage certificate should be inside. You can take it. I need to keep the box as a memento. Shen Qianqian seemed to have just grasped the situation, her surprise coming too abruptly. Taking a deep breath, she opened the wooden box. She was rendered speechless. What? Lin Han frowned. What is the matter? Shen Qianqian struggled to compose herself. Yes, there is a marriage certificate. But it's not just one. Lin Han, what did you say? Shen Qianqian pulled out all the marriage certificates from the box in a flurry. A substantial stack appeared, seemingly containing over a dozen sheets. It was Lin Han's turn to fall silent. He understood that all of this was his master's goodwill. Shen Qianqian quickly searched through the documents, flipping through several pages until she finally located her marriage certificate. At that moment, the weight that had hung over her heart for the past year gradually lifted. Who could know the torment she had endured since discovering her betrothal? Just as she was about to return the remaining certificates to the wooden box, she suddenly spotted a name that was overwhelmingly familiar. She froze, rubbing her eyes. She realized it was her best friend from childhood, the young lady of the Gangsters family, one of the 4 prominent families in the magical metropolis. Renowned for her innate charm that captivated countless dignitaries, Gangsters. However, Lin Han had already reclaimed the wooden box. This unexpected turn of events left Shen Qianqian flustered. Wait, I just saw another certificate belonging to my best friend. Can I take it for her? Shen Qianqian fixed her anxious gaze on Lin Han, fearing that he might have relinquished her certificate only to turn his attention to Gangsters. Lin Han frowned. He was not unwilling, but he believed that such an important document was best entrusted to the person directly involved, regardless of the truth of your words. Let the concerned party come to claim it. He turned away. This scene infuriated Shen Qianqian, who bit her silver teeth in frustration. Wait a moment. I'll write you a check. Just agree to it, no matter the amount. I'm not short on money. Lin Han simply waved his hand. I do not require it. Shen Qianqian stomped her feet, eager to say more, but Lin Han had already closed the door. Seeing this, she huffed angrily. Let us go? To the Gongsun family. This news must be conveyed to her. 40 minutes later, Shen Qianqian's figure appeared at the entrance of the Gongsun family's villa. Before her lay a standalone mansion sprawling over several acres. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, particularly in the heart of the city, one can only imagine its immense value. Where's Gongsun Ro? Shen Qianqian inquired of the maid. The young lady has yet to awaken. Shen Qianqian shook her head and, with familiarity, ascended to the second floor to Gongsun Ro's room. Upon pushing the door open, an alluring fragrance wafted out, as if to awaken desire. The bedroom was spacious, adorned in a youthful decor. Scattered across the pristine white carpet were a few pieces of delicate lingerie. Shen Qianqian advanced towards the bed, where Gongsun Ro lay curled up, resembling a languid little wildcat. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her flawless skin. Even beneath the covers, her exquisite curves were unmistakably revealed. This scene evoked a pang of envy within Shen Qianqian. Yet, recalling that her dear friend had endured a peculiar ailment since childhood, which rendered her perpetually alluring, a tinge of compassion welled up in Shen Qianqian's heart. She vividly remembered how, during Gongsun Ro's episodes, she transformed entirely, from an innocent girl to a captivating woman, effortlessly stirring the desires of men with a mere smile or frown. Perhaps sensing Shen Qianqian's presence, Gongsun Ro opened her sleepy, beautiful eyes and spoke in a languid tone. Qianqian, you're here? No sooner had the words left her lips than Shen Qianqian, with a mischievous smile, pounced upon her. A pair of warm, delicate hands playfully roamed over Gongsun Ro's form. In mere moments, Gongsun Ro's face flushed crimson, and she quickly pleaded for mercy. Stop, it tickles so much. Shen Qianqian relented and proceeded to recount the matter of the marriage certificate in detail. Gongsun Ro's mouth fell open slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Unlike Shen Qianqian's boldness, Gongsun Ro, endowed with a natural charm, possessed an exceedingly innocent and timid disposition. Yet, when she thought of her marriage certificate still in Lin Han's possession, Gongsun Ro's lips pouted in distress, her face clearly reflecting her grievances. I want to retrieve the marriage certificate too, but I'm too afraid. I'm truly so cowardly. As she spoke, her lovely eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this, Shen Qianqian sighed. With such a timid heart, your innate charm will surely lead you into trouble one day. Those who don't know you might think you are deliberately provocative. I will accompany you to find Lin Han. If he refuses to return it, I shall have the bodyguard teach him a lesson. At these words, Gongsun Ro's face lit up with joy, and she embraced Shen Qianqian tightly around the neck. Pressing her face against Shen Qianqian's neck, Gongsun Ro giggled, knowing that Qianqian treated her the best. Suddenly, Shen Qianqian recalled something. Aren't we supposed to visit the divine physician, Ouyang, today? I remember that with your condition, any delay is unacceptable, she inquired. Gongsun Ro did not respond, pouting once more. Employing the same tactic, the shimmering mist of tears began to swirl once again in her eyes. Shen Qianqian, feeling somewhat exasperated, patted Gongsun Ro's little head. I truly can't do anything with you. Fine. We'll do as you say and first retrieve the marriage certificate from Lin Han. As noon arrived, two sleek black business vehicles slowly came to a halt at the entrance of Lin Han's family home. Gongsun Ro and Shen Qianqian exited the cars, one after the other. Before they even approached, Shen Qianqian placed her hands on her hips and called out loudly, Lin Han, come out. If you don't hand over the documents today, just wait and see if I won't break your legs. After finishing her proclamation, she discreetly glanced at Gongsun Ro from the corner of her eye, whispering in a tone only they could hear, come on, show a little more ferocity. We have so many bodyguards. We're not afraid. Gongsun Ro nodded vigorously, mimicking Shen Qianqian's stance with her hands on her hips. Taking a deep breath, her chest puffed out. You big bad guy. Hurry. Before Gongsun Ro could finish her sentence, Lin Han opened the door. At that moment, the courage Gongsun Ro had mustered dissipated, and she gazed at Lin Han, her enticing lips visibly trembling. Wow. Please, just give me the marriage certificate, she pleaded. At this instant, Shen Qianqian was utterly taken aback. She understood her best friend Gongsun Ro well and knew that given Gongsun Ro's temperament, she wouldn't hold out for long. However, she never anticipated that upon merely seeing Lin Han, Gongsun Ro would lose her bravado. Was she truly going to embarrass herself before him? Lin Han regarded the two stunning beauties before him, aware that it was Shen Qianqian orchestrating the entire scene. Suddenly, Regaining her composure, Shen Qianqian stamped her foot in frustration. Gongsun Ro, why are you being so timid? What is there to fear? I am here to support you. This time, she had come specifically to help Gongsun Ro retrieve the marriage certificate, especially since that wretched Lin Han insisted that Gongsun Ro come in person. Observing Lin Han's smirk, Shen Qianqian felt a surge of frustration. Gongsun Ro, don't be afraid with me by your side. In stark contrast, Gongsun Ro appeared on the verge of tears. Fearful of being struck, Gongsun Ro cautiously cast a glance at Lin Han, hiding behind Shen Qianqian. She appeared as endearing as a startled fawn, tears welling in her eyes. What is there to be afraid of? Shen Qianqian stamped her foot again, shooting Lin Han an exasperated glare. Lin Han, are you merely here to spectate? You are well aware that we came to collect the marriage certificate. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and hand over Gongsun Ro's marriage certificate. Although Gongsun Ro's behavior was somewhat embarrassing, as her close friend, Shen Qianqian felt compelled to defend her. Upon hearing Shen Qianqian's stern admonition, Lin Han nonchalantly revealed a marriage certificate that had seemingly appeared in his hand. He regarded Shen Qianqian with a smile. Here is Gongsun Ro's marriage certificate. If she desires it, she may simply ask. You claim it belongs to her, yet you are the one stepping forward? How does that make sense? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Han's eyes. He was not intentionally making things difficult for the two women. He simply found Gongsun Ro's demeanor rather amusing. Unbeknownst to him, upon noticing the look in Lin Han's eyes, Gongsun Ro trembled, her face flushing a deep crimson. Instinctively, she clutched Shen Qianqian's arm. Shen Qianqian, taken aback by Lin Han's audacity, gritted her teeth and pulled Gongsun Ro out from behind her. What are you afraid of? Look at all the bodyguards we've brought, at least 5 or 6. If Lin Han dares to trouble you, we shall let the bodyguards handle him. They are quite formidable. Though Shen Qianqian spoke gently to encourage Gongsun Ro, the latter continued to shake her head fervently, her small head bobbing like a rattle. No, I'm scared, Qianqian. Please help me. Gongsun Ro's voice dropped to a whisper, her gaze cast downward. With a deep sigh, Shen Qianqian's lips parted slightly, realizing there was little she could do. She turned to Lin Han with a fierce glare. Smile all you want. You have seen that this is my dear friend Gongsun Ro, and I warn you. She is the young lady of the Gongsun family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. If you know what's good for you, you'd best hand over the marriage certificate quickly. Otherwise, you can see the bodyguards surrounding us. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against them? In the face of Shen Qianqian's threats, Lin Han remained unfazed, though he lamented the fact that he could not hear Gongsun Ro speak for herself. He discerned that Gongsun Ro had been well protected by her family, resulting in her naive demeanor, which starkly contrasted with Shen Qianqian's experiences. Since being hurt by Zhang Ruoxin, Lin Han had developed little interest in women, including the more than 10 marriage certificates bestowed upon him by his master. He naturally wished to return them all directly. Should an opportunity arise, he waved the certificates in front of the two, and Lin Han promptly lost interest. Since you have taken the initiative to come and retrieve the marriage certificates, it would be rather inappropriate for me to hand them over directly, would it not? Lin Han's words filled Shen Qianqian's eyes with delight. It appeared that he had been intimidated by her earlier threat. She immediately turned to Gongsun Ro. Look, this Lin Han is frightened by us. He intends to hand over the marriage certificates to you. Hurry and take them. If you don't go soon, I shall have to give your little bottom a light smack. Without waiting for Gongsun Ro to respond, Shen Qianqian reached out and pushed her forward to Lin Han. At this moment, Gongsun Ro still kept her head bowed, too timid to meet Lin Han's gaze. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she finally gathered enough resolve to accept the marriage certificates. In a soft, tender voice, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Witnessing this scene, Lin Han smiled and shook his head. Before he could utter a word, he suddenly furrowed his brows. He cast a deep glance at Gongsun Ro. In just a few fleeting seconds, the lines on Lin Han's forehead grew increasingly pronounced. There was something amiss with Gongsun Ro before him. Earlier, when they had been at a distance, Lin Han had not paid much attention. However, now that he was closer, he noticed the changes in Gongsun Ro. In the air, there lingered an indescribable fragrance, growing ever more potent. The source of this enchanting aroma emanated from Gongsun Ro herself. Moreover, a faint black line appeared on her brow, barely discernible, as if it were on the verge of manifesting. Though Lin Han had discerned the peculiarities surrounding Gongsun Ro, he refrained from inquiring. Just as Shen Qianqian had asserted earlier, he and they belonged to entirely different worlds. As the daughter of one of the 4 great families of Magic City, It was inconceivable that she would be unaware of the oddities afflicting her. Furthermore, she had not asked for his assistance, and thus, there was no necessity for him to approach her with overtures of help. He might even find his goodwill misconstrued as folly. Lin Han shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter. At this moment, Gongsun Ro, having retrieved the marriage certificates, could not contain the joy radiating from her eyes. She appeared elated, swiftly turning around to wave the marriage certificates at Shen Qianqian. Yay, Qianqian, I have obtained the marriage certificates. Upon witnessing this scene, although Shen Qianqian felt a twinge of lingering resentment, she let out a long sigh of relief. It was not their first acquaintance with Gongsun Ro. Just as she was about to say something, Shen Qianqian froze in place. She clearly observed, on the delicate visage of Gongsun Ro, a captivating blush swiftly spread, enchanting all who beheld it. Moreover, within the depths of her alluring eyes, glimmers of seduction began to emerge. This scene sent a shiver down Shen Qianqian's spine. As she understood that Gongsun Ro was succumbing to her affliction, she was acutely aware that an uncontrolled Gongsun Ro could lead to dire consequences. Shen Qianqian clenched her delicate fists, feeling a surge of urgency. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Gongsun Ro lifted her foot, and an overwhelming dizziness washed over her. Before Gongsun Ro could regain her composure, her body swayed uncontrollably, toppling backward. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Despite Shen Qianqian's intent to intervene, she found herself too late. Lin Han, who had been preparing to depart, suddenly found Gongsun Ro collapsing toward him. Instinctively, he caught her in his arms. He could not deny that the sensation of Gongsun Ro's slender waist was exquisite. However, before he could fully appreciate this feeling, Gongsun Ro's eyes flew open, the once innocent shyness entirely replaced by a bold and seductive gaze. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by Gongsun Ro's sudden transformation. In the next instant, her delicate hands entwined around his neck, her soft skin causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. "Young Master Lin," she purred, her voice laden with allure, echoing in his ears and subtly igniting his desires. As she spoke, her fingers traced enticing patterns across his chest, her beguiling tone eliciting a fervent response from him. In the face of such a sight, any normal man would find it impossible to remain indifferent. Moreover, Lin Han was a vigorous young man of 20, filled with youthful passion. "Young Master Lin, thank you for the marriage certificate. But why did you so easily bestow it upon me? Am I not enticing enough? Do you not find me appealing?" A warm breath brushed against Lin Han's ear. "If I were to say I would willingly follow you, would you accept me? I am so tired right now. Could you perhaps carry me to bed for a little rest?" Gongsun Ro's gaze was already clouded with desire, her sultry eyes dancing as her entire form unknowingly draped over Lin Han. As Lin Han listened to her teasing words and subtle implications, his face flushed crimson. Had it not been for his considerable self-control, he might have succumbed to the temptation and taken Gongsun Ro right then and there. However, Lin Han was acutely aware that the once innocent and bashful Gongsun Ro had suddenly transformed into a beguiling figure. This transformation was undoubtedly a consequence of the affliction that plagued her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han forcefully suppressed his desires and addressed the still-dazed Lu Qianqian behind him. "Lu Qianqian, why do you linger there in a stupor? Are you truly waiting for me to escort Gongsun Ro away to a secluded place for a private discussion?" As Lin Han's voice reverberated in her ears, Lu Qianqian snapped back to reality, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. The reason Gongsun Ro had become the object of desire for the powerful families in the entire Magic City was not only due to her unparalleled beauty, but also significantly attributed to her affliction. Gongsun Ro had been beset by a peculiar illness since childhood, endowed with an innate allure. She appeared perfectly normal on most days, but whenever her condition flared, she would possess an insatiable craving for the affection of men. Fortunately, the Gongsun family's influence was substantial, and with the assistance of the esteemed physician Ouyang, who regularly mitigated her symptoms, Gongsun Ro had managed to avoid any serious incidents over the years. Even now, she remained untouched. According to Ouyang's predictions, today was her scheduled day of affliction. He had intended to treat her, but was delayed due to Gongsun Ro's insistence on obtaining a marriage certificate from Lin Han. Little did she anticipate that her illness would strike at such an opportune moment, ensnaring Lin Han in its grasp. Fortunately, Lin Han's composure was steadfast, and he did not take advantage of Gongsun Ro's vulnerable state. Otherwise, the bodyguards surrounding them would certainly not have let him off lightly. With this thought in mind, Lu Qianqian resolved to act without hesitation, striding forward to summon the bodyguards to separate the two entangled individuals. She herself forcefully embraced Gong Sun Ro while dialing Ouyang's number with her free hand. In this dire situation, only Ouyang could provide a solution. As soon as the call connected, Shen Qianqian, filled with urgency, spoke fervently. Ouyang, Gong Sun Ro is experiencing her affliction, but we are outside. I will send you the address. Hurry. I fear we may soon lose control of the situation. What? It will take 10 minutes to arrive? She exclaimed in dismay. I will do my utmost to manage until then. Upon hanging up, Shen Qianqian's expression was far from pleasant. Once Gong Sun Ro succumbed to her illness, she would not recognize anyone and would incessantly seek the company of men. At times, she would even demand the presence of any man available. 10 minutes felt like an eternity under such pressure. Nevertheless, the fact that Ouyang was en route provided her with a modicum of relief. Observing Gong Sun Ro's face, flushed with desire, Shen Qianqian found herself at a loss. She could only look up at Lin Han and implore, Lin Han, may I borrow your residence? Rest assured, it will not be in vain. I will compensate you later. Lin Han shrugged nonchalantly. As for the money, let it be. If you do not mind, feel free to come in. He knew that his humble abode could hardly compare to the luxurious homes of those young ladies. Upon seeing this, Shen Qianqian, without hesitation, forcibly ushered Gong Sun Ro through the door. Just as they stepped into the room, Gong Sun Ro began to demand to go to the bedroom. In her fervor, she grasped Lin Han's arm, uttering a series of teasing and audacious remarks. Young Master Lin, do you no longer want me? I am so afraid. Please come hold me tight. Such slightly lascivious words caused Shen Qianqian to blush profusely. She could only attempt to restrain Gong Sun Ro's actions. However, controlling a frenzied Gong Sun Ro proved exceedingly challenging for Shen Qianqian, who struggled to keep her from breaking free multiple times. Concerned that Lin Han might take advantage of the situation, she discreetly signaled to the bodyguard to separate them. Observing Shen Qianqian's solitary struggle, Lin Han felt it was rather taxing. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Do you need assistance? I have studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few years. Perhaps I could help alleviate her condition. For Lin Han, Gong Sun Ro's ailment was not insurmountable. His offer stemmed primarily from a favorable impression of her. How could he harbor much disdain for someone who appeared so innocent, yet playfully tempted him? Moreover, Gong Sun Ro lacked the haughty demeanor typical of a young lady like Shen Qianqian, which Lin Han greatly valued. However, no sooner had Lin Han's words left his lips than Shen Qianqian, who had been attending to Gong Sun Ro, abruptly turned to glare at him. Her gaze was rife with mockery as she shook her head. You? I perceive that you are merely hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to exploit my dear friend. Do you truly think I, Shen Qianqian, am oblivious to the sordid intentions of men like you? Chapter 6. Divine Dr. Ouyang, you are skilled in traditional medicine? Huh. Spare me. Don't assume I am unaware of what men like you are scheming. I shall compensate you later, but that does not imply I will owe you anything. Gong Sun Ro, in her current state, would be susceptible to anyone, even a beggar on the street. I advise you to refrain from any ulterior motives. The esteemed Dr. Ouyang will arrive shortly. Once Gong Sun Ro's condition is stabilized, our paths shall diverge entirely. I reiterate, you and I inhabit entirely different worlds. Shen Qianqian's eyes brimmed with fury. To her, Lin Han's words echoed the same self-serving desires as those of other men. Just as she had begun to regard him with a modicum of goodwill, it was swiftly obliterated. She cast him another icy glare. If you genuinely wish to assist, do your utmost to keep your distance from us. This is my final counsel to you. Otherwise, my bodyguards are not to be trifled with. As soon as Shen Qianqian uttered these words, the surrounding burly bodyguards surged towards Lin Han. Clearly, upon Shen Qianqian's command, they would not hesitate to act against him. This scene caused Lin Han to raise an eyebrow. To have one's goodwill met with such disdain. If you refuse my assistance, so be it. Yet do not assume that every man harbors intentions toward you. Had I truly entertained such thoughts, I would not have spared Gong Sun Ro when she acted against me just moments ago. Therefore, temper your lofty demeanor. Even if you were to stand before me in the nude, I, Lin Han, would scarcely cast a glance in your direction. After speaking, Lin Han nonchalantly seated himself beside her, closing his eyes in meditation, uninterested in Shen Qianqian's presence. Shen Qianqian, infuriated by Lin Han's words, flushed crimson. Yet her attention was diverted by Gong Sun Ro's ongoing commotion, leaving her little room to focus on Lin Han. You had better be truthful. You and I enough. Without allowing Shen Qianqian to finish, Lin Han furrowed his brow and interrupted her. What you imply is merely our differing social standings. I, Lin Han, have never sought to curry favor with you. Spare yourself such delusions. Lin Han's words left Shen Qianqian momentarily stunned, unexpectedly silencing her. For reasons unknown, she sensed a distinct aura emanating from Lin Han, one she had never encountered in other men. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, a slightly aged voice, tinged with urgency, called out, "Miss Gongsun, are you here?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qianqian's expression brightened. "Dr. Ouyang. Quick, let us welcome the long-awaited Dr. Ouyang." An elderly man hurriedly entered, carrying a medical kit on his back. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the ailing Gongsun Ro. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a set of silver needles from the kit, extracting 3 and swiftly piercing them into several acupoints on Gongsun Ro. As these needles were administered, the previously tumultuous Gongsun Ro began to calm down. This scene prompted a collective sigh of relief from all present. It is indeed Dr. Ouyang. Had you not arrived, I would have been at a loss. Dr. Ouyang is the paramount physician of our city, having treated countless challenging ailments with his expertise. Furthermore, only Dr. Ouyang can remedy Gongsun Ro's condition within the entire metropolis. His prowess has earned him renown throughout the city, unlike certain others. As Shen Qianqian spoke, she let out a disdainful huff. Though she did not name him directly, Lin Han was acutely aware that she was targeting him. He merely chuckled softly at this scene, choosing to disregard it. His entire focus was now on Dr. Ouyang, eager to observe how he would address Gongsun Ro's affliction. Despite Gongsun Ro appearing calm at the moment, Lin Han understood that her condition was merely suppressed for the time being. In a few minutes, it would likely resurface with greater intensity. Dr. Ouyang had no time to entertain the flattery from Shen Qianqian. His expression was grave as he retrieved several silver needles, beginning to treat Gongsun Ro with utmost diligence. This time, her relapse seemed more severe than before. He estimated that the suppression would not last long. Furthermore, Gongsun Ro's illness was worsening, indicating that a more in-depth treatment would be necessary soon. Upon hearing Dr. Ouyang's murmurs, Shen Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety and quickly inquired, "Dr. Ouyang, will Gongsun Ro's condition be manageable this time?" Dr. Ouyang hesitated for a few seconds before responding slowly. However, if one listened closely, they could discern a hint of uncertainty in his words. "It should be manageable," he stated, shaking his head as he continued to insert silver needles one by one. Before long, Gongsun Ro's upper body was adorned with needles. If all went well, she would return to normal in about 3 minutes. With a sigh of relief, Dr. Ouyang spoke again. Unlike the others, Lin Han's brow furrowed even deeper. He perceived that Gongsun Ro's condition had not truly been alleviated, despite her current serenity. Once the needles were removed, her ailment would not only return, but would likely be more ferocious than before. It was evident that Dr. Ouyang's method was somewhat effective, yet ultimately superficial. In essence, he was merely addressing the symptoms without treating the root cause. While Lin Han recognized the true nature of Gongsun Ro's condition, he had no intention of intervening at this moment. He had clearly observed Shen Qianqian's earlier demeanor and would not impose himself in a situation where he was unwelcome. Presently, Shen Qianqian's glances towards Lin Han were laden with disdain and scorn. To her, his silence was a sign of guilt. "Didn't you just claim to have a solution? Why are you silent now?" she thought smugly. "You must have realized that you cannot compete with Dr. Ouyang's prowess. Afraid to speak up now, are you?" Shen Qianqian reveled in her triumph, eagerly anticipating the moment when Gongsun Ro would return to normal, so she could relay Lin Han's performance to her. In the province, Gongsun Ro still harbored expectations for her fiancé, with whom she once shared a paper marriage contract. Chapter 7. Shen Qianqian's Apology. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. Yet the countenance of the esteemed physician, Ouyang, grew increasingly grave. He began extracting silver needles one by one, but as more needles were removed, the previously tranquil Gongsun Ro began to tremble once more. This scene intensified the pressure on Ouyang. Just as all the silver needles were finally withdrawn, Gongsun Ro suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze more alluring than before. "Young Master Lin, were you waiting for me? I knew you couldn't bear to part with me. I need you now more than ever. Shall we indulge in a night of passion together?" With a playful laugh, Gongsun Ro rose and strode towards Lin Han before anyone could react. "Ouyang, what is happening?" Ouyang stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible. I exerted my utmost effort. Logically, even if I couldn't maintain a long-term suppression, a short-term one should have posed no problem. Why does Miss Gongsun's condition appear to have worsened?" Ouyang was still engulfed in shock and confusion over his failure when Gong Sun Ro had already pressed herself against Lin Han. Lin Han. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qianqian erupted furiously at Lin Han. Release Gong Sun Ro. Hearing her words, Lin Han spread his arms wide, an expression of helplessness adorning his face. Miss, open your eyes and see who is truly holding on to whom. At that moment, Gong Sun Ro clung to Lin Han like an octopus, her face nuzzling against his neck, resembling a love-struck kitten. Shen Qianqian shot Lin Han an exasperated glance, aware of her own shortcomings in this predicament. Yet the scene before her was infuriating. Quickly, separate them. After commanding, the surrounding bodyguards advanced to pry the two apart. However, as the bodyguards moved, Gong Sun Ro, who had just been playfully teasing Lin Han, suddenly turned and began to fight back against the bodyguards. Despite being a seemingly frail woman, the bodyguards were forced to retreat to avoid harming her, unable to even approach her within a short span of time. Gong Sun Ro, calm yourself. Despite Shen Qianqian's desperate pleas, Gong Sun Ro remained unresponsive. Lin Han's shirt was nearly torn off in her fervor, a sight that pushed Shen Qianqian beyond her limits. She could not bear the thought of her dear friend losing herself in such a manner, especially surrendering her most precious first time to someone like Lin Han under these circumstances. As her gaze flickered restlessly, Shen Qianqian suddenly had a revelation. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Lin Han. Lin Han, did you not just claim you had a method to treat her? Why do you hesitate to act? You also mentioned that you do not believe me, that you consider me a fraud seeking to exploit Gong Sun Ro's beauty. Now, I demand that you take action. Do you think I will simply comply with your demands? Who do you believe yourself to be? Lin Han replied, seemingly indifferent to her words, further inciting Shen Qianqian's frustration. However, the urgency of Gong Sun Ro's condition left her no choice but to take desperate measures. Dr. Ouyang, witnessing the unfolding scene, appeared utterly at a loss. She could not possibly stand idly by while Gong Sun Ro suffered. Lin Han, what will it take for you to assist? I will offer you 1 million. If you can cure Gong Sun Ro, I shall give you 5 million. What do you say? I do not want your money. Lin Han sneered coldly as Shen Qianqian's words lingered in the air. If you wish for me to act, you must apologize. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Qianqian shook her head defiantly. Apologize to you? Never. Then you shall simply watch your dear friend suffer. At that moment, Lin Han dismissed Shen Qianqian's threats entirely, fully aware that the upper hand was in his grasp. Indeed, though Shen Qianqian was deeply dissatisfied with Lin Han's demeanor, she dared not challenge him further. Dr. Ouyang, is there truly no hope left? Are there no other renowned physicians in Magic City? I will summon them at any cost. Upon hearing Shen Qianqian's desperate pleas, Dr. Ouyang sighed heavily, casting her gaze skyward. Alas, there is little that can be done. Miss Gong Sun's affliction, not just in Magic City but throughout the entire country, has very few capable of providing a cure. I have exhausted all my efforts, and if others are called upon, they will find themselves equally helpless. At this point, a complex glimmer crossed Dr. Ouyang's eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Moreover, given Miss Gongsuan's current state, if she does not receive treatment promptly, her life may very well be at risk. What? Dr. Ouyang's words sent a jolt through Shen Qianqian's mind, causing her to collapse onto the sofa with a thud. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Lin Han once more. Lin Han, I apologize to you. My previous words were unjust. If you can save Gong Sun Ro, I will agree to any terms you set. Will this suffice? Although Shen Qianqian had offered an apology, her reluctance was palpable, her tone laced with lingering resentment. However, for Lin Han, such matters held no significance. He had always intended to take action against Gong Sun Ro. Her status was of little concern to him. The various provocations and temptations she directed at him were becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. Moreover, he certainly could not drag Gong Sun Ro into the bedroom. That would lead to considerable trouble. The reason he refrained from revealing his intentions earlier was that he wished to seize this opportunity to compel the proud young lady of the Shen family to bow her head before him. Her previous attitudes had already irked Lin Han. He saw this as a chance to temper her arrogance. Witnessing Shen Qianqian concede her mistakes, albeit reluctantly, was sufficient for Lin Han. Why couldn't she have done this sooner? After shaking his head, Lin Han swiftly turned his gaze toward the esteemed physician Ouyang. You are Ouyang, correct? Do you have any new silver needles? Chapter 8. The 9 Needles of Heaven. Ouyang was taken aback by Lin Han's sudden inquiry. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure. Are you planning to administer treatment? Why else? Are you not aware of my predicament? Lin Han retorted, displaying no respect for Ouyang, his words lacking any courtesy. The physician's beard trembled in indignation at Lin Han's demeanor. Yet, just then, Lin Han's voice rang out again. You mentioned that due to Gong Sun Ro's condition, she cannot hold on much longer. If we delay further, I may have no means to assist her. Humph. Observing Lin Han's serious expression, Ouyang retrieved new silver needles while scoffing. Young man, do not say I did not warn you. Miss Gongsun's ailment is far from simple. If you fail to cure her, the Gongsun family will certainly pursue you, given their influence. If you lack the capability, I advise against making such grandiose claims. Lin Han paid no heed to Ouyang's threats. He reached for the pristine silver needles handed to him, and, without hesitation, began to apply them to Gong Sun Ro. His fingers swiftly converged into a pointed form, darting back and forth across her body. Before long, the previously restless Gong Sun Ro fell silent. This single action rendered Ouyang, who had been poised to mock Lin Han once more, utterly speechless. As a master in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, renowned as a divine physician in the bustling metropolis, Ouyang could discern whether Lin Han possessed genuine skill or was merely posturing. Regardless of anything else, this display alone confirmed that Lin Han was indeed no charlatan. Just now, Lin Han's actions were aimed at temporarily restraining Gong Sun Ro. It mirrored his previous swift response. Lin Han, what have you done to Gong Sun Ro? Although physician Ouyang comprehended Lin Han's intentions, Shen Qianqian remained perplexed. Instinctively, she began to reprimand Lin Han. Yet before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by physician Ouyang. Miss Gong Sun is fine. Let us first observe what Lin Han intends to do. At some point, several silver needles had already appeared in Lin Han's hands. Taking a deep breath, he directed the needles towards various acupoints on Gong Sun Ro's body. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qianqian couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, Gong Sun Ro was her dear friend. Don't assume that just because physician Ouyang can use needles, you can as well. A blind cat may stumble upon a dead rat, but physician Ouyang is a true master. If you act recklessly, you may face dire consequences. No one paid heed to Shen Qianqian's words. Even physician Ouyang, upon observing Lin Han's technique, furrowed his brows in immediate concern. He could discern that Lin Han's needle technique was entirely different from his own and seemed to possess a level of profundity far beyond his own. This technique appeared oddly familiar. As Lin Han continued his meticulous work, when the 9th silver needle finally penetrated Gong Sun Ro's skin, he paused his movements. With a gentle sweep of his fingers, the 9 needles began to tremble in unison, producing a resonant hum. What is this? This spectacle astonished everyone present. Physician Ouyang, who had been intently observing Lin Han, suddenly recalled something. He gasped sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this the Tiangxing 9 needles? One of the legendary 3 marvelous needles. Impossible, impossible. The 3 marvelous needles have long been lost to time. Even the most esteemed traditional doctors would be incapable of such a feat. How could it appear in the hands of a young man like you? Moreover, your execution is so adept. Who exactly are you? Physician Ouyang's exclamation caused Lin Han to halt his actions, casting a disapproving glance at him. Remain silent. If something goes awry, can you bear the consequences? At this moment, the look in physician Ouyang's eyes had shifted entirely from prior disdain and condescension to one of astonishment and respect. If Lin Han truly wielded the Tiangxing 9 needles, it would signify that his medical prowess far surpassed that of Ouyang. As one of the 3 marvelous needles, possessing the needle manual did not guarantee mastery. Gradually, Ouyang's gaze towards Lin Han grew increasingly intricate. Dr. Ouyang, Shen Qianqian inquired softly, her expression one of confusion. What exactly is the Heavenly 9 needles you just mentioned? The Heavenly 9 needles is reputed to be one of the 3 miraculous needles, with just 9 pricks. Even if a person is on the threshold of the underworld, they can be forcibly brought back to life. It possesses the extraordinary ability to restore life to the deceased. If Mr. Lin truly employs the Heavenly 9 needles, it is likely that Miss Gongsun's ailment can genuinely be eradicated this time. As she listened to Dr. Ouyang's explanation, Shen Qianqian's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Yet, she soon shook her head. How could an ordinary person like Lin Han possibly possess such medical prowess? It must be a fabrication. Nonetheless, if he could indeed save Gong Sun Ro, I would not hesitate to reward him with 5 million. With that thought, Shen Qianqian took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to Lin Han. At that moment, Lin Han's hands moved with increasing speed, until he became nothing more than a fleeting shadow. As the acupuncture techniques were executed, Gongsun Ro, whose complexion had previously taken on an unnatural hue, gradually returned to normal, with her breathing stabilizing. The entire treatment lasted a full 10 minutes, during which no one in the living room dared to utter a word. Their eyes glued to Lin Han. With a sigh of relief, Lin Han wiped the sweat from his brow. Although it was somewhat challenging, everything had succeeded. If all went well, Gongsun Ro's affliction would be truly eradicated. As Lin Han's voice faded, Dr. Ouyang and Shen Qianqian exchanged a glance, both eyes sparkling with excitement. Regardless of whether Lin Han's claims were true, it was evident that Gongsun Ro's condition had significantly improved. Just then, Gongsun Ro opened her eyes once more. The allure that once resided in her gaze had vanished, replaced by innocence. Qianqian, what has happened to me? Why am I here? I wasn't having an episode. Was I? Gongsun Ro murmured, quickly realizing her situation. Not daring to look at Lin Han, she hastily covered her face, muttering, "How embarrassing." Upon hearing Gongsun Ro's words, Shen Qianqian confirmed that Gongsun Ro had returned to her normal state. Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed forward and embraced Gongsun Ro, her voice choked with tears. "Gongsun Ro, you frightened me terribly. You just had an episode, and even Dr. Ouyang couldn't contain it. If it weren't for Lin Han, you might not have made it." As Shen Qianqian spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, revealing the profound bond between the two sisters. Lin Han. Upon hearing Shen Qianqian's words, Gongsun Ro's gaze flickered with a hint of incredulity. She cautiously parted her fingers and glanced over at Lin Han. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Lin Han responded with a gentle smile and a nod. Before she could utter a word, the esteemed Ouyang, the physician, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to take Gongsun Ro's pulse. "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Miss Gongsun, the root of your ailment has indeed been eradicated. This confirms that Lin, the physician, employed the legendary 9 needles of celestial motion." Ouyang's voice brimmed with exuberance. Subsequently, under the gaze of all present, without a trace of hesitation, he suddenly knelt before Lin Han with a resounding thud. "Today, witnessing the divine skills of Lin, the physician, has filled me with immense admiration. In the realm of medicine, the accomplished are revered as masters. If Lin, the physician, does not find it distasteful, I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple. I, Ouyang Guang, shall undoubtedly abide by your teachings and remain by your side." At that moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Each individual widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld Ouyang Guang kneeling before Lin Han. No one could have anticipated that the venerable and highly esteemed physician, renowned throughout the magical metropolis, would bow before Lin Han. Moreover, it appeared he was eager to seek apprenticeship. Even Lin Han was taken aback, his lips curling into a wry smile as he shook his head. "Old Master Ouyang, please rise. I have no intention of accepting disciples, so kindly retract your earlier statement." As Lin Han spoke, he reached out to assist Ouyang Guang, yet he overlooked the latter's unwavering determination. Ouyang Guang shrugged off Lin Han's hand and chuckled. "Master, please accept me. I am willing to meet any condition you may set." Observing Lin Han's momentary silence, Ouyang Guang did not hesitate any longer and bowed deeply 3 times before Lin Han. "Master, please accept the 3 bows of your disciple, Ouyang Guang." This scene left Shen Qianqian and Gongsun Ro utterly astonished. In their eyes, the exalted Ouyang Guang, a figure of immense respect, would stoop to such antics merely to become Lin Han's disciple? How could this be possible? Moreover, judging by Lin Han's earlier demeanor, he had no intention of accepting disciples. Instead, it was Ouyang Guang who was shamelessly insisting on becoming a pupil. If this were to spread, the entire magical metropolis would be incredulous. It is important to note that, given Ouyang Guang's stature, he was revered wherever he went. "Please rise." Lin Han was utterly speechless by Ouyang Guang's actions and could only assist him in getting up. "I cannot bear the weight of your kneeling. Are you intent on shortening my lifespan? Does this mean you have agreed? From this moment forth, you are my master." "I did not agree. You are the one insisting, and it has nothing to do with me." Lin Han understood that if he were to refuse again, Ouyang Guang might genuinely kneel before him for an entire day. However, he made it clear from the outset, "I know you wish to study the heavenly 9 needles under my guidance, but this knowledge has been passed down to me, and without the consent of my master, I cannot impart it to others. Therefore, if you wish to learn, you will have to wait." "Of course, master. I am willing to wait," Ouyang Guang replied, his eyes brimming with excitement. Despite the lengths to which Ouyang Guang had gone to become Lin Han's disciple, He was acutely aware of the significance of a young man in his early 20s mastering the Heavenly Nine Needles. It not only indicated Lin Han's exceptional talent in traditional Chinese medicine, but also hinted at the formidable lineage behind him. Establishing a connection with such an individual was invaluable. What did a bit of loss of face matter in comparison? Ouyang Guang understood this well. Noticing that Lin Han did not oppose him further, Ouyang Guang cleared his throat and turned to Miss Gongsun. Miss Gongsun, had it not been for my master's intervention just now, your life would have been in grave danger. Upon hearing Ouyang Guang's words, Gongsun Ro, even if slow to react, realized she owed him a debt of gratitude. With a slight blush gracing her cheeks, she approached Lin Han. Mr. Lin, thank you. Lin Han waved his hand with a gentle smile. It's nothing. However, while your ailment has been resolved, your innate charm remains. This means that although you may not suffer from sudden illnesses in the future, your inherent allure persists. You should be mindful of this. It must be acknowledged that Gongsun Ro possessed a physique that many men dreamt of possessing, complemented by her endearing nature. As for the allure he mentioned, it was likely only to be sensed in certain special circumstances. In comparison, Lin Han found himself more favorably inclined towards Gongsun Ro than to Shen Qianqian. After Gongsun Ro apologized to Lin Han, Shen Qianqian's gaze flickered as she turned to him. Lin Han, I promised you earlier that if you could cure Gongsun Ro's ailment, I would reward you with 500,000. Please send me your bank account number, and I shall transfer the money immediately. No need for that, Lin Han replied, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. I acted solely out of my own volition, not for monetary gain. Shen Qianqian's willingness to fulfill her promise stemmed from her desire to avoid any further entanglement with Lin Han. Although his recent actions had slightly altered her perception of him, the disparity in their social standings remained significant. For her, it was preferable to minimize any further association with him. Lin Han accepted the money, signifying that the favor had been repaid. However, if Lin Han were to refuse the funds, the obligation would remain. Contemplating this, Shen Qianqian felt a surge of urgency. I am well aware of your financial situation. You must desperately need this sum. 5 million is not a trifling amount for you. With this money, you could significantly improve your family's circumstances. Even if you do not consider yourself, surely you must think of your mother. Chapter 10. I find him rather admirable. As Shen Qianqian spoke, she approached Lin Han, seemingly intent on forcibly bestowing the money upon him. At that moment, she lifted her gaze and was met with the frigid coldness in Lin Han's eyes. It is true that I am in need of money, Lin Han stated, but I have made it clear that my decision to save Gongsun Ro was not motivated by financial gain. Your wealth is your own concern. I have my own hands and will earn my own money. Furthermore, Ouyang Guang, you may take your leave now. Lin Han's tone was laced with an icy detachment, making it abundantly clear that he wished to maintain his distance. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Shen Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly realized that Lin Han did not conform to her preconceived notions of the type of man he was. Ouyang Guang, in his unwavering allegiance to Lin Han, was unwilling to pass up any opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty before him, even in the presence of the esteemed daughters of the Gongsun and Shen families. Miss Gongsun, you should leave at once. With my master's capabilities, he certainly does not lack for money. His refusal signifies a man of integrity. Please do not trouble my master further. Seeing Ouyang Guang stand firmly by Lin Han's side, Shen Qianqian, frustrated, stamped her foot and swiftly departed with Gongsun Ro. As Shen Qianqian's vehicle receded into the distance, Ouyang Guang turned to Lin Han. Master, is there anything you wish to command? I have no instructions for you. I prefer to keep my identity undisclosed. Additionally, refrain from calling me master. I am not your master, Lin Han replied, dismissively waving his hand at Ouyang Guang. Though his master was indeed formidable, Lin Han was acutely aware of his many adversaries. Those who had made enemies of his master undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. No matter how confident Lin Han felt, he could not genuinely believe he could single-handedly confront all those foes. At present, it was prudent for him to remain low profile and avoid drawing attention from his enemies. Ouyang Guang nodded thoughtfully, though reluctantly. He complied and departed. He needed to report the incident involving Gongsun Ro to the head of the Gongsun family promptly. Meanwhile, Shen Qianqian and Gongsun Ro, en route from Lin Han's residence, were animatedly recounting the events that had just transpired. Although Shen Qianqian made a concerted effort to downplay any ambiguous interactions between Gongsun Ro and Lin Han, the atmosphere remained charged with unspoken tension. But how could Gongsun Ro possibly be unaware of her condition? At this moment, her complexion had already turned a deep shade of crimson. As Shen Qianqian reached the pivotal point of her narrative, Gongsun Ro let out a soft whimper and fell into Shen Qianqian's embrace. Stop. Please stop. It's utterly mortifying. Are you not ashamed of your own actions? Shen Qianqian remarked. If it weren't for Lin Han's remarkable composure, you might have already succumbed to your own folly. Do be more cautious in the future. She gently tapped Gongsun Ro's forehead. Following this, as if struck by a sudden thought, Shen Qianqian continued, although you owe Lin Han a favor this time, do not engage with him further. I shall repay this favor on your behalf. Do not harbor any other feelings towards Lin Han. We are not of the same world. Gongsun Ro silently nodded in response to Shen Qianqian's warning. Yet her mind was filled with images of her ambiguous encounters with Lin Han. Unknown to everyone. Although she appeared unconscious during her episodes, she was acutely aware of everything occurring around her. This meant she had witnessed every moment shared with Lin Han, though her shyness had kept her from voicing it until now. With this thought, she tenderly whispered to herself, I find Mr. Lin rather agreeable. It was not until the evening that Lin Han's mother, Sun Biao, returned home from work, her face etched with fatigue. Seeing his mother in such a state, Lin Han felt a pang of sympathy and approached her. Mother, you need not continue with that cleaning job. I was thoughtless before, but now that I am back, I will take care of you. Upon hearing her son's words, Sun Biao was deeply moved. She gently ruffled Lin Han's hair with a tender smile. My son has grown up, but I am not weary. We owe so much in high-interest loans. Do not be misled by the fact that you scared those people away yesterday. They are not ordinary folks and will surely return. Alas, it is my fault for lacking ability. If only I had not borrowed so much. Seeing the look of self-reproach on Sun Biao's face pierced Lin Han's heart. That wretched Zhang Ruoxin. Not only had she deceived him, but also humiliated him, leading him to imprisonment. Moreover, she had manipulated circumstances to subject his mother to 3 years of needless suffering. The thought of all the tribulations Sun Biao had endured over the past 3 years ignited a relentless fury within Lin Han. This vendetta, I shall settle it in full. Although Zhang Ruoxin had now allied herself with the young master of the Sun family, Sun Biao, he was no longer the same man he had been 3 years prior. 3 years ago, he had fallen victim to Sun Biao's machinations that landed him in prison, but now he possessed the confidence to easily handle the situation. What I, Lin Han, have lost will eventually be reclaimed, one way or another. That night, Lin Han gazed at the night sky, unable to find slumber for a long while. At the break of dawn, he was roused by the commotion outside. Upon stepping out of his door, his expression transformed into one of utter dismay. At some point, various phrases had been scrawled in red paint at his doorstep. Repay your debts. Lin Han, pay your dues. If you don't, we will annihilate your entire family. The neighbors, upon witnessing this, began to murmur and point fingers. However, upon seeing Lin Han emerge, they all recoiled, retreating into their homes. In their eyes, Lin Han was merely a recently released convict, someone not to be trifled with. Huh, so they think I'm Tiger, do they? Lin Han sneered coldly. It appeared these individuals had dismissed the threats he had issued the previous day. Just as he contemplated how to confront this tiger, he noticed a furtive figure lurking at the stairwell. Wasn't this one of the ruffians he had confronted yesterday? Without hesitation, Lin Han strode forward. Come here. At the sound of Lin Han's voice, the thug trembled and turned to face him. Big brother, please don't take action against me. I'm merely following orders. I was just instructed to write a few words at your doorstep. I had no choice. Chapter 11. Encounter with Black Tiger. As the thug spoke, he suddenly knelt before Lin Han with a thud. He had been present when Lin Han had dealt with the others the day before. With so many brothers around, how could he possibly stand a chance against Lin Han? Despite their fierce words upon leaving, who among them did not feel a twinge of fear? It was merely his misfortune to be assigned the task of vandalizing Lin Han's property, and now he had been caught. Lin Han was taken aback by the thug's cowardice. Get up, I never intended to harm you. Look at you, trembling with fear. The thug cautiously raised his head to glance at Lin Han. Realizing that Lin Han had no intentions of attacking him, he let out a sigh of relief. As he glanced around, he noticed several neighbors peering curiously from their homes. The thug felt a bit embarrassed, but dared not be too brazen towards Lin Han. Swallowing hard, he lowered his voice and addressed Lin Han. Big brother, do you have any instructions? If not, I will take my leave. Hold on, Lin Han chuckled lightly, grabbing the thug by the collar and laughing heartily. We shall go together. You need to return to your territory, don't you? I happen to wish to meet your leader, Brother Tiger. It is my responsibility to resolve our matters. As Lin Han spoke, he gestured towards the glaring red words behind him and proceeded to pull the thug downstairs. His sudden action instantly terrified the thug, whose face was etched with fear and grievance. Big brother, spare me. I'm merely a lackey. If brother Hu finds out that I brought you here, he certainly won't let me off easily. In the thug's eyes, Lin Han's prowess was formidable. Who could foresee the chaos that might ensue? Although he did not genuinely believe that Lin Han alone could contend with brother Hu's multitude, Lin Han was the one who had brought him here. Lin Han, if you truly wish to meet brother Hu, I can provide you with the address. Would you go on your own? He pleaded desperately. I beg you. I truly beg you. Observing the thug's palpable fear, Lin Han could not help but shake his head. This fellow was excessively cowardly. Nonetheless, Lin Han understood that the thug was genuinely afraid of the repercussions should this escalate and implicate him. Noticing the thug's improved demeanor, Lin Han stroked his chin and contemplated. Very well, sparing your life is not out of the question. However, you must clean off all the graffiti. If I return and find even a trace of paint, believe me, you will regret it. The icy smile curling at the corners of Lin Han's mouth sent a shiver down the thug's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he fervently nodded in agreement. Once Lin Han departed, the thug collapsed onto the ground. The surrounding neighbors continued to point and gossip about him. Witnessing this, the thug's face contorted with rage. Damn it, if I can't deal with Lin Han, can I not handle all of you? Get back to your homes, or I'll make sure to splash paint on your doorsteps. With his fierce outburst, the neighbors scattered in a panic. However, the thug's recent display of subservience before Lin Han left the onlookers in astonished disbelief. Sun Xiao's son truly seemed different after his release from prison. After obtaining the address from the thug, Lin Han wasted no time hailing a taxi towards brother Hu's headquarters. This gang, known as the Black Tiger Society, had its headquarters nestled within a lavish Black Tiger establishment not far from their home. Although the Black Tiger Society did not rival the elite families of the capital, it wielded considerable fame and influence in the area. As Lin Han approached the opulent Black Tiger establishment, he chuckled softly and stepped forward. Given that it was still early morning, the establishment had yet to open. As soon as Lin Han arrived, the security guard at the entrance intercepted him. The establishment isn't open yet. Perhaps you can return in the evening. As the guard spoke, he scrutinized Lin Han from head to toe. Upon noticing Lin Han's ordinary attire and an air of destitution, he couldn't help but scoff. Do you even know your place? Coming to our Black Tiger establishment dressed like that? With the little money you have, you probably couldn't even afford a bottle of wine. Ha. After the security guard's voice fell, the other guards around erupted into laughter. Although they were merely security personnel, they encountered a myriad of characters daily. Individuals like Lin Han were easily identifiable as belonging to the lower echelons of society, warranting no excess politeness. Hurry up and leave, lest we be seen by others and accused of lacking discernment. Get lost. The guard spoke with no decorum, even shoving Lin Han as he did so. Lin Han had not intended to cause trouble. He merely sought to discuss matters with brother Hu. Although Sun Xiao had been deceived by Zhang Ruoxin into borrowing money at exorbitant interest rates, the funds had indeed been taken from his family. Thus, Lin Han planned to negotiate for an extension. He had informed Sun Biao the previous day to prepare 1 million. Once he secured the money, he would naturally repay brother Hu, as he was clear on the distinction of obligations. However, the guard's demeanor irked Lin Han. As the guard's hand approached him, Lin Han furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping the guard's wrist. With a slight exertion, the guard let out a piercing scream. I have come to see Black Tiger and convey that Lin Han has business with him. I do not wish to repeat myself. If you do not permit me entry, I shall force my way in. Lin Han snorted coldly, using his strength to effortlessly toss the guard aside. The fallen guard cried out again, his wrist now a ghastly shade of blue. How audacious! The guard, undeterred by Lin Han's words, retorted, Who do you think you are? You wish to meet brother Hu? Given your recent actions, I could easily incapacitate you. He yelled, swinging his baton menacingly at Lin Han. Overestimating yourself, Lin Han sneered, delivering a swift kick that sent the guard flying. All of you, come at me. To stir trouble at Black Tiger's club is to court death. The captain of the guards, realizing Lin Han was no ordinary foe, shouted and lunged at him once more. However, moments later, several guards lay on the ground. Wailing in anguish, Lin Han approached the fallen guards, towering over them, and spoke coldly. Now, will you assist me in my inquiry? Chapter 12, Tell me, is there a problem? The group of guards, now on the ground, looked at Lin Han with terror in their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, the captain managed to stammer. What do you want? I simply wish to see Black Tiger. You should inform him that he ought to recognize me, Lin Han replied, shaking his head in resignation. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the head of security swiftly rose and hurried to the security booth. He picked up the phone and made a call. In less than a minute, the security chief cast a peculiar glance at Lin Han. Brother who just instructed me to take you directly to the basement. I shall escort you there. At that moment, the security chief was filled with doubt. He had initially thought Lin Han was deliberately causing trouble. To his surprise, Brother Hu truly recognized this young man. Could it be that he is affiliated with Brother Hu? The thought sent a shiver down the security chief's spine. While leading Lin Han towards the club's basement, he bore a sheepish grin, his demeanor becoming exceedingly respectful. Brother, what is your relationship with Brother Hu? What brings you to seek him out this time? We were just being oblivious and failed to recognize you earlier. I hope you can forgive us. Lin Han, however, paid little heed to the flattering words of the security chief. He was acutely aware of the swift change in demeanor exhibited by such individuals. Had he claimed to be here to repay Brother Hu, he was certain the security chief would have altered his expression yet again. Lin Han had no desire to invite further complications upon himself. Under the guidance of the security chief, they soon arrived at the club's basement. To Lin Han's astonishment, the entire basement was not the parking lot he had envisioned, but had been transformed by the Black Tiger gang into an expansive boxing arena. At the center of the venue stood a large octagonal cage. Despite the early hour, two figures were already darting about within the cage, while a throng of burly men surrounded them, vociferously cheering for their chosen combatants. As they entered, no one seemed to take notice of their presence. Fortunately, the security chief quickly spotted Black Tiger, who was seated and enjoying breakfast. He hastened to approach, saying, Master Hu, Lin Han is here. Upon hearing this, Black Tiger raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward Lin Han. You are the one who assaulted my debt collector yesterday? With a loud clatter, many nearby turned to fix their menacing glances upon Lin Han, their eyes filled with malice. It appeared that upon a word from Black Tiger, they would eagerly pounce upon him. Yet, in the face of their threats, Lin Han remained unperturbed. With a slight smile, he addressed Black Tiger. I have come today regarding the matter of the high-interest loan. Regardless of the agreement you made with my mother, I am here to repay the principal amount of 300,000 today. Additionally, I shall pay you a further 100,000 in interest. However, I have one condition. From this moment forth, you are to cease any attempts to harm me or my family. Should you dare to do so again, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. As he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from Lin Han. However, his threatening words instantly provoked the group of ruffians surrounding him. Lin Han, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten Brother Hu? It seems you are seeking death. This is the Black Tiger Club, the territory of our Black Tiger Society. Brother Hu, take action immediately. Capture this brat. The restless crowd had no impact on Lin Han whatsoever. At this moment, Lin Han merely fixed his gaze upon Black Tiger, his expression remarkably calm. This reaction elicited a hint of surprise in Black Tiger's eyes. Interesting. I haven't encountered such a fascinating young man in a long time. 300,000 is nothing to me. But do you realize that this matter is initiated by young Master Sun? A smile danced in Black Tiger's eyes as he lit a cigarette. Regarding Lin Han with a playful glint, you must understand that if I agree to your terms, young Master Sun will not let me off easily. What makes you think you can compare yourself to him? As he spoke, the throng of ruffians surged toward Lin Han once more. The number of thugs surrounding him had swelled to over 50. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Is just Sun Biao enough to intimidate you? Suddenly, Lin Han scoffed. What if I told you I don't regard Sun Biao at all? Black Tiger squinted at Lin Han's audacious words. The Black Tiger Society had grown formidable under his leadership, and he was no pushover. Having truly fought his way up from the streets years ago, he now sensed a murderous intent emanating from Lin Han. This was not something an ordinary person could possess. If you want me to believe you, I must first witness your prowess. Black Tiger spoke again, and Lin Han immediately understood. Bang! In the next instant, Lin Han, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, several figures were sent soaring high into the air. Lin Han seemed intent on taking on multiple opponents at once. Did he dare to showcase his strength in such a manner? Observing Lin Han plunging into the crowd and striking down his foes, Black Tiger comprehended Lin Han's intent. A smile flickered across his face as he bellowed. Whoever can subdue Lin Han will receive a reward of 100,000 on the spot. With such a generous incentive, the surrounding ruffians unleashed their full ferocity. Bang! The The underground boxing arena descended into chaos, yet Lin Han moved through the crowd like a nimble fish, with no one able to approach him. Each of his strikes sent an opponent flying. In merely 3 minutes, Lin Han single-handedly brought down 50 or 60 individuals within the boxing gym, leaving them writhing in agony. Such a scene rendered everyone speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even He Hu could not suppress a gasp, unable to remain seated any longer. Lin Han's prowess indeed astonished him. However, before He Hu could react, Lin Han's figure flickered and suddenly appeared before him, seizing He Hu by the throat with a firm grip, his eyes narrowing with intensity. He Hu, I have already spared your dignity. I care not with whom you associate or the forces that stand behind you. Yet, I reiterate my demand. 300,000 in principal plus 100,000 in interest, due this afternoon. From this day forth, do not harbor any intentions against me or my family. Do we have an understanding? Chapter 13. Terrified clearly, He Hu's imposing physique was rendered insignificant before Lin Han. He found himself lifted high off the ground, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Lin Han, I promise you, please release me. He Hu could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from Lin Han. He realized that should he refuse, his life could very well be forfeit in the next moment. Once Lin Han released him, He Hu coughed violently a few times, raising his gaze to Lin Han, his expression rife with complexity. As I understand it, you provoked young Master Sun and were subsequently imprisoned due to his machinations. With your strength, how could you dare seek vengeance against him? Even if I were to spare you, young Master Sun would undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Lin Han chuckled softly at He Hu's words. I have stated before, Sun Biao does not intimidate me. Just remember your prior promise. Of course, should you choose to remain allied with Sun Biao, our next encounter will be without mercy. With that, Lin Han turned on his heel and departed. As he passed by the head of security, Lin Han paused, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. Could you kindly guide me out? The layout of the He Hu clubhouse is rather convoluted, and I would prefer not to linger here too long. I alerted Sun Biao yesterday. It is time to collect my due. At Lin Han's request, the head of security trembled, having just witnessed Lin Han's formidable skills. He dared not show any disrespect, beaming with a smile as he nodded in agreement, promptly preparing to escort Lin Han away. However, at that moment, He Hu's voice rang out once more. Lin Han, in my life, I have always admired those who are formidable in combat. Your strength has earned my respect. But I must advise you, though I am not aligned with young Master Sun, I will not assist you against him either. The influence of such affluent scions is beyond your capacity to contend with. Lin Han was taken aback when Black Tiger unexpectedly spoke up to remind him, prompting him to glance back momentarily. With a soft chuckle, he took the head of security by the arm and proceeded toward the exit. The group of security personnel at the entrance wore expressions of lingering fear, incessantly discussing Lin Han's earlier display. At that moment, they saw Lin Han and the head of security emerge once again from the club. Strangely, the head of security's demeanor toward Lin Han appeared somewhat subservient. Mr. Lin, have a safe journey. Please feel free to command us if you need anything, he said with utmost respect as he bid Lin Han farewell, finally releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Captain, what on earth happened? Does this kid truly know Brother Tiger? Is he affiliated with him? Upon hearing the puzzled remarks from the surrounding security staff, the captain's expression turned peculiar. Affiliated with Brother Tiger? You truly underestimate Mr. Lin. Just moments ago, he single-handedly defeated Brother Tiger's 50 or 60 men. Even Brother Tiger respects him greatly. What? The captain's words left the other security personnel frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. As the thought of their earlier disrespect toward Lin Han crossed their minds, a wave of dread washed over them. Upon leaving the Black Tiger Club, Lin Han did not rush to Sun Biao's residence. Instead, he took a detour to buy breakfast, making his way home. When he returned, he noticed, as expected, that the bright red paint at his doorstep had been entirely cleaned up and the previous ruffians had vanished without a trace. This scene elicited a scoff from Lin Han, who then proceeded directly into his home. At that moment, Sun Xiao had just awakened, blissfully unaware of the events outside. Upon seeing Lin Han return with breakfast, a hint of joy flickered in her eyes. You just came from there. I should have handled these matters, she remarked. It's nothing. It's only right for a son to do this, Lin Han replied. Having grown up without a father, it was his mother, Sun Xiao, who had raised him. His earlier infatuation with Zhang Ruoxin had led him to act foolishly, disregarding his mother's circumstances, which had filled him with guilt over the years. Thus, He had silently vowed to ensure that his mother would enjoy a life of comfort alongside him. After they finished their meal, Lin Han turned to Sun Xiao and asked, "Mom, do you have Zhang Ruoxin's phone number?" Sun Xiao was already aware of the situation between Lin Han and Zhang Ruoxin. Understanding that her son had invested considerable effort into this relationship, she feared that Lin Han might be overwhelmed by his emotions. "Xiao Han, please don't do anything foolish. Since Zhang Ruoxin has made her choice, let this matter pass," she advised gently. I can't let it go that easily," Lin Han thought coldly, though he maintained a smile on his face. "Don't worry, Mom. From the very moment that Zhang Ruoxin betrayed me, I had already resigned myself to the notion of her. Furthermore, this woman possesses a rather profound cunning. It would be prudent for you to minimize your dealings with her in the future. I have inadvertently left some belongings at her residence and wish to inquire about them, completely severing ties with her." Upon seeing Lin Han's contemplative expression, Sun Xiao finally exhaled and handed the phone to Lin Han. Upon acquiring the number, Lin Han did not hesitate and directly dialed Zhang Ruoxin. "Hello?" A familiar voice echoed from the other end, yet Lin Han's heart had long been devoid of any turmoil. "It is I, Sun Biao. Have you prepared the money? I am on my way to your residence to collect it. Make sure it is cash." Lin Han's tone was icy and devoid of pleasantries. "It's Lin Han." The other end erupted into a cacophony, soon followed by Sun Biao's voice. Lin Han, you truly dare to covet my funds? Very well. I have already prepared 1 million. If you dare to come, I shall hand it over. It merely depends on whether you possess the capability." Having suffered a setback at Lin Han's hands the previous day, Sun Biao had long harbored resentment. He had initially intended to seize an opportunity to deal with Lin Han, but unexpectedly, Lin Han had called him first. Moreover, judging by his tone, he genuinely expected Sun Biao to grant him 1 million. Sun Biao, surrounded by numerous burly men, was nearly beaming with delight. "I shall await you at Zhang Ruoxin's home. Should you fail to arrive, you are indeed my subordinate." With that, Sun Biao abruptly terminated the call. "Prepare yourselves. Equip every weapon and club. When that brat Lin Han arrives, I shall render him incapacitated. He dares to challenge me? He truly does not comprehend whose territory he is encroaching upon." Having said this, Sun Biao turned to Zhang Ruoxin. "You surely do not harbor any reluctance, do you?" Chapter 14. The enraged Sun Biao observing the malevolent expression on Sun Biao's face, Zhang Ruoxin threw herself into his embrace, her demeanor a blend of shyness and reproach. "Young Master Sun, how can you say such a thing? Lin Han cannot possibly compare to you. What could I possibly regret? When Lin Han was incarcerated, was I not already yours? He sought his own demise by provoking you. It is simply his fate." Witnessing Lin Han's former lover groveling before him like a submissive dog, Sun Biao's animosity towards Lin Han diminished slightly. "Lin Han, do you wish to contend with me? You are far from being my equal." The henchmen surrounding Sun Biao were all skilled fighters, armed and prepared. This time, he was intent on taking Lin Han's life. Under Sun Biao's command, these henchmen swiftly concealed themselves. Sun Biao's eyes shimmered with confidence. He now eagerly anticipated Lin Han's arrival. Approximately an hour later, the roar of an automobile echoed from downstairs. Looking down from the window, it was indeed true that Lin Han had arrived. Stepping out of his car and walking towards the apartment. "Lin Han is here. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Sun Biao, with a beaming smile, plopped down on the sofa and pulled Zhang Ruoxin into his embrace, beginning to indulge in playful teasing. The mere thought of Lin Han kneeling before him in a pitiful plea for mercy sent waves of exhilaration through him. To toy with an ordinary person like Lin Han is a trivial pursuit for me. Just as he was lost in thought, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bang! Lin Han kicked the door open, and his gaze immediately fell upon Sun Biao lounging in the living room, alongside a fawning Zhang Ruoxin, who seemed eager to demonstrate her indifference to Lin Han. As soon as she laid eyes on Lin Han, a cold smirk crept across her face. "Lin Han, you truly possess a remarkable audacity. Not only did you attack young Master Sun yesterday, but you also dare to come here today demanding money? It appears those 3 years in prison were for naught. And don't claim that young Master Sun didn't grant you a chance. Come over here and kneel before him to apologize. Perhaps if he is in a good mood, he might spare your life. Otherwise, young Master Sun could easily have you under his thumb again, just like before." Zhang Ruoxin's eyes brimmed with unrestrained mockery as she regarded Lin Han as though he were her sworn enemy. At that moment, she seemed utterly alien to Lin Han, filling him with an intense loathing. "I can hardly believe I was so blind to have chosen such a woman. Sun Biao, where's the money? Lin Han shot a frosty glance at Zhang Ruoxin before turning his attention to Sun Biao, speaking with an air of indifference. You dare to mention money to me? You have 10 seconds to kneel before me. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Sun Biao's words dripped with frostiness and arrogance. Despite Lin Han having bested him the previous day, he still regarded him with disdain. Following Sun Biao's command, a horde of burly henchmen surged into the room, each wielding weapons, exuding a ferocity far surpassing that of the Black Tiger gang. Lin Han, let us see how you maintain your bravado now. Sun Biao laughed heartily, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. However, in the face of this scene, Lin Han merely shook his head. Sun Biao, I find you quite disappointing. By the looks of it, you have not prepared any money for me. I prepared nothing for you. Sun Biao retorted vehemently. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of consequence? Lin Han, my patience is limited. Kneel before me. Bang. As Sun Biao's scornful command echoed, Lin Han suddenly narrowed his eyes. In a flash, he appeared right before Sun Biao. In the next moment, Lin Han's hand struck fiercely across Sun Biao's face once more. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the living room. Feeling the searing pain on his face, Sun Biao was consumed by humiliation. He bellowed at those around him. What are you all still doing there? Charge. Kill Lin Han. I want him dead. Finish him off. As a scion of the Sun family, when had he ever endured such disgrace? Yet, before Lin Han, the once despised weakling he had easily manipulated, he had been bested twice in just 2 days. If he failed to deal with Lin Han this time, how could he ever hope to maintain his standing in the bustling metropolis? With a clamor, the henchmen abandoned their hesitation and surged forward, launching attacks aimed at Lin Han's vital points. However, Lin Han remained unfazed by the unfolding scene. Narrowing his eyes, he began to retaliate. With his current prowess, how could these ordinary thugs possibly stand a chance against him? With casual strikes, he sent the assailants flying. The entire ordeal lasted less than 5 minutes. As he surveyed the moaning figures sprawled on the ground, Sun Biao was filled with disbelief. What was happening? Why was Lin Han so formidable? How could all his underlings fail to match him? What had Lin Han gone through? Before he could ponder further, Lin Han approached and seized his hair, forcibly dragging him toward the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, a torrent of cold water gushed into Sun Biao's mouth. Terror etched across his face. Lin Han, what are you doing? Since you are unwilling to cooperate, let us settle our accounts now. Lin Han had ample methods for dealing with adversaries, having acquired many during his time in prison. As the cold water continued to flood Sun Biao's mouth, he soon found himself struggling to breathe. Lin Han, you wanted 1 million, right? I'll give it to you. I'll transfer it right now. I have money. I truly have money. Fearful. Sun Biao shouted desperately while squirming. Why couldn't you have said so earlier? Lin Han scoffed, once again pulling him toward the living room. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoxin in the living room was utterly stunned by the spectacle, sitting frozen in place, too terrified to move. Only after Sun Biao transferred the money did Lin Han nod in satisfaction. This sum compensates for my 3 years in prison. 1 million is quite a bargain for you. Lin Han's words ignited another flicker of rage in Sun Biao's eyes, yet he dared not express it. All right, our debts are somewhat settled now. Today, I'm in a good mood, so let us leave it at that. Lin Han chuckled, feeling pleased with the acquisition of the money, as it resolved matters concerning the Black Tiger. As Sun Xiao departed with Lin Han, Zhang Ruoxin approached Sun Biao with a heart full of sympathy, softly uttering words of comfort. However, scarcely had her voice faded when Sun Biao struck her with a resounding slap. You wretched creature. If it weren't for you, would I have been bullied by Lin Han like this? Damn Lin Han, this matter is far from over. Chapter 15. Withdrawing money. Zhang Ruoxin was momentarily stunned by Sun Biao's unexpected blow, her eyes quickly brimming with tears of grievance. Sun Xiao, I never anticipated Lin Han would transform into this. He was just an ordinary person, a mere waste. How could I have known he possessed such prowess? Moreover, it was Lin Han who struck you. Why take it out on me? Seeing Zhang Ruoxin daring to retort, Sun Biao delivered another slap. Wretched girl, do I need a reason to strike you? Do you truly believe I am with you out of affection? Spare me the jest. What kind of woman can I find? I only fancy you for your looks and obedience. In my eyes, you are merely a dog. Sun Biao scoffed, his gaze toward Zhang Ruoxin laced with derision. Surely, you do not believe you could ever enter the Sun family home? Although his words were quite ungracious, they bore an undeniable truth. After all, Sun Biao was the scion of a second-rate family in the bustling metropolis, while Zhang Ruoxin was just an ordinary girl. The notion of her soaring to greatness was hardly a simple endeavor. Sun Biao's disdainful attitude left Zhang Ruoxin momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had harbored such aspirations. Yet she was acutely aware of their impracticality. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope resided within her. Upon hearing Sun Biao lay bare the harsh reality, she trembled with indignation. Sun Biao, you scoundrel! If you hold me in such contempt, I shall leave. As Zhang Ruoxin prepared to turn away, Sun Biao realized he had spoken out of turn. It was not that he genuinely cared for Zhang Ruoxin. Rather, finding someone so compliant was a rare feat. Besides, his issues with Lin Han were far from resolved. As long as Zhang Ruoxin remained by his side, he could torment Lin Han indefinitely. With this thought in mind, Sun Biao seized Zhang Ruoxin and pulled her into his embrace. Where do you think you're going? You are my woman. You are not permitted to leave. I was merely angered by Lin Han. Rest assured, once I have dealt with him and avenged myself, I shall introduce you to my parents. Sun Biao's words illuminated Zhang Ruoxin's eyes, her fury dissipating significantly. The prospect of meeting Sun Biao's parents signified that she had achieved a measure of success. Soon, her gaze softened as she began to soothe Sun Biao. Since he had made such a declaration, it seemed imperative to resolve the matter concerning Lin Han. After leaving Zhang Ruoxin's apartment, Lin Han felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He initially believed that he would instinctively falter when confronting Zhang Ruoxin. However, upon witnessing her obsequious demeanor towards Sun Biao, the remnants of his reluctance evaporated entirely. Such a woman was hardly worth his consideration. His future stretched ahead, and with his current prowess, he could swiftly ascend in the bustling metropolis of Magic City if he so desired. It was unnecessary to fixate on someone like Zhang Ruoxin. Once this realization dawned upon him, a smile crept onto Lin Han's lips, and an air of ease enveloped him. After receiving his funds, Lin Han initially intended to head straight to the Black Tiger Club. However, after some contemplation, he decided to detour towards the bank. In truth, Lin Han was not in need of money. During his time in prison, he had assisted several affluent individuals with various matters. Of course, some had foolishly provoked him, leading them to compensate him willingly to avoid retribution. After 3 years, Lin Han was uncertain of the exact amount of his wealth, but he was certain that those who had transferred funds to him had done so in amounts no less than 6 figures. Given the constraints of prison life, all his money was consolidated into a single bank card. This visit to the bank served 2 purposes: to ascertain his total funds and to withdraw 400,000 in cash to present directly to Black Tiger. Individuals like Black Tiger likely preferred cash for immediate transactions, which would also alleviate Lin Han's concerns. As he pondered this, he made his way into the bank. It was midday, and the establishment was teeming with patrons. After glancing at the queue, Lin Han murmured to himself and took a number. Fortunately, the bank operated efficiently, and after approximately half an hour, it was finally his turn, number 36 at counter 2. As he rose to approach the counter, he was suddenly confronted by a middle-aged couple who had seated themselves at his designated counter. Puzzled, Lin Han looked up and confirmed it was indeed counter 2. "Ma'am." Depositing 20,000, the balding man spoke with a sense of smugness, exuding the airs of a nouveau riche. "I believe it is my turn now," Lin Han interjected. Noticing that the couple had disregarded him entirely and had brazenly cut in line, discontent simmered within him. "It's your turn when it's your turn. Can't you see I'm in the process of making a deposit?" The middle-aged woman turned to appraise Lin Han with a derisive smirk. "Look at you. So pitifully poor. It's evident you've never encountered substantial wealth. We're depositing 20,000. Have you ever seen such a sum? If this money goes missing, can you afford to compensate us?" Her gaze was rife with scorn and disdain, casting a dismissive glance at Lin Han. It seemed to her that usurping his place in line was entirely justified. As for the bald man beside him, he was preoccupied with gazing at the attractive teller, completely disregarding Lin Han. The demeanor of both individuals caused Lin Han's brows to furrow in discontent. Without further hesitation, he seized the two and flung them aside. "Impertinent fools. Begone," he declared. Lin Han had always been one to respond better to gentleness than to aggression. If they had approached him with courtesy, he might have been inclined to accommodate them. However, their audaciousness in cutting in line and their presumptuous attitude were intolerable. Lin Han had never been one to indulge such behavior. The two were evidently taken aback by his resolute stance. The bald man, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Han. "You little brat, seeking your own demise. How dare you claim a right to cut in line? I can afford to cut in front of you, for I hold your presence in high regard. Do you have any idea how much I have deposited in this bank? Even the manager treats me with utmost respect. What are you really? Let me tell you, I will cut in line today, and you cannot stop me." As he spoke, the bald man prepared to plop down into a chair. However, at that moment, Lin Han let out a cold chuckle and kicked him forcefully. The kick sent the bald man tumbling to the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around them. You. The bald man, infuriated by Lin Han's actions, turned and shouted, Manager Lu, will you not intervene? If you do not, I shall withdraw my funds and deposit them elsewhere." Chapter 16, Wealth and the Freedom to Act. Amidst the bald man's incessant shouting, a figure hurriedly emerged from the office. Upon witnessing the bald man seated on the floor, looking as though he had been assaulted, Manager Lu was taken aback. "Mr. Wang, what transpired? I was about to deposit 200,000. But this brat insisted I cut in line and even kicked me," the bald man exclaimed. "You need to resolve this matter." Manager Lu's arrival instilled a sense of confidence in the bald man. For Manager Lu, the bald man was a valued client, with deposits reaching into the millions. Losing such a client would be an enormous blow. Turning to Lin Han, Manager Lu assessed him and quickly discerned the course of action to take. With a derisive tilt of his head, he addressed Lin Han, "Young man, you are in the wrong here. Apologize to Mr. Wang, or our bank will hold you accountable." The manager's attitude incensed Lin Han to the point of laughter. "Apologize to him? Are you mistaken? They were the ones who cut in line. How is that justifiable?" In response to Lin Han's retort, Manager Lu had his own justifications. "Mr. Wang is a significant client of our bank, and he possesses the right of priority in line. According to our regulations, he is not considered to have cut in line." Manager Lu's explanation only served to intensify the smugness in the bald man's eyes. "Haha, now you understand your worth, do you? In this society, without strength, you are nothing. I possess more wealth than you, and thus I can indulge in this privilege. If you are dissatisfied, why not save a few million yourself?" As soon as the bald man finished speaking, a middle-aged woman nearby chimed in with derision. "A few million? I see only a few hundred on him. I have encountered many such lowly individuals. Do not mistake entering a bank for genuine wealth. Manager Lu, you should expel people like this from the bank. Dealing with him is repugnant." While speaking, the middle-aged woman dramatically pinched her nose in disdain, her contempt unabashed. In the face of their unreasonable antics, Manager Lu merely nodded and smiled, assuring them, "I understand, Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang. You can rest assured that I will handle this matter appropriately." He then turned to Lin Han. "Young man, this matter can be easily resolved. Simply apologize to Mr. Wang, and it will be forgotten. However, if you continue to create a scene, do not blame me for having security escort you out." Manager Lu's attitude was unmistakably clear. Upon hearing his words, the smile on Lin Han's face only grew more pronounced. "How intriguing. Are you suggesting that as long as one has sufficient deposits in your bank, one can act with impunity? Cut in line, slander others?" In response to Lin Han's probing, Manager Lu let out a disdainful grunt. "You would need to reach a certain level for that, but frankly, I doubt you will ever have such an opportunity. It would be best for you to act swiftly and not inconvenience others." Lin Han, undeterred by Lu's urging, fixed his gaze upon him, continuing to question, "I simply ask, is it true that as long as one has substantial deposits, one can do as they please?" Manager Lu, feeling cornered, could not afford to offend Mr. Wang. To deny it would be akin to slapping his own face, so he reluctantly conceded. However, one must attain a certain status. Merely having tens of thousands will not suffice. Take Mr. Wang, for instance. He has deposited over 5 million with us, hence he possesses such rights. Lu hastily added, "And if one has tens of millions? With tens of millions, you can cut in line just like Mr. Wang. And with hundreds of millions? With hundreds of millions, you may do as you wish. I would even call you grandfather if you so desired." Frustrated by Lin Han's persistent inquiries, Manager Lu waved his hand in annoyance. "It is evident you have no intention of sincerely apologizing. Therefore, our bank does not welcome you. Security, escort him out." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 burly men stepped forward, ready to act against Lin Han. "Wait a moment." At that moment, Lin Han spoke up directly. "Coincidentally, I possess a bank card. Let us see how much it holds. Perhaps it may even amount to tens of millions." Lin Han's words elicited a hearty laugh from the bald man. "You truly crack me up, tens of millions? You dare to dream. Have you ever considered whether you possess the qualifications for such wealth? If you truly had 10 million, not only would Manager Lu treat you as a grandfather, I would gladly kneel and bow before you on the spot." The bald man exchanged glances with the middle-aged woman, and their mocking laughter echoed through the air. In the face of the bald man's derision, Lin Han remained undeterred. After rummaging through his belongings for a moment, he produced a bank card and handed it to the teller. The teller, unsure how to respond to this spectacle, cast a pleading glance towards Manager Lu for assistance. Upon receiving Manager Lu's consent, the teller reluctantly began to check Lin Han's account balance. Meanwhile, the bald man and Manager Lu continued their relentless mockery of Lin Han. If I were you, I wouldn't embarrass myself like this. This matter could have been resolved with a mere apology, yet you chose to escalate it. Huh. I wager your card holds a mere 1,000, if that? Ha ha. Consider this a source of amusement. As they continued to deride Lin Han, eager to witness the unfolding drama, they failed to notice the teller's expression transform into one of shock as she involuntarily gaped at the screen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Blinking rapidly, she stared at the string of numbers before her, unable to fathom the reality. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions. This young man before her possessed an astounding balance exceeding 1 billion. At that moment, the teller recalled a rumor that had circulated within the bank over the past few years. It was said that periodically, a substantial sum would be deposited into their accounts. Yet the account holder had never appeared in person. Over the years, there had been hundreds of such transactions, each amounting to millions. Even the bank president had expressed keen anticipation for the arrival of this enigmatic figure, frequently reminding everyone to handle the matter with utmost care. Could it be that this young man was the very one they had been waiting for? Noticing Manager Lu still hurling insults at Lin Han, the teller felt a tremor of anxiety within her. Manager Lu, perhaps you should come take a look? This gentleman's balance seems rather extraordinary. What do you mean extraordinary? Just report the amount, Manager Lu replied, momentarily taken aback, before waving his hand dismissively. Is it that the funds are insufficient? Ha ha ha, don't be afraid to say it. It is not insufficient, it is overwhelmingly abundant. There is over 1 billion. The teller continued, her tone laden with complexity. Chapter 17, A Humble Attitude. Silence. An eerie silence enveloped the bank. The teller's words rendered the room utterly still, as every individual stared wide-eyed at her. Manager Lu's expression was one of utter disbelief. As if he had misheard. The voice trembled with anticipation. How much? 1 billion, or perhaps you should take a look for yourself. As the teller turned the computer screen outward, Manager Lu and the middle-aged couple naturally beheld a series of staggering balances. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and all eyes widened once again, fixated on Lin Han. Am I, perhaps, free to do as I please? Lin Han remarked with a smile directed at Manager Lu. You just mentioned that if my funds exceed tens of millions, you would address me as Grandpa. Shall we hear you say it first? With Lin Han's balance now displayed, the tide of the situation shifted dramatically. Manager Lu immediately recalled the mysterious magnate spoken of by the bank president, his complexion paling considerably. If this were indeed the case, he was in grave trouble. Are you Mr. Lin? Indeed, my surname is Lin, Lin Han affirmed with a nod and a smile. Manager Lu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and before everyone present, he bowed deeply to Lin Han, his expression rife with uncontrollable fear and reverence. Mr. Lin, or should I say Grandpa Lin, I was blind to your stature earlier, and I hope you can overlook my ignorance. Had I known your true identity, I wouldn't have dared to treat you with such disrespect. I implore you, Grandpa Lin, to forgive my transgressions, as I was unaware. As he spoke, Manager Lu began to tremble, visibly shaken. The middle-aged couple beside him were already astounded by the unfolding scene, and witnessing Manager Lu bowing to Lin Han sparked a flicker of resentment in their eyes. Manager Lu, are you mistaken? This young man could merely be an accountant from some large corporation, lacking any real authority. How could such wealth possibly belong to him? I refuse to believe it. You ought to investigate further. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Manager Lu shot him a fierce glare. Mr. Wong, please be mindful of your words. I am well aware of Mr. Lin's status, far beyond what you might comprehend. I now command you to apologize to Mr. Lin, otherwise, I shall have you expelled from the bank. Mr. Wong could hardly fathom that the previously deferential Manager Lu had so abruptly altered his demeanor. Clenching his teeth, he retorted, Manager Lu, are you not afraid that I might withdraw all 500,000? Although Manager Lu harbored some concern for Mr. Wong's deposit, he knew full well that he could not compare it to Mr. Lin's standing. The hierarchy was unmistakably clear to him. Be my guest. Even if you withdraw every last cent, you must first apologize to Mr. Lin. You. Manager Lu's stance incensed Mr. Wong, who huffed disdainfully and prepared to turn away. I will return tomorrow to withdraw every penny, leaving nothing behind. Wait. Lin Han's voice resonated once more before he could depart. You may leave, but you previously stated otherwise. I apologize profusely, and without fulfilling this, you cannot depart. Lin Han chuckled lightly as he directly positioned himself before the bald man. Step aside. The bald man was already seething with anger due to Manager Lu's demeanor and Lin Han's rebuke. Hearing Lin Han's mocking words only intensified his fury. However, just as he began to retaliate with insults, Manager Lu stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his face. Wang, I have instructed you to treat Mr. Lin with utmost courtesy. If Mr. Lin demands an apology, you shall kneel and apologize. Should you be unwilling, I have my own methods. In a bid to rectify his previous errors and appease Lin Han, Manager Lu spared no effort. He exchanged glances with 2 security guards, who promptly approached and kicked the knees of the middle-aged couple. With a thud, the couple knelt before Lin Han in front of everyone, their faces etched with humiliation, yet utterly powerless. Very well, merely bow 3 times, and we shall consider this matter settled. Manager Lu's actions elicited a degree of satisfaction from Lin Han, who waved his hand and chuckled lightly. Under the compulsion of the security guards, the couple begrudgingly bowed 3 times to Lin Han. They then limped away. In that moment, the crowd's gaze returned to Lin Han, their minds buzzing with speculation regarding his identity. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable young man was, in fact, a concealed magnate? Mr. Lin, do you have further instructions? I shall exert every effort to fulfill your requests. Manager Lu approached Lin Han, a broad smile plastered across his face, replete with flattery. Withdraw the funds. Lin Han's words sent a chill down Manager Lu's spine. He instinctively feared that Lin Han was still aggrieved by the earlier incident and might indeed withdraw all the money. Not only would this lead to trouble, but it could very well spell his doom. Without a moment's hesitation, Manager Lu knelt before Lin Han. Mr. Lin, I implore you, do not withdraw these deposits. As long as you refrain from taking the money, I shall agree to any conditions you set forth. I sincerely acknowledge my faults. It was my grave error to underestimate you. As he pleaded, Manager Lu continuously slapped himself. This spectacle left Lin Han utterly speechless. When did I ever state that I intended to withdraw all the money? Is it not permissible for me to withdraw for 100,000? Of course, that is acceptable. Manager Lu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. The subsequent proceedings unfolded exceptionally smoothly, with Manager Lu attending to Lin Han's needs. In just over 20 minutes, Lin Han found himself in possession of a small box filled with 400,000 in cash. Mr. Lin, should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me directly. Next time you wish to withdraw funds, I shall personally deliver it to you. Manager Lu, with an expression of utmost humility, spoke to Lin Han, fearful that a single misstep in his words might provoke Lin Han's displeasure. Oh, you, just refrain from such condescending thoughts. It is only my benevolence that spares you. Otherwise, your earlier demeanor would have cost you your position had it been anyone else. In response to Lin Han's remarks, Manager Lu nodded incessantly in agreement. After escorting Lin Han away, Manager Lu finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, as if he had traversed the gates of hell. As Lin Han exited the bank and had scarcely taken a few steps, he was abruptly startled by the roaring of an engine. 2 vans suddenly blocked his path. Chapter 18. Farewell, Black Tiger. Lin Han paused, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the doors of the vehicle swung open, and over a dozen figures surged out. These ruffians glared at Lin Han with ferocity, brandishing weapons, their expressions menacing. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing such a spectacle, scattered in fear, pointing and whispering among themselves. In the midst of Lin Han's bewilderment, the previously departed bald man and his wife appeared before him, smirking. Hey kid, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Do you still dare to challenge me? I find it hard to believe you possess such wealth. Kneel before me at once and bow your head, or I shall not hesitate to break both your legs. The bald man's face was twisted in rage, the humiliation from earlier in the bank evident in his demeanor. However, Lin Han merely scanned his surroundings, a smile creeping across his face. You think you worthless fools can compel me to kneel and apologize? You truly overestimate yourselves. It appears the earlier lesson was insufficient. I was not quite finished. As he spoke, Lin Han strode confidently toward the bald man. The bald man, taken aback by Lin Han's audacity, instinctively retreated. Stop him. You're courting death. Since you refuse to bow, do not blame me for being ruthless. Have you seen the box in his hand? I guarantee it contains at least hundreds of thousands. Subdue him, and all that money shall be yours. The bald man's words ignited a spark of interest among the nearby thugs, who soon charged toward Lin Han with fervor. Undeterred by their assault, Lin Han wore a smile as he vanished from sight. With swift precision, Lin Han entered the fray, delivering slap after slap to the thugs. Within a minute, more than a dozen of them lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. "You pitiful lot. Do you not consider whether you possess the capability to oppose me? How dare you challenge me?" Lin Han let out a cold laugh, shifting his gaze back to the bald man. "Do you wish to take action against me as well?" The bald couple had already been thoroughly frightened by Lin Han's earlier display of power, and now they shook their heads vigorously, retreating with forced smiles directed at him. No, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Now that we have clarified it, we shall take our leave. Our grievances can be considered resolved," the bald man spoke, attempting to turn and flee. However, as he turned, he was taken aback to find Lin Han had inexplicably reappeared in front of him. "This is quite strange. I had already chosen to spare you, yet you sought your own demise by provoking me. In light of this, if I do not teach you a lesson, it would be remiss of me," Lin Han remarked with a light chuckle, proceeding to deliver a series of slaps to the bald couple. With over 10 strikes, they were left looking like swollen caricatures of their former selves. Terrified, they dropped to their knees before Lin Han, tears and snot streaming down their faces as they pleaded for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. It was all my fault for not recognizing the great mountain that was you. I deserve punishment. Please, spare me. I truly see my error now. How could I dare to confront you? I was momentarily blinded by foolishness." As they spoke, they began to slap themselves in remorse, their already swollen faces turning an even deeper shade of red. "Enough," Lin Han said, as the crowd around them grew larger. He did not wish to draw undue attention, so he waved dismissively at the two. "Given your attitude, I shall let this matter rest for today. However, should there be a next time, it will not be so simple." His words filled the two with overwhelming joy, and they nodded vigorously in agreement. Yet, as they lifted their heads, they found Lin Han had vanished, leaving only the astonished onlookers and the bewildered staff inside the bank. No one had anticipated that this mysterious figure was not only youthful, but also possessed such formidable prowess. Manager Liu, with a glint in his eye, turned to the employees behind him. "From this moment forth, everyone must pay utmost attention to Mr. Lin. Should he reappear or have any further requests, you are to fulfill them at all costs. Understood?" In truth, Manager Liu's instructions were unnecessary. The bank employees instinctively knew what was expected of them, particularly the attractive female tellers, who found their imaginations wandering. A young man of wealth and strength, and handsome to boot. How could they not be intrigued? Their only regret was that they had not had the audacity to ask for Mr. Lin's contact information earlier. Having left the bank, Lin Han did not hesitate to hail a cab and make his way back to the Black Tiger Club. At noon, the Black Tiger Club began to witness a steady stream of visitors. The security personnel at the entrance maintained an air of superiority, stopping ordinary individuals to interrogate them. During their idle moments, they gathered to discuss their encounter with Mr. Lin earlier that morning. "Captain, is that Mr. Lin?" Just as the security captain was regaling the group with tales of the events that transpired in the basement, a voice of astonishment suddenly pierced the air. The captain turned his gaze and spotted Lin Han stepping out of a taxi. The security team lined up to greet Mr. Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, the captain called out to the others. In the next instant, the entire security team rushed out of the booth. "Good day, Mr. Lin. Welcome to the Black Tiger Club." The unexpected commotion startled those nearby, who turned to look at Lin Han. He was taken aback by such an extravagant display of respect, and he waved his hand with a wry smile. "What's with this grand reception? Is Black Tiger here? I have matters to discuss with him." "Yes, indeed. Brother Tiger specifically instructed us that if Mr. Lin were to arrive, he should be allowed to proceed directly. Shall I escort Mr. Lin to see Brother Tiger now?" Upon receiving Lin Han's consent, the captain's eyes sparkled with delight as he strode confidently into the club. His demeanor suggested he had received a tremendous favor, while the other security guards looked on with envy, fully aware of Brother Tiger's esteem for Mr. Lin. Ascending to the office on the 3rd floor, Lin Han once again encountered Black Tiger, who appeared somewhat surprised by this sudden visit. "You've returned so soon. Are you here to repay your debt?" Chapter 19. Han Duo. With a decisive motion, Lin Han placed a cash box on the desk and opened it, revealing a stack of vibrant red banknotes before Black Tiger's eyes. "A total of 400,000. Please count it. With this payment, all grievances between us shall be settled." As he spoke, Lin Han sat down across from Black Tiger, a subtle smile gracing his features. This scene momentarily astonished Black Tiger, whose gaze flickered as he responded. I never expected you to possess such capability. If I am not mistaken, you acquired this money from young Master Sun, correct? As he spoke, Black Tiger picked up a stack of bills, flipping through them with satisfaction. It seems you are already aware. Young Master Sun had called me earlier, instructing me to assemble a team to deal with you. Black Tiger showed no intention of concealing his knowledge regarding Lin Han's situation, instead lifting his gaze with a beaming smile directed at Lin Han. However, I declined. This revelation took Lin Han by surprise. Didn't you previously say that Sun Biao was the scion of a second-rate family, someone you couldn't afford to offend? How could you dare to refuse him? What is there to fear? Despite all odds, I, the Black Tiger, have ascended to my current position through sheer determination and skill. Furthermore, the territory of Sun Xiao does not extend to this area. I can show him respect, yet he should not presume to command me. The Black Tiger fixed his gaze intently on Lin Han. Moreover, I hold you in high regard. Why not join me? If you agree, I shall not only forego any claim to that 400,000, but also ensure that you enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence alongside me. What do you say? Anticipation glimmered in the Black Tiger's eyes. However, Lin Han declined the proposal without a moment's hesitation. To follow you would be far less advantageous than for you to accompany me. Besides, I will inevitably have a reckoning with Sun Biao. Are you not concerned that my association with you might embroil you in conflict with him? Lin Han's words dripped with audacity. Yet, the Black Tiger showed no sign of disdain upon hearing them. This reaction indicated that he genuinely held Lin Han in high esteem. Had it been anyone else exhibiting such an attitude, the Black Tiger would have taken action long ago. With a flicker of his eyes, the Black Tiger nodded and smiled at Lin Han. If you can indeed deal with Sun Xiao without repercussions, then following you may not be out of the question. The Black Tiger's words once again astonished Lin Han. So it is settled? It is settled. I, the Black Tiger, am a man of my word. Very well. Lin Han nodded and rose, making his way toward the exit. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is always refreshing. Their exchanges were brief. Yet Lin Han could discern that the Black Tiger was a decisive man. No wonder he thrived in this realm. It was clear that his character played a pivotal role in his success. Lin Han did not oppose the idea of the Black Tiger joining him, as his presence would serve as a formidable asset. Nevertheless, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient to warrant such a commitment from the Black Tiger. As soon as Lin Han departed, a graceful figure emerged from a concealed door nearby. After casting a glance at Lin Han's retreating form, a sultry voice resonated. Brother Tiger, do you truly place your trust in this Lin Han? We have navigated the treacherous waters of Magic City for so long, yet I have never seen you show such interest in anyone. Are you not concerned that we might end up entangled in his affairs? In response to the woman's inquiry, the Black Tiger chuckled softly. My journey has been fraught with peril. What is there to fear? Moreover, given our capabilities, reaching our current position is already commendable. Ascending further is beyond our grasp. We must align ourselves with a more formidable force. I cannot shake the feeling that Lin Han is not as simple as he appears. With that, the Black Tiger's gaze shifted thoughtfully. Yinner, I have a task for you moving forward. After departing from the Black Tiger Club, Lin Han was once again met with fervent flattery from the security personnel at the entrance. This adulation momentarily overwhelmed him. Once he finally extricated himself from their praise, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile, reflecting on the nature of wealth and influence. Indeed, once one attains riches and power, benevolent souls seem to abound. Had I remained the ordinary person I once was, I would likely have been barred from even entering the club. Lin Han shook his head, feeling little resentment towards this reality. Society operates in such a manner. While many may disdain the elite, they all secretly aspire to ascend to that echelon. Lin Han harbored no significant bitterness. His current focus was to elevate himself as much as possible, ensuring a better life for his family and friends. At that moment, standing by the roadside, he pulled out the marriage certificates bestowed upon him by his master, who had inexplicably provided him with over 10 of them. Even though he had returned the certificates for Shen Qianqian and Gongsun Rou, Lin Han still possessed 10 in his hands. While he was sifting through the certificates, a red sports car suddenly raced towards him from a distance. The vehicle sped at an alarming pace, and as it approached, it became apparent that it could not decelerate in time. Move aside. Get out of the way. Are you blind? The shouts from within the car jolted Lin Han from his reverie. He looked up just as the sports car bore down upon him. In such a situation, retreating swiftly was clearly impossible. Although the driver was desperately slamming on the brakes, it was evident that even if the car stopped, Lin Han would likely be thrown aside. With a thunderous roar, the car collided with him. Yet, Lin Han remained remarkably composed in the face of this chaos. With a deep breath, he rooted his feet to the ground, extending his hands to halt the car's advance. His entire body began to retreat rapidly in tandem with the vehicle. After a considerable distance of 6 or 7 meters, the car finally came to a halt. When Lin Han lifted his gaze, he was met with the startled expression of a beautiful woman behind the wheel. "Watch where you're walking," she admonished him once she regained her composure, her voice ringing with authority. However, realizing her words were somewhat excessive, she quickly softened her tone, asking, "Are you all right?" "There are extenuating circumstances on my part. I'm in a bit of a hurry," she continued, producing her business card, which bore her telephone number, along with 2,000 yuan. "Please go to the hospital for a checkup. If you encounter any issues, just call me. I assure you, I won't disappear." With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Lin Han standing there, bewildered, clutching the card and the cash. Chapter 20. The fiancé for Lin Han, possessing such strength. The earlier scene, while seemingly perilous, posed no threat to him whatsoever. During his 3 years in prison, his physical prowess had become extraordinary. Should he choose to, few could inflict harm upon him. Lowering his gaze to the business card in his hand, Lin Han soon discerned that the name seemed somewhat familiar. Han Duoduo? This name appeared to echo in his memory. Ah, indeed, it was mentioned in the marriage certificate. With this realization, Lin Han began to rummage through the marriage documents once more. As expected, he indeed possessed a marriage certificate bearing Han Duoduo's name. Given this, and having no other pressing matters, he resolved to return the money to her company and, coincidentally, return the marriage certificate as well. Judging by Han Duoduo's demeanor when she had just left, she seemed genuinely anxious. Moreover, after her slip of the tongue, she had promptly inquired about his well-being. At the very least, Lin Han's initial impression of her was quite favorable. Clutching Han Duoduo's business card, Lin Han soon arrived at the foot of the Han Group's towering edifice. As anticipated, he spotted her red sports car parked in the lot. Without hesitation, he strode towards the entrance of the Han Group. Surprisingly, upon learning his intentions, the security personnel at the entrance did not regard him with disdain. Instead, they extended an invitation for him to enter. It was only upon entering the lobby that Lin Han comprehended the reason behind this warm reception. After making an inquiry at the front desk, he was directed to a waiting area filled with individuals eager to meet with Han Duoduo. There were business partners, admirers, and those seeking favors, each with their own diverse motives. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Han's brow furrowed slightly. His purpose for coming was to sever ties with Han Duoduo. He intended merely to return the money and the marriage certificate, wishing to avoid prolonging his visit. With this thought in mind, he rose once more and approached the front desk. "Could you please call President Han and inform her that I have an urgent matter to discuss?" However, as soon as Lin Han finished speaking, a derisive chuckle erupted from beside him. "I say, brother, is this your first visit? President Han is a person of great stature, and countless individuals seek an audience with her daily. Do you think you can simply waltz in? You have any idea how many times I've come to see her? This is my 18th attempt. 18 times, and I've yet to catch a glimpse of her. Yet you believe you can meet her just like that?" The young man with the dyed hair shook his head dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. The receptionist, wearing a slight smile, added, "I'm afraid, sir, that I can only assist you in making an appointment. Whether you meet her is beyond my purview. It requires President Han's consent." Listening to the receptionist's mechanical words, Lin Han realized that if he continued to wait in this manner, it was unlikely he would see her today. She must be upstairs then? Yes, she is. But President Han is currently occupied and unable to meet with guests. Please inform her that her fiancé has arrived. As Lin Han's voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The young man beside him, with disheveled hair, widened his eyes in astonishment as laughter erupted around them. "Ha ha ha, my friend. Your audacity is remarkable. But do you truly have the gall to claim you are the fiancé of Miss Han? Do you even comprehend who she is? The illustrious daughter of the Han family? It appears you are courting danger," he taunted, dripping with sarcasm. Though he harbored affections for Han Duoduo, he had at least approached her with business in mind. While he did not harbor immense hopes, there lingered a semblance of expectation. He could never have imagined that the young man before him would be so brazen. To declare oneself as Miss Han's fiancé right off the bat, why not claim to be a scion of one of the 4 great families of the Magic City? In his eyes, Lin Han was destined to be expelled by the security of the Han Group. Was he not inviting trouble? Indeed, the receptionist did not take Lin Han's words seriously. Her expression hardened as she addressed him. Sir, please refrain from jesting about our Miss Han. If you continue in this manner, I shall have no choice but to summon security. Lin Han, well aware that she would not believe him, sighed deeply and spoke again. Please inform Miss Han that I am Lin Han. She should know who I am. Tell her I have urgent business with her. Observing Lin Han's earnest demeanor, the receptionist found herself engulfed in a haze of doubt. Could it be that this young man truly was Miss Han's fiancé? Although there had been whispers within the company regarding her betrothal, she could not reconcile that notion with the seemingly ordinary individual before her. However, while the receptionist was lost in thought, the young man with disheveled hair chimed in with a teasing tone. With such confidence, why not just give her a call? What if he genuinely is? If not, Miss Han can certainly teach him a lesson later. You are merely carrying out your duties. Encouraged by his banter, the receptionist gritted her teeth and promptly dialed Han Duoduo's office. Miss Han, there is a gentleman named Lin Han downstairs, claiming to be your fiancé. He wishes to see you. Her voice trembled, betraying her disbelief regarding the absurdity of the situation. Yet, upon hearing her words, Han Duoduo, who had been anxiously occupied in her office, paused in surprise. Fiancé? Lin Han. In her recollection, her father had indeed arranged a marriage for her. However, she had never met her fiancé, as she had always been consumed by her work and had never paid the matter any mind. For her, the identity of her fiancé was inconsequential, as long as it did not interfere with her career. Now, hearing that her fiancé sought her out, she was left pondering the purpose of his visit. As Han Duoduo's gaze flickered, she swiftly replied, Indeed, there is such a matter, let him come up. After hanging up the phone, the receptionist could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Lin Han with an expression filled with reverence. Mr. Lin, President Han requests your presence upstairs. With a sudden uproar, the atmosphere around them became charged with disbelief. What could this mean? Especially the young man with the yellow hair, who could not restrain himself from glancing at the receptionist. Miss, what do you mean by he should go up? Is President Han angry due to his words and intends to deal with him personally? No, the receptionist, overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation, shook her head. President Han stated that Mr. Lin is indeed her fiancé. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Impossible. How could Han Duoduo, one of the 4 flowers of Magic City, have a fiancé? I cannot accept this. What makes him better than me? Chapter 21. Misunderstanding. Ignoring the lamentations behind him, Lin Han strode towards the elevator as directed by the receptionist. He was escorted the entire way, and one must commend the Han group for their exceptional service in this regard. From Lin Han's understanding, the Han family's overall strength did not quite measure up to that of the 4 prominent families represented by Shen Qianqian and Gong Sun Ro. The Han family's power was somewhat weaker, placing them at the pinnacle of first-rate families. Nevertheless, they still represented an echelon that ordinary individuals could never hope to attain. It was no wonder that when others learned that Lin Han was indeed Han Duoduo's fiancé, their reactions in the hall had been so pronounced. The crux of the matter lay in Han Duoduo's immense reputation throughout Magic City. As one of the 4 flowers, she not only boasted a pristine background and striking appearance, but also possessed formidable capabilities. Currently, she held considerable status and esteem among the Han family's offspring, nearly securing her position as the next head of the Han family. To marry her would signify a share in the Han family's fortune. With such enticing prospects, countless young talents in Magic City had set their sights on Han Duoduo. Yet, no one anticipated that in the end, she would be claimed by an unknown young man. This realization shed light on the earlier lamentations of the crowd. However, Lin Han remained blissfully unaware of all this. Even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. His sole purpose for coming was to return the marriage certificate. After being led to the office door by his guide, upon hearing a crisp voice from within, Lin Han pushed the door open and stepped inside. Ah, it's you. Upon his entrance, Han Duoduo recognized him immediately. After a brief moment of surprise, she spoke again. Was it that the previous amount was insufficient? I had some matters earlier, and if I caused you any distress, I sincerely apologize. Rest assured, regardless of how much you spend during your treatment, I can reimburse you, Han Duoduo declared with a resolute demeanor, immediately intending to call the finance department for a dedicated liaison. However, before her next action could unfold, Lin Han stepped forward and handed her 20,000 yuan. I am not here to ask for money, but rather to return it. Return it? Han Duoduo was momentarily taken aback by Lin Han's gesture, staring at him in confusion. At that moment, Lin Han also produced the marriage certificate from his possession. Furthermore, This is the marriage certificate signed by your father and my master. I was not present at the time of signing and was unaware of this arrangement. Therefore, I have another purpose for coming here." Before Lin Han could finish, Han Duo snatched the marriage certificate from his hands. After glancing at it, she nodded at Lin Han. "You are Lin Han. I understand now. You were the one who had the front desk make that call, correct? As for our engagement, I have no objections. I do not care who you are or what your background may be. In any case, if you wish to marry me, you must adhere to my rules." "Wait a moment," Lin Han interjected, bewildered by Han Duo's serious demeanor. With a wry smile, he said, "Miss Han, I believe you have misunderstood. I am not here to pursue marriage. I am here to annul our engagement. There is nothing wrong with my health. This money and the marriage certificate are all yours. We are now free of any ties. From now on, whoever you choose to marry has no bearing on me." As he spoke, Lin Han shrugged, appearing remarkably at ease, and prepared to turn away. This scene rendered Han Duo, who had much more to say, momentarily speechless. "Lin Han," she called out, her expression now one of skepticism. "Why do you wish to return the marriage certificate? Is it that I am not worthy?" "Not at all," Lin Han replied. "I simply believe that we lack any emotional connection. It seems inappropriate to be engaged without even having met." "There is nothing inappropriate about it," Han Duo insisted, shoving the marriage certificate back into his hands. "If that is the sole reason for returning the certificate, there is no need. The Han family is a prominent lineage in Modu, and we do not renege on our promises. Moreover, I am indifferent to who my fiancé is, as long as you do not interfere with my work." After a moment's contemplation, Han Duo retrieved a stack of cash from her drawer and handed it to Lin Han. "Although I was aware of your existence beforehand, today is the first time I am formally meeting you. Here is 100,000 yuan, take it for now, and should you require more, let me know. Additionally, I wish to postpone our engagement for a while, as the Han Group is currently experiencing significant growth and is quite busy. I truly cannot spare the time. If there is anything, just call me directly." After Han Duo finished speaking, a phone call came in. She signaled to Lin Han and stepped aside to answer the call. Lin Han, holding the marriage certificate and a considerable sum of cash, felt an unusual expression wash over him. What is the matter with Han Duo? Typically, one would expect a lady from a prominent family to be delighted at the return of a marriage certificate, yet she seemed to have outright rejected it. Lin Han did not believe that Han Duo was particularly interested in him. It was likely, as she had just stated, that it mattered little to her who her spouse would be. Moreover, given his lack of influence, she would find him even easier to control. As Lin Han's thoughts flickered, he found himself at a loss regarding the unfolding scene. What? Grandfather was just fine yesterday. How could he suddenly be unwell? Has Dr. Ouyang been contacted? I will return immediately. At that moment, Han Duo's voice suddenly rose in pitch, laced with an unmistakable urgency. After hanging up, she swayed slightly, and Lin Han noticed her complexion had turned somewhat pale, as if she had received a considerable blow. After a moment of composure, Han Duo began to gather her belongings. "Lin Han, I can no longer afford to spend time with you. If you need anything, just call me. I have matters to attend to at home." Without looking back, she strode towards the exit. Lin Han, noticing this, hesitated briefly before following her outside. In the lobby of the group's headquarters, chaos still reigned. The earlier appearance of Lin Han had shocked everyone. They could hardly believe he was truly Han Duo's fiancé, and the revelation was met with disbelief. Chapter 22. Assistant President Han is coming down. Someone suddenly shouted. The previously tumultuous crowd instantly turned their attention towards the elevator. Han Duo and Lin Han emerged side by side, though Han Duo appeared somewhat anxious. "President Han, do you remember me? We dined together previously." "President Han, grant me a moment. I have but a few words to say." "President Han, I need to speak with you." As soon as Han Duo appeared, the entire assembly surged toward her, their eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Fortunately, the security personnel had anticipated this and swiftly cleared a path for her. Han Duo seemed accustomed to such attention, her gaze unwavering as she proceeded directly outside. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Han successfully made his way outside. He cast a fleeting glance at Han Duo, who was already seated in her car, and quickly shook his head. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, her personality was rather endearing. Just as Lin Han was about to depart, a sudden cacophony of collisions erupted from the parking lot. He observed a sports car, which had only just begun to move, crash into a nearby railing, with Han Duo inside appearing quite distracted. The car wobbled as it attempted to restart, and at the rate she was driving, it was likely that she would encounter trouble before reaching home. After all, as his nominal fiancée, he figured he might as well lend a hand. Muttering to himself, Lin Han approached Han Duoduo's window. Given your state, you can't drive, can you? Would you like me to take the wheel? Taken aback by Lin Han's sudden appearance, Han Duoduo hesitated for a moment before nodding and quietly shifting to the passenger seat. Observing this, Lin Han made himself comfortable in the driver's seat without hesitation. Soon, the roar of the car faded from the crowd's sight, leaving behind a throng of envious onlookers, their faces etched with jealousy and discontent. Throughout the journey, Han Duoduo remained defenseless beside Lin Han, her gaze frequently drifting towards the window, revealing her inner turmoil. Can we go a bit faster? She urged, prompting Lin Han to press down harder on the accelerator. Increasing their speed, he then softly inquired, is there something troubling at home? Perhaps I could assist. You won't be able to help, but I appreciate your kindness. Han Duoduo replied, shaking her head gently. Lin Han did not dwell on her refusal. Under her guidance, they soon arrived at the grand estate belonging to the Han family. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel at the opulence before him. Owning such an expansive estate in a city as precious as Magic City spoke volumes of the Han family's stature. Thank you once again. You may leave once I alight. Han Duoduo said without looking back as she exited the car, but paused momentarily. Oh, it's quite a distance from the city. I have several cars at home. Let me call the butler so you can choose one to drive back. Lin Han accepted her arrangement without objection, stealing a glance at the villa from a distance. Through the glass, he could see a number of people gathered inside, each face marked by sorrow and anxiety. Urged by her concern, Han Duoduo quickly instructed Lin Han before making her way toward the villa. Upon witnessing this, Lin Han quickly approached Han Duoduo. Regardless of how I phrase it, your fiancé must at least make an appearance at your future in-law's residence. Wouldn't you agree? In response to Lin Han's explanation, Han Duoduo merely nodded with a placid expression. You may come in, but it is advisable to refrain from speaking unnecessarily. Everything will proceed according to my guidance. The house is somewhat disordered, and I fear there may not be an opportunity to introduce you to my parents. That is of little consequence. From the tone of Han Duoduo's previous phone call, it was evident that her grandfather's health was deteriorating. He had a very favorable impression of her, and she did not express any disdain for him, readily accepting his identity as her fiancé. For Lin Han, the other party's attitude was quite favorable. Naturally, he felt compelled to make a good impression. If possible, he would not hesitate to assist the Han family. As he had previously stated, after all, Han Duoduo was indeed his fiancée. The two made their way to the villa, and Han Duoduo promptly ascended the stairs to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Han was left standing aside, feeling somewhat awkward amidst the unfamiliar faces filling the room. Fortunately, it seemed that not all the guests were members of the Han family, and the interactions among them were relatively polite. Lin Han, therefore, did not appear excessively out of place. When Han Duoduo emerged from the second floor again, Lin Han immediately approached her. What has happened? My grandfather, his health is failing. My father believes he may not survive the night. Han Duoduo's eyes were red-rimmed, revealing the deep bond she shared with her grandfather. However, she had already contacted the renowned Dr. Ouyang in Modu, and they would have to await his arrival for a definitive assessment. If Dr. Ouyang were unable to help, then it would truly be dire. As Han Duoduo spoke, her voice quivered with the onset of tears, clearly struggling to accept the harsh reality. Since my parents were often preoccupied with work, I grew up alongside my grandfather. If he were to leave this world, I genuinely do not know how I would cope. Observing the typically resolute Han Duoduo now manifesting such vulnerability stirred a sense of compassion within Lin Han. Her striking beauty was already remarkable, and combined with her current demeanor, it was impossible not to be drawn to her. However, at this moment, Lin Han's feelings towards Han Duoduo were more of sympathy than anything resembling affection. Do not fret. I firmly believe that old Master Han will navigate through this calamity. I shall take solace in your kind words. The two stood in a corner, engaged in quiet conversation, drawing no immediate attention from the others. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted outside. Dr. Ouyang has arrived. At the sound of this announcement, Lin Han instinctively glanced toward the entrance, where he spotted his nominal apprentice, Ouyang Guang, striding confidently into the villa. The condition of old Master Han should not have deteriorated at this time. Have the items I requested earlier been prepared? Given that the old gentleman's health has always been fragile, I hope your family is mentally prepared for the worst. Chapter 23. Only my master is capable. As Ouyang Guang ascended the stairs, he continuously offered admonitions to the members of the Han family nearby. Due to the overwhelming crowd, he initially failed to notice Lin Han's presence. Ouyang the divine physician has arrived. A flicker of anticipation crossed Han Duoduo's gaze as she abandoned Lin Han and strode purposefully towards Ouyang Guang. The throng surged forward, and Lin Han followed suit into the room on the second floor. However, just as he was about to enter the chamber where old Master Han lay, a figure obstructed his path. Who are you? I have never seen you before. This room is reserved exclusively for the Han family. You should wait outside. The young man before him exhibited an air of haughty arrogance, his gaze towards Lin Han rife with undisguised disdain and contempt. Feeling somewhat helpless in response to the young man's words, Lin Han replied, I am Han Duoduo's fiancé. I should be considered part of the Han family. Should I not? Lin Han had initially intended to assist old Master Han with his treatment, but it was only right that he assessed the situation first. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, the young man scoffed derisively. What lowly creature are you? How dare you speak such nonsense? Do you know who I am? Han Duoduo is my sister. How could I not know I have a brother-in-law? I don't care who you are. Get downstairs immediately, or I will have the Han family guards throw you out. Hurry, get lost. The young man, growing increasingly impatient, waved his hand dismissively, preparing to shove Lin Han down the stairs. In response to his actions, Lin Han furrowed his brow and brushed the young man's hand aside. I can walk by myself. How dare you? The young man stared, momentarily taken aback by Lin Han's retreating figure. Soon, he clenched his teeth and coldly exclaimed, The household is in chaos right now, remember this. Once the old man passes, my father will seize control of the Han family, and I will deal with you then. You claim to be Han Duoduo's fiancé? What a joke. Even if you truly are, I will still teach you a lesson. With a snort, the young man no longer hesitated and pushed the door open. The room was vast, and more than 20 figures encircled the bed in the center. As Ouyang Guang entered, the crowd parted automatically. He stepped forward and took the pulse of the old gentleman lying on the bed, his brow furrowing in concern. Ouyang the divine physician. How is he? Is there any hope for the old master? Ouyang the divine physician, no matter the cost or conditions, the Han family will comply. We earnestly hope you can save the old gentleman. As the anxious voices of the Han family members echoed around him, Ouyang Guang let out a deep sigh. The health condition of old Master Han appears to be quite precarious. Under such circumstances, I can assure you I possess no more than a 30% chance of success. Everyone, please remain silent. I shall attempt to intervene. As Ouyang Guang spoke, he produced a set of silver needles and began to administer acupuncture to old Master Han. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before Ouyang Guang's expression grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, a copious amount of fresh blood erupted from old Master Han's mouth, and in the next moment, he opened his eyes. This scene instantly ignited a wave of excitement among the Han family members. Indeed, Master Ouyang is a miraculous physician. With just a single intervention, he has restored the old master. Our Han family shall surely bestow a grand token of gratitude. Splendid, the old master has awakened. While old Master Han now appeared to be in relatively good spirits, Ouyang Guang's demeanor was marked by unprecedented seriousness. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head and remarked, I have exerted all my efforts. Old Master Han is currently experiencing a brief revival. However, the state of his internal condition is far worse than I had anticipated. My previous actions were minimal. It was, in fact, old Master Han who awakened on his own. Ouyang Guang's words swiftly drained the excitement from the faces of those present, leaving them starkly pale, for they understood the gravity of his statement. Master Ouyang, is there truly no hope? We implore you, Master Ouyang. If you can save the old master, our Han family will acquiesce to any terms. You are the only one in the entire city with such capabilities. In response to their heartfelt pleas, Ouyang Guang's expression softened, yet he spoke with a hint of reluctance. While it is true that I am at a loss regarding old Master Han's ailment, I must clarify that I am not the only one in this city with such expertise. Should my master intervene, I believe he would have no trouble. His words momentarily stunned the gathered crowd. A master? Since when did Master Ouyang have a mentor? Let us hasten to summon this physician. We are prepared to meet any requirements. Observing the fervent reactions of the Han family, Ouyang Guang's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. His decision to speak to the Han family stemmed from a cordial relationship. However, despite being nominally a disciple of Lin Han, he knew little about him, not even possessing his phone number. Faced with the Han family's earnest requests, he felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Clearing his throat, Ouyang Guang stated, "My master is a person of great humility. I often struggle to get in touch with him myself. If you truly wish to locate him, it would be prudent for your family to initiate the search. Once you find him, I will make the necessary contact. My master's name is Lin Han." The Han family was taken aback to learn that Ouyang Guang did not have his master's contact information, and their expressions grew even more anxious. Yet, at this critical juncture, they could not afford to consider anything else. "Old Master Han likely has but an hour remaining. You must act swiftly. Either bid farewell to the venerable Han or locate my master within the hour to secure his assistance." Ouyang Guang's words plunged the hearts of the Han family members into despair once more. To find Ouyang Guang's master amidst the vast expanse of Magic City within such a brief time frame was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an utterly implausible endeavor. Were they truly fated to say their goodbyes to the old man? The majority of the Han family bore expressions of profound reluctance. Yet, among the crowd, a middle-aged man's gaze flickered momentarily with a glimmer of hope. "Xiaoshu, mobilize our connections within the Han family to investigate anyone named Lin Han throughout Magic City. Make contact with each and every one until we locate the master of Ouyang the Divine Physician." The joy in the middle-aged man's eyes was well concealed as he turned to address the crowd. The young man who had previously clashed with Lin Han promptly responded and strode confidently towards the exit. Furthermore, the entire Han family began to take action. Despite the seemingly insurmountable challenge of finding Lin Han, they were willing to give it a try. Among the throng, Han Duoduo's attention was piqued upon hearing the name Lin Han. Wasn't he that the name of her fiancé who had just come with her? Chapter 24, Hee. My master has arrived. As this thought flitted through Han Duoduo's mind, it was swiftly dismissed. What a coincidence that would be. Moreover, Ouyang the Divine Physician's master must be an elderly gentleman. How could someone as youthful as Lin Han possibly be associated with him? With this in mind, Han Duoduo approached the venerable Han. Leaning down, her beautiful eyes were filled with discernible concern. "Grandfather, how are you?" "Duoduo," the old man murmured, struggling to open his eyes. His voice frail. "Why are you crying, my child? I should have departed 20 years ago. I have long been content to have lived this long." As his words fell, a chorus of sobs erupted around him, the members of the Han family visibly grieving. "Grandfather, please don't say such things. Earlier, Ouyang the Divine Physician assured us that as long as we find his master, there is hope for your recovery. I don't want you to die. I cannot bear the thought of losing you." In the eyes of outsiders, the formidable CEO Han Duoduo appeared as a true little girl before her grandfather. "I am well aware of my condition. To witness you grow into adulthood has brought me immense satisfaction. It is merely a pity that I cannot be present to see you wed. By the way, did I not mention a marriage proposal to you? The suitor is undoubtedly worthy of your trust. You must remember to honor the betrothal. Furthermore, after I depart, the Han family will." As the venerable Han began to speak, the middle-aged man who had been standing nearby interjected with a flash of determination in his eyes. "Father, there is still hope for your recovery. It is far too early to speak of such matters. I have already sent the young tree to seek out the esteemed physician Lin. It is likely that he will be found shortly. Rest assured, regardless of the cost to the Han family, I shall find a way to cure your ailment." The middle-aged man spoke, his face etched with profound anguish as he grasped old Han's hand firmly, creating a touching scene of filial devotion. However, old Han wore an expression of complexity, waving his hand with a gentle chuckle. How could this old man fail to perceive his son's little schemes? "My dear second son, I am aware of your thoughts. Although the eldest has only his daughter Duoduo, her capabilities are evident to all. After my departure, the Han group shall be temporarily entrusted to Duoduo." Despite the middle-aged man's earlier attempt to interrupt old Han, the latter still conveyed his intentions. No one seemed to notice this exchange. A flicker of coldness flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Yet, surrounded by numerous members of the Han family, he dared not display his dissatisfaction. "Father, I understand." After the middle-aged man withdrew, the other members of the Han family approached, beginning to bid farewell to old Han in his final moments. Though a glimmer of hope still lingered, everyone was acutely aware of its frailty. In the back of the crowd, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort and turned away, pulling out his phone to send a message. Outside, Han Shu was directing the search for Master Ouyang Guang when he received his father's text. "Delay as much as possible. The old man has just declared that the Han group will be passed on to Han Duoduo. Therefore, I must leave, and after I go, we must fight for the Han group." Upon reading the message, Han Shu also snorted disdainfully and glanced up at the upper floors, no longer anxious about the search for Lin Han. As he paced in the hall, he soon spotted the young man with whom he had previously clashed. At that moment, the young man sat in a corner, indulging in the fruits before him, an act that appeared rather vulgar and indicative of a lack of sophistication. Initially, Han Shu felt some dissatisfaction regarding old Han's last words, but upon seeing Lin Han, his anger flared further. With a glint in his eye, a plan formed in his mind. Is our Han family's fruit to your liking? Upon hearing Han Shu's voice, Lin Han set down the apple and looked at him. Quite nice, would you like some? If you enjoy it, go ahead and indulge. After all, someone like you might not have many opportunities to savor such delicacies in this lifetime. Moreover, once you finish eating, you should vacate the Han residence. Confronted with Han Shu's threat, Lin Han understood his intent. I was invited by Han Duo. What does it have to do with you? Even if I were to leave, it would be at Han Duo's behest, not yours. You respect me this much. I shall return the courtesy tenfold. This is precisely Lin Han's code of conduct. Han Shu inexplicably exuded an air of superiority in his presence, and Lin Han, of course, would not indulge him. Lin Han's demeanor left Han Shu visibly dissatisfied, his brow furrowing as a cold smirk crept across his face. How amusing it is to dare to be so impolite in the presence of the Han family. Do you truly believe that your connection with Han Duo grants you the liberty to act as you please? Let me make it clear. The Han family will inevitably belong to me, Han Shu. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you leave or remain? As Lin Han gazed at the furious Han Shu, the amusement in his eyes deepened. He then leaned back, reclining against the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs and tilting his chin defiantly. I shall remain right here. Do you possess the capability to evict me? You seek death. Han Shu gritted his teeth and swung a slap toward Lin Han's face. However, Lin Han was swifter, delivering 2 sharp slaps that sent Han Shu staggering backward. Such an unexpected scene immediately drew the attention of those nearby. You dare seek death? Han Shu bellowed, his eyes filled with humiliation and fury as he lunged once more at Lin Han. Alas, Lin Han casually kicked him away. Han Xiao, are you unharmed? Break this brat's legs and expel him from the Han family. How dare he cause a ruckus here? As the Han family's guards began to converge, Han Shu felt emboldened. Despite the onslaught from the guards, Lin Han remained undaunted and engaged in combat once more. In mere moments, the floor was strewn with groaning guards. The commotion downstairs finally caught the attention of those in the sick room above. Several members of the Han family peeked out, their faces flashing with anger upon witnessing the scene in the lobby below. It was imperative for the Han family to maintain order during this critical time. How could anyone dare to create chaos here? Old master, there is trouble downstairs. I shall attend to it, Han Laoer said upon hearing the news. Addressing the elder before heading outside, Ouyang Guang, who had been in the room, was reluctant to confront such partings, but with a long sigh, he followed suit. Just as he stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, he spotted a familiar figure in the lobby. Master. Ouyang Guang trembled with excitement, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Chapter 25. An apology to him. Lin Han's unexpected appearance took Ouyang Guang by surprise. However, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. He had been troubled about how to locate Lin Han, never anticipating that he would be so near at hand. Instinctively, Ouyang Guang prepared to descend the stairs to greet Lin Han, only to see Han Laoer striding purposefully toward Lin Han, accompanied by others. Father, it is he who was just causing a disturbance. He not only struck me, but even the guards of the Han family were no match for him. I am perplexed as to where this rascal emerged from. At this point, Han Shu, with a flicker of his gaze, stepped forward and whispered once more. According to this young man, he claims to be the fiancé of Han Duo. Regardless, he is certainly not one of us. Han Laoer, already discontent with the old man's previous will, felt a chill run through him upon hearing that Lin Han was connected to Han Duo. With a cold snort, he waved his hand, and the henchmen behind him swiftly surrounded Lin Han. The onlookers began to point and whisper amongst themselves, questioning his audacity to act against the Han family. You indeed possess remarkable boldness to raise your hand against us. No matter your reasons, the fact remains that you have committed an undeniable offense. You must not only apologize to the Han family, but also vacate our premises immediately. Han Laoer sneered, and his group of thugs surged forward once more towards Lin Han. Since this young man was affiliated with Han Duo, Han Laoer had no intention of showing him any courtesy. Furthermore, this was an opportunity for him to showcase his prowess while simultaneously suppressing Han Duo's faction. It was a perfect scenario for his ambitions. The mere thought brought a smile to Han Laoer's lips, especially with so many witnesses present. The idea of publicly humiliating someone from Han Duoduo's side was undeniably gratifying. However, just as the smile lingered on his face, he was abruptly met with a series of dull thuds echoing around him. Shadows darted past him, flying backward with haste. I had already stated that these inept fools were no match for me. Were it not for the sake of Han Duoduo, I would have dealt with you too. This is your final chance. I strongly advise you not to provoke me further. Lin Han's chilling voice followed. Han Laoer lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Lin Han's composed demeanor, an inexplicable rage ignited within him. He had always been overlooked within the Han family, with all assets and the family business designated to the eldest son by the old man. After his departure, the Han group was set to be handed over to Han Duoduo. To Han Laoer, a family of such stature should undoubtedly be managed by a man. Though Han Duoduo's capabilities were indeed exceptional, he had never anticipated that the old man would truly entrust her with such responsibilities. Unable to compete with Han Duoduo's faction over the family fortune, and now being publicly humiliated by an unknown fiancé, how could he possibly endure this? Taking a deep breath, Han Laoer narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile forming on his lips. This is rather intriguing. You are the first to dare act so brazenly within the Han family and threaten me. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, Han Laoer strode purposefully toward Lin Han. Though Lin Han's display of strength was indeed formidable, he did not believe that Lin Han would dare to lay a hand on the guards, let alone himself. However, it soon became apparent that he was gravely mistaken. Lin Han, indifferent to his status, wasted no time in delivering two swift slaps as soon as Han Er stood before him. How dare you? Han Shu momentarily froze, but quickly roared at Lin Han. Yet, in the next moment, he was sent flying by a kick from Lin Han. This brazen act of Lin Han naturally incited a wave of astonishment from those around. The whispers and murmurs heightened the ominous expression in Han Er's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lin Han, muttering, "I will have you dead." Just as Han Er was poised to summon the Han family to strike at Lin Han once more, a furious voice resonated from behind. Everyone, cease this at once. Ouyang, the esteemed physician? Upon seeing Ouyang Guang emerge from the crowd with a darkened visage, everyone fell silent, instinctively turning their gaze towards him. Who gave you the audacity to show disrespect to my master? Ouyang Guang strode forward, standing beside Lin Han, his tone heavy with disapproval. Master? The revelation left the crowd in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting confusion and astonishment. Ouyang, what do you mean? Are you implying that this young man is your master? He is the only physician in Modu capable of curing the old master, Lin Han? With a cold snort, Ouyang Guang responded to Han Er's incredulity. Mr. Han, your earlier actions were indeed excessive. Apologize to my master. Otherwise, should my master choose not to intervene, can you bear the consequences if something were to happen to the old master? Though Han Er secretly wished for the old master to suffer misfortune, he could not reveal his true sentiments in front of the gathered crowd. However, after scrutinizing Lin Han closely, he inwardly scoffed. He appears to be merely in his early 20s. What sort of physician could he possibly be? Could it be that Ouyang Guang and this young man are conspiring to deceive the Han family? For Han Er, if Lin Han were merely a fraudulent impostor, it would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. Should Lin Han recklessly treat the old master and lead to his demise, it would be a dream come true. Moreover, given the young man's appearance, such an outcome seemed highly plausible. With this thought, the anger on Ouyang Guang's face transformed into a respectful smile. Ah, esteemed physician Lin. It was all a misunderstanding. I was unaware of your true identity, and I extend my sincerest apologies. I humbly ask for your forgiveness, considering my respect for physician Ouyang. Standing beside them, Han Shu observed his father's obsequious demeanor before Lin Han, a flicker of humiliation passing through his eyes. Father, why? Do not argue. Everything shall be as I say. Apologize to Mr. Lin. Despite the unwillingness that filled Han Shu's heart, he could only grit his teeth and bow his head before Lin Han, constrained by his father's authority. Humph. The sight of the two elicited another cold snort from Ouyang Guang, who then approached Lin Han to relay a brief account of the earlier events in the room. Master, the Han family has been of service to me. I wonder if, for my sake, you could lend a hand this time? Perhaps even showcase your remarkable medical skills before these individuals? Chapter 26. A healing touch. Lin Han held little interest in showcasing his medical prowess. His intervention was primarily motivated by Han Duoduo's circumstances. After all, she was his fiancée. Let us go, You mentioned earlier that old Master Han's health cannot endure much longer. We should pay him a visit. With that, Lin Han disregarded the obsequious gestures of the father and son duo, making his way upstairs alongside Ouyang Guang. As Lin Han departed, Han Er finally lifted his gaze to squint at Lin Han's retreating figure. Father, just now. Do you truly believe that Lin Han possesses any genuine skill? Before Han Shu could finish his thought, Han Er interrupted. Han Shu paused, quickly shaking his head. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, experience is paramount. Rarely does one find an exceptional practitioner among the youth. Someone of Lin Han's age would struggle even as an apprentice. As he spoke, Han Shu seemed to have a sudden realization. Father, do you mean to say that Lin Han's abilities are surely insufficient to treat the old man? If he attempts to intervene and fails, we could seize that opportunity to confront him, and even Han Duo. The excitement was palpable in Han Shu's expression. You have reacted rather swiftly this time. Come, let us ascend. A grand spectacle awaits us. This may well be our chance. With their conversation concluded, the two ascended the stairs without hesitation. Inside old Master Han's chamber, chaos reigned. The old man's condition had grown increasingly frail. Yet the clamorous disturbances outside only served to heighten the collective irritation. Eldest, shall we see what is transpiring outside? I wish to speak with Duo a bit longer. Upon hearing old Master Han's words, Han Shuebing, Duo's father, nodded and prepared to step outside. Just as he reached the door, he saw Ouyang Guang, beaming with excitement, ushering a young man into the room. Fortune smiles upon us. I never imagined my master would be at the Han residence. With my master's intervention, old Master Han will surely be fine. Ouyang Guang's declaration left the individuals in the room momentarily stunned, their attention once again drawn to Lin Han. Han Duo, seated at the bedside, also caught sight of Lin Han beside Ouyang Guang, momentarily taken aback. Unconsciously, I assumed that Lin Han had merely come to observe the commotion, without considering the deeper connection he had as Master Ouyang Guang's disciple. Lin Han, how did you get in here? The Han family is in a bit of disarray at the moment. Once I manage the situation here, we can discuss our matters further. If you cannot wait, you may leave first. We can talk later. As Han Duo spoke, she approached Lin Han, attempting to usher him outside. However, at that moment, Lin Han regarded her with an amused expression. If I leave, who will attend to your grandfather's ailment? Indeed, Duo. I have gone to great lengths to invite my master here. Why would you send him away? With Master Ouyang Guang's arrival, there was no doubt that Han Lao's condition would improve. Upon hearing Ouyang Guang's words, Han Duo finally grasped the implication. You mean to say you are Master Ouyang's mentor? Her eyes widened in disbelief. What is there to be astonished about? Lin Han chuckled as he walked closer to Han Lao. Time is of the essence. Let us address matters after I complete the treatment. Ouyang Guang, displaying remarkable sensibility, produced a new set of silver needles and handed them directly to Lin Han. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, eager to witness Lin Han demonstrate the renowned Heavenly Nine Needles technique once more. Ouyang Guang's respectful demeanor left Han Duo utterly astonished. As she looked at Lin Han again, her gaze reflected a newfound understanding. Her fiancé appeared to possess an extraordinary background. Lin Han merely took a pulse from Han Lao and nodded. Han Lao, your health is not in jeopardy. If I am not mistaken, you sustained injuries in your youth. Correct? These are merely long-standing ailments that have culminated in a sudden flare-up. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. With my intervention, I guarantee you will feel revitalized. As he spoke, Lin Han deftly wielded the silver needles, inserting them into Han Lao's body. The onlookers from the Han family felt an acute sense of tension. Had it not been for Ouyang Guang's watchful presence, they might have already attempted to intervene, for Lin Han appeared far too youthful to effectively treat the elderly patriarch. Han Lao and Han Shu, father and son, squeezed into the crowd, their gazes fixed intently on Lin Han. At that moment, Han Lao was teetering on the brink of death. Though he heard Lin Han's words, his frail body rendered him barely able to open his eyelids. As Lin Han began his treatment, Han Lao sensed a warm current surging within him. Approximately 3 minutes later, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through his body. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Lin Han, face set in earnest concentration, diligently administering treatment. Young man, I take it you know Duo? I am her fiancé. Regarding this matter, Lin Han did not deny it. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Han Duo's fiancé? They had never heard of him before. However, upon hearing this, Old Man Han's eyes lit up. You are that person's disciple? It seems the marriage certificate was signed by the old master. In that case, I can rest easy. Ha ha ha, it is all fate. My duo is truly fortunate. Old man Han's sudden excitement left others somewhat perplexed. Yet, considering that Lin Han was currently administering treatment to Old Man Han, they could only stifle their myriad questions for the time being. Once Old Man Han fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloped the room. After 7 precise needles, Lin Han finally ceased his movements. The once pallid complexion of Old Man Han began to regain its color. This scene filled everyone with a sense of joy. Indeed, he is my master. His technique is simply exquisite. If I could learn even half of his skills in this lifetime, I would have no regrets. Lin Han's method was intricate and swift, leaving Ouyang Guang deeply impressed. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Han finally exhaled in relief. He withdrew the silver needles from behind Old Man Han, then gently supported him, proceeding to pat his body rhythmically. With a sudden gasp, a jet of dark blood erupted from Old Man Han's mouth, and in the next moment, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Am I healed? Old Man Han moved his body, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. If all goes as expected, there should be no issues. Even the chronic ailments within your body have been eliminated. With your constitution, living another 20 years should pose no problem. Lin Han clapped his hands, his face aglow with joy. The members of the Han family, upon hearing Lin Han's words, were equally elated and quickly surrounded him. Divine Dr. Lin, I never imagined that such remarkable medical skills could belong to someone so young. How does the old master feel? Is he truly all right? A miraculous revival. A modern-day Hua Tuo. The praises flowed incessantly, leaving Lin Han feeling quite embarrassed. Han Duo, standing at the back of the crowd, gazed at Lin Han, now encircled by admirers, her heart swirling with complexity. She could hardly fathom that this suddenly appearing fiancé had saved her grandfather's life. Moreover, he was actually the master of the renowned Ouyang. This scene was simply too incredible to believe. Yet, it had indeed transpired. Even now, Han Duo remained in a state of bewilderment. Equally torn were the second Han and his son, who could not have anticipated that the seemingly fading old man had truly been revived. In this manner, does he not find his ambition to seize the Han family's fortune utterly thwarted? The entire Han household is under the old man's dominion. The two exchanged glances, each harboring a deep-seated resentment. Were it not for Lin Han, one might have already embarked on the previously devised plan to contest the inheritance. Now, with the old man in good health, they find themselves ensnared in this predicament. Father, what shall we do? Han Shu's gaze flickered as he softly spoke. With the old man well, our chances have diminished. Once this opportunity slips away, we shall not find another. We have invested so many resources and devised numerous strategies. We cannot allow them to go to waste. Who knows when we will encounter such an opportunity again? Han Shu's words stirred a tumult within Han Air. After a deep breath, Han Air swiftly arrived at a decision. He narrowed his eyes and cast a glance at Lin Han. The lad's unusual skills, coupled with his relationship with Han Duo, assured that he would not remain passive. When the moment arrives, I will ensure he is subdued first. I cannot fathom how he can take on 6 or 7 opponents, let alone 20 or 30. A sinister glint filled Han Shu's eyes as he sneered. Very well. Let us proceed. If we do not act now, we may never have another chance to ascend within the Han family. It was a gamble for survival. After a brief discussion, Han Shu retrieved his mobile phone and began pressing buttons feverishly. Approximately a minute later, he returned to Han Air's side. Father, everything is in place. Let us not hesitate. We must first capture Han Duo. With her in our grasp, Lin Han will not dare to act recklessly. As long as Lin Han remains inactive, the others shall pose no threat to us. As Han Air's words fell, a flicker of excitement illuminated Han Shu's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a dagger from his waist and strode toward Han Duo, who stood at the rear of the crowd. Sister Duo, I apologize, he said before pressing the blade against her neck, bellowing to those around them, silence. My father has something to declare. The abruptness of Han Shu's actions caught everyone off guard. A murmur of shock erupted within the crowd as they witnessed him threaten Han Duo. Fear not, everyone. I merely wish to inquire of the old man. Is it true that as long as the eldest and Han Duo are present, I, the second son, stand no chance whatsoever? At this moment, Han Air stepped forward, approaching Han Duo and sneering at Han Shuebing, her father. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuebing roared, Air, you have lost your mind. How dare you threaten Duo? Have Xiao Shu lower the knife. There are matters that warrant a family discussion, and there is no need for such uproar. Although Han Shuebing's face was contorted with fury, He was not overly taken aback by Han Er's actions, as if he had anticipated this very scene. A family? Do you truly consider me one of your own? The vast assets of the Han family do not even grant us, the second branch, half of what is rightfully ours. Not to mention that the elder of the Han clan intends to bequeath the family business to Han Duo, a woman. Does that not render Xiaoshu unworthy? Han Er bellowed, and after finishing his proclamation, he clapped his hands sharply, prompting a throng of 30 to 40 individuals to surge in through the doorway. Today, I demand justice. I require but a single word from the elder. Does the Han family not owe us a share? The room fell into a profound silence. As the onlookers comprehended the implications of Han Er's declaration, he aimed to exploit this opportunity to pressure the elder directly. It was common knowledge that the elder held a particular fondness for Han Duo, and leveraging her would surely soften the elder's resolve. Han Er, put down the knife. Han Lao stood up, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Han Er. I always knew you would reach this juncture, but I did not expect you to lay hands on Duo. You seek justice? Very well, I shall provide it. Throughout your lives, have I ever wronged you or your elder brother? Not only you, but Xiaoshu also competed fairly alongside Duo. Our family values merit above all else. Yet what have you and Xiaoshu accomplished? One gambles, the other plays. Do you possess any commendable accomplishments or abilities to present? Despite this, you still hold over 30% of the Han family shares, and you are dissatisfied? I am truly disappointed in you, Han Er. Though Han Er currently seemed to hold the upper hand, Han Lao faced the chaos with unwavering composure, his gaze still fixed coldly on Han Er. Lin Han, amidst the crowd, found himself somewhat bewildered by the turmoil unfolding before him. However, upon hearing Han Lao's words, the situation began to clarify. In essence, Han Er was discontent with his position within the Han family and sought to leverage this moment to exert pressure. It was evident that this scheme had been meticulously planned for quite some time. Should the elder pass away without Lin Han's intervention, it was likely that Han Er would continue to instigate conflict. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Lin Han stealthily vanished into the throng. After all, Han Duo was his fiancée. Despite any waning feelings he harbored for her, he could not remain passive in the face of such a scenario. Chapter 28. Disappointed Han Duo. Despite the seemingly calm demeanor of the Han family members, Lin Han sensed the underlying anxiety concealed beneath Han Lao's tranquil exterior. A sentiment echoed by the others surrounding the Han family. Each individual fixated intently on the dagger in Han Shu's hand, fearful that in a moment of agitation, he might act irrationally. It is precisely for this reason that no one in the crowd noticed the disappearance of Lin Han. Elder Han's explanations did little to soothe the furrowed brow of Han Er. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly menacing. As he surveyed the situation he had now firmly grasped, he hesitated no longer. With a cold smirk, he directed a fierce look towards Elder Han. Old man, do not accuse me of cruelty. Initially, I intended to wait until your departure to contest the family fortune with the eldest. However, since an unforeseen complication has arisen, I must proceed accordingly. My intentions are straightforward. The Han family shall remain a collective entity, yet the Han group must be entrusted to us. Furthermore, the shares held by our branch must exceed 60%. If you acquiesce, I assure you that not a hair on Duo's head will be harmed. As he spoke, Han Er produced a contract from his person and hurled it towards Elder Han. This action suggested that he had long since prepared for this eventuality. The sight of it cast a shadow of disappointment across Elder Han's eyes. Beside him, Han Shuebing clenched his fists in frustration. Er, you have gone too far. To threaten your family for your own gain is utterly disappointing. If anything were to happen to Duo, I would not forgive you. The other members of the Han family, faced with this sudden turn of events, wore expressions laden with concern. In stark contrast, Han Duo appeared surprisingly composed. Her long-standing role as CEO had equipped her with an unshakable poise in the face of adversity. While Elder Han perused the contract, she seized the moment to speak softly. Second uncle, I can hand over the Han group to you, but the overall management must remain under my control. The Han group is steadily progressing, and I fear that your takeover could disrupt my plans. I am indifferent to wealth. My priority is the well-being of the entire Han family. Duo's words elicited a derisive laugh from Han Shu. Duo, what are you pretending? What capabilities does a woman like you possess? Do not think I am unaware. Your words merely reflect a desire to retain power. Do you truly believe I, Han Shu, am motivated by money? I have long been displeased with your lofty demeanor. This time, the Han group must belong to me. Even if it declines under my stewardship, that is of no concern to you. What gives you the right to think you are superior? In response to Han Shu's confident proclamations, Han Duo sighed and shook her head. He epitomized the archetypal second-generation heir, lacking acumen and talent in business, yet indulging in pleasure and excess. However, she understood that provoking him further at this juncture would be unwise. She resolved to stabilize the situation first before addressing the matter at hand. Just then, she suddenly realized that Lin Han, who had been among the crowd, had vanished without a trace. After surveying the surroundings, it became evident that Lin Han was nowhere to be found, given that Lin Han had previously rescued the old gentleman. Such an act was nothing short of astonishing. Logically, he should have been by the old man's side at this moment. Could it be that Lin Han was frightened away by the unfolding events? This thought brought a tinge of disappointment to Han Duoduo's heart. Although her feelings for Lin Han were not particularly strong, he was nonetheless the fiancé arranged for her by her grandfather. If her fiancé truly was someone who succumbed to fear in times of crisis, despite her outward composure as a strong woman, she could not help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. After all, what woman does not desire a partner who is dependable? Grandfather, please sign the contract swiftly. We can discuss everything thereafter. As for the Han family, they merely seek status. Once the contract is signed, you may proceed as you wish, ensuring a life free from worry. My patience is limited, and I advise you not to entertain any other notions. Observing that the old man remained fixated on the contract, Han Er grew increasingly anxious and urged him to act. He was acutely aware of the old gentleman's capabilities and feared that, given more time, the old man might devise alternative strategies. Seizing this rare moment of the old man's vulnerability, he was determined to secure the agreement first. As the conversation unfolded, Han Er exchanged a knowing glance with Han Shu. A flash of malice crossed Han Shu's eyes as he brandished a dagger threateningly near Han Duoduo's neck. Furthermore, Han Er's men swiftly closed in, encircling them tightly. The current situation made any immediate action against them exceedingly difficult. Although Han Lao was filled with rage and discontent, he understood that he had to temporarily pacify Han Er. I will sign. Han Lao gritted his teeth and prepared to sign the contract before Han Er. This scene instantly filled the eyes of Han Er and his son with excitement. Just as everyone's attention was fixed on Han Lao, no one noticed the sudden appearance of Lin Han behind Han Er and his associates, the very individual who had vanished earlier. It was not that Lin Han did not wish to act immediately. Rather, he was apprehensive that Han Shu, in his nervousness, would inadvertently harm Han Duoduo with the dagger pressed against her throat. With Han Lao now poised to sign the contract, the tension in the air began to ease slightly. As Han Lao inscribed his name on the contract, Han Er could hardly contain his exhilaration. It's done. From this moment on, the Han family is under my dominion. Snatching the contract, Han Er scrutinized it carefully. Can we now release Duoduo? The contract has been signed. If anything were to happen to Duoduo, I would not let you off the hook. Rest assured. In the face of Han Shuebing's menacing words, Han Laolu exuded an air of unwavering confidence. No matter how one might perceive Duoduo as my niece, how could I possibly harm her? As long as we can leave the Han residence unscathed, I shall certainly release her. As he spoke, Han Laolu exchanged a knowing glance with Han Shu, and the two strode purposefully towards the exit. Accompanied by over 30 bodyguards, he felt no worry that anything could go awry at this moment. However, just as they turned to leave, an unforeseen event transpired. Chapter 29. Lin Han takes action. Though the members of the Han family understood Han Laolu's intentions regarding their departure, their hearts were still filled with reluctance. They could only watch helplessly as Han Laolu was surrounded by a multitude of enforcers as he left. Yet, just as they stepped out of the door, a muffled sound followed by a scream pierced the air. In the next instant, two figures soared high into the air. The suddenness of the scene sent shivers down everyone's spine. All they could see was a figure darting past them, followed immediately by Han Shu's anguished cries. My hand. It feels as though it's broken. The hand that had previously wielded a dagger to threaten Han Duoduo now hung limply at his side, the dagger having fallen to the ground. As everyone stood there in stunned disbelief, a figure bent down to retrieve the dagger. Han Shu, you truly have an audacious spirit. How dare you strike at my fiancé, in my presence? You clearly have no regard for my presence at all. Lin Han had been mingling among the crowd, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Finally, as they turned, a flaw appeared, and without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to act decisively. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and in an instant, Han Duoduo was rescued. At that moment, As Han Duo's gaze flickered, she beheld the man who had suddenly appeared before her, leaving her momentarily dazed. When had Lin Han arrived? Just moments ago, she had perceived a blur before her eyes, followed by Han Shu's wails. Now, she found herself enveloped in Lin Han's embrace. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from Lin Han, Han Duo felt her strength wane. When she had been held captive by Han Shu, she had forced herself to remain composed. Now that she was finally free, a hint of trepidation coursed through her. Yet, gazing at Lin Han, she inexplicably felt a wave of security wash over her. It turned out that Lin Han had not shied away. Rather, he had been seeking the perfect moment to rescue her. Lin Han, it's you again. Witnessing Lin Han's sudden intervention to save Han Duo, Han Shu was instantly consumed by an uncontrollable fury. With a furious roar, he pointed at the nearby bodyguards. Bring it all on, finish this brat off. He has been sabotaging my endeavors for far too long, and though I initially chose to ignore him, he now seeks to thwart my efforts once more. Without hesitation, the group of thugs charged towards Lin Han. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Duo's complexion paled instantly, prompting her to call out to Lin Han, "Be careful." Lin Han turned to glance at her, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Do not worry, they cannot harm me." His eyes gleamed with confidence as he gently nudged Han Duo towards the crowd of the Han family behind her. This action, however, left Lin Han surrounded by the thugs. "Grandfather, please save Lin Han." Han Duo's heart raced with anxiety. What if they injure him? She turned to Han Lao, her voice tinged with desperation. At that moment, Han Lao was still recovering from the shock of Lin Han's sudden actions, but quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he reassured her, "Do not fret. I have already instructed your father to summon help. Our people will arrive shortly, and Lin Han will be fine." His gaze flickered, for he understood Lin Han's capabilities were far from ordinary. The reason he had initially chosen to forge a marriage alliance with Lin Han's master was not solely due to the latter's esteemed position, but also because of Lin Han's exceptional talents. This young man had inherited all the skills of his master and possessed remarkable gifts. Perhaps this would be an opportunity to witness his prowess firsthand. Thuds echoed through the air as the confrontation escalated. Just as the Han family anticipated that Lin Han would be brutally overwhelmed by the thugs, they were astonished to see him moving with remarkable agility amidst the fray. He struck out at the burly thugs with precision, sending one after another sprawling to the ground with every decisive blow. In less than a minute, over 30 thugs found themselves bested, with more than 10 of them writhing on the floor in agony. The shocking display rendered the crowd silent, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld Lin Han's formidable strength. How could he possess such terrifying abilities? Not only was he an extraordinary healer, but his combat skills were equally formidable. What sort of fiancé had the old master found for Duo? Han Lao too was blindsided by Lin Han's exceptional skills. He had never anticipated that over 30 thugs would prove no match for him. Cursing under his breath, he glanced at the contract in his hand and hurriedly made his way outside, determined to escape. The contract was secured, and as long as he distanced himself from danger, he would later leverage it to seize control of the entire Han family. "Stop him," he commanded, as Han Lao sprinted towards the exit. He found himself too preoccupied to even regard Han Shu. However, just as he reached the lobby on the first floor, a light chuckle from behind echoed. "Second uncle, have you truly forsaken your own son?" Han Lao felt a jolt, turning around to discover that his son had been seized by Lin Han, his entire body dangling precariously from the second floor, on the brink of a fall. "Dad, save me. Please, Lin Han, let me go. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, I do not wish to perish." In the presence of Lin Han, Han Shu found himself utterly powerless, having been captured in the blink of an eye. The remaining enforcers from the Han family had also been subdued by other members of the clan, resulting in a dramatic shift in the atmosphere due to Lin Han's intervention. This scene caused Han Lao's expression to darken to an extreme. Taking a deep breath, he coldly addressed Lin Han. "What is it that you intend to do? This is a matter concerning the Han family. It is not your place to interfere." "Indeed, I am an outsider," Lin Han retorted with a cold smirk. "However, Han Duo is my fiancée in name. You dare to act against her in my presence. If I do not make a stand, can I still consider myself a man? You will ascend and apologize to Han Duo, then tear up the contract. We shall consider the matter settled. Otherwise, I shall unceremoniously toss your son from the second floor." A devilish grin adorned Lin Han's face as he casually loosened his grip. This act sent a wave of terror through Han Shu, instantly quelling his earlier bravado. His face contorted with fear, nearly in tears. Lin Han, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. Please, spare me. If you seek trouble, direct it at my father. I am helpless. Sister Duo, I implore you, persuade Lin Han to release me. Han Shu babbled desperate pleas, discarding all sense of dignity. You dare. Han Lao seethed with indignation upon witnessing Lin Han use his son as leverage against him. What is there that I would not dare? Lin Han scoffed. You, a member of the Han family, would threaten your own niece. What have I to fear as an outsider? With a derisive laugh, he loosened his grip once more. Han Shu's body plummeted again, inducing a fright so severe that he urinated himself. Damn it! Han Lao cursed vehemently, filled with frustration. He believed that as long as he could escape and drive away, he would seize control of the Han family. Relinquishing the contract was not an option he was willing to entertain. As his gaze flickered, Han Lao made a resolute decision. He convinced himself that Lin Han was merely attempting to intimidate him in front of so many members of the Han family. He surely would not dare to harm Han Shu. With this thought, Han Lao disdainfully shot Lin Han a resentful glance. Subsequently, in front of everyone present, he unexpectedly turned and fled outside. In the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the entrance. Dad! Han Shuan could not fathom that his father would betray him, letting out a bellow filled with disbelief. Yet, this scene did not catch Lin Han off guard. Loosening his grip, Han Shuan fell to the ground below. The sound of his fall echoed. Though it did not result in death, his legs were instantly shattered upon impact. Moments later, Lin Han effortlessly leaped from the second floor, swiftly following suit and charging out the door. As they witnessed Lin Han's disappearing figure, silence enveloped the entire living room, save for Han Shuan's anguished cries. Old master, Han Shuebing said, his gaze flickering as he approached Han Lao, speaking in hushed tones. At that moment, a hint of a smile graced Han Lao's lips. Do not worry. Han Shuan is not dead yet. I have faith in Lin Han. The second son will not escape. Just as Han Lao's words lingered in the air, a loud shout erupted from outside. The crowd then beheld Han who had just fled, inexplicably flying back in from outside. Lin Han strode in behind him, his expression filled with mischievous amusement. You thought you could escape in my presence? You overestimate yourself. As he spoke, Lin Han seized the contract from Han hands, effortlessly tearing it to shreds before forcefully stuffing the remnants into Han mouth before all witnesses. Go and apologize to Han Duo. Otherwise, I shall break your legs. Han gazed at the shredded contract, despair evident in his eyes. He realized he had lost, utterly and completely. The opportunity he had fought for with all his might had evaporated due to Lin Han's emergence. Yet, the events had transpired. No amount of resentment or fury could alter that reality. He could only devise a means to beg for the old man's mercy. Taking a deep breath, Han turned and rushed before Han Lao, kneeling and bowing his head in apology. Father, I was wrong. I was too impulsive earlier. I truly understand my mistakes now. I beg you for another chance. I shall never contend again. I simply lack the capability. I was wrong. In response to Han pleas for mercy, Han Lao's gaze remained icy. At this point, your words bear no weight. Your prior actions have crossed my threshold. Henceforth, reclaim all your shares in the Han family. Should you harbor any discontent, I shall expel you and your branch from the Han family. As the head of the Han family, the old man's methods were exceptionally ruthless. As Elder Han's voice faded, Han entire body trembled before collapsing to the ground. Everything was over. Observing that matters had been settled, Lin Han clapped his hands and chuckled lightly at Elder Han. Old man, it seems your family has quite a few matters to attend to. I shall not impose further. I will visit again when time permits. Oh, by the way, Lin Han continued, retrieving the marriage certificate of Han Duo and presenting it to Elder Han. At the time my master signed this contract, I was unaware. I recognize that such traditions have fallen out of favor in contemporary society, so you may take this back. With that, Lin Han turned and strode toward the exit. His fluid actions left the entire Han family in a state of shock. They had never anticipated that Lin Han would voluntarily return Han Duo's marriage certificate. Setting aside Lin Han's previous kindness, which had already endeared him to the entire Han family, any man would typically not take such a step, especially considering the family's esteemed status and Han Duo's striking beauty. It was evident that Lin Han was an extraordinary individual. Elder Han glanced at the marriage certificate in his hand before turning to Han Duo. Duo, what are your thoughts on this matter? Han Duo was equally astonished. Despite having previously accepted Lin Han, he still returned the marriage certificate. By now, she understood that Lin Han was not motivated by her family or herself. He genuinely did not wish to take advantage of her. Curious feelings filled her heart towards Lin Han. She yearned to uncover the secrets that lay within a man of unparalleled medical skills and remarkable prowess. Grandfather, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Ha ha. Elder Han's laughter erupted at her words. Long before I signed that marriage contract, Lin Han was already my granddaughter's betrothed. Since you, Duo, do not harbor any objections, I shall take the liberty of finalizing this union. However, it is clear that Lin Han is somewhat reluctant to accept this arrangement. The next steps are in your hands. A hint of amusement danced in Elder Han's gaze as he spoke. The family will provide you with ample support in this regard, so proceed with confidence. Lin Han must have arrived in your car. Go and see him off. With Elder Han's encouragement, Han Duo, not one to waver, promptly nodded and pursued Lin Han. Her decisive stride suggested that she had made up her mind. The Han family has a promising future ahead, Elder Han mused with a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 31. Grant me an opportunity. Just as Lin Han was making his way toward the estate's exit, he heard Han Duo's soft call behind him. Turning to look at her, confusion filled his eyes. Han Duo hurriedly approached him, without a moment's hesitation, and thrust the marriage certificate back into his hands. I previously expressed my commitment to you as well, but I require a little time to adjust. I hope you can grant me that. Additionally, I wish to give myself a chance. As Han Duo articulated this, her gaze was filled with earnestness and sincerity. Lin Han had initially returned the marriage contract, believing that in the 21st century, the constraints of arranged marriages were long obsolete. Moreover, each of his betrothed was a daughter of the prominent families in Shanghai. Much like Shen Qianqian and Gangsters, upon learning of this matter, they instinctively desired to reclaim the marriage contracts. Han Duo's proactive acknowledgement of the contract was, however, a first. Yet, it was evident to Lin Han that she was serious. With a raised brow, he soon chuckled lightly. Have you thought this through? Of course. Han Duo nodded. I have dedicated my life to studying and working, leaving little time for romance. I admit, you are the first man to stir my heart, and I am willing to explore a connection with you. I wonder if you would grant me this opportunity? Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Han, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. To be candid, Han Duo's beauty was undoubtedly among the finest Lin Han had ever encountered. In terms of appearance, figure, and poise, she was no less impressive than the stars on television. Furthermore, comparing her to women like Zhang Ruoxin was like contrasting the heavens with the earth. Lin Han was acutely aware of his own modest background. He had been an ordinary person until now. To suddenly find himself pursued by such a stunning beauty, who inquired if he would grant her a chance, was undeniably thrilling. Contemplating this, Lin Han hesitated no longer and chuckled softly. If I were to refuse again, it would be truly unfair to you. I certainly hold some feelings for a beauty of your caliber. Shall we give it a try? Han Duo's eyes sparkled with delight at Lin Han's consent, and she immediately burst into joyful exuberance. I'll drive. You have done a tremendous favor for the Han family, and I owe you a significant debt of gratitude. Is it unreasonable for me to treat you to a meal? She gently inquired as they settled into the car. Feel free to arrange it. I have no objections. With Lin Han's agreement, Han Duo wasted no time in driving toward a familiar upscale restaurant. As for the matters concerning the Han family, Elder Han would handle those. The vehicle halted before an elegant restaurant, a place Lin Han was visiting for the first time. Observing the array of luxury cars in the parking lot, he did not feel intimidated in the slightest. This is my first visit to such an establishment, and I lack experience. I will need your guidance, he admitted candidly as he settled into his seat under Han Duo's guidance. Her sincere response brought a smile to her lips, prompting her to cover her mouth in amusement. In contrast to those who deliberately feigned sophistication, she evidently preferred the candor exhibited by Lin Han. Fear not. Feel free to inquire directly if there is anything you do not comprehend. I assure you, I would never look down upon you. Moreover, each individual's understanding is unique. Just as you undoubtedly possess knowledge that eludes me, do not deign to regard me as foolish in such instances. For reasons unknown, being in Lin Han's presence rendered Han Duo remarkably at ease. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had previously saved her life, resulting in a brief moment of physical contact between them. In any case, it was her first experience of such a sensation in the presence of a man, and she found herself not averse to it. Han Duo's response brought great comfort to Lin Han, prompting him to chuckle heartily. Very well, let us assist one another. As they dined in the Western restaurant, plates of steak and glasses of red wine were promptly served. Observing this, Han Duo took the initiative to instruct Lin Han on the proper way to eat. He adapted swiftly. After all, he was quite skilled with a knife. Under Han Duo's guidance, as they enjoyed their meal, she began to inquire about Lin Han's past. Her own history, however, was far less complex. From a young age, she had always been exceptionally driven. If she chose to undertake a task, she would strive for excellence. Whether in academics or work, she consistently ranked first among her peers in the Han family. Conversely, Lin Han's background was somewhat more intricate. Upon hearing about the events that transpired between Lin Han and Zhang Ruoxin, Han Duo abruptly ceased her actions, a flicker of anger flashing in her gaze. That woman actually abandoned such an exceptional man as you? To align herself with Sun Biao from the Sun family? I have heard of him. He has always been associated with Han Shu, and he is far from reputable. The Han family undoubtedly surpassed the Sun family. And given that Sun Biao had always been a subordinate of Han Shu, Han Duo naturally dismissed him. For her, the situation was altogether unacceptable. How could Zhang Ruoxin, blind to Lin Han's brilliance, fail to recognize his worth? Lin Han let out a wry chuckle and shook his head. Perhaps, in her eyes, I am inferior to Sun Biao. You are in no way inferior to him, Han Duo asserted, her voice tinged with indignation. I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. How could my man, Han Duo's man, be deemed lesser than another? Sun Biao is but one man, and I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson. As she spoke, she produced her phone, ready to make a call. A gesture that startled Lin Han, who quickly raised his hands to stop her. No, I have already dealt with Sun Biao previously. Regarding matters between us, I would prefer to resolve them myself. Moreover, I suspect that Sun Biao will likely seek me out for trouble in the future. Lin Han's words sparked a glimmer of enlightenment in Han Duo's eyes. As her gaze shifted, she spoke swiftly. Very well, if that Sun Biao dares to trouble you again, you must inform me. I am quite curious to see just how audacious he truly is. At this point, Han Duo exuded an air of authority. Under her relentless insistence, Lin Han reluctantly acquiesced. Just as they managed to steer the conversation away from that topic, before Lin Han could exhale in relief, a voice of surprise erupted from behind them. Duo, what brings you here? It's been ages since we last met. I never imagined we would encounter each other in this place. As the words were spoken, a fragrant breeze wafted from behind. Lin Han turned to see a young man with an overly groomed appearance standing before him. Chapter 32, A Suitor? The young man appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Han, but quickly plopped himself down across from him, directing a beaming smile at Han Duo. Duo, it has indeed been a long time. I've been busy with work these past few days and missed you on several occasions. I can hardly believe we run into each other here. Is this your client or a colleague? While the young man's tone was effusive and courteous, Lin Han could still perceive an undercurrent of disdain and contempt. Shifting his gaze back to Han Duo, he noticed a flicker of distaste on her face. With a huff, she retorted, Lei Dong, what are you doing here? We have no relationship, so there is no need for such familiarity. Furthermore, allow me to introduce you. This is my fiancé, Lin Han. As she spoke, she subtly inched closer to Lin Han, linking her arm with his. This gesture immediately darkened Lei Dong's expression. It was at this moment that he scrutinized Lin Han anew. Fiancé? When did you acquire a fiancé? Ha, Duo, surely you jest. Have you resorted to claiming a fiancé just to evade me? Lei Dong chuckled lightly, and then addressed Lin Han, raising his chin in a condescending manner. Tell me, how much did she pay you to masquerade as her fiancé? I'll offer you double. Now, get out of my sight. I hail from the Lei family of Magic City, and I am a suitable match for Han Duo. I advise you to be wise and step aside. After observing Lin Han's lack of reaction, Lei Dong scoffed again, pulling out 2 bundles of cash and tossing them in front of Lin Han. 20,000. This should suffice. Now hurry and leave. Lei Dong's demeanor towards Lin Han was anything but courteous, provoking a visible change in Han Duo's expression. Lei Dong, you have gone too far. Lin Han is acknowledged as my fiancé by both myself and the Han family, so you ought to treat him with respect. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to confront you. The more Han Duo defended Lin Han, the more displeased Lei Dong became. Observing Lin Han's silence, Lei Dong couldn't help but sneer again. Lin Han, is it? Do you find the money insufficient? Perhaps I should add another 30,000? 50,000 should suffice for your annual salary, wouldn't it? If that still does not meet your expectations, I can increase it further. As he spoke, Lei Dong reached into his bag once more to retrieve cash. At that moment, Han Duo, infuriated by Lei Dong's actions, slammed the table, and stood up. However, Lin Han merely chuckled softly, extending a hand to stop her. His expression a mixture of amusement as he regarded Lei Dong. 50,000 is still inadequate. I am curious to see just how much you are willing to offer. Oh. Lin Han's words caused Lei Dong to raise an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. This is interesting. It appears you have quite the appetite for wealth. If that is the case, feel free to state your desire openly. 100 million. Lin Han, without a hint of hesitation, extended a finger towards Lei Dong and spoke casually. What? Lei Dong's eyes widened in disbelief, his brow furrowed. Have you lost your mind? 100 million? Do you take me for a fool? Huh. If you lack the capability, do not pretend to be grand in front of me. I assumed you could afford anything. Lin Han scoffed, shaking his head as he spoke. Han Duo, quick to react, suddenly grasped Lin Han's intention and began to stifle a laugh. It was clear that Lin Han was toying with Lei Dong. Intrigued, Han Duo wondered just how far Lin Han could take this. Based on her previous encounters with Lin Han, his skills were far beyond what an ordinary person could match. With her support backing him, she had no doubt that Lei Dong would be unable to intimidate Lin Han. With this thought in mind, Han Duo leaned closer. Lowering her voice to explain, the Lei family is a prestigious lineage in Modu. This Lei Dong has been pursuing me incessantly, which has become quite bothersome. I have ignored him all along. If you can make him abandon his pursuit of me, I can offer you a surprise. Han Duo's words sparked a flicker of interest in Lin Han's eyes. He instinctively turned to look at her, asking, Do you mean what you say? For Lin Han, now that he and Han Duo had established their relationship, with her being his fiancée in the open, he would naturally take action against any harassment she faced. However, since Han Duo had proposed to give him a surprise, he certainly had no objections. I, Han Duo, always keep my word. A hint of pride shone in her eyes. But as she finished speaking, a trace of shyness flickered within her gaze. Haha, splendid. Lin Han nodded in agreement, watching the two flirt openly before him. Especially the expression displayed by Han Duo towards Lin Han, which he had never witnessed before. Lei Dong's face darkened to an extreme. After diligently pursuing Han Duo for an extended period, I have exhausted every conceivable method to win her favor. Yet, before me, Han Duo continues to wear an icy expression each day. To my astonishment, a pretentious fiancé has suddenly emerged, and it seems that Han Duo genuinely harbors affection for him. Coupled with Lin Han's recent mockery aimed at me, I inhaled deeply and let out a cold snort. Lin Han, it appears you have chosen to ignore my good intentions. I took your earlier claim of 100 million as mere jest. Now, I must inquire, are you leaving or not? In the face of my threat, Lin Han's eyes remained filled with mirth. Given that there may be surprises in store for him after our encounter, he certainly would not afford me an ounce of courtesy. You dare to harass my fiancée in my presence? And now you demand that I leave? What do you take me for? It is you who should be departing. My countenance darkened further, as it became evident that he was courting disaster. With a forceful slap on the table, I abruptly stood. Lin Han, in front of Han Duo, was persistently undermining me. My simmering rage reached its peak. I was determined to teach this Lin Han a lesson, allowing Han Duo to witness how insignificant her so-called fiancé truly was. However, just as my hand was about to strike Lin Han, he reacted with remarkable swiftness. The sound of two sharp slaps echoed as they landed on my face, causing me to stagger. Seated, I was momentarily taken aback, shaking my dazed head and gazing at Lin Han in disbelief. You, how dare you hit me? Apologize to Duo and assure her you will no longer harass her. Otherwise, consider this merely a light reprimand. Lin Han's voice was laced with chilling resolve. Chapter 33. You are most beautiful. Feeling the fiery sting on my face, I inhaled deeply, my eyes brimming with resentment. You young rascal, do you believe that because you have attached yourself to the Han family, I will refrain from retaliating? You worthless fool. Today I shall demonstrate your true standing. With a thunderous shout, I attempted to rise, only to be sent crashing back down by Lin Han's swift kick. So, how do you intend for me to perceive this? Lin Han approached me, towering over me with a derisive laugh. You, this pathetic creature, truly have no idea from where you derive the audacity to lay a hand on me. My patience is finite. Apologize to Duo and pledge to cease your harassment. I might allow you some semblance of dignity. I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your next move. As he spoke, he toyed with the knife and fork he had used to carve the steak earlier, suggesting that any misstep on my part would provoke a severe response. Although I doubted Lin Han would truly dare to harm me, I could not afford to take that risk. As Lin Han observed the deepening chill in Lei Dong's gaze, he took a deep breath. In a swift motion, he positioned himself before Han Duo, his eyes still brimming with unyielding resentment. Han Duo, I was unaware of your engagement. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. From this moment forth, I shall no longer pursue you. No sooner had Lei Dong uttered these words than Lin Han let out a soft laugh, patting him lightly on the shoulder before returning to his seat. Noticing that Lin Han had no intention of retaliating, Lei Dong cast a lingering gaze at him before turning to leave. If I am not mistaken, it won't be long before Lei Dong seeks revenge. The moment Lei Dong's figure vanished through the door, Lin Han spoke softly. Lin Han's words startled Han Duo, prompting her to instinctively inquire, what should we do? What is there to fear? You are well aware of my strength. One can be dealt with just as easily as another, she retorted boldly. Lin Han, his gaze imbued with playful intrigue, responded, yet you just mentioned wanting to surprise me, did you not? Under Lin Han's intense stare, Han Duo felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, Han Duo leaned in and planted a soft kiss on Lin Han's lips. With her head bowed, blushing profusely, she murmured, is this acceptable? Feeling the warmth of moisture on his face, Lin Han experienced an unfamiliar sensation. Following Zhang Ruoxin's betrayal, his interest in women had waned considerably. One of the reasons he had resolved to return all 12 marriage certificates was his initial impression of Han Duo, which had been merely favorable. However, after spending a day with her, he discovered her decisiveness and unwavering resolve. Such traits were rare among women and perhaps the reason she could firmly hold the position of president of the Han Group. Setting aside other considerations, Han Duo's earlier actions had stirred something within Lin Han. Particularly striking was her ensemble of black stockings and a form-fitting blue qipao that accentuated her figure to perfection. Such beauty and grace would elicit a reaction from any man, Lin Han included, though he had managed to suppress his thoughts until now. Observing Han Duo's bashful demeanor before him, he found himself momentarily entranced. What are you staring at? Han Duo, sensing Lin Han's silence, assumed he was upset. When she instinctively looked up, she found him gazing intently at her, his eyes ablaze with warmth. The intensity of his gaze startled her. It's nothing. I simply believe you look exceptionally beautiful at this moment, Lin Han replied, averting his eyes with a gentle smile. Though Han Duo had often received compliments, Lin Han's praise made her heart race anew. Could this be the sensation of a heart flutter, as described in literature? It was indeed her first experience. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, leading both to a mutual silence. Yet, this silence only intensified the tension. Neither of them could be considered emotionally experienced. After all, Zhang Ruoxin was Lin Han's first love. The crux of the matter was that Han Duo was equally inexperienced in matters of the heart. In fact, her interactions with Lin Han constituted some of her rare moments alone with a man. Fortunately, just as they were awkwardly pondering how to initiate conversation, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. It was that rascal again. Go and take care of him for me. Whoever can break his legs, I will reward with 200,000. Lei Dong, who had just departed, reappeared before them, flanked by more than 20 ruffians. Each thug brandished a weapon, and upon hearing Lei Dong's words, they grimaced and lunged towards Lin Han. The other patrons in the restaurant gasped in shock and scrambled into the corners for safety. The security personnel, initially poised to intervene, hesitated when Lei Dong bellowed, "Step aside. I am Lei Dong of the Lei family. I will compensate for any damages incurred by your establishment. I will bear the consequences of any incident." Given Lei Dong's declaration, the restaurant manager, understanding the gravity of the situation, gestured for the security to retreat, and the crowd quickly dispersed. In a matter of moments, Lin Han and Han Duo found themselves encircled by the gang. However, in the face of this predicament, neither Lin Han nor Han Duo exhibited a hint of trepidation. Lei Dong, it seems your nefarious intentions persist. Do you truly believe that with your band of miscreants, you can bring about my demise? What a farce. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Han Duo stifled a laugh, amused by Lin Han's audacity. Fuming, Lei Dong clenched his fists and pointed menacingly at Lin Han. You dare to act defiant even at death's door? Do you genuinely think I lack the courage to act against you? You are courting disaster, and I will make you kneel before me and apologize. With that, Lei Dong signaled to his henchmen, and they surged toward Lin Han. Do you need my assistance? Han Duo inquired softly, casting a glance at Lin Han. Indeed, Lin Han replied, rising with a confident smile. Step back. Be wary of their blood splattering onto you. Chapter 34. Taking ruthless action. As Lin Han spoke, he emanated an aura of formidable confidence. The sight before Han Duo was striking. A man of such caliber was precisely the type she deemed dependable, reserved, confident, and formidable, unlike Lei Dong, who flaunted his family's influence with brazen arrogance. Lost in her thoughts, Han Duo rose and retreated to the rear. Lei Dong had no intention of embroiling her in the fray, so as soon as she vacated the battlefield, he decisively waved his hand to the surrounding henchmen. The group of thugs roared and charged towards Lin Han. Those who had retreated to the corners, witnessing this spectacle, were visibly alarmed. Those who could dine in this establishment held a certain standing in Magic City. Among the crowd, some quickly recognized Han Duo and Lei Dong. Isn't that Han Duo, the president of the Han Corporation? I heard that Lei Xiao from the Lei family has been pursuing her. I didn't expect a brawl to erupt here. Who is that young man? I was close enough to hear President Han refer to him as her fiancé. What? The renowned Han Duo has a partner? And he appears so ordinary, it seems implausible. What is so implausible? Did you not see how infuriated Lei Dong was? I reckon it's highly probable. As the crowd continued to speculate, their gazes toward Lin Han were laden with sympathy. In their minds, no matter how one viewed it, Lei Dong was the scion of a prestigious family. With so many henchmen around, how could a youth named Lin Han possibly contend against him? They shook their heads, regarding the unfolding scene as mere gossip. With a resounding thud, Lin Han stretched his limbs and charged into the throng, engaging them. Each strike sent an adversary hurtling away. Since his release from prison, Lin Han had encountered numerous opportunities to fight. For him, the more he fought, the quicker his strength grew. After all, he had previously triumphed over all challengers while incarcerated. Though his skills felt somewhat rusty, he relished the chance to hone his abilities. More than 20 men could not endure even 3 minutes against him. They soon lay on the ground, wailing, as tables and chairs toppled around them. This shocking display left the entire venue in awe, with everyone wide-eyed, fixated on Lin Han. Ignoring the astonished gazes, Lin Han strode forward, coming to stand before Lei Dong. Do you wish for me to kneel and bow before you? Or do you intend to break my legs? I stand here now, and I am eager to see if you possess such capability. Lin Han's words dripped with derision, laced with an air of superiority. Although Lin Han's status paled in comparison to Lei Dong's, in this moment, Lei Dong felt utterly incapable of mounting any form of resistance. Lin Han's prowess was overwhelming, instilling a shiver of fear within him. Who are you? Lei Dong swallowed hard and instinctively whispered, I am Han Duo's fiancé. Is that answer sufficient? I had previously warned you not to entangle yourself with Han Duo again. You chose not to listen, did you? As Lin Han spoke, he seized Lei Dong's hair and dragged him towards Han Duo. With a swift kick to Lei Dong's knee, he fell to the ground before her. This act of humiliation darkened Lei Dong's expression to the utmost. Instinctively, he attempted to rise, but Lin Han's icy voice rang out once more. Bow your head and apologize. If you cannot, I shall break your legs, and you will spend the rest of your life confined to a wheelchair. The choice is yours, believe me. I will follow through. Lin Han's words dripped with murderous intent, sending a shiver through Lei Dong's body. For reasons unknown, despite being the stronger of the two, he instinctively felt fear in the face of Lin Han's threat. Raising his gaze, he met the smiling face of Han Duo, and a flicker of humiliation and resentment crossed his features. When had he ever endured such disgrace? Especially in front of his goddess, Han Duo. If he bowed to Lin Han now, he would never be able to hold his head high again. Even though Lin Han had demonstrated formidable strength, he still doubted whether he would truly dare to kill him. With this thought, Lei Dong let out a furious roar and lunged at Lin Han. I will kill you. With that, he drew a knife from his waist, and without hesitation thrust it towards Lin Han's chest. Lei Dong, you dare. Lin Han, be careful. Han Duo, startled by Lei Dong's sudden aggression, turned pale and called out to Lin Han in worry. Although Lin Han was powerful, he was still human. A well-placed stab could indeed lead to dire consequences. However, as soon as Han Duo's cry echoed, Lin Han nonchalantly lifted his head. In an instant, he grasped Lei Dong's wrist, and with a slight exertion, the knife slipped from Lei Dong's grasp and fell into Lin Han's hand. Interesting. I offered you a chance, and you squandered it. You dare to seek my life? Lin Han rubbed the blade of the knife, a predatory smile creeping upon his lips. It seems you believe I, Lin Han, have no temper. If that is the case at this point, Lin Han's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thrust the knife towards Lei Dong's right leg. Ah! The intense pain caused Lei Dong to convulse, his eyes wide with horror as he screamed at Lin Han. What have you done? What did you do? You stabbed me. Damn it. Damn it. You want to kill me. You cannot kill me. I am a scion of the Lei family. Should you take my life? The Han family will not protect you. The surrounding onlookers were utterly taken aback by Lin Han's decisive and ruthless actions, their eyes widening in disbelief. No one anticipated such a swift and brutal response from him. Yet, Lin Han's strike was meticulously calculated. Despite Lei Dong's evident terror, this blow would only cause him discomfort for a few days, with no lasting harm. My patience is finite. Bow and apologize, Lin Han commanded. If I am satisfied, I shall grant you your freedom. However, should you continue to act recklessly, I cannot assure where my next strike may land. He wiped the blade of his knife on Lei Dong's clothing, leaving a mark across his face. This act sent Lei Dong into a state of utter despair. Though he was a wealthy heir who often bullied others with his status, he had never encountered such a menacing confrontation, threatened with a knife. With a thud, Lei Dong could no longer contain his fear and knelt before Lin Han. Lin Han, I was wrong. My previous actions were impulsive. I should not have harbored vengeful thoughts towards you. I am nothing before you, merely a worthless being. I promise not to lay a finger on you or Han Duo again. I beg you, spare me. In that moment, the terror in Lei Dong's eyes was palpable. Lin Han raised an eyebrow and chuckled, turning to Han Duo. You shall resolve this matter. It is your decision whether to forgive him. Han Duo was taken aback that Lin Han would relinquish control to her, observing the once arrogant Lei Dong now reduced to a pitiful figure. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head and addressed him. Very well, consider this matter settled. However, should you fail to heed this warning in the future, I cannot guarantee your safety. Her words ignited a spark of joy in Lei Dong, who promptly nodded in agreement. He then hobbled out of the restaurant, his thoughts consumed with the urgency of seeking medical attention, fearing that Lin Han's blade had truly incapacitated him. He had no desire to become a helpless invalid. The memory of the encounter filled him with dread. Who on earth is Lin Han? It should be fine now, at least for the foreseeable future. This fellow will think twice before troubling you again, Lin Han remarked, his gaze returning to Han Duo with a light-hearted smile. Lin Han, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, Han Duo said, her eyes sparkling with interest. Although they had only known each other for a day, their relationship had progressed at a remarkable pace. In addition to the various experiences they shared, Han Duo found herself profoundly intrigued by Lin Han. By the way, you must be unemployed at the moment, right? Why not come work at my company? Which department would you prefer? I can arrange it for you. As she spoke, Han Duo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Han. Work? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. This was a proposition he had not contemplated. Having recently been released from prison, he had numerous matters left unresolved. Moreover, he was financially secure, so the idea of employment had not crossed his mind. Sensing the internal conflict within Lin Han, Han Duo stepped closer and, adopting a somewhat playful tone, continued. Just consider it an opportunity for us to grow closer and for me to understand you better. If my grandfather finds out I let you slip away, he will surely blame me. On ordinary days, Han Duo exuded a cool demeanor, but her sudden display of affection was irresistible. With no other option, Lin Han reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right then, I will report to your company tomorrow. However, I have yet to decide which department to join. You may arrange that. Though it was still afternoon, Han Duo had numerous tasks awaiting her at the company, having already received at least 3 phone calls during their meal. Upon witnessing her answer yet another call, Lin Han chuckled lightly. If you have work to do, you should leave. I will visit the company tomorrow, and we can converse then. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of guilt crossed Han Duo's eyes. The company was currently in a phase of growth, and the workload was substantial. Shall we meet at the office tomorrow? After exchanging brief pleasantries, Han Duo promptly rose to leave. However, halfway to the exit, she returned, retrieved her Ferrari keys from her bag, and tossed them to Lin Han. I noticed you don't have a car. You should take this one for now. It's quite inconvenient to be without a vehicle. Before Lin Han could voice any objections, Han Duo hurriedly exited the restaurant. Looking at the keys to the sports car in his hand, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Was he being subsidized by a wealthy lady? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts and drove towards the company where his mother, Sun Biao, worked. Previously, Lin Han had insisted that his mother should not work anymore. Given his newfound wealth, there was no need for her to endure hardship. However, Sun Biao had expressed her discomfort with staying at home, insisting she must go to work. As far as Lin Han knew, she was employed as a cleaner at a company, enduring a tiring life with a meager salary. Naturally, he wished to alleviate her struggles. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to persuade her to resign and embrace a more comfortable life. He quickly arrived at his mother's workplace. This is an internet company of considerable scale, quite renowned within its industry. However, it is evident that its size cannot be compared to that of the Han Group. As Lin Han stepped out of his sports car, the security guard at the entrance greeted him with a beaming smile. Is Longting Company located upstairs? Lin Han inquired. Yes, it's on the 26th floor, the guard replied respectfully. This building houses numerous companies. Would you like me to escort you there? The guard's tone was imbued with a distinct sense of deference and eagerness to please. Although Lin Han was not accustomed to such treatment, he did not voice his objections. He extracted 2 banknotes from his pocket and handed them to the guard. Thank you for your hard work. Is it all right if I park my car here? Absolutely. You need not worry. With me around, no one would dare to touch your vehicle, the guard declared, his face lighting up with joy upon receiving the money. And he patted his chest in assurance. Striding towards the office building, Lin Han was fortunate that it was working hours, and the elevator was not crowded. Upon reaching the 26th floor and stepping out of the elevator, he immediately spotted the sign for Longting Group. His gaze flickered, and he soon noticed Sun Xiao in a corner. At that moment, she appeared to have just finished cleaning and was sitting there, resting her back with an expression of exhaustion etched on her face. This sight tugged at Lin Han's heartstrings, and he promptly made his way towards her. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a heavily made-up woman rose from her workstation and approached Sun Xiao. With an air of arrogance, she declared, Sister Sun, just look at the state of cleanliness here. My workstation hasn't been cleaned at all. Do you look down on me? If you continue like this, I'll have Manager Chen fire you. Confronted with the woman's accusations, Sun Xiao hurriedly stood up, her face filled with apologies. Miss, I noticed you were working and didn't want to disturb you. I'll clean it right away. Sun Xiao quickly took up her cleaning tools and went to her workstation. However, in the next moment, the woman casually swept her hand, knocking a cup of water off the desk. Look at you, old hag, can't you pay attention? Chapter 36, Forced to Jump. The woman's loud rebuke immediately drew the attention of several onlookers. My computer is soaked. It contains many important documents. Are you able to compensate for any issues that arise? As she spoke, she noticed the growing crowd around them, a gleam of triumph flashing in her eyes. It was evident that she was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Sun Xiao. The more people gathered, the stronger her sense of superiority became. I apologized, Miss Feng. I didn't notice before. Please don't hold it against me, Sun Xiao replied instinctively, momentarily taken aback by Feng Qian's reproach. However, she quickly realized that Feng Qian was intentionally targeting her. Ever since I joined the company, it seems that Feng Qian has taken a particular dislike to me, scrutinizing my every move with evident disdain. This has occurred countless times, and each instance forces me to suppress my grievances and apologize to her. After indulging her vanity, she feigns a magnanimous forgiveness. This time, however, I had kept a distance of at least half a meter from her water cup. How could I possibly have knocked it over? Yet, Feng Qian appeared resolute in her intent to confront me. Upon hearing my admission of having toppled the cup, a flicker of triumph crossed her eyes. She promptly intercepted me as I attempted to leave, looking down at me from her elevated stance, and declared, since you admit to spilling the water, I'll let the matter of my computer's files slide. However, my computer is now broken and won't turn on, so you must compensate me. I purchased it for over 10,000 yuan, and since it is new, you can simply reimburse me that amount. What? I was taken aback by her demand for 10,000 yuan, especially considering my monthly salary is merely 3,000, and my family is currently burdened with substantial debts. How could I possibly come up with that sum? Miss Feng, you can't be serious. You were the one who knocked over the cup. How can you place the blame on me? Moreover, I don't have 10,000 yuan, I pleaded, growing increasingly agitated as I paced in circles. Feng Qian, however, merely smirked at my distress. Sister Sun, your words lack substance. You just acknowledged that you knocked over the cup, which caused damage to my computer. If you don't compensate, who will? Am I to suffer this loss alone? Everyone here heard your admission. Do you think you can wriggle out of this? The amusement in her expression suggested she believed she had me cornered. At this moment, I found myself at a loss for words. I had indeed admitted to her accusations to avoid complications. Now, it was dawning on me that this entire situation was likely a trap. Perhaps Feng Qian's computer had been faulty long before this incident. Haha, Sister Sun, I understand that earning a living is not easy for you. Let us be reasonable. We've worked together for quite some time. Regardless, this incident was your fault. I'm not unreasonable. How about we split the cost of the computer? Just 5,000 from you will suffice. Wouldn't that be fair? As she concluded her statement, the surrounding colleagues nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Sun. Feng's computer isn't cheap. 5,000 is quite generous. After all, you are at fault in this matter. Mistakes happen at work, and one must take responsibility for them. Although the surrounding colleagues were ostensibly trying to console Sun Xiao, their words clearly leaned in favor of Feng Qian. This collective attitude ignited a furious blush on Sun Xiao's face. The sum of 5,000 yuan was not insignificant to her. If she were to accept responsibility for the matter, it would indeed become her burden. As she perceived the mocking gazes cast upon her by those around, she felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, faced with the crowd's accusations, she found herself powerless. Thoughts of her son, recently released from prison and burdened with debts exceeding hundreds of thousands, weighed heavily on her. Instead of supporting him, she felt she was only dragging him down. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Sister Sun, what are you doing? This is clearly your fault. Why does it seem as though I am the one at fault? Feng Qian's voice dripped with disdain. You damaged my property, and I have only asked you to compensate half the value. Enough of your theatrics. Your tears are futile. 5,000 yuan, not a penny less. Otherwise, you shall not leave today. Feng Qian's tone was haughty, and her demeanor suggested she was confident of ensnaring Sun Xiao. The other colleagues, witnessing Feng Qian's arrogance, began to berate Sun Xiao even more. The barrage of insults rendered Sun Xiao's face a canvas of crimson and pallor. In a moment of desperation, she suddenly dashed toward the window. I would rather die than endure this. I am innocent. Do not try to pin this on me. With a scream, Sun Xiao prepared to leap. This shocking scene startled everyone around, prompting them to swiftly intervene and restrain her. They were on the 26th floor. If she were to jump, it would indeed be fatal, and they would find themselves in dire trouble as well. Sun Xiao. Do not think your theatrics will soften my heart. Go ahead, jump. Who are you trying to scare? Let her leap. If she dares, I will absolve her of the debt. Feng Qian taunted, her words laced with mockery, inciting Sun Xiao's rage further. With a renewed struggle, Sun Xiao attempted to break free and leap once more. Amidst the chaos, Lin Han entered the office just in time to witness the unfolding drama. Upon grasping the entire situation, his expression darkened to an extreme degree. Although he had previously suspected that his mother faced challenges due to her profession, he had never anticipated she would be subjected to such bullying, let alone to the point of contemplating suicide. Had he not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Lin Han's countenance was a stormy reflection of his outrage as he surveyed the tumultuous crowd. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Enough of this nonsense." Upon hearing Lin Han's voice, Sun Xiao immediately trembled and turned to look at him. Upon realizing that it was indeed her son, she felt a surge of pent-up grievances and rushed toward Lin Han. "Xiao Han, what brings you here?" Sun Xiao instinctively sought to express her woes to Lin Han. However, as the words lingered on her lips, she reconsidered. If she were to candidly share her troubles, given Lin Han's temperament, it could incite a much greater uproar. After all, he had just been released from prison, and she did not wish for him to return there. With this thought in mind, Sun Xiao gently urged Lin Han toward the exit while shaking her head. "Xiao Han, you should go outside first. I have some matters to attend to here. We can discuss everything later." Lin Han could not help but understand Sun Xiao's concerns. His heart quivered with guilt. He had the capability to protect her, yet he felt he had failed. Taking a deep breath, he pulled Sun Xiao behind him. "Mom, I have witnessed what transpired. From this moment onward, I shall not allow anyone to bully you." Lin Han's gaze was resolute, and after speaking, he turned his attention back to Feng Qian. "You are the one who caused trouble for my mother, aren't you? Come here and apologize to her." Lin Han's voice was laced with a chilling intensity, imbued with palpable anger. However, as soon as his words fell, Feng Qian couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. "You are Sun Xiao's son? It seems that like mother, like son. What is this? Are you here to defend your mother? She accidentally spilled water and damaged my computer. Are you going to pay the 5,000 yuan for it? If you can't afford it, then don't bother shouting in front of me. Be careful, or I will ensure your mother loses her job, worthless fool." Feng Qian continued to taunt Lin Han, her words dripping with disdain. Lin Han had witnessed the earlier altercation clearly and recognized her deliberate attempt to frame Sun Xiao. Observing Feng Qian's insolent demeanor, Lin Han felt no hesitation and let out a cold snort. He strode purposefully toward her, standing his ground. What do you intend to do? Feng Qian sneered, her brow furrowing in contempt. Even now, she did not regard Lin Han with any seriousness. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Han's icy voice pierced the air once more. Wretched woman, I want to repeat myself. Go over and apologize to my mother. You know precisely how that computer was damaged. Don't even think about demanding compensation. The fact that I haven't sought reparations for your slander against my mother is already a sign of my mercy. Lin Han's sudden action left everyone present wide-eyed in astonishment. No one anticipated that Sun Xiao's son possessed such a fiery temper. As a single slap left a clear imprint on Feng Qian's face. Enraged, Feng Qian clutched her face, her eyes brimming with uncontrollable fury. How dare you strike me? Sun Xiao, your son actually has the audacity to hit me? Are you unaware that Manager Qian is my brother-in-law? It seems you have no desire to remain here. If you can still be at Longting Group tomorrow, I shall take your surname. With a venomous shout directed at Sun Xiao, Feng Qian swiftly retrieved her phone to make a call, her expression replete with indignation. This scene plunged Sun Xiao into a state of utter anxiety. She hurried forward to explain to Feng Qian, Miss Feng, my son acted impulsively. I will compel him to apologize. I truly need this job. Could you grant me a chance? In response to Sun Xiao's plea, Feng Qian merely cast her a cold glance, her eyes glinting with malice and triumph. Feng Qian's reaction left Sun Xiao's heart racing with trepidation, prompting her to instinctively glance at Lin Han. Xiao Han, we've landed ourselves in trouble. How could I be so careless? Feng Qian is notoriously difficult within the company, and her brother-in-law is the manager. If I cannot placate her, I fear I may lose my position. Despite expressing her worries, Sun Xiao refrained from blaming Lin Han, solely chastising herself for her carelessness. Witnessing Sun Xiao's humble demeanor stirred a pang of sorrow within Lin Han. He couldn't help but ponder how his mother had endured the years of his incarceration. Taking a deep breath, Lin Han solemnly addressed Sun Xiao, Mother, everything will be all right. Trust me, I will handle this matter. We need not remain in such a disreputable company. Sun Xiao was taken aback by Lin Han's serious expression. But we still have so many debts. I can assist even a little. Those debts are settled. I made some acquaintances in prison and earned some money through various tasks. I have already repaid them. If you doubt me, I can show you later. Lin Han's explanation left Sun Xiao somewhat skeptical, yet she ultimately chose to trust him. Then be cautious. Do not stir up further trouble. After finally getting out, do not let impulsiveness lead you back in. I understand, Lin Han replied, inhaling deeply, his nose tinged with emotion. His mother still cared for him, and he reflected on how he had abandoned her for 3 years due to that wretched Zhang Ruoxin. Lin Han felt a deep sense of unworthiness. Just as the two were speaking softly, a figure strode over from the office. Sun Xiao, how dare you? You let your son lay hands on Qianqian? It seems you have lost your senses. Do you wish to leave the company? If so, then just go. With the sound of his voice, a stout man appeared before Lin Han. The rotund man's face was suffused with anger and dissatisfaction. Upon his appearance, Feng Qian, who already bore an expression of grievance, immediately threw herself into his embrace. Brother-in-law, look at what they've done to my face. You must stand up for me. Their actions bore an air of ambiguity and discomfort. Casting a glance at the palm print on Feng Qian's face, the man's fury reached its zenith. Sun Xiao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and apologize to Qianqian. Manager Qian's authoritative presence in the company seemed formidable, causing Sun Xiao to shudder instinctively at his command. However, before she could react, Lin Han had already positioned himself in front of her. I believe it is you who should be coming over to apologize, don't you think? Lin Han scoffed. This wretched person dares to slander my mother and nearly drove her to the brink of suicide. I have a short temper. So if you persist in this attitude, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Han's threatening words elicited a raised eyebrow from Manager Qian, who soon could not suppress a mocking smile. Impolite. I'm eager to see how you intend to show your impoliteness. What a joke. Do you dare lay a hand on anyone at Longting Group? Oh, I remember now. You must be Sun Xiao's son, the one who just got out of prison, right? TSK, I heard you were wearing a green hat. Chapter 38. I offer you an opportunity. Zhang Ruoxin was already a sensitive subject for Lin Han. Though he had severed ties with her, it did not grant others the liberty to trample upon his vulnerabilities. As Manager Qian's derisive remarks hung in the air, Lin Han's demeanor darkened profoundly. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with a mere verbal reprimand? Your mother is a lowly individual. Do you think you are any better? The disdainful words continued to flow, escalating in fervor and crossing all bounds. Sun Qian, who stood nearby, could not hide her growing satisfaction. Hee, competing with me? Let us see how you meet your demise this time. Yet, while they reveled in their triumph, they remained oblivious to Lin Han's fists, which had unconsciously clenched tightly. With a cold chuckle, he raised his gaze to Manager Qian. Have you finished speaking? What is this? You're not pleased? But what can you do about it? Do you dare strike me? Slap. Slap. The moment Manager Qian finished his taunt, Lin Han's hand struck him with unbridled force. Did you truly believe I would not dare to strike you? Lin Han did not cease after the initial blows. Instead, he delivered a fierce punch to Manager Qian's abdomen. A dull thud echoed in the air as Manager Qian's corpulent form staggered uncontrollably backward, retreating several steps before stumbling and falling to the ground. No one anticipated that Lin Han would indeed have the audacity to lay hands on Manager Qian. Lin Han, you're courting death. Feng Qian let out a piercing scream, rushing forward to assist Manager Qian. How dare you strike me? I shall ensure that both you and your mother meet your demise. Manager Qian's fury reached its zenith as he pointed an accusatory finger at Sun Biao, declaring, Sun Biao, effective immediately, you are dismissed. How dare you allow your son to assault me? Neither of you will escape unscathed today. Security! Security! With a clamor, over a dozen figures emerged from outside, swiftly encircling Lin Han. Disable this wretch. I will bear the consequences, Manager Qian sneered, his gaze icy. To him, Sun Biao and her son represented the lowest echelons of society. As long as he did not kill them, nothing posed a problem. It was merely a matter of spending a bit more money. At this moment, regaining face and venting his anger were paramount. Manager Qian wielded considerable authority within the company, and no sooner had he spoken than the surrounding security personnel moved in to confront Lin Han. Sun Biao, who had been standing behind Lin Han, instinctively placed herself in front of him, hands outstretched in a plea. Let us leave now. I beg you, do not harm my son. Sun Biao had not anticipated Lin Han's explosive temper, having just witnessed him strike Feng Qian and then Manager Qian. Given Manager Qian's temperament, this predicament was bound to escalate. Losing her job was trivial compared to her fear that Lin Han might be imprisoned once more. Huh, you think you can leave? It's not that simple. Attack. Manager Qian bellowed, and the security personnel, no longer hesitating, lunged towards Lin Han. However, Lin Han merely chuckled coldly, evading them with agility and effortlessly sending each of them flying with a swift kick. Fools, he remarked dismissively as he dispatched the security guards, then advanced toward Manager Qian. Sensing the chill emanating from Lin Han, Manager Qian instinctively recoiled, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered, What do you intend to do? Lin Han's display of strength had far exceeded his expectations. How could he possibly stand against him? What am I going to do? Lin Han grinned menacingly, seizing Manager Qian by the throat and forcefully dragging him toward the window. You wish to incapacitate me, do you? As he spoke, Lin Han thrust Manager Qian against the window, leaving half of his body dangling precariously outside. The howling wind sent a wave of panic through Manager Qian, causing him to tremble uncontrollably as he shouted at Lin Han, You've lost your mind. Are you truly attempting to kill me? I am the manager of Longting Group, which is a property of the Lei family, one of the foremost clans in Modu. Do you understand? If you cause trouble in their domain, the Lei family will not let you off easily. Manager Qian found himself at a loss. Lin Han was simply too peculiar, and none of his associates could match him. Now, he had no choice but to invoke the name of the Lei family to instill fear in Lin Han. However, upon hearing his words, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with amusement. The Lei family? He happened to know Lei Dong from the Lei family. I wonder how he would react to this news. With this thought in mind, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle as he brought Manager Qian back into the fray. Manager Qian, now safely in Lin Han's grasp, felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. Lin Han, you are doomed. I dare to stir trouble at Longting Group, and I shall call the general manager. The general manager has connections with the Lei family. Let us see how you meet your end this time. Gritting his teeth, Manager Qian fished out his phone. Yet, Lin Han had no intention of stopping him. Instead, he sat down with Sun Biao, chuckling coldly. Go ahead and call them. It would be best if you could summon the Lei family here. The grievances my mother endured at your company must be repaid in full. Seeing Lin Han remain so arrogant even at this juncture, Manager Qian couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He quickly embellished the situation while informing the general manager. The general manager, who was not at the company, was taken aback upon hearing that someone dared to cause a ruckus and nearly resulted in a fatality. Anger surged within him. You truly are useless. You can't even handle a mere cleaner. Coincidentally, I am dining with young Master Lei Dong right now. Keep that brat occupied. We will arrive shortly." Upon hearing that the general manager was dining with young Master Lei, Manager Qian's eyes lit up. After hanging up, he could hardly contain his glee. "Ha ha ha, Lin Han. Young Master Lei will be here soon. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you kneel and apologize, I might speak a kind word for you. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your demise. In front of young Master Lei, you are nothing." In the face of Manager Qian's threats, a broad smile spread across Lin Han's face. "I shall give you an opportunity as well. Kneel and apologize to me, and I might speak favorably of you." Witnessing Lin Han's continued arrogance and his refusal to leave, Manager Qian could hardly be bothered to argue. Instead, he secretly instructed the surrounding security and staff to keep a close watch on Lin Han, ensuring he could not escape. Chapter 39. This is my brother Lin surrounded by a throng of employees. Manager Qian anxiously rubbed his chest. Lin Han's earlier actions left him feeling uneasy. That infuriating brat, still posturing even at death's door. When young Master Lei and the general manager arrive, I am eager to see how long he can maintain this facade. I refuse to believe he would dare to act so brazenly in front of young Master Lei. Upon hearing Manager Qian's words, Feng Qian's eyes sparkled with interest. She leaned closer and, in a lowered voice, asked, "Brother-in-law, what kind of woman do you think a wealthy heir like Lei Xiao prefers?" As she spoke, she began to pose suggestively, her intentions unmistakable to Manager Qian. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes as he let out a soft huff, replying, "Stop dreaming. Individuals like Lei Xiao are far beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. When you meet him, it's best to keep your words to a minimum, otherwise, be wary of his displeasure. This time, no one will come to your aid." Despite Manager Qian's earnest advice, Feng Qian appeared indifferent, dismissing his concerns with a nonchalant demeanor. "Xiao Han, how did things escalate to this point, with even the general manager coming? You should take this opportunity to leave. Whatever happens, Mom will handle it for you." Although Sun Xiao was unaware of the significance of the young master from the Lei family, she understood the gravity of the general manager's presence. He was a powerful figure within the company, capable of determining the fate of many with a single word. In her heart, she felt that Lin Han had incurred serious trouble by offending such a person. Observing Sun Xiao's unwavering support, Lin Han felt a pang of emotion and smiled gently at her. "Mom, I am no longer the same as before. Rest assured, whoever comes, I will resolve this matter perfectly." Despite Lin Han's confident demeanor, Sun Xiao's eyes flickered with skepticism. However, since he had spoken with such conviction, she chose to trust him for the time being, though deep down, she remained doubtful about her son's ability to handle such a formidable figure. At that moment, not only Sun Xiao, but everyone present harbored disbelief. In their minds, once the general manager and Lei Xiao arrived, Lin Han would be doomed. They were unaware of the source of Lin Han's confidence and had no inclination to leave, their anticipation for the unfolding drama palpable. After a brief interval, a wave of excitement erupted outside. The general manager had returned, accompanied by several individuals, among them Lei Xiao. With a loud commotion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as all eyes turned eagerly toward the entrance. As expected, when the elevator doors opened, more than 10 figures emerged, most clad in black suits. Clearly bodyguards. The general manager and Lei Xiao strode confidently toward the company. "Lei Xiao, general manager, I beg you to take my side." As the crowd parted, Manager Qian rushed forward, lamenting his plight to the two men. Upon the sudden appearance of Manager Qian, Lei Dong furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a multitude of bodyguards swiftly stepped forward to intercept him. Fortunately, the general manager standing by quickly clarified that this was one of their own, which prevented Lei Dong from issuing any commands. With a thud, Manager Qian knelt before the two, fervently embellishing his explanation. After listening to Manager Qian's account, curiosity predominated in Lei Dong's eyes. "Oh, is there someone bold enough to cause a ruckus on my family's territory? I am intrigued to discover the identity of this audacious individual." Manager Qian's words sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and he hastened to direct Lei Dong's gaze towards the crowd behind them. "Young Master Lei, it is that fellow. I have already proclaimed my allegiance to you. Yet he shows you no respect whatsoever. He clearly holds you in contempt." Manager Qian's words dripped with disparagement towards Lin Han, as he sought to provoke Lei Dong into action against him. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, his expression brimming with uncontainable pride. However, he failed to notice that upon seeing Lin Han, Lei Dong froze in place. "Cursed be my luck. How did I encounter Lin Han here again? I had just managed to evade him in the restaurant, and now I am plagued by misfortune once more. Lei Dong silently cursed, his expression swiftly darkening. The others misinterpreted Lei Dong's demeanor as rage ignited by Manager Qian's words, their expressions filled with anticipation as they looked towards Lin Han, eager for Lei Dong to unleash his wrath upon him. Young master, this fellow possesses considerable skill. Do exercise caution, Manager Qian chuckled, seemingly envisioning a scenario where Lin Han would kneel and apologize to him. Yet, as Manager Qian's voice faded, Lei Dong's brow had already knitted tightly. Caution for what? His words caught everyone off guard, and they instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Wasn't he, young master, planning to deal with this fellow? Of course. To be wary of him injuring you, Manager Qian replied, confusion etched upon his face. However, before he could finish, Lei Dong's palm struck him sharply. Who told you I was to deal with Mr. Lin? Lin Han is my elder brother, did you not know? You seek death by suggesting I confront my own brother. Had I known he was here, I would never have come. As he yelled, Lei Dong relentlessly kicked at Manager Qian. His actions aimed at dispelling Lin Han's doubts and conveying that he had no intention of targeting him, urging him not to retaliate. Others may have been oblivious, but he was acutely aware of Lin Han's formidable strength. Previously, he had led dozens of men only to be bested by Lin Han, resulting in his own kneeling apology. He was not foolish enough to endure such humiliation again in front of everyone. The atmosphere was enveloped in an unsettling silence, as everyone remained astonished by Lei Dong's unexpected reaction. Each individual widened their eyes, gazing at Lin Han in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Han was the elder brother of young Master Lei? What an absurd twist of fate. Throughout the unfolding drama, Lin Han maintained a serene smile, displaying no urgency to intervene when Lei Dong entered. He had been curious to observe Lei Dong's demeanor upon encountering him once more. Should Lei Dong still exhibit arrogance and attempt to confront him, Lin Han would not hesitate to teach him another lesson. However, it appeared that Lei Dong's current attitude was somewhat satisfactory to him. Chapter 40. Lei Dong's attitude. Lei Dong unleashed his frustrations upon Manager Qian. Noticing that Lin Han harbored no grievances against him, he discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. With a disdainful snort, he seized Manager Qian by the hair and dragged him before Lin Han. Brother Lin, this brat is seeking death by daring to provoke you. This Longting group is my territory. Feel free to instruct me on how to deal with him, and I shall comply with your every word. Upon hearing Lei Dong's declaration, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Here, in what was ostensibly Lei Dong's domain, he displayed such deference and humility towards Lin Han. Did he not harbor any resentment? I wouldn't dare, Lei Dong chuckled nervously. Brother Lin has already enlightened me. I have no intention of opposing you. Please, trust that I genuinely wish to remain on your good side. Observing Lei Dong's cautious demeanor, Lin Han chuckled softly and nodded in acknowledgement. I see. Your attitude is commendable. You are aware of the events that have transpired here, correct? Lei Dong nodded repeatedly. I understand. If Brother Lin prefers not to take action, I can handle this matter for you. Very well. With Lin Han's consent, Lei Dong felt emboldened. In the next moment, he delivered a swift kick towards Manager Qian. Kneel and apologize to Brother Lin. Otherwise, I shall ensure you learn the meaning of regret. While Lei Dong was unable to contend with Lin Han, dealing with Manager Qian was a trivial task. The latter lacked Lin Han's prowess and had the Han family as his backing. Moreover, Manager Qian was an employee of his own company, making it all the easier to deal with him. At that moment, Manager Qian was utterly petrified by the spectacle before him. He turned his gaze towards Lin Han, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of dread. Although he could not comprehend why Lei Dong exhibited such fear towards Lin Han, he was well aware of Lei Dong's stature. He was the young master of the Lei family, a prominent figure among the affluent elite of Modu. The mere fact that Lei Dong feared Lin Han implied that the latter possessed considerable influence. Regret consumed Manager Qian. He lamented the troubles brought upon him by that wretched Feng Qian. With no hesitation, he began to bow his head deeply before Lin Han, seeking forgiveness. Lei Dong, dismissing him, redirected his attention towards the stunned Feng Qian standing nearby. I have heard that this matter was instigated by you. Have you truly driven Lin Gu's mother to the brink of suicide? It appears you are courting death. The icy voice of Lei Dong resonated through the air, and without hesitation, Feng Qian knelt before Lin Han. She was already adept at navigating the winds of fortune, but faced with such a predicament, she was utterly at a loss. Perhaps it was time for her to vacate this office. In an instant, The office was filled with the sounds of their incessant apologies. Feng Qian, I must ask you, why have you persistently targeted my mother? Lin Han's eyes narrowed as he addressed Feng Qian in a frigid tone. Lin Xiao, I did not intend to be antagonistic towards Sister Sunday. It was my own short-sightedness. I had a trivial conflict with Sister Sun previously, and I harbored resentment. I am at fault. My computer had broken down yesterday, and I foolishly attempted to frame Sister Sun for it, hoping she would compensate me for my losses. I now realize my error. I implore you, Lin Xiao, grant me another chance. As Feng Qian sobbed and pleaded, it was evident that fear had gripped her to the core. However, Lin Han could not help but scoff inwardly at her demeanor. Old habits die hard. Her fear stemmed from the dread of his retaliation rather than a genuine sense of remorse. Were it not for his connection with Lei Dong, Lin Han doubted Feng Qian would have exhibited such a demeanor. Yet, this mattered little to him. What he desired was precisely this spectacle. He had chastised and reprimanded them. And now he had defended his mother. Mother, whether or not to forgive these two is entirely your decision. Lin Han's words rendered Sun Xiao momentarily stunned, causing her to appear flustered. Sun Xiao was unfamiliar with such a situation. Although the circumstances seemed bewildering, she could distinctly sense that her son had transformed in some manner. At the very least, the esteemed figures among his colleagues treated him with utmost respect. Sun Xiao was uninterested in the details of what transpired with Lin Han. She simply recognized that her son had achieved something significant and could now stand by her side. Wiping away her tears, Sun Xiao gently replied, It's all right. I am not aggrieved. As long as you are well, everything is fine. Let it be. Lin Han, aware of his mother's tender heart, nodded in acknowledgement before turning back to Manager Qian. Regardless, you two have caused my mother distress. There must be appropriate compensation, should there not? Lin Han's words momentarily startled Manager Qian, but soon his eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, indeed. Would a compensation of 10 to 20,000 for Sister Sun suffice? I shall contribute 10,000 as well. As they spoke, the two hastily began rummaging through their bags, gathering money and initiating transfers. It was only after all matters had been settled that they finally lifted their gazes to meet Lin Han's. All right, let us consider this matter settled. Your company should also calculate my mother's salary. Starting today, she will no longer work here. Lin Han's words did not surprise anyone. After all, given Lin Han's accomplishments, it was only natural that he would not allow his mother to toil in such a place. However, upon hearing this, Lei Dong raised an eyebrow and quickly approached with a sheepish grin, saying, Brother Lin, let us not be hasty. How about granting me an opportunity? I could arrange a vacant position for your mother within the group, where she would do nothing and receive a salary of 20,000 a month. What do you think? Consider it my way of compensating her. Lei Dong was acutely aware of the significance of this moment. It was a rare chance to forge a connection with Lin Han. Although he was uncertain of Lin Han's true abilities, it was evident that being valued by the Han family implied more than mere physical prowess. Keeping a position open within the company would be a trivial task for him, and it would be prudent to extend a favor to Lin Han. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by Lei Dong's offer and instinctively turned to glance at Sun Xiao. He believed Lei Dong was sincere. If this were indeed feasible, it would alleviate his concerns. After all, Sun Xiao was not one to remain idle at home, and working would afford her a semblance of dignity. Especially after the events of the day, it would ensure she would not face any further indignities, a notion Lin Han found agreeable. Chapter 41. A thunderclap. I have been with this company for 3 years. I have developed some affection for it. As for a leisurely position, I would prefer not to take it. If young Master Lei does not mind, I would be content to work as a cleaner. Sun Xiao quickly articulated her thoughts. However, her words astonished Lei Dong. Oh dear, Aunt Sun, please don't be so polite. Brother Lin and I are like family. How could I allow you to be a cleaner? Leave it to me. I will handle the arrangements and ensure you endure no hardships. Ultimately, under Lei Dong's vigorous persuasion, Sun Xiao ascended to a managerial position at Lungting Group. Even if she had no specific duties, Lei Dong had no expectation for her to perform tasks. As long as she remained within the company, his bond with Lin Han would not falter. This was the outcome he desired. As it was still afternoon and work had not yet concluded, Lin Han intended to leave with Sun Xiao, but she insisted on waiting until the end of the day. Reluctantly, he departed first. Brother Lin, rest assured, I will arrange for a driver to pick up Annie daily. There will be no issues. Lei Dong continued to flatter Lin Han in the elevator, his rapid shift from animosity to camaraderie leaving Lin Han somewhat astonished. This indeed caught him off guard previously. It appears he had underestimated Lei Dong to some extent. Very well, I shall remember this favor you have done. As long as my mother is content at the company, you may directly inform me of any matters in the future. I am willing to assist you free of charge once. Lin Han's words filled Lei Dong with uncontainable joy, causing him to nod vigorously in agreement. The two of them strode out of the elevator, and Lei Dong's gaze was immediately drawn to the red Ferrari parked at the entrance. Upon seeing the Ferrari, he paused, quickly recalling that it belonged to Han Duoduo. It seemed that Lin Han held a significant position in Han Duoduo's heart, and even within the Han family. With this realization, Lei Dong's resolve regarding his earlier decision grew even stronger. However, just as Lin Han settled into the car, an exclamatory voice rang out from a distance. Feng Qian, having approached with a sway of her hips, had appeared at the car's side. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the Ferrari, and her expression was one of utmost respect and flattery. Lin Xiao, I was wrong about the earlier incident. As compensation, I am willing to fulfill any request you might have. Whatever you desire, I shall gladly do. As she spoke, she lightly bit her lip, her eyes brimming with allure. This display incensed Manager Qian, who observed from the building above, as he muttered in frustration about her lack of dignity. Feng Qian's gaze was unmistakably clear in its meaning, and as she spoke, her attire subtly slipped, revealing her form. Anything is possible. Such a scene elicited a hint of amusement in Lin Han's eyes. Of course, only if Lin Xiao desires it. However, I hope you will treat her well. Feng Qian believed she had found an opportunity, playfully pouting as she prepared to open the car door and take her seat. Yet, at that moment, Lin Han's icy voice emerged from within the vehicle. Very well. I request that you immediately remove yourself from my sight. This is my sole demand. With that, Lin Han pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring as the car vanished from sight, leaving Feng Qian standing alone, bewildered in the wind. Meanwhile, news of the Han family's patriarch being cured by a renowned physician had spread throughout the upper echelons of Modu. The head of the Shen family sat in his study, frowning at the news before him. Where did this Lin Han come from? How is it that he commands such respect from Master Ouyang? For the Shen family, one of the four prominent families in Modu, their greater concern lay in the relationship between Lin Han and Ouyang Guang. Although the Han family was a first-rate family, they were still somewhat beneath his notice. Investigations into Lin Han's background had already commenced. After the head of the Shen family spoke, an elderly man appeared beside him, handing over the resources he held. It is worth noting that Lin Han has a connection with the young lady. Oh, the head of the Shen family glanced at the resources in his hand and swiftly slammed his palm on the table. This Lin Han is actually that esteemed disciple? When did he get released from prison? I was completely unaware. This is wonderful news. The return of that disciple may very well resolve the troubles plaguing our Shen family. Initially, I had arranged a marriage contract between Qianqian and Lin Han, which means he is now effectively our son-in-law. At this point, the head of the Shen family could hardly contain his joy. The steward, observing this reaction, paused momentarily before speaking again. Master, we received a message from the Han family earlier, confirming that they have acknowledged Lin Han's identity as a son-in-law. Furthermore, Lin Han has been seen spending time with Han Duoduo, and they even dined together today. What? This revelation caused the head of the Shen family to feel a surge of anxiety. He quickly said, call Qianqian over. Since the Han family has taken action, we cannot lag behind. I knew that esteemed individual would not limit the opportunity to our Shen family alone. Although Lin Han's capabilities suggest he will attract more than one woman, there can only be one legitimate wife. With this thought, the head of the Shen family seemed lost in contemplation, pacing restlessly. Before long, Shen Qianqian appeared, her face a picture of confusion. Dad, you called for me? Qianqian, do you remember the marriage contract I arranged for you a year ago? Your fiancé, Lin Han, has now been released from prison. The head of the Shen family greeted Shen Qianqian with a broad smile, urging her to take a seat. The higher one stands, the further one can see. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of Lin Han's master. Lin Han's acquisition of his master's complete teachings naturally imbued him with a portion of that influence and strength. Thus, the Shen family could not afford to relinquish Lin Han. Lin Han, I know him, Shen Qianqian replied unexpectedly, a cheerful smile spreading across her face as she produced a marriage contract from her possession. Waving it in front of the head of the Shen family, she said, just a few days ago, I visited Lin Han and retrieved the marriage contract. It has been rendered void. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with pride and delight. However, the head of the Shen family reacted to this news as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Chapter 42. The furious head of the Shen family what? The head of the Shen family jolted upright, disbelief etched across his face. You actually reclaimed the marriage contract from Lin Han? Yes. Is there a problem? Shen Qianqian replied, momentarily taken aback, then nonchalantly continued. When I met Lin Han, he seemed like just an ordinary person fresh out of prison. Although he is somewhat attractive, he pales in comparison to my standards. The prospect of our union is utterly impossible, especially in this day and age. Your insistence on a betrothal is laughable. Shen Qianqian dismissed her father's words with complete indifference, provoking an immediate and furious reaction from him. He slammed his palm onto the table, trembling with rage. Foolish! Who gave you the audacity to reclaim the marriage contract? Who emboldened you to act so brazenly? Shen Qianqian had never witnessed her father in such a state of anger, and she was momentarily taken aback. Father, what is the matter? Is Lin Han not merely an ordinary person? Does he warrant such a vehement reaction? Ordinary? Shen's patriarch let out a bitter laugh, realizing he had lost his composure. He sank heavily into a chair, his gaze flickering as he sighed deeply. Do you understand why I arranged this marriage? Do you comprehend the sacrifices the Shen family has made to secure this betrothal? Who told you that Lin Han is an ordinary man? The forces behind him could aid our family in overcoming significant challenges. At this point, he noticed Shen Qianqian still appeared unconcerned, prompting him to let out a huff before continuing. You are aware of Han Duoduo, are you not? Shen Qianqian certainly knew Han Duoduo, as both were renowned as the four flowers of Magic City, often compared by others. Although the Shen family held a superior status to the Han family, Han Duoduo's remarkable abilities often placed her above Shen Qianqian, a fact that had long irked her. What of Han Duoduo? Han Duoduo is also betrothed to Lin Han, and both the Han family and Han Duoduo have acknowledged this union. Today, Han Duoduo's father is gravely ill, and it was Lin Han who healed him. This means that if our family does not act swiftly, Lin Han will indeed become a member of the Han family. The patriarch of the Shen family gritted his teeth, his expression filled with resentment. Moreover, Lin Han is the master of the esteemed physician Ouyang. At the very least, you should recognize his exceptional nature. I am aware that Lin Han is Ouyang's master. Shen Qianqian replied casually, much to her father's astonishment. I was present when Ouyang became his disciple. Just yesterday, Lin Han cured Gongsun Ro's ailment. The patriarch of the Shen family was once again taken aback by Shen Qianqian's revelation. The entire Magic City was aware of Gongsun Ro's illness. How could Lin Han have cured her? Why was I not informed of such crucial news? Do you realize the gravity of your negligence? Once more, the patriarch's anger surged, and he glared at Shen Qianqian, filled with disappointment. Is it not known that our family and the Gongsun family have always been at odds? Shen Qianqian could perceive her father's fury and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she merely stuck out her tongue and feigned a sense of grievance, saying, just let it go. Since the events have transpired, it is imperative that we take corrective action. Fortunately, the marriage certificate still remains in our possession. I now assign you the task of retrieving the marriage certificate by any means necessary, compelling Lin Han to acknowledge the union with the Shen family. Additionally, Han Duoduo is currently in continuous contact with Lin Han. You must secure Lin Han before Han Duoduo does. Shen Qianqian could scarcely fathom that her father would issue such a command, leaving her momentarily stunned. As she instinctively opened her mouth to protest, the head of the Shen family abruptly interrupted her. I understand your dissatisfaction, but Lin Han is of utmost importance to our family. This matter must be resolved. Without Lin Han, our family may not endure the year and could be ousted from the ranks of the four great families. Surely, you comprehend the gravity of the situation now? Shen Qianqian fell silent. Although she typically remained aloof regarding family affairs, she was, after all, a member of the Shen family and understood its significance. With a resolute nod, she finally spoke, Father, I understand. With that, she rose and departed the study. Watching Shen Qianqian's retreating figure, the steward sighed wistfully. Head of the family, are you not concerned that Qianqian may resent you for this? It is evident that she does not favor Lin Han. Resentment cannot be avoided, the head of the Shen family replied, shaking his head. Our family is out of time. Moreover, do you know how many influential figures Lin Han has encountered during his time in prison? His talent and character are undeniably exceptional, having caught the eye of a prominent master. Among the scions of the various families in Magic City, who can rival him? His medical skills alone place him at the pinnacle of his generation. Sometimes, one must look beyond the present. With Lin Han's inclusion, our family shall undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Observing the head of the family's determination, The steward fell silent. For those in their position, the larger picture always took precedence. As the Shun family solidified its stance on Lin Han, whispers about him began to circulate within the upper echelons of Magic City. Meanwhile, within the Sun Biao villa, chaos reigned in the Grand Hall. The scattered garments clearly indicated that a fierce battle had just taken place. Sun Biao and Zhang Ruoxin sat on the sofa, panting heavily as they smoked. Sun Biao's expression still clouded with anger. "Young Master Sun, are you still upset about Lin Han?" "Of course. I, Sun Biao, have never endured such humiliation in my life. I have not been idle these past few days. I've spent considerable resources hiring several experts to come to Magic City. Soon, I shall surely capture Lin Han. He is no match for me." Upon hearing Sun Biao's words, Zhang Ruoxin's eyes lit up with excitement. She quickly stepped forward and inquired, "What are your plans, young Master Sun?" For Zhang Ruoxin, Lin Han's existence was akin to a ticking time bomb. She harbored a deeper resentment towards Lin Han than Sun Biao did, yearning to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would forever remain a thorn in Sun Biao's heart. As for her own aspirations of entering the Sun family, they seemed utterly futile. A smirk escaped her lips as she realized it was time for him to take action. Sun Biao appeared to have already formulated a plan. Turning to Zhang Ruoxin with a sinister grin, "Me? This time, you shall serve as the bait," he declared, his gaze fierce and menacing. Chapter 43. Am I devoid of temper? When Sun Xiao returned from the company that evening, Lin Han pondered deeply. Ultimately, he chose not to disclose his true circumstances to Sun Xiao. After all, the transformation he had undergone was monumental. The 3 years spent in prison had not only equipped him with formidable skills under his master's tutelage, but had also amassed a staggering fortune. Moreover, due to the numerous marriage contracts he possessed, he could easily navigate the elite circles of the Magic City. It was merely a matter of whether he wished to pursue that path. Such a drastic change would undoubtedly be overwhelming for his mother. Lin Han contemplated waiting for the opportune moment to reveal the truth to her. In any case, Sun Xiao's current position at Longting Group provided her with a comfortable existence. She had already witnessed his transformation, and he could gradually share more with her in the future. Sun Xiao refrained from pressing Lin Han too rigorously about the events of the day. Although she harbored some suspicions regarding the extent of his transformation, she attributed it to his experiences in prison. However, nothing surpassed her concern for her son's safety. As long as Lin Han remained unharmed, everything else was inconsequential. The following day, Lin Han was scheduled to report to Han Duoduo's company, a commitment he had previously made. Although he had no immediate intention of working, he was more than willing to grant her the opportunity to engage with him. Early the next morning, upon arriving at the community parking lot, Lin Han was met with a gathering of onlookers. They circled his Ferrari, snapping photos. For his residence was in an older community where such luxury vehicles were a rarity amidst the usual traffic. 2 fashionably dressed women stood before his car, taking pictures, while passers-by merely glanced before continuing on their way, preoccupied with the workday ahead. Initially, Lin Han intended to drive away, but seeing the lingering curiosity of the 2 women, he decided to grant them a few more moments. Spotting an electric scooter nearby, he sat down, a smile on his face as he enjoyed the spectacle. The presence of Lin Han did not go unnoticed by the 2 women. With a derisive glance directed at Lin Han, the women seemed to regard him as merely a bystander, an unsophisticated bumpkin who had never witnessed the world beyond his own narrow confines. "Oh, ignore him. Let us take our pictures first," one of the red-haired women chirped, rolling her eyes at Lin Han before smiling at her companion. After uttering this, she plopped herself onto the sports car, striking various poses with unrestrained enthusiasm, while the 2 reveled in their impromptu photo session. Though taken aback by their dismissive demeanor, Lin Han chose not to take offense. Given his current status and standing, he found no reason to stoop to their level. After a spell of snapping pictures, the 2 women noticed Lin Han still seated nearby, seemingly unfazed and unwilling to depart. A flicker of discontent crossed their faces as they exchanged whispers. "Come over and take a few photos for us, and I might share my best friend's contact information with you. A person like you probably never gets to interact with beauties like us. Huh? Ha ha ha. I bet you haven't even held a woman's hand. You reek of desperation," they jeered, bursting into laughter at their own remarks. Lin Han, perplexed by their attitude, found it absurd. He had not asked them to vacate his vehicle and had already shown considerable restraint. Instead of gratitude, they were now mocking him? Confounded by their misplaced sense of superiority, he prepared to rise, when suddenly a voice from behind interrupted with irritation. "Who said you could sit on my electric scooter?" Get off immediately. The speaker pushed Lin Han away, a look of disdain etched across his face. Lily, this is the breakfast I just bought for you, the man said. Shifting his attention from Lin Han to the red-haired woman, his expression transforming into one of eager servility as he jogged over to her. Why are you so slow? I was hoping you'd take more pictures. Be careful, you too. This is a $500,000 luxury car. Even a minor scratch would be beyond our means to repair, he warned, his gaze lingering on the Ferrari with a fervor that betrayed his admiration. What man does not yearn for a sports car? Yet, given his circumstances, he knew he would likely never have the chance to drive one. Understood, but look at yourself. If you were truly capable, I wouldn't have to ride that clunky electric scooter every day. I should be allowed to sit in this sports car instead. You can walk today, we'll take a taxi. The red-haired woman did not shy away from her disdain for men, instantly rendering the man beside her with an expression of awkward amusement. Yet, the man appeared to have grown accustomed to such treatment, merely continuing to force a smile. It seemed he had lost face in front of the red-haired woman, and upon turning, he noticed Lin Han still standing nearby. His brow furrowed deeply as he directed a tirade at Lin Han. Didn't I tell you to get lost? What are you still doing here? I didn't even hold you accountable for sitting on my scooter without my permission. Stop being an eyesore. His demeanor suggested a desire to vent his pent-up frustration on Lin Han. Throughout this, Lin Han remained silent, yet was verbally assaulted by the man and the two women, eliciting a palpable expression of distaste. With a cold laugh, Lin Han suddenly advanced, delivering a swift kick that sent the man sprawling 5 or 6 meters away. He then approached the red-haired woman, who was still perched on the sports car, visibly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Han delivered a resounding slap to her face. Did you have my permission to sit in my car? And what gives you the right to insult others as if I have no temper? This strike ignited a blaze of anger across the red-haired woman's face. But the next moment, she witnessed Lin Han produce the keys to a Ferrari. She watched, wide-eyed, as Lin Han unlocked the door and slid into the vehicle, leaving her standing there, hands covering her face, her words swallowed in surprise. In a flash, she dashed to the car window, her expression transformed into one of eager charm. Hey, this is your car? I didn't know? Please forgive me. Chapter 44. Employment. As the red-haired woman spoke, a hint of flirtation laced her tone. The man on the ground seethed with fury. He had pursued her for so long, yet she had never granted him a favorable glance. Seeing the red-haired woman take the initiative, her companions were not to be outdone. After all, they were in the presence of a wealthy young man driving a Ferrari, and they were determined not to miss this opportunity. If they could establish even a slight connection, it would be enough to sustain them. Hey, can we get to know each other? We apologize for our earlier attitude. Let me treat you to dinner. Let us exchange contact information. I'll take you out tonight. And afterwards we can shop together. The woman's increasing enthusiasm only darkened the man's expression further. You two are truly shameless. I've always been kind to you. Yet you don't treat me with the same respect. Look at you now, acting this way just because he drives a Ferrari. Is it really that significant? In response to the man's mocking remarks, the two women were equally unyielding. Do you really think you can compare? That car, as you mentioned, costs at least $5 million. Will you ever earn that much in your lifetime? If I do not treat others well, why should they treat me kindly? What do you possess, besides this dilapidated electric scooter? The woman's retort rendered the man's expression exceedingly grim, leaving him momentarily speechless. In the vehicle, Lin Han's gaze was filled with amusement, as he found himself a spectator to a scene reminiscent of dogs fighting amongst themselves. However, he was disinclined to squander any more time on these individuals. Initially, he had benevolently offered to take a few more photographs for them. But since they did not appreciate his kindness, Lin Han decided to be forthright. Please step aside. I am leaving now. Did you not previously label me a mere loser? Unworthy of your company? I am quite self-aware, and this loser must return to work. With that, Lin Han pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing the parking lot. As he watched Lin Han's retreating figure, the woman with red hair stomped her foot in frustration. This is all your fault. If you hadn't pushed him, would he have been so enraged? What ability do you possess that allows you to look down on him? It is truly laughable. And now you choose to blame me? Perhaps you should reflect on your own disgraceful behavior just moments ago. The men, incensed, stood their ground and began hurling insults at one another. Meanwhile, Lin Han, who had already left, remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had nearly incited a fight. Even if he were aware, he would merely regard it as entertainment. Their quarrel had no bearing on him. Driving swiftly, he arrived at the Han group. due to earlier delays and the considerable distance. By the time Lin Han reached the company, operations had already commenced. As he hesitated over whether to call Han Duo, a woman in professional attire suddenly approached him, her heels clicking against the floor. "You must be Mr. Lin, am I correct? I am Secretary Zhang for General Manager Han. She is currently in a meeting and sent me to welcome you." Upon hearing the mention of a secretary, Lin Han smiled in acknowledgement. It seemed Han Duo was quite considerate. "Has General Manager Han mentioned which department I should be assigned to?" he inquired. "General Manager Han instructed me to inform you that you may choose any department you wish," the secretary replied, her face beaming with delight. Her gaze towards Lin Han was filled with curiosity, for General Manager Han had never treated any man in such a manner. Moreover, she knew that Han was typically cautious regarding matters within the company. The fact that he was granted the liberty to select his position indicated Lin Han held a significant status in her eyes. Could it be that he was General Manager Han's boyfriend? Such a matter was inappropriate to ask directly, leaving her to ponder in silence. "I am quite aware of my own abilities, and while Han Duo recognizes my potential and has afforded me this opportunity, I remain grounded in my self-assessment. However, I cannot overreach, can I?" Lin Han chuckled lightly, contemplating before he spoke. "Please assign me a position that is relatively leisurely and low profile. Ideally one that does not interfere with the company's normal operations." Initially, Lin Han's entry into the company was at the behest of Han Duo. He seized this opportunity to secure employment for himself. Otherwise, his mother, Sun Biao, would undoubtedly begin her incessant nagging in due time. The secretary appeared somewhat taken aback by Lin Han's request, her gaze towards him tinged with curiosity. Typically, young individuals in his position would strive to ascend the corporate ladder. To her surprise, Lin Han proactively requested a demotion, seeking a position of discretion. After some reflection, the secretary conceived a suitable role. "Mr. Lin, how about the logistics department?" "There is generally little to do there, as most tasks can be managed by colleagues from other departments. You would only need to attend meetings." "That sounds perfectly agreeable," Lin Han responded without a moment's hesitation. "However, if possible, I would prefer that you do not disclose my relationship with Han Duo, as I fear it may affect my colleagues' perceptions." The secretary nodded and, with a beaming smile, led Lin Han upstairs. Upon arriving at the logistics department, the secretary first greeted the department head before indicating for Lin Han to enter. The logistics department housed a considerable number of employees, with at least 20 individuals in sight. The department head appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing spectacles and exuding an air of difficulty in approach. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential to Lin Han. "Now that you have joined the logistics department, you shall adhere to our directives," the supervisor declared. "As a newcomer, please take a seat over there." Given Lin Han's prior request, the secretary merely informed the supervisor that he was a new hire. As Lin Han settled into his position, he had yet to acclimate to his surroundings when a colleague rose and placed a stack of documents on his desk. "You're new, and the department is a bit busy these days. Since you are just starting, you can assist with this work and evaluate your capabilities." The colleague intended to turn and leave, but at that moment, Lin Han firmly grasped his arm. "Apologies, but I must decline. I am not familiar with these tasks. It would be better if you handled them yourself." Lin Han's refusal was not born from dissatisfaction with the colleague's attitude, but rather from his genuine inability to perform the assigned tasks. He was unwilling to undertake responsibilities that could lead to complications. Chapter 45. A show of authority. Although Han Duo had facilitated Lin Han's entry into the company, even if he were to err, he would not hold her accountable. However, Lin Han possessed no inclination to burden others with his troubles. However, Lin Han's demeanor clearly led to a misunderstanding on the other party's part. After a moment of stunned silence, the individual furrowed his brow and scrutinized Lin Han. "You have no prior experience?" "None." "Then how did you gain entry into the Han group?" "I simply walked in." "I meant, how did you get into the logistics department?" "As you just saw, I was brought in by the secretary of President Han." Observing Lin Han's earnest expression, the person's countenance darkened. Numerous colleagues were watching, and it was customary in their department to assert dominance over newcomers. If he failed to subdue Lin Han at this moment, how could he, as a senior member of the department, continue to maintain his standing within the company? Moreover, the supervisor was nearby, observing the scene without objection. Bolstered by the supervisor's presence, the young man sneered and spoke again. "I advise you to refrain from that insincere demeanor. You will complete these tasks today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I will report directly to the supervisor and to HR." You must understand, you have not yet completed your probation period. Be cautious, or you might find yourself dismissed on your very first day. Faced with the young man's sudden aggression, Lin Han was momentarily speechless. He was entirely ignorant of the company's structure, yet the young man's furious demeanor prompted Lin Han to raise an eyebrow and inquire, "What if I truly cannot manage these tasks?" "Then you will learn on your own," the young man retorted petulantly, slamming the resources he held onto the desk before returning to his work. It was evident that he had no intention of letting Lin Han off easily. Lin Han, however, redirected his focus to the extensive data before him, feeling overwhelmed. Yet, having entered the logistics department, he decided to give it a try. Lin Han began to peruse the materials, even though he had never engaged in such work before. The fact that the secretary had assigned him here suggested that the tasks were not overly complex. Moreover, Lin Han was inherently intelligent. After a brief examination, he grasped the essence of the work. It essentially involved verifying data, which, if approached with diligence, would not prove to be difficult. As Lin Han leaned over the desk, diligently studying the documents, the young man who had previously made things difficult for him let out a cold laugh. With a glance towards the supervisor, he stealthily moved closer. "Supervisor, it seems this fellow's character is rather weak. He should be easily manipulated in the future." Upon hearing the young man's remark, the supervisor adjusted his glasses and nodded slightly. "The matters we handle in the logistics department must remain confidential. As for Lin Han, we either draw him in as one of our own, or we must find a way to eliminate him. We both understand the lucrative opportunities within the logistics department, and if this information were to reach higher-ups, it could indeed become troublesome." The young man nodded, indicating his understanding. He soon returned to his position. Lin Han's speed in reviewing the documents was remarkable. In just half an hour, he had perused all the material at hand. He indeed uncovered several clues within. In simple terms, the logistics department where he worked was responsible for procurement and the overall logistics of the company. As long as there were no large-scale activities within the company, their environment remained quite comfortable. However, once procurement was involved, there were inevitably opportunities for personal gain. During his time in prison, Lin Han had encountered many influential figures and, by mere exposure, had learned a great deal. Nevertheless, Lin Han had no intention of conducting a thorough investigation here. After all, being a mere logistics department, their opportunities for illicit gain were limited. Moreover, the company functioned normally. Although Lin Han was not well versed in the internal regulations of the company, he was quite aware of the nuances of human relationships. As long as there were no issues from above, he preferred to remain uninvolved in such matters. After briefly annotating the resources in his hand, Lin Han crossed his legs, ready to take a break. Just as he set down the documents, the young man approached him once more with determined strides. "Finished with your work? I wonder." "You can see for yourself," Lin Han shrugged, wearing a relaxed expression. The young man was evidently displeased with his demeanor. After casually flipping through the resources, he raised an eyebrow, initially intending to provoke Lin Han. He was surprised by Lin Han's efficiency. No wonder he had been recruited into the logistics department. It seemed he possessed considerable skills. However, his purpose in approaching Lin Han was to create trouble. With a disdainful snort, he declared, "Don't think that just because you're efficient, you can be lazy. I still have plenty of work to do, and I expect all of it completed before the end of the day." "Did I hear you correctly? Are you implying that I should do your work for you?" Lin Han had no intention of engaging with him, but the young man's behavior was becoming excessive. "What is the problem? You're just a newcomer. Do you really think you can question me?" "There is indeed a problem," Lin Han replied, unfazed by the young man's threats. With a light chuckle, he said, "If I do your work, what will you do? Wouldn't that make you the one slacking off?" "You." The young man was taken aback by Lin Han's audacity to retort, leaving him feeling embarrassed in front of their colleagues. Taking a deep breath, he sneered again. "You will do what I say, and keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, it won't be good for you." As he spoke, he grabbed a large stack of resources from his workstation and flung them onto Lin Han's desk, turning on his heel and walking away without a backward glance. Lin Han, witnessing this spectacle, could only shake his head in disbelief. He barely glanced at the resources before stretching and lying back down. For him, work was never part of his intentions. His previous employment was merely tolerated, a concession made for his sake. If he continued to push his luck, Lin Han would not be overly accommodating. The young man who had just taken a seat noticed Lin Han preparing to sleep, and he was filled with indignation. "Supervisor, this fellow seems rather troublesome. Should we teach him a lesson?" The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he rushed to the supervisor to voice his grievances. However, there was no rush. After all, this young man was personally brought in by the secretary. While dealing with him was not difficult, it would be preferable to have some leverage against him. At this point, the supervisor chuckled softly and whispered a few words to the young man. Soon, the young man's eyes lit up with realization. Lin Han, of course, noticed the two whispering to each other, and they did not make any effort to conceal their conversation from him. This indicated that the supervisor held significant authority within the logistics department. The other colleagues around them appeared accustomed to the scene, just as Lin Han intended to catch a few more moments of sleep. A chubby young man beside him began to gesture discreetly in his direction. This scene prompted Lin Han to glance at him with curiosity. Be careful. You've just offended the supervisor's trusted aide. Wang Gang is quite cunning. From what I know of him, he will likely cause you trouble soon. Watch out. The chubby man warned, a flicker of surprise crossing Lin Han's eyes. It seemed that there was indeed a good person in the logistics department. Setting aside everything else, Lin Han appreciated the chubby man's willingness to offer a warning at this moment. What do you think he will do to me? Lin Han inquired, glancing towards the supervisor and Wang Gang, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The entire logistics department was under the supervisor's jurisdiction, with at least 70 to 80% of the staff being his allies. He had numerous ways to deal with you. My advice is to endure for now. We all went through this, the chubby man replied, seemingly reluctant to say more. After shaking his head, he returned to his workstation, ignoring Lin Han's calls. It was evident that he feared retribution from the supervisor. A glint of amusement sparkled in Lin Han's eyes as he became increasingly curious about how Wang Gang would approach him. Just as he contemplated this, Wang Gang rose from the supervisor's side and made his way towards Lin Han. In the face of this approaching figure, Lin Han remained unperturbed, fixing his gaze directly on Wang Gang. This demeanor caused Wang Gang's brows to furrow, internal mockery bubbling within him. I initially thought this kid was a coward, but it seems that even before I have truly targeted you, you are already on edge? I am curious to see how long you can endure this. If you refuse to bow to me, I will ensure you cannot remain in the logistics department. With a cold snort echoing in his mind, Wang Gang stepped forward decisively before Lin Han. Lin Han, are you certain you will not undertake the task I just assigned to you? Of course not. Lin Han replied with a smile, arms crossed. This is clearly your responsibility. Why should I take it on? Unless you provide me with a reasonable justification. You require justification? Wang Gang chuckled derisively. Simply the fact that I am your superior should suffice. Do not forget, you are currently in a month-long internship period. When that concludes, it will be my decision whether you stay or leave. At this juncture, the threat in his words was unmistakable. However, his intimidation tactics held no sway over Lin Han. His position within the Han group was not dictated by a minor figure like Wang Gang. Only Han Duo possessed the authority to make such decisions. Moreover, even if he wished to leave, Han Duo would likely not permit it. And so what? In the face of Wang Gang's threats, Lin Han's smile grew even more pronounced. Wang Gang was taken aback, unable to fathom that his threats would not affect Lin Han. Lowering his voice, he pressed. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? I would like to clarify. Lin Han replied in a remarkably calm tone. It is not I who am opposing you. Rather, you are the one seeking confrontation. If it were a matter of normal work, I would have no objection. However, if you are intent on creating trouble, I must express my discontent with this attitude. Seeing Lin Han's unyielding demeanor, Wang Gang's frustration reached a boiling point. He offered a cold laugh and nodded at Lin Han, stating, very well, you have spirit. This matter between us is far from over. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Han, he turned and departed. As soon as Wang Gang left, the anxious voice of the portly man nearby broke the silence. Lin Han, you're finished. Wang Gang is vindictive. You've thoroughly offended him now. If you wish to keep this job, it would be wise to apologize to him immediately. If you take a conciliatory approach, there may still be hope. Otherwise, I assure you, with his methods, he can make your time here unbearable. Just the petty annoyances he can inflict will be enough to make your life miserable. The portly man's warning caused Lin Han to raise an eyebrow. Apologize? Not a chance. I am eager to see what Wang Gang is capable of. The man's attitude prompted a long sigh from the portly man, who dared not press Lin Han further. Instead, he silently prayed for Lin Han, recalling his own struggles as a newcomer who had endured Wang Gang's oppression. He had initially intended to assist Lin Han, but it seemed this was a lesson Lin Han had to learn the hard way. The surrounding colleagues, Upon witnessing Lin Han's blatant disregard for Wang Gang, were struck with a mix of emotions. Yet, aside from the chubby individual, none were inclined to offer Lin Han assistance. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Lin Han reclined comfortably, drifting back into a peaceful slumber. His audacious demeanor, while inciting considerable dissatisfaction in Wang Gang, prompted no further remarks from him at that moment. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Han slept, Wang Gang discreetly conferred with a few close associates, issuing a series of directives. When Lin Han finally opened his eyes, it was already midday. Unfamiliar with the location of the cafeteria, he glanced at his phone, only to find a flurry of messages from Han Duo, inquiring about his adjustment to the company. She lamented her inability to visit him immediately due to work commitments, but promised to see him later in the afternoon. Lin Han, however, was unfazed by this. Initially intending to ask Han Duo for the cafeteria's whereabouts, he reconsidered, realizing that someone of her stature likely seldom frequented such places. Turning to the nearby chubby colleague, Lin Han inquired about the cafeteria's location. The colleague, after cautiously glancing towards Wang Gang to ensure he was unobserved, finally divulged the address. This careful demeanor elicited a light chuckle from Lin Han. Subsequently, he stood up before everyone, preparing to leave. Lin Han, what do you think you're doing? Wang Gang interjected, his brow furrowing as he coldly remarked while Lin Han passed by. Isn't it lunchtime already? Of course, I am going to eat, Lin Han replied, gesturing to the clock that indicated it was noon. Did you not notice that the supervisor hasn't left yet? Are you disregarding the supervisor's presence? Wang Gang retorted, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Han's response. My work hours have concluded. Your decision to remain is your own concern. Besides, if I stay longer, will you compensate me with overtime pay? Lin Han scoffed, dismissing Wang Gang's comments as he strode out of the logistics department. Wang Gang, seething with frustration, watched Lin Han's retreating figure. Just then, the supervisor rose and addressed the group. All right, everyone, it's time to go to lunch. With the supervisor's words, the tension in the room dissipated as colleagues eagerly filed out. As the majority of the office emptied, Wang Gang and his associates once again approached the supervisor. Supervisor, you witnessed that young man's insolence. He shows no respect for us. If a newcomer behaves so arrogantly, how are we supposed to manage him in the future? Wang Gang expressed his discontent. In response to Wang Gang's grievances, the supervisor merely chuckled derisively. Proceed according to the original plan. For since Lin Han has shown such a lack of appreciation, let him experience our methods. With the supervisor's endorsement, Wang Gang's eyes gleamed with unabashed joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The Han Group boasts a substantial number of employees, and soon, the large contingent made their way to the cafeteria. The dining hall operated in a buffet style, offering an extensive array of dishes. This is one of the advantages of a large corporation. The benefits provided are unmatched by ordinary companies. Lin Han casually served himself a portion of food and settled into a corner. However, just as he took his seat, a fragrant breeze swept by. Looking up, he was surprised to find Secretary Zhang Ning had taken a seat directly across from him. Noticing Lin Han's astonishment, Zhang Ning chuckled lightly and asked, "What is the matter? Is this seat not available? Please, do as you wish." Lin Han shrugged and resumed his meal. Yet, Zhang Ning's gaze was filled with curiosity as she observed him. It was not solely due to President Han's high regard for Lin Han. She sensed an unusual aura about him, distinct from that of typical men. Mr. Lin, are you still managing well in the logistics department today? Have your colleagues given you any trouble? Not at all, Lin Han replied with a light smile. Besides, even if they were to make things difficult for me, I wouldn't be frightened. I will strive to resolve matters without impacting the company. Although Lin Han did not explicitly state it, Zhang Ning, as secretary to Han Duo, could certainly discern the underlying implications. Furrowing her brow, she inquired further, is someone in the logistics department deliberately making things hard for Mr. Lin? Would you like me to speak to the department head and address this? There's no need. Lin Han quickly waved his hand. You know I lack experience working in a large corporation. It's normal to be unfamiliar with some processes and to encounter conflicts with colleagues. I do not wish to trouble Han Duo because of my issues. I can handle it myself. Seeing Lin Han's resolute demeanor, Zhang Ning hesitated to press further. Swallowing her words, after a moment of contemplation, she replied, very well. If Mr. Lin has any grievances, please inform me directly. In most cases, I can resolve matters without involving President Han. Certainly, Lin Han nodded dismissively, internally speculating on how Wang Gang would confront him later that afternoon. Soon after finishing his meal, Lin Han wandered around the company and returned to the logistics department. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that his workstation was empty. The few colleagues who had returned to the office cast him complex glances, yet none spoke a word. This scene immediately made Lin Han realize that Wang Gang had indeed set his sights on him. As Lin Han shifted his gaze, he quickly discovered his belongings, which had been carelessly tossed into a corner at some unknown time. There stood a small table, barely half the height of a person, clearly unsuitable for human occupancy. A smile crept onto Lin Han's lips at this sight. Did they truly believe that such a demeaning tactic would compel him to submit? It seemed that Wang Gang had underestimated him gravely. With this thought in mind, Lin Han hesitated not a moment. As the chair at his original workstation had been removed, he strode confidently to the supervisor's desk and seated himself with a determined poise. Adjusting to a comfortable position, he picked up a magazine and began to read. His audacious actions instantly drew the astonished gazes of those around him. Was this not the height of arrogance? Yet, despite their shock, none dared to voice their objections. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of footsteps interrupted the silence. Wang Gang and his companions emerged from outside, chatting jovially, only to halt abruptly upon spotting Lin Han occupying the supervisor's chair. Wang Gang's countenance darkened instantly as he approached Lin Han with an air of authority. "What do you think you are doing, Lin Han?" he bellowed, flanked by his entourage. "This is the supervisor's position. You are utterly disrespectful." Without lifting his gaze, Lin Han replied nonchalantly, "I do not know who has rearranged my workstation, but it is only fitting that the supervisor addresses this matter. If he cannot resolve it, I shall remain seated here." Wang Gang, incensed by Lin Han's audacity, could hardly contain his laughter. "Lin Han, have you elevated yourself to a level of importance that you do not possess? You think you can sit in the supervisor's chair? It's utterly laughable. I advise you to vacate that seat immediately, or I shall have no choice but to be less than courteous." Lin Han, setting down the magazine, cast a scornful glance at Wang Gang, his eyes glimmering with derision. "With your diminutive stature, do you truly believe you can intimidate me? This is not a matter of underestimating you. Sitting here merely invites you to take a swing, and rest assured, it is you who will be left worse for wear." Lin Han's unabashed taunts further fueled Wang Gang's fury. A number of colleagues were witnessing this unfolding drama, and if Wang Gang failed to rein in Lin Han today, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The very act of disrupting Lin Han's workstation had been a calculated move to provoke conflict, with the ulterior motive of exacting retribution. At this moment, Lin Han's brazen demeanor and audacious occupation of the supervisor's chair presented Wang Gang with an opportune moment. With this realization, Wang Gang signaled to his companions, preparing to forcibly remove Lin Han from his position. However, before Wang Gang could make contact, Lin Han chuckled softly and spoke again. "I strongly advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." "Consequences? What consequences? I refuse to believe you dare to lay a finger on me." With a sharp sound, Wang Gang paid no heed to the threats uttered, extending his hand once more. At that moment, Lin Han, no longer hesitating, stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The crisp sounds echoed throughout the office, leaving everyone wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Was Lin Han truly audacious enough to strike Wang Gang? While many felt a secret thrill at Lin Han's actions, they understood all too well that such defiance would likely cost him his position. Wang Gang was a trusted aide of the supervisor, and as a veteran in the company, dismissing a newcomer was a trivial task. Lin Han had undoubtedly offended both men irreparably. "You bastard!" Wang Gang shouted, feeling the sting of pain on his face, as he lunged at Lin Han once more. In an instant, Lin Han casually kicked him away, sending him crashing into numerous files, which resulted in chaos throughout the office. "What are you all standing there for? Attack him!" Wang Gang bellowed, seeing the others frozen in shock. "What are you afraid of? The supervisor will take responsibility." At his command, the other employees, no longer hesitating, surged towards Lin Han. Unfazed by the approaching crowd, Lin Han retaliated with ease, delivering swift kicks with fairness and impartiality. The office descended into utter disorder as Lin Han's prowess became evident. Given that Wang Gang and his cohorts were mere weaklings accustomed to office life, they were no match for Lin Han's strength. "You pathetic fools, do you truly believe you possess the audacity to challenge me? I suggest you leave at once, lest you find yourselves bettered for months," Lin Han scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. Such humiliation provoked Wang Gang into a furious roar. Yet, he realized all too well that his group stood no chance against Lin Han. Rising from his seat, he cast a cold glance at Lin Han and sneered, Lin Han. You have guts. This is not over. With that, he led his entourage away. Lin Han, indifferent to Wang Gang's departure, turned his attention back to the magazine in his hands. The publication detailed events from the Han Group over the past month, including several features on Han Duo. Just as Lin Han was engrossed in reading, Wang Gang and his entourage returned, this time accompanied by the supervisor and several security personnel. As soon as Wang Gang entered, he glared fiercely at Lin Han, pointing accusingly. Captain Li, it's that little brat. Just look at his arrogant demeanor. He left a palm print on my face. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, the supervisor's expression turned grave. He immediately turned to the security captain beside him. Captain Li, we have a problem. Rest assured, old he. Given our good relations, I shall lend you a helping hand. Captain Li replied confidently, leading his men towards Lin Han. Hey, I hear you've been causing a ruckus at the company? I am the security captain. Come with me. Captain Li seemed intent on dragging Lin Han away without allowing him a chance to respond. However, at that moment, Lin Han raised his head and chuckled lightly. Captain Li, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. This is an issue pertaining to our logistics department, and your interference would be of no benefit to you. Seeing Lin Han's attitude, Captain Li sneered again. Indeed, quite arrogant. I can understand a young man having a bit of a temper. But there are rules within the company that must be adhered to, not disregarded at your whim. Get him. As several security guards prepared to act against Lin Han, he let out a long sigh. Originally, he had no intention of escalating the matter, but facing Wang Gang's deliberate provocation, it was impossible for Lin Han to swallow his pride. Resolving himself, he no longer hesitated and casually pushed the guards back with ease. This is my final warning. This matter does not concern your security department. A skilled practitioner reveals their prowess with a single move. Captain Li, a veteran, instantly recognized Lin Han's capabilities as extraordinary. He was surely a martial artist. No wonder Wang Gang and his cohorts were no match for him. At that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed Captain Li's face. He stepped closer and lowered his voice, addressing Lin Han. Brother, you appear to be quite the martial artist. Let me be straightforward. I have some connections with your supervisor. How about you do me a favor and accompany me to the security office? We can discuss matters there. You are making it difficult for me to manage the situation here. Though Lin Han's strength made Captain Li wary, it had not yet reached the point of fear. I'm sorry, but I shall not depart until this issue is resolved. You. Captain Li was taken aback by Lin Han's stubbornness. He had already shown him some courtesy. Since Lin Han refused to grant him any favor, he had no choice but to be less accommodating. With a cold huff, Captain Li's gaze sharpened as he drew the baton from his waist, clearly intending to confront Lin Han personally. Regarding Captain Li's prowess, Wang Gang and the others were acutely aware. Upon witnessing the scene, a glimmer of joy flickered in their eyes. The surrounding colleagues could only sigh internally, realizing that Lin Han had indeed acted with excessive impulsiveness. They did not believe that Lin Han could contend with the personnel from the security department. With a resounding clash, as Captain Li commenced his assault, the crowd descended into chaos once more. However, what astonished everyone was the unfolding spectacle. Despite being encircled by Captain Li and his men, Lin Han continued to strike back, forcing them to retreat repeatedly amidst cries of distress. Within a mere minute, 6 or 7 security personnel lay sprawled on the ground. And even Captain Li, with a grim countenance, found himself distancing from Lin Han. Just moments ago, he had barely withstood a blow from Lin Han, nearly gasping for breath. This indicated that Lin Han's strength far surpassed his own. Captain Li, are you all right? The supervisor, taken aback by the scene, approached with a grave expression. Captain Li, feeling humiliated, coldly shrugged off the supervisor's concern and declared, Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. As he spoke, he readied himself to engage Lin Han once more. Yet, amidst the turmoil, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from outside. What are you doing? Cease at once. As the familiar voice echoed, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Unbeknownst to them, Han Duo had arrived at the logistics department accompanied by her secretary, Zhang Ning. Upon seeing Han Duo, everyone immediately rose, their expressions a mix of astonishment and reverence. Several men covertly cast glances at Han Duo, their eyes brimming with admiration. Mr. Han, what brings you here? Captain Li, now setting aside his baton, approached Han Duo with a smile. What on earth is happening? How could a fight break out in the office? Can someone explain this to me? Han Duo's tone was laced with coldness and fury, especially upon noticing Lin Han surrounded and seemingly under attack. A surge of unnameable anger welled within her. Earlier, while in her office, She had overheard Zhang Ning's report mentioning that Lin Han might be facing hostility in the logistics department. Without hesitation, she had decided to come and inquire about the situation. Although Lin Han wished to avoid trouble and refrain from involving her, it did not mean she could turn a blind eye. After all, Lin Han had specifically requested to join the company. However, she was utterly unprepared for the scene that greeted her upon her arrival at the logistics department. Observing Han Duoduo's expression of indignation, the supervisor hastily approached her with a sheepish smile, attempting to offer an explanation. Ms. Han is usually like this. Lin Han is new today, as you are aware from Secretary Zhang's introduction. Although he is a newcomer, the logistics department has been quite busy lately, as you know. I merely assigned him some tasks, and he expressed his dissatisfaction towards me. After lunch, not only did he audaciously occupy my position, but he also assaulted one of my subordinates. That is why I summoned Captain Li, intending to bring him to the security office to resolve this conflict. However, this rascal refused to listen and even attacked Captain Li. The supervisor lamented, exhaling deeply. His tone suggested that he perceived himself as the victim in this scenario. At that moment, Han Duoduo furrowed her brows and turned to Lin Han, gently inquiring, Lin Han, is this how it transpired? Pretty much, Lin Han shrugged nonchalantly. However, this old fellow has overlooked several details. He colluded with Wang Gang to deliberately create trouble for me. I didn't go all out. I've shown you some consideration. The audacity of Lin Han's words caused those around them to collectively gasp in disbelief. They had not anticipated his boldness in addressing Ms. Han so bluntly. What did he mean by showing her consideration? Who did he think he was? Just as everyone expected Han Duoduo to be displeased with Lin Han's demeanor, she surprisingly nodded in agreement with him. Do I need to inquire a second time about exactly what transpired? This entire office is under surveillance. Do not compel me to review the footage. Should I find that you instigated this incident, do not blame me for being ungracious. Her stance left the supervisor bewildered. He momentarily struggled to comprehend why Han Duoduo was siding with Lin Han. Regardless of his abilities or contributions to the company, he believed he was incomparable to a mere newcomer. Furthermore, Ms. Han had typically turned a blind eye to such matters in the past. Why was she suddenly intent on getting to the bottom of this? Was she merely attempting to assert her authority in front of everyone? He doubted she would actually inspect the surveillance footage. Taking a deep breath, the supervisor, gritting his teeth, retorted, as the supervisor, I naturally have the right to assign him tasks. I believe I have done nothing wrong. Very well. Noticing that the supervisor remained obstinate, Han Duoduo scoffed coldly. Captain Li, please proceed to the surveillance room and retrieve the footage from before lunch. I wish to ascertain whether it is my fiancée who is lying or if you, supervisor, are attempting to deceive me. As Captain Li prepared to comply, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ms. Han, did you just say? This is your fiancé, Lin Han, who has already been acknowledged by the Han family. Do you have any questions? Regarding Lin Han's identity, Han Duoduo revealed nothing, continuing to speak coldly. Silence enveloped the office, a deathly stillness prevailing. All eyes were filled with disbelief as they turned to Lin Han. No one had anticipated that he and Han Duoduo shared such a connection. The president of the Han Group, the eldest daughter of the Han family, one of the 4 dazzling flowers of Magic City, Han Duoduo, was already engaged. Moreover, her fiancé was an obscure young man. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Captain Li, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Upon Han Duoduo's sharp command, Captain Li jolted and prepared to turn away. However, at that moment, the supervisor stepped forward to block him, kneeling before Han Duoduo with a thud. Upon hearing Han Duoduo claim Lin Han as her fiancé, he had already foreseen his fate. Resolutely, he knelt down, admitting his fault. Manager Han, I was wrong. I had no idea he was your fiancé. I was merely doing what every new employee is tasked to do. Had I known about your relationship with Lin Han, I would have certainly protected him. Please do not check the surveillance. It was all my fault. Meanwhile, Wang Gang stood frozen, witnessing the supervisor kneeling in apology. Trembling, he followed suit, bowing his head. This scene deepened the coldness on Han Duoduo's face. Do you truly think that, just because I hold a high position, I am unaware of your little schemes? Which department of the Han Group have I not worked in? Normally, I would disregard such trivial matters, yet you dared to cast your eyes on my fiancé? Chapter 50, Security Department. Despite Han Duoduo being a woman, her long tenure in a position of power endowed her with an aura that ordinary individuals could not rival. At that moment, as she erupted in fury, the space around her seemed to freeze. It was only then that everyone began to believe that Lin Han was indeed Han Duoduo's fiancée. Otherwise, she would not so publicly defend him. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Han were filled with uncontrollable shock. Who would have thought that someone of such stature would be present in their logistics department? Could it be that Manager Han had deliberately arranged this, intending to use Lin Han to investigate the inner workings of the logistics department? As this thought crossed their minds, anyone harboring guilt turned pale, terror gripping them. Coupled with Han Duoduo's earlier remarks, a sense of dread settled in their hearts. Manager Han, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance. I was previously unaware that Mr. Lin was your fiancé. The supervisor, with a trembling voice, repeatedly apologized to Han Duoduo. However, his apologies elicited no sympathy from her. Enough of your feigned sorrow. I had already heard about your misdeeds. Under your leadership, the entire logistics department has descended into chaos. Han Duoduo scoffed, her gaze sweeping over the others present. Now, I extend an opportunity to your department. Everyone is invited to anonymously provide evidence. If you can furnish compelling proof of wrongdoing against the company, I may spare him. This matter will be overseen by Secretary Zhang. After delivering her statement, Han Duoduo exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Han, and together they exited the office. Once they left, the office erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. Colleagues exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with complexity. Those who had committed wrongdoings felt a chill of fear, while those who had been oppressed buzzed with excitement. This was an occasion where President Han stood up for the people, and no one feared the supervisor's tyranny any longer. The supervisor and his accomplices, including Wang Gang, were left pale and shaken. They understood that this time, evasion was unlikely. They were all too aware of their own transgressions. The oppressed colleagues would undoubtedly seize this chance. Amidst the rising tumult, the office quickly descended into chaos. Although Han Duoduo had mentioned anonymity, in such circumstances, who would remain anonymous? Everyone was eager to unleash their pent-up grievances. Soon, Zhang Ning found himself surrounded by an insatiable crowd. Why didn't you come to me for help when you suffered in the logistics department? As soon as they stepped outside, Han Duoduo chided Lin Han. I was merely concerned about burdening you. Besides, it seems I am not the one at a disadvantage. Lin Han replied with a broad smile directed at Han Duoduo. She shot him a playful glare, exuding charm. Why don't you transfer departments and come work with me? What about Zhang Ning? I can't just take his position. Moreover, I am quite aware of my own capabilities. Lin Han shook his head just as Captain Li emerged from the office with a group of security personnel. Upon seeing them, Lin Han's eyes lit up. Since I don't wish to remain in the logistics department, perhaps I should join the security team. My skills are decent. I could assist if any issues arise in the company. Han Duoduo was taken aback by his words. Meanwhile, Captain Li felt a jolt of concern, standing with his team, a grim expression on his face. If Lin Han truly intended to join his security department, his position as captain might be in jeopardy. However, Lin Han is indeed the fiancé of President Han, and despite any reluctance he may feel, he must accept this reality. Very well. Although Han Duoduo was somewhat taken aback, she refrained from saying much more. Then you shall take on the role of captain in the security department. Captain is a bit much. I have no time to manage people. I am content to relax and take it easy. Lin Han chuckled softly, then turned to Captain Li. Captain Li, I hope you will look after me in the future. Captain Li was astonished that Lin Han had not usurped his position. He immediately raised his head, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Mr. Lin, you are too kind. We shall all work together and support one another. All right, since you have made your decision, let it be so. I have some matters to attend to. Shall we dine together after work? No problem. I will find you after work. After exchanging a few brief words, Han Duoduo hurriedly departed. As the president of the Han Corporation, her daily responsibilities were numerous. Once she left, Lin Han turned his attention back to Captain Li. Shall we go, Captain Li? Please, Mr. Lin. Captain Li, mindful of Lin Han's stature, showed no sign of negligence and led him towards the security department with a beaming smile. Upon returning to the security department, Captain Li promptly called for all the security personnel to assemble. The security team at the Han Corporation comprised roughly 25 members, though they appeared somewhat lackadaisical, lacking in combat readiness. Only Captain Li, with his military background, seemed to possess a semblance of capability. This is Mr. Lin Han, who will be joining our security department from now on. Furthermore, Mr. Lin is the fiancé of President Han, so I advise everyone to treat him with utmost respect. Captain Li wasted no time in clarifying Lin Han's status. He did not wish to replicate the fate of the logistics department, which had incurred Lin Han's ire. At Captain Li's announcement, an uproar erupted among the crowd, with everyone staring wide-eyed at Lin Han, astonished that someone of such stature would join the security department. Lin Han had no intention of providing explanations. He simply found a seat and sat down. Compared to the logistics department, the security department was considerably more relaxed, primarily involving routine patrols. Most days, nothing of significant consequence transpired within the corporation, as the onlookers whispered amongst themselves, particularly recalling how easily Lin Han had bested Captain Li and the others earlier. Their astonishment deepened. The presence of such an individual in their security department left them uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Fortunately, Lin Han did not impose his authority upon the department, but instead settled into his chair, content to rest. Such a scene prompted a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. "Let us disperse. Everyone should attend to their own matters," Mr. Lin remarked, displaying his affable nature. Captain Li waved his hand, signaling the crowd to scatter. Chapter 51. Let us smash the car. Life in the security department proved far more comfortable than that in the logistics department. Until the afternoon, no one intruded upon Lin Han's solitude. Bored and restless, he began to stroll around the entire corporation with his hands clasped behind his back. The whispers concerning Lin Han's identity seemed to circulate throughout the company, with each person casting astonished glances in his direction. However, they were unaware of his temperament and dared only to speculate about him in hushed tones. Brother Lin, as Lin Han continued his aimless wandering within the company. Captain Li hurriedly approached him. "What is the matter?" Lin Han's interest piqued at Li's anxious demeanor. Could there have been a conflict within the company? Was a fight necessary? "Where is it?" "Not at all," Captain Li replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "I just received word that young Master Wu has arrived." "Who is young Master Wu?" Lin Han inquired, puzzled. "Young Master Wu has been pursuing President Han for some time. And recently, our company entered into a partnership with his family. Under the pretext of this collaboration, he frequently visits our firm. I just saw his luxury vehicle parked in the lot while I was in the surveillance room, and I thought it prudent to inform you," Captain Li explained. Lin Han raised an eyebrow at Li's words. As they made their way to the surveillance room, he questioned, "Tell me more about this young Master Wu. After all, Han Duo is his fiancée. If he remains indifferent in such circumstances, can he truly call himself a man?" Upon arriving at the surveillance room, Lin Han gained further insight into young Master Wu. According to Captain Li, he was the scion of the illustrious Wu family, who harbored feelings for Han Duo. However, due to her character, she disregarded him entirely. Yet, Wu Yongfeng proved to be far more tenacious than Lei Dong. Observing Han Duo's disinterest, he orchestrated a partnership between the Wu group and the Han group, seizing every opportunity to engage with her under the guise of discussing work. Although Han Duo held a strong aversion to him, she felt compelled to tolerate him for the sake of her professional obligations. Brother Lin, Captain Li. The security personnel inside the surveillance room greeted as the two entered. Upon recognizing Lin Han's identity and prowess, they exhibited an extraordinary level of respect towards him. "Please pull up the surveillance footage of Wu Yongfeng's arrival," Lin Han instructed. Without hesitation, several security guards complied. Within mere minutes, Lin Han found himself observing the footage from the underground parking lot. In the scene, Wu Yongfeng parked his luxury car and retrieved a large bouquet of fresh flowers from the trunk, beaming as he made his way towards the elevator. Upon witnessing this, Lin Han's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Who on earth brings flowers, especially red roses, when discussing a collaboration? It was impossible for Lin Han to believe that Wu Yongfeng had no ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, Lin Han commanded his associates, "Come. A few of you follow me to the underground parking lot, and bring the tools." As Lin Han strode away, Captain Li and the others were left puzzled by his intentions. However, given Lin Han's silence, they dared not inquire further. With a clatter, 7 or 8 individuals followed him to the underground parking area. Upon locating Wu Yongfeng's luxury vehicle, Lin Han let out a menacing smile. "Smash it." "What?" The abruptness of Lin Han's command left everyone momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. "What are you all dawdling for?" "Smash the car belonging to that Wu fellow. How dare he attempt to woo my fiancée in my presence? He thinks he can toy with me, Lin Han, without consequence." With Lin Han's decree, there was no room for hesitation among the group. Although Wu Yongfeng held considerable influence, Lin Han was their superior, and they knew exactly what choice to make. Without a moment's pause, several of them seized their batons and began to mercilessly strike the luxury car, shattering windows and puncturing tires. Soon, the once pristine vehicle was rendered unrecognizable. Stop! Just as they were reveling in their destruction, an enraged voice thundered from behind. Wu Yongfeng approached, his face darkened with fury, casting a pained glance at his newly acquired vehicle. Have you all lost your minds? Do you dare to vandalize my car? Do you not know who I am? The sight of Wu Yongfeng's ire sent a shiver through the security guards, causing them to retreat behind Lin Han. They were not prepared to confront such a formidable figure. Yet, Lin Han stood undaunted before Wu Yongfeng. With a mocking chuckle, he replied, "So it's you who has been harassing my fiancée at every opportunity? Today's destruction of your car serves as a warning. Should there be a next time, I might just include you in the retribution." Lin Han's words were devoid of courtesy, and he prepared to depart with his companions. Nevertheless, he recognized that Wu Yongfeng had ties to Han Duo that warranted a modicum of respect. "You're not going anywhere." Wu Yongfeng's expression darkened further as he surveyed his damaged car. Narrowing his eyes, he regarded Lin Han with renewed scrutiny. "You must be Lin Han. I've certainly heard of you. Your audacity is indeed remarkable, a mere wastrel, believing that by associating with the Han family, you can stand on equal footing with me? Allow me to clarify. In my eyes, you are even inferior to a worthless being, and I do not regard you at all. You dare to damage my vehicle? If you do not compensate me with 500,000 today, you shall not be permitted to leave." As he spoke, Wu Yongfeng strode towards Lin Han, his gaze icy and penetrating. "Those legs belong to me. Do you think you can hinder my departure?" Lin Han scoffed, casting a glance at the numerous security guards behind him. "Moreover, do you not see the individuals at my back? How formidable do you consider yourself to confront me directly?" Today, Lin Han was experiencing firsthand the dynamics of numbers, with the strong bullying the weak, and his amusement was palpable. Wu Yongfeng's expression turned exceedingly grim at Lin Han's demeanor. "So, you intend to forego compensation? I warned you, this is merely a prelude. Should you dare to lay a hand on my fiancée again, next time, it will not be merely your vehicle that suffers, but you." Lin Han let out a cold laugh and prepared to leave with his entourage. However, his derisive words provoked Wu Yongfeng to the brink of fury. The moment he made a move, he bellowed and lunged at Lin Han. "I will end you." Chapter 52. Tell me, or else what? Although Wu Yongfeng was seething with rage, he had evidently overestimated his own prowess. Before the security guards behind Lin Han could intervene, he delivered a swift kick that sent Wu Yongfeng hurtling backward several meters, crashing to the ground. A chorus of wails erupted immediately. "Foolish creature! If it were not for the consideration of Han Duo, I would have broken your leg for such insolence. Let us depart." Lin Han cast a cold glance at him before leading the security team away. As Wu Yongfeng watched Lin Han's retreating figure, his fury reached new heights. Naturally, he had heard about Han Duo's fiancée the previous day. However, he had never regarded Lin Han as a threat, for he was merely an ordinary man, albeit now affiliated with the Han family. Yet he had not anticipated that Lin Han would dare to strike him. Feeling the pain in his chest and gazing at the wreckage of his luxurious car, Wu Yongfeng was consumed by rage. With a darkened expression, he pulled out his phone and began dialing. "Bring me reinforcements. The more, the better. I intend to deal with this brat." Wu Yongfeng ground his teeth as he uttered these words. Upon returning to the security office, the others cast Lin Han looks imbued with newfound meaning. Brother Lin's courage is extraordinary. He dares to confront the young master of the Wu family. Although they found his recent actions exhilarating, they were acutely aware that Wu Yongfeng was not to be trifled with. Lin Gu, observing Wu Xiao's demeanor, surmised that he would not easily swallow this indignity. In contrast to Captain Li's concerns, Lin Han merely chuckled lightly. "What is there to fear? I will bear any consequences. Remember, keep a close watch on Wu Yongfeng. Report to me at every turn, and I shall respond accordingly." Witnessing Lin Han's resolute attitude, the others exchanged uncertain glances but ultimately nodded in agreement. Approximately an hour later, Lin Han was summoned back to the security room by Captain Li. "Lin Gu, Wu Xiao has come with his men." The brothers on guard reported that Wu Xiao is called out, claiming he is waiting for us in the underground parking lot. "There are at least 30 or 40 of them. What should we do?" Captain Li's voice trembled with apprehension. Although the security department had its fair share of personnel, he was acutely aware of their capabilities. Wu Yongfeng's men were seasoned fighters. Each likely matched his strength, if not surpassed it. He felt no confidence in confronting them. However, Lin Han dismissed Captain Li's fears with a wave of his hand. "Let us see. Since Wu Yongfeng is so defiant, we shall compel him to submit. Gather the brothers." Lin Han's unwavering confidence quelled Captain Li's irritation, prompting him to assemble their forces as they all made their way towards the underground parking lot. As they approached the luxury car that Wu Yongfeng had smashed, a throng of people surged forth from all directions. Lin Han, you're as good as dead. How dare you lay a hand on me? Today, you will kneel and apologize before me, or I shall break your legs. Wu Yongfeng's words dripped with barely contained fury as his henchmen encircled them, brandishing weapons with fierce expressions. Wu Yongfeng, I expected more from you. Do you think these worthless fools can take me down? You must be overestimating yourself. Lin Han's audacity astonished Wu Yongfeng, who momentarily faltered before breaking into a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha, Lin Han, have you lost your wits? Open your eyes and see. Your pathetic lot cannot compare to my men. Since you refuse to yield, we shall fight until you do. Attack, but don't kill him, just beat him to a pulp. I, Wu Yongfeng, will bear any consequences. Moreover, I will reward anyone who can incapacitate this brat with a bounty of 100,000. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the surrounding henchmen. 100,000 was no trivial sum. It equated to their annual earnings. A chorus of shouts erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. The security personnel, accustomed to merely coasting through their roles within the organization, possessed little in the way of real combat prowess. It was merely a shock, yet the others fled in disarray, wailing in despair. Only Captain Li remained steadfast, gritting his teeth in defiance. This spectacle intensified the malevolence in Wu Yongfeng's gaze. How amusing. To see you so arrogant before me. I wish to show Duo what sort of man her fiancé truly is. Over 20 security guards hastily dispersed, but their primary target was Lin Han, so their retreat did not concern them. As Lin Han observed the approaching thugs, a cold smirk crept across his face. In a swift motion, he launched himself towards them. With resounding slaps, he navigated through the crowd, each strike sending an assailant flying. In a mere span of 10 seconds, he dispatched at least 10 individuals, each collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. Witnessing the rapid loss of combatants left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had not anticipated Lin Han's formidable strength. More than 30 men had succumbed in under a minute. After surveying the fallen, Lin Han shook his slightly numb hand, chuckling lightly as he turned to Wu Yongfeng. Young Master Wu, is there anyone else? Your men are simply insufficient for this encounter. Wu Yongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he retreated instinctively, never having imagined Lin Han possessed such prowess. After swallowing hard, he exclaimed, Lin Han, what do you intend to do? I advise you not to act recklessly. I am a scion of the Wu family. With a cold sneer, Lin Han delivered 2 resounding slaps to Wu Yongfeng. I care not for your lineage. What matters is that Han Duo is my fiancée. Anyone who dares to entertain thoughts of harming my wife will face my wrath, regardless of their status. The impact left 2 vivid red imprints on Wu Yongfeng's face. Realizing he was no match for Lin Han, he continued to retreat, shouting desperately, Lin Han, you cannot resort to violence. This is sufficient. Let us settle our grievances here. Otherwise, another slap echoed through the air. Otherwise what? Chapter 53. A meal together. Lin Han's demeanor was one of utter arrogance, and with that slap, the entire venue fell silent. Even Captain Li and the other security personnel began to question whether Lin Han had overstepped his bounds. After all, Wu Yongfeng was a member of the esteemed Wu family, a significant figure amongst the second generation of Shanghai's elite. Despite having already conceded to Lin Han, the latter offered no quarter, humiliating Wu Yongfeng in front of so many witnesses. Lin Han, before anyone could react, Wu Yongfeng's expression darkened to an alarming degree. Taking a deep breath, he coldly addressed Lin Han. Lin Han, you have gone too far. I have given you ample face. Are you truly determined to oppose me to the bitter end? With a disdainful sneer in response to Wu Yongfeng's threat, Lin Han retorted, oppose you? You are not worthy. He continued, I now warn you, Han Duo is my fiancée. From this moment forward, do not entertain any further thoughts about her. Otherwise, every time I encounter you, I will strike you. I am not jesting. Hearing Lin Han's icy words, Wu Yongfeng realized that he was not joking. Furthermore, Lin Han's earlier display of strength was unmistakable. Despite having brought numerous followers, none were a match for Lin Han alone. Wu Yongfeng understood precisely what he needed to do. Though he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment and anger, he clenched his teeth and looked back at Lin Han. Lin Han, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have harassed her, knowing full well that Han Duo has a fiancé. I apologize to you. I assure you that I will never approach her again. Is that satisfactory? Upon hearing Wu Yongfeng's words, Lin Han finally nodded. Very well, Considering your newfound sincerity, I shall let this matter slide today. However, remember this. If you dare to pursue Han Duo again, your fate will be far more tragic than it is now. Do not say I did not warn you. Now, leave. As Lin Han's voice faded, Wu Yongfeng wasted no time and swiftly departed with his entourage, neglecting even his damaged luxury car. Once Wu Yongfeng had completely exited, the surrounding security personnel gathered around. Brother Lin, that was impressive. Wow, Brother Lin, you are my idol. I never imagined you were this formidable, even disregarding young Master Wu. Brother Lin, what if Wu Yongfeng seeks revenge in the future? Among the crowd, concern was palpable. Hearing this, Lin Han chuckled lightly. You must remember, now that I have entered the security department, you are all under my protection. From now on, anyone who dares to cause trouble within the Han group, anyone who dares to target General Manager Han, will be dealt with, one and all. I will shoulder any consequences. If Wu Yongfeng dares to retaliate, I shall respond in kind. Lin Han's tone was filled with confidence and arrogance, igniting excitement among the surrounding security personnel. Although he was not the captain of the security team, his earlier actions had undoubtedly earned him the right to lead. As for Wu Yongfeng's potential revenge, they were unconcerned. When the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. With Lin Han present, they felt assured that no harm would come to them. In a moment of exuberance, the crowd cheered and returned to the security department, leaving those from other departments puzzled and curious about what had transpired to incite such excitement among the security personnel. As the end of the workday approached, a group of individuals returned to the security department, engaging in lively conversation. Noticing the time, Captain Li began to assign the duty roster. At that moment, Lin Han suddenly recalled that Han Duo had invited him to dinner after work. With this thought in mind, he rose without hesitation and made his way upstairs. Upon arriving at the office, he found Han Duo engrossed in conversation with her secretary, Zhang Ning, and she did not notice Lin Han's arrival at first. Observing this, Lin Han was in no rush. He casually settled onto the sofa and began to peruse a nearby magazine. These were publications that Han Duo often read during her leisure time, predominantly focused on business topics. After flipping through them aimlessly for a while, he became quite absorbed. Lin Han, when did you arrive? Once Han Duo had finished her discussion, she finally noticed Lin Han, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. As a busy executive, you naturally wouldn't have noticed my presence, he quipped lightheartedly. Please, continue with your work. I can entertain myself here. His teasing remarks elicited a soft chuckle from Han Duo. Now that my work is complete, I certainly won't go back on my word about dining together this evening. Let us go. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. Today, Han Duo was dressed in her professional uniform, a tailored suit paired with high heels, exuding a maturity that belied her age. It must be said that as a CEO, Han Duo possessed an undeniable poise. Is this all you're wearing? Lin Han inquired with curiosity as he observed her preparation to leave so swiftly. This will do. I typically wear this ensemble to work. I'll change when I get home. This detail revealed her practicality and disregard for trifles. Lin Han regarded her with admiration, acknowledging that Han Duo was indeed different from the average girl. I'll drive. You've had a long day, so you should relax. When they reached the underground parking lot, before Han Duo could settle into the car, they noticed a luxury vehicle nearby, utterly wrecked. Lin Han raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, I believe that belongs to Wu Yongfeng. How did it come to this? Lin Han, having overheard Han Duo's remark, chuckled lightly and casually replied, Oh, I took care of that today. I forgot to mention it. From now on, Wu Yongfeng should think twice before bothering you. His words left Han Duo momentarily stunned, casting a look of disbelief at him. What did you do to him? Oh, nothing serious, just gave him a lesson. That brat is quite obedient now. Observing Lin Han's nonchalant demeanor, Han Duo could surmise what had transpired. She chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, It's quite fitting that Wu Yongfeng received a good scolding. Otherwise, I would have to find excuses to deal with him every day, which is indeed rather bothersome. Let us proceed to the restaurant. That establishment is quite renowned in the bustling metropolis, and at this hour, it attracts a considerable crowd. If we arrive late, securing a good table may prove challenging. Han Duo did not linger excessively with Wu Yongfeng. With a light chuckle, she turned to Lin Han and spoke again. As the two drove to the restaurant mentioned by Han Duo, they found, as expected, that the parking lot was already filled with an array of luxury vehicles. The patrons coming and going were evidently affluent, exuding an air of wealth or mystery. Merely observing the throng, one could ascertain that the restaurant's caliber was undoubtedly high, with prices likely exceeding 5 figures. Fortunately, Han Duo had garnered some renown in the metropolis and had made a reservation in advance. They soon found themselves seated in a cozy private room. The space was discreetly separated by a thin curtain, ensuring a degree of privacy without being overly secluded. Han Duo appeared quite familiar with the venue. As soon as they settled in, she began to order dishes while enthusiastically introducing the restaurant's specialties to Lin Han. However, for Lin Han, the choice of food was secondary. He was not particularly finicky about dining, having endured 3 years in prison during which he had tasted all manner of hardship. Even a simple meal of steamed buns and pickles would delight him immensely now. Han Duo seemed genuinely pleased, continuously seeking various topics of conversation while waiting for their meal. Her demeanor clearly indicated a desire to grow closer to Lin Han. Yet, it was evident that her experience in matters of the heart was limited, as she ultimately circled back to discussing work. Nevertheless, Lin Han found her discourse far from irritating. Given Han Duo's capabilities, even her work-related anecdotes offered him some enrichment. While he was uncertain if he would apply this knowledge in the future, acquiring new insights could hardly be detrimental. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, an irate voice interrupted from nearby. "Lin Han, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere." Taken aback by the vaguely familiar voice, Lin Han instinctively turned to look. To his surprise, Shen Qianqian had appeared outside their private room. Upon spotting Lin Han, her expression was unmistakably one of displeasure. After being reprimanded by her father, although she felt deeply resentful, she had complied obediently. She had never witnessed her father's fury to such a degree, which made it clear that her engagement to Lin Han was of significant importance to the Shen family. Consequently, Shen Qianqian had promptly dispatched someone to investigate Lin Han's whereabouts. Upon learning that Lin Han and Han Duo had come here for dinner after work, she had hurried over without delay. Shen Qianqian, Han Duo, and Shen Qianqian, both esteemed members of the illustrious Four Flowers of Magic City, were certainly acquainted, albeit only superficially. One hailed from a wealthy family, while the other held the esteemed title of corporate president. Their interactions had been rather minimal. Lin Han found himself perplexed as Shen Qianqian, exuding an air of familiarity, plopped down beside him. With a flourish, she produced their marriage certificate and thrust it into his embrace. "Here you go. What is this all about?" Lin Han asked, bewildered, as he stared at the document in his hands. Wasn't it Shen Qianqian who had insisted on reclaiming it with fervor? Why was she now returning it to him? "Why are you staring? I've given it much thought. The marriage certificate is a commitment made by our elders, and as their juniors, we cannot simply disregard it. Our engagement still stands. You shall keep the certificate," Shen Qianqian stated matter-of-factly, her gaze drifting toward the exquisite dishes before them, her appetite visibly piqued. Lin Han was left utterly confounded by her behavior. Observing Shen Qianqian's apparent disinterest in conversing with him, he turned to Han Duo, his expression one of exasperation. Now that Han Duo accepted her role as his fiancée and Shen Qianqian acknowledged it too, he suddenly found himself in the unusual predicament of having two fiancées, leaving him at a loss for how to navigate the situation. Fortunately, Han Duo maintained a level of composure. Clearing her throat, she addressed Shen Qianqian, "Miss Shen, Lin Han and I are already bound by a marriage contract. Moreover, didn't you previously demand the return of the certificate? It seems rather inappropriate for you to intrude now." "There is nothing inappropriate about it," Shen Qianqian replied unexpectedly, unperturbed by Han Duo's assertiveness. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively and pointed to the dishes before her. After receiving Han Duo's tacit approval, she promptly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. "I haven't eaten all day. I'm famished." Her demeanor left both women in a state of confusion. "Oh, I understand your concerns. But rest assured, Sister Duo, I have no intention of competing with you for Lin Han's affections. I have only one request. Lin Han should reclaim the marriage certificate. You two ought to have a discussion. All I desire is a title. Furthermore, I will not interfere with your relationship." Upon hearing Shen Qianqian's words, Han Duo swiftly grasped the situation. The abrupt shift in Shen Qianqian's attitude, coupled with her nonchalant demeanor, suggested that any feelings she harbored for Lin Han were implausible. The only logical conclusion was that the Shen family was exerting pressure on her. It appeared they had recognized Lin Han's potential and background, seeking to secure him through the marriage certificate. This revelation could spell trouble for Han Duo. Lin Han found himself in a predicament. If all the noble families were to bind themselves to him through marriage contracts, his distinct advantage would vanish. However, the nature of these contracts rendered it impossible for him to respond on Lin Han's behalf. This dilemma could only be resolved by Lin Han himself. Currently, he was beset by troubles, holding a total of 12 marriage contracts. He had initially been quite pleased to have sent out 2 of them. To his astonishment, merely 2 days later, one had been returned to him. What was the meaning of this? It seemed rather unusual. One would expect that daughters of noble families would staunchly oppose such arrangements. Lin Han, inexperienced in such matters, was at a loss for how to proceed. That Miss Shen? It was improbable that the marriage contract could be declined. Without waiting for Lin Han to finish, Shen Qianqian, engrossed in her meal, waved her hand dismissively. You must accept the marriage contract. I am your fiancée. I have stated before that I only desire a nominal relationship. You may continue your affairs without my interference. Of course, if you manage to cultivate a genuine relationship with Sister Duo, I have no objections whatsoever. Shen Qianqian's stance was unmistakably clear, leaving Lin Han momentarily stunned and awkward. Just put it away. At that moment, Han Duo unexpectedly interjected with a light laugh. Since the Shen family is so sincere, you should accept it. Perhaps you can visit the Shen family and have a word with their patriarch. Chapter 55. Zhang Ruoxin's plea for help? Lin Han was taken aback by Han Duo's suggestion. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. It was evident to him that Shen Qianqian's change of heart was likely influenced by the Shen family's backing, through the attitudes of both the Han and Shen families. Lin Han began to grasp the situation. It seemed his master held considerable influence. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to enter into marriage contracts with him. Now that the situation had unfolded, he found little reason to dwell on it. Moreover, since Shen Qianqian merely sought a title, it was plainly intended for appearances. With Shen Qianqian's acceptance and Han Duo's approval, Lin Han felt assured. However, the arrival of Shen Qianqian rendered their previous conversation topics rather unsuitable, as they had been discussing matters related to the Han group, which were not meant for outsiders' ears. Sensing the atmosphere shift to one of awkwardness, Shen Qianqian looked up, her expression one of confusion. What are you all staring at? Eat, drink, and chat. Pay me no mind. Act as if I am not here. Relatively more familiar with the group, Shen Qianqian began to encourage them to indulge in the meal. Gradually, the previously tense atmosphere began to lighten under her enthusiastic hospitality, prompting wry smiles from both individuals. Yet, with Shen Qianqian's presence, their earlier discomfort and reservations had dissipated. It must be said that there is an undeniable charm about Shen Qianqian. Amidst the constant ebb and flow of people around, Lin Han and his companions found themselves increasingly engrossed in conversation under Shen Qianqian's warm invitation. Laughter occasionally erupted from their gathering. However, just as they were enjoying their lively discourse, a vehicle came to an abrupt halt outside the restaurant. Sun Biao, with a flicker of his gaze, glanced into the establishment before addressing Zhang Ruoxin beside him. Do you remember the plan we discussed? In any case, find a way to lure Lin Han to your residence. This time, I am determined to see Lin Han perish. Sun Biao's words dripped with a palpable malice and fury. Young Master Sun, this time it should go smoothly, right? Zhang Ruoxin inquired. Of course it will, Sun Biao replied with a cold sneer. This time, I have specially recruited a top-tier assassin from out of town. No matter how formidable Lin Han may be, he will not escape. With that, Sun Biao signaled to Zhang Ruoxin, indicating that she could set forth. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxin's eyes sparkled with hesitation. However, the thought of Lin Han surviving meant she would never be able to step into the Sun family's threshold. Gritting her teeth, she resolved and strode toward the restaurant, her mind replaying their previous plan. Their scheme was quite straightforward. Zhang Ruoxin would employ her allure to entice Lin Han to her home, while Sun Biao would unleash the assassins he had long since positioned there. The rationale behind this was Sun Biao's concern that Lin Han, having previously encountered an ambush, would be reluctant to venture out alone again. Nevertheless, considering the history between Lin Han and Zhang Ruoxin, there was still a flicker of sentiment that Lin Han might possess. Soon, Zhang Ruoxin regained her composure and confidently entered the restaurant. After surveying the entire dining area, she soon located Lin Han and his 2 companions in a private room. However, upon noticing the 2 stunning women by Lin Han's side, engaged in delightful conversation with him, she was momentarily taken aback. When did Lin Han become so fortunate in love? Moreover, these 2 women were exceptionally beautiful, exuding an air of sophistication that was unmistakably beyond the ordinary. How did Lin Han come to know such remarkable women? What did he do to deserve their company? A wave of indignation surged within Zhang Ruoxin as she recalled her time with Lin Han, who had been an introverted and unromantic companion, lacking in charm. Not only could he not connect with such extraordinary women, but even uttering a simple sentence would leave him blushing for an eternity. What had brought about this sudden transformation? Overwhelmed by a sudden pang of jealousy, Zhang Ruoxin approached Lin Han directly. Lin Han. As her voice echoed in the private room, the three individuals turned to face her. Zhang Ruoxin. Upon encountering Zhang Ruoxin, Lin Han furrowed his brow and calmly inquired, "What brings you here? Is Sun Biao up to his usual tricks again?" Caught off guard by Lin Han's directness, Zhang Ruoxin felt a surge of anxiety within her. However, she quickly regained her composure and softly replied, "Lin Han, I was wrong. I have realized that Sun Biao does not love me at all. He merely toys with my feelings. I now understand my mistakes. Can we return to how things once were? My home life has become chaotic, and I cannot manage it alone, so I hoped," before she could finish. A faint smile crept across Lin Han's face. He held no belief in Zhang Ruoxin's words, aware that she was not as clever as she thought. It was evident to him that she was weaving a web of lies. Moreover, without Sun Biao's assistance, he found it hard to believe that Zhang Ruoxin could have located him on her own. Nevertheless, Lin Han decided against directly exposing her deceit, curious to see what further antics she might conjure. Shen Qianqian did not recognize Zhang Ruoxin, but Han Duo certainly did. Upon realizing that the woman before her was indeed Zhang Ruoxin, Han Duo's brow furrowed, her eyes brimming with both scorn and pity. It was astonishing that someone as exceptional as Lin Han could let go so easily. It only confirmed her belief that Zhang Ruoxin was a fool, sacrificing Lin Han for a worthless individual like Sun Biao. Yet, perhaps it was fortunate for her. Without Zhang Ruoxin's foolishness, she would not have found her way to Lin Han. In the private room, the three remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on Zhang Ruoxin. Under their scrutiny, she felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Yet, having spoken her piece, there was no turning back. She could only feign a demeanor of vulnerability and distress as she looked at Lin Han once more. "So, Lin Han, can you help me? And how would you like me to assist you?" Lin Han replied with a playful chuckle. "I would like you to come to my home and help me tidy up. It has been ages since you last cooked for me." Listening to Zhang Ruoxin's brazen request, Lin Han could hardly contain his laughter, although it was laced with irritation. During their time together, he had cherished her, never burdening her with household chores. Yet, here she was, repaying his kindness with such a grievous betrayal. Contemplating this, Lin Han's expression grew cold. At that moment, Han Duo perceptibly sensed the shift in Lin Han's mood. With a light chuckle, she addressed Zhang Ruoxin. "How about this? Since we are all here, and you mention needing help with your home, we can assist you together." Han Duo was somewhat aware of the dynamics between Lin Han and Zhang Ruoxin, including the conflicts with Sun Biao. It was clear to her that Zhang Ruoxin's sudden appearance was orchestrated by Sun Biao's influence. Originally, Han Duo sought to avenge Lin Han, and upon this opportunity presenting itself, she was determined not to let it slip away. Zhang Ruoxin was taken aback by Han Duo's bold declaration, momentarily rendered speechless. If the three of them were to confront the situation together, it would complicate matters considerably, as Sun Biao's ire was directed solely at Lin Han. Moreover, with both women possessing such striking beauty, Zhang Ruoxin felt utterly overshadowed in comparison. Should Sun Biao take a liking to either of them, she would be reduced to a mere fool. As Zhang Ruoxin pondered her response, Lin Han's voice broke through once more. "If you wish for my assistance, it must be as Duo suggested. The three of us shall go together. Do you still require my help?" Upon hearing Lin Han's stance, Zhang Ruoxin gritted her teeth. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Han was indispensable to their plan, even if Sun Biao did express interest in the two women. She had faith in the bond she shared with Sun Biao over the past 3 years. He would undoubtedly care for her. With this resolve, Zhang Ruoxin nodded affirmatively, saying, "Very well, let the three of you go together. You may return for now. We shall join you after our meal." Lin Han waved her hand dismissively and spoke flatly to Zhang Ruoxin. Noticing Zhang Ruoxin's dazed expression, Lin Han furrowed her brows again and questioned, "When have I ever deceived you?" Although Zhang Ruoxin was not pleased with Lin Han's demeanor, she had no choice but to acquiesce and depart. She hurriedly made her way outside the restaurant and re-entered Sun Biao's car, still grappling with the tension from earlier. This scene left Sun Biao perplexed. What happened? Did Lin Han agree? "Yes," Zhang Ruoxin replied, taking a deep breath and nodding. "But she is bringing along 2 women. 2 women? Sun Biao's interest peaked. prompting him to inquire further, what do they look like? Exquisite in appearance, physique, and demeanor, far superior to me. Zhang Ruoxin hesitated before finally conceding. Such matters were impossible to conceal. Haha, then let them come along. Sun Biao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Let us return and prepare. He was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected twist and immediately directed the car toward Zhang Ruoxin's home. Once he dealt with Lin Han, he would undoubtedly welcome the two women into his life. The thought of sharing a bed with them that night filled him with indescribable excitement. Meanwhile, in a private room of the restaurant, Shen Qianqian, upon hearing Han Duoduo's account, slammed her hand on the table in frustration. How dare Zhang Ruoxin be so disrespectful? A mere Sun Biao thinks he can act so arrogantly? Damn it! Lin Han is my fiancé. When did he become so contemptible? Lin Han, rest assured, I shall ensure your grievances are avenged. The Shen family can easily handle the minor troubles posed by the Sun family. Shen Qianqian declared with a certain bravado directed at Lin Han. It must be said that when it comes to loyalty, Shen Qianqian is truly commendable. Lin Han had already witnessed her unwavering support when she assisted Gongsun Ro in obtaining a marriage certificate. All right, if we can teach that brat Sun Biao a solid lesson today, I shall treat you both to a meal. The ability to exact such retribution rests solely upon the two of you, he mused. Lin Han was acutely aware that, although he possessed commendable skills, instilling genuine fear and regret in a wealthy scion like Sun Biao necessitated leveraging the influence of others. Neither the Shen family nor the Han family could be compared to the insignificant Sun family. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the two women exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Let us go seek vengeance, they exclaimed. Zhang Ruoxin was utterly blind to the truth, daring to betray even you. Today, she shall undoubtedly regret her choices. Having been raised in opulence and privilege, the two women held a certain arrogance. Regardless of their feelings for Lin Han, he remained their nominal fiancé. The disdain shown by Zhang Ruoxin and Sun Biao towards Lin Han was, in essence, a slight against them as well. This occasion thus served as an opportunity for them to reclaim their dignity. Although the trio felt a mix of anticipation and excitement, they understood the necessity of allowing their adversaries some space for preparation, particularly since the trouble had originated with them. If retribution was to be exacted, it must be thorough. After waiting nearly half an hour in the restaurant, they finally set out once again. However, Lin Han's vehicle could only accommodate 2 passengers, prompting Shen Qianqian to place a call for a Rolls-Royce. After confirming the address, she instructed the driver to head towards Zhang Ruoxin's residence. By the way, should we recruit some additional manpower? Sun Biao likely has a number of people at his disposal. I will call the butler now. Lin Han did not object to Shen Qianqian's actions, while he was confident in his own abilities. Having some backup would ensure the safety of both Shen Qianqian and her companion amidst the impending chaos. Upon their arrival at Zhang Ruoxin's apartment building, Shen Qianqian's reinforcements had already gathered. When she had alerted the butler, explaining the gravity of the situation, he had promptly dispatched the head of the Shen family security team. Over 30 guards arrived, far surpassing the capabilities of any street thugs. One of these guards could easily contend with 5 or 6 assailants. Witnessing this display, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This is quite an overreaction, isn't it? Not at all. Just wait and see how I ensure you receive your due justice. Shen Qianqian replied, waving her hand dismissively. She swiftly approached the head of the security team and whispered her instructions. According to their previous plan, Lin Han would first go and assess the intentions of Sun Biao and his associates. When the critical moment arrived, the members of the Shen family would emerge. Once everything was prepared, Lin Han ascended the stairs with purpose. Shen Qianqian and Han Duoduo followed closely behind, eager to witness the unfolding events firsthand. Otherwise, it would be quite unsatisfactory for them. Moreover, due to their status, the Sun family, being a second-tier clan, would hardly recognize them in the short term. This very fact reassured Lin Han, allowing him to permit their presence. Chapter 57. The Golden Killer. At this moment, in Zhang Ruoxin's room, both Sun Biao and Zhang Ruoxin were anxiously watching the clock, their expressions fraught with impatience. Why had Lin Han not yet arrived? Surely, he wouldn't deceive you, would he? Zhang Ruoxin's gaze was complex as she shook her head, insisting, no, Lin Han never lies about his promises. That would be for the best. And are you certain that the 2 women accompanying Lin Han are extraordinary? If you are misleading me, you will truly regret it, Sun Biao retorted. His mind consumed with thoughts of dealing with Lin Han and claiming the 2 beautiful women by his side. Upon witnessing Sun Biao's somewhat menacing demeanor, Zhang Ruoxin fell silent. As her thoughts flickered, she recalled Lin Han's previous confident appearance. He seemed genuinely transformed, no longer the submissive ordinary person he once was, but someone whose skills had vastly improved. In the face of someone like Sun Biao, he exuded an air of disdain and contempt. She sensed that Lin Han genuinely dismissed Sun Biao entirely. Coupled with the sight of the two stunning women beside Lin Han today, Zhang Ruoxin felt a pang of discomfort. Lin Han's growth was increasingly evident, leaving Zhang Ruoxin with a sense of loss. If she hadn't left him, would this remarkable Lin Han still belong to her? Or perhaps his transformation was a consequence of her departure and betrayal. Just as Zhang Ruoxin was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. They have arrived? Hearing the knock on the door, Sun Biao sprang up from the sofa, scanning the surroundings before signaling the hidden assassins with a glance. He then cleared his throat and commanded, "Go open the door." With a heavy sigh, Zhang Ruoxin rose and walked towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, Lin Han and the two beautiful women stood before her. After a moment of surprise at seeing the three, Zhang Ruoxin managed a strained smile. "You're here," she greeted. Lin Han nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping across the room. The entire room was meticulously arranged, and Sun Biao sat nonchalantly on the sofa, showing no signs of concealment. Observing this, Lin Han chuckled softly and remarked, "It seems you are indeed the mastermind behind this. Pray tell, what scheme do you have in store this time? It appears you have not learned from your previous lesson." Upon hearing Lin Han's sarcastic words, Sun Biao immediately leaped from the sofa. "Lin Han, what do you mean by that? Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? If I had been prepared last time, you would not have had the opportunity to gloat so brazenly." In response to Sun Biao's arrogant demeanor, Lin Han scoffed once more. "So, are you ready this time? If you dare, step forward." Unfazed, Lin Han strode confidently towards the room, accompanied by Shen Qianqian and Han Duoduo. Suddenly, as they entered, the door slammed shut behind them with a resounding bang. At the threshold stood two burly men, their expressions fierce and their gazes icy as they regarded the three. Initially, Sun Biao smirked and was about to confront Lin Han. However, upon catching sight of Shen Qianqian and Han Duoduo, his eyes lit up with intrigue. Just as they had suspected, Sun Biao did not recognize the two. Nonetheless, their elegance, beauty, and figure spoke volumes, leaving Sun Biao in awe. He had never encountered such stunning women before. In his distraction, he completely overlooked Zhang Ruoxin, who was fuming with indignation. She stamped her foot and coldly admonished Sun Biao. "Young master son, are you still going to attend to business?" As she spoke, Zhang Ruoxin cast a meaningful glance at Lin Han. If Lin Han were not subdued, the two women would have no relevance to him. Moreover, she worried that Sun Biao might become enamored with their allure and disregard her entirely, which would be a significant loss. Having already lost Lin Han, she could not afford to lose Sun Biao as well. Sun Biao quickly regained his composure, eyeing the two women with greedy intent. He then coldly addressed Lin Han. "Lin Han, do not say I did not afford you an opportunity. Kneel and apologize to me now, and I may spare you, provided I am in a good mood. Otherwise, you shall learn what true power entails." As he spoke, pride radiated from his demeanor. This time, he had meticulously orchestrated an elaborate trap, deploying 10 top-tier assassins. He was confident he would not fail to subdue Lin Han. "Oh, is that so?" In response to Sun Biao's threats, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with amusement. The hidden assassins in the room had already sensed his arrival. Although their skills were commendable, Lin Han could discern from their auras that they were seasoned fighters. However, for him, dealing with them would be a trifling matter. "Why? Do you not believe me?" Upon witnessing Lin Han's reaction, Sun Biao let out a cold snort. "It appears you possess quite a bit of confidence in yourself. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true mastery looks like. Come forth." As Sun Biao's voice echoed, a cacophony of footsteps arose around them. 10 figures surged from the shadows, swiftly encircling Lin Han. "Lin Han, open your eyes wide and behold. Do you truly think these individuals are within your capacity to contend with? This is not the previous encounter. Today, I shall observe how you meet your demise." As Sun Biao spoke, a more pronounced malice flickered in his gaze. "When you engage, make sure not to harm my beauties. Hee. Tonight I intend to indulge them thoroughly." He laughed uproariously, retreating further back. In the next moment, the 10 assassins advanced menacingly towards Lin Han. "You two, step back," Lin Han instructed the two women behind him, stretching his limbs. "Lin Han, please ensure that you teach that Sun Biao a lesson," urged Han Duoduo. "What a ridiculous fool, daring to set his sights on me. He ought to reflect upon his own shortcomings." Shen Qianqian, retreating to a corner, pointed accusingly at Sun Biao and began to vocally berate him. The disdainful look Sun Biao had cast her way had incited her utmost aversion. Had she been capable of confronting him, she would have struck him instantly. When had the esteemed young lady of the Shen family, one of the 4 great families of the Magic City, ever endured such indignity? Lin Han smiled and nodded at Shen Qianqian's request. He, we shall see who ultimately prevails. For now, let you bask in your arrogance. Sun Biao merely sneered at her retorts. He then commanded the surrounding assassins to commence their assault. The 10 elite killers, already poised for action, surged forth at Sun Biao's command without hesitation. Each drew a dagger from their belts, their intentions clearly lethal. Charge! Subdue this brat and break his legs first. Let him kneel before me and beg for mercy. The fool is courting death. Today, I shall show him what regret truly means. Sun Biao laughed maniacally, his demeanor rife with malice. Lin Han, be cautious, Han Duo warned, her concern evident in contrast to Shen Qianqian's eagerness for chaos. While Shen Qianqian had witnessed Lin Han's prowess before, having clashed with him previously, she held a measure of confidence in his abilities. At that moment, Lin Han began to weave through the throng of assassins. Though these assailants were indeed formidable, they were no match for him. However, the strength was limited. With Lin Han's prowess, it would pose no difficulty for him, provided he applied himself. A single punch sent one adversary sprawling. Lin Han intended to turn and continue his assault on the others. Yet, at that moment, the very individual he had just vanquished sprang back to his feet and charged at Lin Han once more. This scene elicited a raised eyebrow from Lin Han. It seems I have somewhat underestimated you. In the blink of an eye, the man felt a sudden shift, and before he knew it, his dagger had inexplicably found its way into Lin Han's grasp. The next instant, an excruciating pain surged through his thigh. A cry of anguish erupted as he collapsed to the ground, incapacitated in mere moments. Now, that's more like it, Lin Han remarked, dusting off his hands before dashing towards another foe. Zhang Ruoxin's apartment was rather modest in size, and with over 10 individuals engaged in combat. The living room descended into chaos, filled with debris and shattered items. Sun Biao watched in astonishment as Lin Han continued to dispatch foes one after another. The look of horror in his eyes intensified. Surely, he can't be so formidable that we cannot subdue him? The more he pondered, the more dread he felt. He was acutely aware of the consequences should they fail to apprehend Lin Han, especially after the last encounter where Lin Han had spared him. This time, who could predict Lin Han's response? The thought sent a shiver through Sun Biao, fear flashing in his gaze. You all better subdue this brat quickly. I will offer an additional 30% in reward. Though the promise of monetary gain spurred the assassins to strike with greater ferocity, they still found themselves outmatched. No matter their efforts, one by one, they fell to the ground. 10 assassins could not withstand Lin Han for even 5 minutes. Amidst the cacophony of wails, Shen Qianqian cheered with unrestrained excitement. I never expected you, Lin Han, to possess such charm. You look particularly dashing in action. Shen Qianqian approached with a playful grin. Casting a glance at the now pale Sun Biao, she scoffed, Sun Biao, why don't you hurry and kneel before your aunt? Or shall I break your legs instead? Sun Biao's eyes were filled with humiliation as he listened to Shen Qianqian's threats. Taking a deep breath, rage and malice flickered in his eyes once more. Don't think for a moment that I fear you. Lin Han, I concede you are quite skilled. But what does that matter? I am a member of the Sun family. Do you truly dare to lay a hand on me? You must understand, should you harm me, you will incur the wrath of the entire Sun family. Do you think a mere ordinary person like you can afford to offend us? Sun Biao's agitation grew, his eyes brimming with uncontainable scorn. However, just as he finished speaking, Shen Qianqian let out a cold laugh. The Sun family? What significance do they hold? Sun Biao, do you overestimate yourself? Shen Qianqian's demeanor caused Sun Biao to furrow his brow as he turned to scrutinize her once more. This woman had exhibited an extreme level of excitement and disdain from the very beginning, never once considering his worth. Her current attitude only intensified Sun Biao's dissatisfaction. With narrowed eyes, he sneered, finding the situation amusing. How interesting it was that she, relying on her own strength, dared to disregard the Sun family. Regardless of their status as a second-tier family in the Magic City, eliminating a few ordinary individuals was a trivial task. Since you hold us in such contempt, just wait and see. As Sun Biao spoke, he retrieved his phone, preparing to call for reinforcements. Yet at that moment, Shen Qianqian stepped forward and knocked his phone to the ground. What nonsense from the Sun family. Open your eyes and see who I am. I am Shen Qianqian, of the Shen family. Do you understand? Her declaration momentarily stunned Sun Biao, who instinctively looked up at her, his gaze filled with suspicion. However, the next moment, Shen Qianqian scoffed again and slapped at Sun Biao once more. You dare to harbor intentions against me? Apologize to me at once, or I assure you, someone will meet their demise. Shen Qianqian's demeanor was exceedingly haughty, leaving Sun Biao momentarily speechless. He instinctively thought of the Shen family, one of the 4 prominent families of the Magic City. Yet, upon further reflection, how could a waste like Lin Han possibly know the eldest daughter of the Shen family? This woman was clearly attempting to intimidate him. With a cold laugh, Sun Biao raised his hand, ready to retaliate against Shen Qianqian. However, before his hand could descend, a loud shout erupted from outside. How dare you? If you lay a hand on our young lady, you will surely regret it. The guards of the Shen family, who had been stationed outside, were always vigilant. Their task was to heed Shen Qianqian's commands and enter when necessary. However, upon witnessing Sun Biao's intent to strike, they could not simply turn a blind eye. Over 30 guards swiftly filled the room. The sudden turn of events left Sun Biao momentarily bewildered. You doubt my identity as a member of the Shen family? Very well, I shall make you believe it now. As Shen Qianqian spoke, she dialed the butler. Her purpose for coming this time was to avenge Lin Han, compounded by Sun Biao's earlier contemptuous gaze, which had greatly displeased her. Shen Qianqian was inherently a headstrong young lady. Despite appearing composed before Lin Han, she still carried the innate pride of a family of stature. Chapter 59, Dog Bites Dog. This call to the butler was undoubtedly to take action against the Sun family. Only when Sun Biao truly realizes that his actions have implicated the entire Sun family will he feel fear. The Sun family as Sun Biao has bullied me, and it is time to show him the consequences. Otherwise, he will not believe in my identity. Shen Qianqian merely stated this succinctly, yet the butler immediately grasped her intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he assented. Merely 3 minutes later, Sun Biao, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly received a phone call. Upon checking, he discovered it was from his father. Instinctively, he cast a glance towards Shen Qianqian. What are you dawdling for? Answer it. Sun Biao took a deep breath and coldly snorted before answering the call. Dad, what happened? Sun Biao. As soon as the call connected, a torrent of curses erupted from the other end. What the hell have you done? When did you offend the Shen family? Which Shen family? The Shen family among the 4 great clans. They just called to hold you accountable, claiming you bullied the young lady of the Shen family. You'd better handle this properly. If you fail, don't expect to remain in the Sun family. What a useless fool. Sun Biao's father seemed to be at his wit's end, scolding Sun Biao before abruptly hanging up. At that moment, Sun Biao's mind buzzed. He stared wide-eyed at Shen Qianqian. Huh, now do you believe in my identity? Shen Qianqian scoffed, her eyes brimming with uncontainable pride. So what will you do now? How do you know Lin Han? Sun Biao certainly believed in Shen Qianqian's identity, yet he was still filled with resentment. He could not fathom that Lin Han would be acquainted with such a person. He could bow to Shen Qianqian, but he could not accept that he had once looked down upon someone he now deemed superior. This stark contrast was difficult for him to digest. How do I know Lin Han? Shen Qianqian paused momentarily, then cleared her throat and said, that is naturally because Lin Han is my fiancé. He is recognized as our Shen family's fiancé, and you dared to lay hands on my fiancé, Shen Qianqian. Are you seeking death? As Shen Qianqian's voice faded, Han Duo stepped out from the shadows. I am Han Duo of the Han family, president of the Han group. Lin Han is also my fiancé, and this matter will not end here. If Lin Han does not forgive you, it is not merely a matter of expelling the Sun family. Our 2 families could easily conspire to diminish your Sun family's standing as a second-tier clan. Boom. Han Duo's words struck Sun Biao like a thunderclap. The Shen family and the Han family? 2 top beauties are both Lin Han's fiancé, yes? What is happening? Although Sun Biao was filled with confusion, one thing was clear. Both the Shen and Han families stood firmly behind Lin Han. He was acutely aware that if he mishandled this situation, it would not only spell doom for himself, but also for the entire Sun family. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Sun Biao ceased to hesitate and, with a thud, knelt before the 3 individuals, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable terror. I was wrong. I truly had no idea that Lin Han was your fiancé. Had I known, I would never have dared to lay a finger on him, even at the cost of my life. Please, have mercy and let me go. If you spare me and my family, I will agree to any terms you set. As he spoke, Sun Biao repeatedly bowed his head before them, his demeanor betraying genuine fright. The atmosphere was thick with silence, broken only by the sound of his incessant kowtowing. Yet, the one most shocked was Zhang Ruoxin, standing to the side, her wide eyes fixated on Lin Han. She grappled with the revelation that he already had not one, but two fiancés. Both were from esteemed families, possessing beauty, physique, and grace that far surpassed her own. No, there had to be some hidden truth behind this. Zhang Ruoxin felt herself teetering on the brink of madness. It was unfathomable that the man she had deemed worthless had, in the blink of an eye, become unattainable. Young master's son, Zhang Ruoxin suddenly interjected, striding towards Sun Biao. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "This must be a fabrication. Lin Han must have hired actors. Perhaps these two women are mere socialites." She scoffed. With Lin Han being the loser he is, how could he possibly have two fiancées? I refuse to believe it. Slap. Before Lin Han and the others could react, Sun Biao, nearly petrified with fear, retorted angrily, "You think this is a lie? My father personally called to confirm this. If you wish to endanger yourself, do not drag me down with you." With a furious shout, he swung his hand at Zhang Ruoxin, exclaiming, "Zhang Ruoxin, you wretched woman, haven't you caused me enough trouble? If you wish for your own demise, do not pull me into your downfall." After that outburst, Sun Biao turned back to Lin Han and the two young ladies. A forced smile plastered on his face. "Mr. Lin, Miss Shun, Miss Han, this woman has nothing to do with me. If you wish to deal with her, please do so. I sincerely apologize. I truly recognize my mistakes. I implore you to forgive me." When faced with the prospect of Zhang Ruoxin and his family's interests, Sun Biao displayed no hesitation in casting her aside. Zhang Ruoxin stood frozen, dumbfounded by his demeanor. How could she not understand Sun Biao's intentions? "Sun Biao, are you striking me? You dare to hit me for Lin Han's sake? Do not forget, it was you who incited me to have Lin Han imprisoned. Now you turn against me? You are ungrateful." Faced with Zhang Ruoxin's accusations, Sun Biao was seething with uncontrollable rage. He was desperately seeking a way to quell her fury. Yet she continued to strike at his vulnerabilities. "Zhang Ruoxin, shut your mouth," Sun Biao bellowed, rising once more to strike at her. "You wretched woman. Do not presume I truly hold you in high regard. Do you genuinely believe that someone of your caliber could ever cross the threshold of the Sun family? Let me be frank. From the very beginning, I regarded you merely as a plaything. Everything I said previously was a ruse. With your standing, you have no hope of entering my family's doors." In his effort to placate Lin Han, Sun Biao found himself wishing to sever all ties with Zhang Ruoxin. In his moment of exasperation, he unwittingly revealed his innermost thoughts. "Sun Biao, is what you say true?" she inquired. "What other explanation could there be? Were it not for your somewhat pleasing appearance and compliance, I would have long since kicked you to the curb." He advanced once more, delivering a harsh kick. Chapter 60. Zhang Ruoxin's thoughts under immense pressure. Sun Biao's true nature was laid bare. He expressed his sentiments to Zhang Ruoxin candidly. "Lin Han, brother Lin, esteemed grandfather Lin, I beseech you for a chance. It was my folly to seize Zhang Ruoxin from you. I assure you, from this moment forth, I shall no longer harbor any intentions toward her. I will sever all ties." As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Zhang Ruoxin. Still in shock, her expression revealed disbelief at Sun Biao's betrayal. The prospect of being cast aside sent her into a frenzy. Clenching her teeth, she lashed out at him. "Sun Biao, you heartless wretch. You can simply discard me? What of the 3 years I spent with you? What does that count for? Did I not ensure your comfort and elevate your social standing?" Sun Biao scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with scorn and disdain. He never contemplated his own missteps, blaming Zhang Ruoxin for his entanglements with the Shun and Han families. "Zhang Ruoxin, be grateful. You are but a person of the lower tier. Living a life as comfortable as mine is already a stroke of fortune for you. I advise you to step aside obediently. I may not rival Lin Han, but dealing with you poses no challenge." His words dripped with menace, causing Zhang Ruoxin's complexion to fluctuate between shades of anger and despair. Yet, having been somewhat spoiled by Lin Han and possessing a beauty of her own, she trembled with indignation. In a sudden burst of fury, she lunged at Sun Biao, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Naturally, Sun Biao did not hold back, and soon they were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Lin Han and the other two never anticipated that they would clash with each other. A glimmer of amusement flashed in their eyes, showing no intention of intervening to mediate. On the contrary, they were eager to see the three engage in a fierce confrontation. In an instant, the once tranquil living room descended into chaos once more. How intriguing! Today was quite the spectacle. Yet on another note, Zhang Ruoxin truly was foolish. Why would she forsake someone as exceptional as Lin Han for a worthless individual like Sun Biao? At this moment, Shen Qianqian let out a derisive laugh, her eyes brimming with unabashed scorn. Naturally, her words reached Zhang Ruoxin, who trembled as if all strength had been drained from her. She plopped down onto the floor. Raising her gaze towards the transformed Lin Han, her heart was a tumult of emotions. TSK. Lin Han had become the coveted son-in-law of both the Shun and Han families. Who knows how many more prestigious families would vie for him in the future? Especially now that he had taken the renowned physician from Modu as his mentor, his prospects were boundless. Indeed, Lin Han was commendable in every aspect, powerful and handsome. The sole regret was having an ex-girlfriend like Zhang Ruoxin. The mere thought was distasteful. Shen Qianqian had come to a realization. Her connection with Lin Han was already secured. In such a moment, she must stand firmly by his side. Otherwise, Lin Han's humiliation would reflect on her as well. Thus, when addressing Zhang Ruoxin, she was utterly unyielding. In contrast, Han Duo adopted a much gentler demeanor, yet her gaze towards Zhang Ruoxin was equally filled with disdain and loathing. I have heard that Sun Biao previously bullied Lin Han. Regardless, this matter is far from over. Either the Sun family will face repercussions, or you will find yourself in trouble. Do brace yourself, Han Duo asserted with formidable authority. Sun Biao's face contorted into a grimace of despair. President Han, please spare me. I am willing to pay any price for my life. Sun Biao was genuinely terrified, as he discerned the unwavering support both Shen Qianqian and Han Duo had for Lin Han. In such circumstances, any further display of ignorance on his part would be tantamount to courting death. What if we were to break his legs, making him remember his place? Han Duo mused before turning to Lin Han for his thoughts. Surprised by Han Duo's ruthlessness, Lin Han chuckled lightly and replied, "No problem. In truth, I harbor little anger. My heart had already perished the moment Zhang Ruoxin betrayed me. I came merely to see what this Sun Biao intended to do to me. Since the situation has been resolved, let it be as you propose." As Lin Han's words echoed in the air, Shen Qianqian signaled to the nearby guards. Crack! The sound of a bone snapping pierced through the chaos, followed immediately by Sun Biao's anguished cries. "Sun Biao, this matter ends here. Should I find you unjustly targeting Lin Han again, the consequences will not be so trivial." As he listened to the women's threatening words, Sun Biao endured excruciating pain. Nodding persistently, it wasn't until Lin Han and his companions turned to leave the room that he could no longer restrain himself and cried out once more. Zhang Ruoxin, observing Sun Biao's face contorted in agony, felt no stirrings of sympathy within her heart. She had already discerned his previous attitude. Remaining with him would only lead to her own downfall. Conversely, as Zhang Ruoxin contemplated this, she approached the window and watched Lin Han ascend into a luxurious Rolls-Royce, driving away and vanishing from her sight. For a moment, her gaze flickered, lost in her thoughts. "Are you just going to stand there, you worthless fool? Hurry up and take me to the hospital." Sun Biao, seeing Zhang Ruoxin ignoring him at the window, couldn't help but shout at her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoxin's glance towards him was filled with icy disdain. "Sun Biao, there is no longer any connection between us. You previously mentioned that I was merely a plaything for you. I no longer wish to indulge in your whims. Furthermore, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of pursuing me. No matter what, I am still Lin Han's ex-girlfriend. Do not forget how Lin Han ended up in prison. Do you truly believe that if something were to happen to me, he would remain indifferent?" A glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes as she spoke. She had already resolved in her heart that given Lin Han's significant transformation, she would attempt to win him back. She was confident that her charm and their past connection would sway him. With Lin Han's current status, aligning herself with him would undoubtedly be far more glamorous than staying with Sun Biao. As she contemplated this, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 61. Buying a car. After leaving Zhang Ruoxin's apartment, Lin Han found it was getting late, and thus parted ways with Han Duo and the others midway. He had instructed Han Duo to drive the Ferrari back, for at his current standing, driving such an extravagant vehicle felt excessively ostentatious. Upon returning home, Lin Han observed Sun Xiao tirelessly bustling about and approached her with a warm smile, saying, "Mom, you needn't worry any longer. I've already eaten out, and I am not short on money. I believe it's time for us to consider relocating." This was a thought Lin Han had entertained for quite some time, as the old neighborhood they resided in had seen better days. The surrounding neighbors were all elderly, and while familiarity had bred some comfort, the practical inconveniences were undeniable. including the absence of an elevator. Moreover, their residence consists merely of 2 rooms and a hall, appearing rather diminutive. Given the balance in Lin Han's bank account, it is inconceivable that he would merely purchase another apartment. He could easily acquire an entire building. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Sun Xiao shook her head fervently, as if she were a clapper in a drum. Why would you consider moving? You ought to save that money for your future wife instead. I have lived here quite well for several decades. One cannot simply change locations on a whim. By the way, do you remember that fellow, brother to whom we owed a debt? He visited our home previously, bringing an abundance of consolation gifts, claiming that you have settled the debt. Where did you acquire such funds? Sun Xiao seized the opportunity to inquire about Lin Han's situation for the first time. However, Lin Han had anticipated this moment. With a light chuckle, he replied, Mother, do you recall that young Master Lei from earlier? I assisted him once, and he owes me a significant favor. He is the one who repaid this debt for me. So rest assured that my finances are entirely legitimate. Sun Xiao nodded. She had certainly noted Lei Dong's demeanor that day. Not only did he reprimand his superior, but he also secured her an excellent position. That young man was evidently no ordinary individual. Since he values you, it is essential for you to cultivate a good relationship with him. Avoid conflicts henceforth. My greatest wish now is to see you provide me with a grandchild. That would bring me immense satisfaction. This sentiment likely resonates with parents across the globe. Lin Han nodded in agreement, engaging in some light conversation with Sun Xiao before returning to his room. As Sun Xiao did not wish to relocate in the near future, Lin Han had no intention of pressuring her. Nevertheless, a change of scenery was inevitable. This small abode would hardly suffice for Han Duo and the others in the future. As his nominal fiancée, yes, they would undoubtedly visit him. Lin Han still needed to find an opportunity to gently persuade her again. However, he was rather surprised when He Hu arrived at his door with company. Judging by He Hu's demeanor, he appeared to be quite amiable. Had he perhaps come to a realization? Previously, when Lin Han was at He Hu's establishment, he had vetted all of his subordinates. He Hu had stated that as long as Lin Han could manage Sun Biao, he would align himself with Lin Han. From the looks of it, He Hu seemed to have received some news. Lin Han found himself momentarily perplexed, but he chose not to dwell on it. He would inquire at a later date to uncover the truth. Early the next morning, Lin Han descended the stairs only to discover that his vehicle was missing. The community in which he resided was somewhat distant from the Han group, requiring a drive of over half an hour. It was impractical for him to hail a cab daily for such a lengthy journey. Furthermore, he felt reluctant to continue using Han Duo's car. With this in mind, Lin Han opted not to head to the corporation and instead took a taxi to the nearest convenience store. It is indeed time to consider purchasing a vehicle. Lin Han, however, does not possess extensive knowledge about cars. To him, a car is merely a means of transportation, and he does not place much importance on it. Upon arriving at the dealership, Lin Han began to inspect the various models on display, wandering through the showrooms of several brands. He was not concerned about the price, as long as the vehicle resonated with his personal taste. Before long, he found himself at the BMW dealership. Sir, is there anything that catches your eye? A staff member approached him with a warm demeanor. I currently have no specific plans. Could you please provide me with some recommendations? Lin Han replied, his gaze shifting throughout the store. It was early morning, and there were no other customers present, leaving him alone with the staff. The remaining salespeople lounged about, appearing somewhat lethargic, as if still shaken from their slumber. Sir, what do you think of this model? Priced at 400,000, it is our best seller. The salesperson suggested. Not to your liking? How about this one? It's only 300,000. Still unsatisfied? This one is 200,000. It is our most affordable option. Initially, the salesperson exhibited a fair amount of enthusiasm, but after Lin Han's repeated disinterest, that eagerness began to wane. The salesperson scrutinized Lin Han's ordinary attire, and the warmth in their demeanor dissipated entirely. Sir, if you are merely browsing, I believe it would be best if you left. We cannot afford to waste our time. Xiao Zhang, someone like him clearly hails from the countryside, likely here just to gawk at BMWs. Do you really think he can afford one? The disdainful remarks from the other salespeople were unmistakable, and Lin Han's brow furrowed in response to their attitude. Sir, if you have no intention of buying a car, I suggest you take your leave. We do not have the time to attend to you. One of the salespeople stated dismissively. Lin Han chuckled coldly at their retorts. What? So you abandon me just because I'm not buying? Besides, how can you presume I cannot afford one? The salesperson, unable to contain a derisive laugh, replied, I encounter at least 100 people daily. I can easily discern who possesses wealth and who does not. Someone like you, freshly graduated from university, likely has a mere interest in cars, right? Fine. I'll give you 10 minutes to look around, but do hurry and leave afterward. With that, the salesperson turned away, no longer willing to engage with Lin Han. With purposeful strides, he turned and approached his colleagues. Before long, the cacophony of card games erupted around him. Lin Han stood in the hall, surrounded by 5 or 6 salespeople, yet not a single one approached him. A sense of helplessness washed over his face. Chapter 62. Old Classmates. He had indeed come today with the intention of purchasing a car, and he was not particular about brands, willing to buy on a whim. However, he had not taken to the few models previously recommended by the salespeople. There was a luxurious car nearby that he found quite appealing, yet before he could inquire, the salesperson's unwillingness dampened his interest. With a shake of his head, he turned to leave. I told you he's not a wealthy person, didn't I? Xiao Zhang, you need to refine your judgment, one remarked. Indeed, didn't you notice how we all ignored that fellow earlier? It's a waste of effort on someone like him. Xiao Zhang, with a humble expression, absorbed the senior's teachings, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Han's retreating figure. After departing from the BMW dealership, Lin Han intended to casually explore another shop. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out ahead. Lin Han. Taken aback by the slightly unfamiliar tone, he looked up to see a petite beauty in professional attire, her high heels clicking as she approached with a beaming smile. At first, he failed to recognize her. Lin Han, you haven't forgotten me, have you? It's Li Han, your high school classmate. We were desk mates. After just a few years apart, you've forgotten me? She teased. I remember you were quite close with Zhang Ruoxin. So, have you two tied the knot? At Li Han's reminder, Lin Han suddenly recalled that both she and Zhang Ruoxin were indeed his high school classmates, with Li Han being someone he had been closer to. However, after graduation, they had drifted apart. He was astonished to encounter Li Han here today. Let us not get into it. I broke up with Zhang Ruoxin. Lin Han replied, noticing Li Han's surprise at his words. Yet, seeing that he preferred not to dwell on the topic, she refrained from pressing further. I'm working here as a salesperson. Impressive, isn't it? What brings you here? She inquired. It's been ages since we last met. Let us have lunch together later? Li Han's enthusiasm was evident. She had harbored feelings for Lin Han during their high school days, but had concealed them once he began dating Zhang Ruoxin. Now, hearing that he was single again brought her a flicker of joy. You're a salesperson at Mercedes? Lin Han realized that he was standing right in front of the Mercedes dealership, directly across from BMW. At that moment, the salespeople at BMW seemed to have noticed Lin Han and Li Han engaged in conversation. Instantly, their eyes brimmed with derision and disdain. How brazen this young man is. Having just been ousted from our BMW, and now he intends to peruse the offerings at Mercedes? Li Han, representing Mercedes, is quite the flower, albeit with a somewhat more amiable temperament. Yet the other salespeople are no pushovers. I suspect he will soon be shown the door again. What a spectacle! What a spectacle! Unbeknownst to Lin Han, the reactions of the BMW staff were inconsequential. Upon discovering that Li Han was a salesperson here, he resolved in his heart that since he was bound to purchase a vehicle, he might as well extend a favor to an old classmate. After all, the commission on a fine car is substantial. I happen to be here to buy a car. Why not take a look at Mercedes? He suggested. Upon hearing this, Li Han's eyes sparkled with increasing delight. Of course. Let us go. This is my domain, she replied, a hint of pride flashing in her gaze. Feel free to browse. It's no matter if you can't afford it. I'll introduce you and let my old classmate assess my professional acumen. As they conversed and laughed heartily, they strolled toward the showroom, naturally drawing the attention of the other salespeople. Before long, a sharply dressed young man, witnessing the scene, was overtaken by a flicker of discontent. He was known to pursue Li Han, and everyone in the showroom was aware of it. Although Li Han had previously been warm and engaging, today she appeared exceptionally joyful. Observing the apparent ease and intimacy between the two, the young man huffed internally and strode purposefully toward Lin Han. Shan, is this your friend? He inquired with a beaming smile, positioning himself closer to Li Han, as if to underscore their relationship. Li Han's eyes flashed with disdain at the young man's actions. Yet her face retained a veneer of cheerfulness. Lin Han, let me introduce you. This is my colleague, Wang Bo. And this is Lin Han, my high school classmate. It has been quite some time since we last met. While addressing Wang Bo, Li Han clearly did not exhibit the same familiarity as she did with Lin Han. Wang Bo, acutely aware of this distinction and hearing that they were high school classmates, felt a pang of jealousy. He scrutinized Lin Han and remarked with a light chuckle, "Mr. Lin, have you come to purchase a car?" "Just browsing," Lin Han replied with a chuckle. "Wang Bo, you may attend to your duties. I can handle Lin Han from here," Li Shan interjected, fully cognizant of Wang Bo's affections for her, yet she harbored no feelings for him. To preclude any conflict, she grasped Lin Han's hand and led him toward the exhibition area. Such actions rendered Wang Bo's dissatisfaction more conspicuous. He had pursued Li Shan for quite some time, yet had never held her hand. Although he felt profoundly displeased, Wang Bo refrained from voicing his feelings, only letting out a soft huff of frustration as he sat back down. "Wang Bo, I perceive that Li Shan shares a unique bond with that fellow. Are you truly willing to concede? Are you not afraid that he might whisk her away?" The colleague's teasing only served to exacerbate Wang Bo's turmoil. "Enough, enough. Just look at that lad. How could he possibly afford a Bentley? He is merely Li Shan's high school classmate, likely here just to admire the cars." Wang Bo's displeasure was unmistakable to those around him. Soon, a portly colleague turned his gaze towards Wang Bo. "Brother Wang, may I propose a suggestion?" "Oh, do tell. If that lad cannot afford it, why not go over and pressure him into buying? With his means, attempting to act grand would likely deplete all his credit cards and wallet. However, should he fail to purchase, wouldn't he humiliate himself before Sister Shan?" The portly man's words ignited a spark of inspiration in Wang Bo. Chapter 63. Who says I won't buy Lin Han? Do you have a preferred model? Our selection here in the magical city is quite comprehensive, ranging from 300,000 to 3 million. After Wang Bo departed, Li Shan appeared noticeably more relaxed, her face alight with smiles as she engaged Lin Han in conversation. "Currently, I am the sole driver, so I'm inclined towards something youthful." After pondering for a moment, Lin Han articulated his desires to Li Shan. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Bo, who had previously left, reappeared unexpectedly. "Mr. Lin, are you seeking something youthful? We have just the car for you. This sports car is undoubtedly suited for young drivers, priced at merely 2 million, and it's the latest model. What do you think?" Wang Bo's sudden appearance caused both individuals to furrow their brows. However, Wang Bo seemed oblivious to their expressions, enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the vehicle before them. "I do not desire a sports car. At the very least, I require a four-seater." Lin Han considered the fact that he had 2 confirmed fiancées. Driving a sports car would not only be ostentatious, but would also accommodate only 2 passengers, which was clearly impractical. Is there something that appears more understated, yet does not appear overly mature? Observing Lin Han's earnest demeanor, a glint of derision flickered in Wang Bo's eyes. "You truly believe you matter that much? I am curious to see how long you can maintain this facade." "Yes, indeed. This model is priced at 3 million. A new top-tier luxury car, and it exudes a rather understated elegance, perfect for a business setting. What do you think?" Wang Bo's gaze shifted as he led Lin Han to another display, eagerly expounding on the merits of a sleek black sedan before them. "Quite impressive," Lin Han remarked. After circling the car before him, Lin Han's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The model indeed aligned with his expectations. It seemed Mr. Lin had a preference. "Perhaps we should proceed with some selections? The overall price would likely range from 3 to 4 million. Wang Bo's smile grew increasingly pronounced. He was keen to lead Lin Han down this path, awaiting any sign of hesitation from him, at which point it would be his moment to shine. "No need for that," Lin Han replied, shaking his head and dismissing the suggestion. Wang Bo's heart raced with excitement at this response. Before he could launch into a taunt, Lin Han's voice resonated once more. "I am aware that luxury cars here often require months of waiting. I do not have that luxury of time. Do you have any in stock that I can take home immediately?" Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback by Lin Han's assertiveness. "You truly intend to purchase? Is there a problem?" Lin Han inquired with a light chuckle, turning to face him. At that moment, Li Shan grasped Wang Bo's intentions and promptly stepped between them, advising Lin Han, "Don't pay him any mind. Each of these cars is priced over 3 million. Where would you find such funds? It's perfectly acceptable to merely look. No one is laughing at you. Do not overreach." As Li Shan spoke, she attempted to usher Lin Han away, fearing that lingering further might lead to conflict, which would not bode well for him. However, her words only solidified Wang Bo's conviction that Lin Han could not afford the vehicle. Observing the two turn to leave, he sneered. "Huh, I thought you might be a hidden tycoon. Instead, you merely wish to display your pretentiousness? Had you stated your financial limitations earlier, I could have spared myself this effort." His derision was unabashed. "This is a Mercedes dealership, not just any venue. Of course, since you and Shan are classmates. It's understandable for you to come and browse. Just say the word, and I can show you plenty. After all, for someone like you, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As Wang Bo's remarks grew increasingly outrageous, Li Shan's expression darkened, her voice tinged with anger. Wang Bo, that is enough. Wang Bo, wishing to retort, hesitated upon witnessing Li Shan's demeanor, but could not suppress the mockery in his eyes. Lin Han, do not heed him. Look at whatever you wish. I will attend to you, Li Shan declared, attempting once more to lead Lin Han away. At that moment, however, Lin Han chuckled lightly. Who said I could not afford it? Li Shan felt a sense of helplessness. She had just worried that under Wang Bo's provocation, Lin Han might act impulsively. As fate would have it, her fears were realized. This was a car worth 3 million. How could she not be aware of Lin Han's family circumstances? Even if they sold their house, they could not afford it. Although she had not been in touch with Lin Han much over the years, she had heard about his recent situation. It was said that Lin Han had offended a wealthy heir while standing up for Zhang Ruoxin and had spent 3 years imprisoned. He had only just been released. He might not even have a job, let alone 3 million. Lin Han, do not heed Wang Bo's words. Let's leave. It's a rare occasion for us to meet. I took a break for lunch. Let us have a meal together. Li Shan wished to lead Lin Han away. Concerned about his pride, she offered him an escape. Shan, Lin Han has already expressed his intention to buy. How could we possibly rush him out? At that moment, Wang Bo's sarcastic voice re-emerged. Having such a significant client is a rare opportunity. We must treat him well. Brothers, we have a customer. This Mr. Lin has stated he wishes to purchase a luxury vehicle worth over 3 million and requires it immediately. Who will assist in retrieving the vehicle? As soon as Wang Bo's words fell, a chorus of responses erupted around them. Soon, someone grabbed the keys to bring out the car. Lin Han. We indeed have the vehicle available, but it is the top model, totaling nearly 3,800,000. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Wang Bo's gaze was filled with uncontainable mockery. He did not believe Lin Han possessed such means. Of course, Lin Han replied with a chuckle, as I mentioned earlier. Since you have the vehicle available, why would I not consider purchasing it? With Lin Han's affirmation, Wang Bo no longer hesitated and began instructing everyone to prepare the contract and the car. His excitement suggested he was eager to witness Lin Han's embarrassing moment. Lin Han. Li Shan looked at him helplessly. Sometimes it's best to endure such provocations. There's no need to escalate matters over trivial issues. A car worth nearly 4 million. How can you afford it? Even the down payment would be close to 1 million. As Li Shan spoke, she noticed Lin Han still wore a smile, which only deepened her sense of helplessness. After all, you are my best classmate from high school. While they are busy, let us hurry and leave. I will handle the aftermath. As she spoke, Li Shan gently urged Lin Han toward the exit. Though she felt exasperated by Lin Han's bravado, the situation had unfolded, and she would not blame him. Instead, she would find a way to remedy it. Lin Han was somewhat taken aback by Li Shan's demeanor. To say nothing of other qualities, Li Shan was undoubtedly the most gentle woman among those he had known. Reflecting on her character, she had consistently exhibited warmth, generosity, and tenderness. In whatever endeavor she undertook, she would invariably prioritize the concerns of others. Coupled with her innate beauty, she had attracted many suitors during her school years. Lin Han, feeling inferior in terms of his own circumstances, had never dared to express his affections. Yet, he had been puzzled over the years, despite the numerous admirers. Li Shan had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Why was she leaving? Hadn't he mentioned purchasing a car? Lin Han chuckled lightly, attempting to intercept Li Shan. It was merely a matter of 300,000 to 400,000. Such a sum was within his means. Observing Lin Han's continued bravado, Li Shan rolled her eyes at him. Enough already, we're old classmates. I know you well. I'll handle things here, and I'll come find you after work. Let us go. Noticing her insistence on dragging him away, clearly skeptical of his claims, Lin Han felt a wave of helplessness. Fortunately, just as he sought a way to stop Li Shan, Wang Bo seemed to have noticed the situation and hurried over. Lin Han, why the rush to leave? Don't be hasty. The car is here, take a look. Besides, we've nearly finalized the contract here. Abruptly departing now seems rather inappropriate, don't you think? Is it possible you can't afford this car? Wang Bo's eyes sparkled with mockery, his gaze fixed on Lin Han, as if eagerly awaiting him to admit his inability, which would then unleash a torrent of derision. Did I not say I want the car? Lin Han retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Bo. Hurry and prepare the contract, but your efforts will be in vain. The commission for this deal goes to Li Shan, and it has nothing to do with you. Huh, that's fine by me. I relish the challenge. Wang Bo thought to himself, smirking inwardly at Lin Han's stubbornness. He was curious to see how long Lin Han could maintain this faade. Before long, a brand new Mercedes-Benz pulled up in the vacant space outside the dealership, instantly capturing the attention of the BMW employees. As they observed Lin Han walking outside amidst the throng of onlookers, their expressions turned exceedingly complex. Could it be? Is this guy really capable of affording a Mercedes? One murmured, "What a joke, it doesn't seem plausible." Another added, "He lacks the aura of someone who could." Yet, how would they interpret the situation now, with the car having emerged? Just because a car is here doesn't mean he can buy it. Did you not see Wang Bo beckoning him? I know this guy well. He has feelings for Li Shan, and it's clear that she knows him. Just wait and see. Amidst the hushed whispers of the BMW employees, their gazes once again drifted outside. Mr. Lin, the total price of this vehicle is 3,800,000. Given your circumstances, it's unlikely that you can afford it outright. However, rest assured, I can arrange the installment plan for you. A down payment of 1 million with monthly payments of 50,000 over 10 years, Wang Bo said, a growing amusement dancing in his eyes. He was now thoroughly reveling in Lin Han's predicament, convinced that even with a down payment of 1 million, Lin Han lacked the means to proceed. The surrounding colleagues shared the same sentiment, their eyes filled with mirth as they regarded Lin Han, all echoing Wang Bo's disbelief in Lin Han's capability to purchase the car. At that moment, Li Shan approached, her brow furrowed in discontent. "You are being excessive. Wang Bo, Lin Han's affairs are under my purview. What gives you the right to escalate this? Everyone, please disperse. I will handle this. Whether Lin Han decides to purchase the vehicle is his business. There's no need for you all to make a spectacle." Observing Li Shan's irritation, the crowd began to disperse, yet Wang Bo merely chuckled. "Li Shan, Lin Han previously expressed his intention to buy the car. Surely you cannot make decisions on his behalf. Besides, he seems unfazed by the price tag of 3 or 4 million. Perhaps your old classmate is a hidden wealthy heir. Why not let Lin Han decide for himself?" Wang Bo was well aware that Li Shan was defending Lin Han, yet he was determined not to grant her that opportunity. He needed Lin Han to publicly acknowledge his inability to afford the car, to humiliate him before everyone. "Your colleague makes a valid point," he remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Li Shan seethed at his words, ready to retort, when Lin Han's voice rang out. "I had already committed to this earlier. It would be unreasonable to back out now. I will take the car. It's merely a matter of 3 million plus. As for the installments, I will pay in full." With an air of confidence, Lin Han presented his bank card. A profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes widened in astonishment, no one anticipating Lin Han's bold proclamation at such a moment. "Lin Han, are you out of your mind? You intend to pay in full?" Wang Bo stammered. Momentarily taken aback, skepticism etched on his face. Could this guy truly be unhinged? This is a bank card, not a credit card, implying that Lin Han's savings must exceed 4 million. How could this be possible? Yet, observing Lin Han's resolute and self-assured demeanor, Wang Bo felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could it be that this fellow genuinely possessed wealth? Why are you still hesitating? Swipe the card. Haven't you always wanted to witness my embarrassment? Allow me to provide you with ample entertainment, Lin Han chuckled, gesturing towards Wang Bo with his bank card. He had long since discerned Wang Bo's intentions. He simply did not wish to acknowledge him before, but now that he has so insistently sought to provoke a response, Lin Han would not refuse. In reaction to Lin Han's actions, Wang Bo appeared as though he had been publicly humiliated. With a cold snort, he seized Lin Han's bank card, preparing to make a transaction. I am curious to see what trick you are playing. I cannot believe you possess such wealth." At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Wang Bo. Just as he completed the transaction, the machine emitted a mechanical beep. Transaction successful. The total expenditure amounts to 3,800,000. Chapter 65. Never taken to heart. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room. Everyone was astounded, unable to fathom that Lin Han had indeed completed the transaction. This implied that Lin Han's card held a balance of at least 4 million. To have such a substantial balance and to dare spend nearly 4 million on a vehicle suggested that Lin Han's wealth was likely in the tens of millions, if not more. Could it be that Li Shan's classmate was a concealed scion of wealth? In an instant, the crowd's perception of Lin Han transformed dramatically. What was once casual disdain shifted to reverence and enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming an esteemed member of our Mercedes-Benz family. We have an array of exquisite gifts to offer. Shall I assist you in arranging them? Xiao Wang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and attend to Mr. Lin. Given your previous discourteous demeanor towards him, it is only right that you offer an apology. As Lin Han finalized the purchase of the vehicle, the collective attitude of those around him, along with their regard for Wang Bo, underwent a profound alteration. This sudden shift left Wang Bo feeling disoriented. Though he was acutely aware that Lin Han's wealth surpassed his previous assumptions, the realization that his rival was of such caliber filled him with despair. Although Lin Han might not pursue Li Shan, the nature of their relationship was evident. With Lin Han in the picture, how could Li Shan possibly regard him? Li Shan, too, bore a complex expression. How could Lin Han's transformation be so profound? Yet, based on their prior interactions, she could ascertain that Lin Han remained fundamentally the same. His essence had not changed. If there had been a transformation, it was one of newfound confidence and composure. Perhaps the impetus for this change was the recent breakup with Zhang Ruoxin. The reasons eluded Li Shan, but she was not inclined to investigate further. Li Shan, please handle the paperwork. Then let us dine together. It is too crowded here for my liking. Lin Han's dismissal of her overtures, coupled with his declaration of disfavor for crowds, was unmistakable. The atmosphere around Lin Han was somewhat awkward, as the crowd surrounding him fawned over him, yet dared not reveal their discomfort. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Shan took Lin Han directly to handle the paperwork, which alleviated the tension slightly. Once the formalities were completed, Li Shan chuckled softly as she looked at Lin Han. Well, my old classmate, who would have thought that after several years apart, you would have transformed into a millionaire? How about this? I shall treat you to a meal, if you would be so gracious as to accept. Lin Han, aware that Li Shan was jesting, laughed heartily and replied, don't tease me now. If anyone should be treating, it should be me treating you. After all, as you've said, I am a millionaire, and I can certainly afford a meal. So, shall we take our leave now? Of course, I just need to ask for a day off, she responded. Due to Lin Han's previous encounter, the atmosphere in the Mercedes dealership had been less than cordial, with everyone except Li Shan treating him with a hint of disdain. Thus, when Li Shan requested to leave, the others readily agreed, urging her not to worry. Amidst their cheerful send-off, Lin Han drove away in his newly acquired vehicle. Mr. Lin, as the car roared to life, Wang Bo suddenly rushed over, his face alight with respectful smiles. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. It was my narrow-mindedness. Please do not take it to heart. What incident? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wang Bo in confusion. What should I not take to heart? Didn't you perform quite well, just now? You were enthusiastic and bustling about. You did a commendable job. If everything is fine, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Han pressed the accelerator and departed, leaving Wang Bo in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, other colleagues gathered around. All right, Wang, stop overthinking it. Mr. Lin didn't feel pressured by you at all. Indeed, someone of his stature has encountered all sorts of people and wouldn't he trouble himself over someone like you. Despite their reassurances, for some inexplicable reason, Wang Bo felt increasingly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the employees at BMW observed Lin Han driving away amidst the farewell of the Mercedes staff, engulfed in silence. That gentleman, if I'm not mistaken, was driving the latest model of Mercedes, correct? Indeed, I saw it clearly. It was the fully loaded version worth 3.8 million. And we let such a significant client slip away just like that? That's nearly 10,000 in commission. That's all your fault for not attending to him properly. What does that have to do with me? Wasn't it you who encouraged me to play cards? The BMW dealership erupted into chaos. Unbeknownst to Lin Han, his presence had stirred such turmoil within the BMW establishment. At that moment, he was being led by Li Shan to a restaurant. During the previous car purchase, some time was consumed, and although it was not yet time for lunch, the primary purpose for the two was to reminisce, with dining being of secondary importance. Throughout the meal, Lin Han briefly shared his recent circumstances, though much of it was veiled. He certainly would not divulge that he had acquired numerous skills during his time in prison and had made several connections. Nor would he mention the 12 marriage contracts he currently held. Such revelations would undoubtedly be too shocking for an ordinary person like Li Shan. Instead, he merely informed her that he had made a small fortune recently and was now employed at Han's group. Li Shan's life trajectory, in contrast, appeared strikingly normal. After graduating from university, she secured a position at a Benz dealership, leveraging her looks and abilities, and had remained there ever since. Lin Han sensed that Li Shan had no doubts about this. It was only in this manner that Lin Han's transformation could seem plausible. Although he had indeed changed remarkably, she understood well that it could not be as simple as he claimed. Nevertheless, to Li Han, as long as Lin Han remained true to himself, that was sufficient. They continued to exchange stories from their past, and the atmosphere gradually became more familiar, almost as if they had returned to their student days. Just as their conversation became animated, Li Shan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a hint of exasperation flashed in her eyes. "Excuse me for a moment," Lin Han observed as she stood and walked outside. Through the glass, he could see that her expression was noticeably troubled. It seemed she had engaged in a heated argument over the phone, followed by a deep sigh. After hanging up, she took a moment to compose herself before returning to the restaurant. Chapter 66. Blind date. Upon her return, Lin Han noticed that Li Shan's spirits were evidently diminished, prompting him to inquire with concern, "What happened?" "It's nothing, just a minor issue at home that doesn't require your concern," she replied, attempting to smile. Though Lin Han recognized the effort was forced, there's no need for such formality between old classmates. While I may not possess great abilities, I can certainly assist with minor troubles. Why not give me a chance? Lin Han's persistent questioning left Li Shan both amused and exasperated. After a fleeting moment of thought, she chuckled lightly. "You might actually be able to help with this matter, but it may require you to endure a bit of discomfort." Li Shan's response deepened Lin Han's curiosity. "It's just that my parents have been anxious about my future and have been arranging blind dates for me these past few years. Today, they have set up yet another one, insisting that he come over for lunch. I detest such gatherings and have tried to decline, but to no avail." At this, Li Shan sighed and smiled wryly. "So, if you would be willing to help me navigate this situation, I could probably find some relief for a while." Although Li Shan did not explicitly state how to cope with the situation, Lin Han had already grasped her intent. "No problem. It's merely a matter of pretending to be your boyfriend. Rest assured, this is my forte. I will certainly charm your parents and leave them in high spirits." Observing Lin Han's confident demeanor, Li Shan couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Very well. To express my gratitude, I shall treat you to this meal." "No. We agreed that I would pay," Lin Han replied. "If you truly wish to treat me, let it be for the next meal." As they jokingly bantered, they continued to dine for over 10 more minutes before finally leaving the table. Along the way, they exchanged a few simple words, primarily to ensure that they did not accidentally reveal their secret in front of Li Shan's parents. Li Shan's residential complex was relatively superior to Lin Han's, resembling a mid-range community that appeared clean and orderly. Occasionally, luxury vehicles could be seen among the passing cars, making Lin Han's Mercedes seem less out of place. Once they parked downstairs, however, Li Shan inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness. "Lin Han, do you think we might slip up?" Facing her concern, Lin Han chuckled lightly. "What is there to slip up about? As long as we acknowledge each other's identities, isn't that what makes it real?" His words momentarily left Li Shan in a daze, but she soon smiled ruefully and nodded in agreement. It was indeed a valid point. On their way there, Lin Han and Li Shan had deliberately purchased a few gifts. Though these small tokens were not particularly valuable to Lin Han, they were essential as a gesture for a first visit. Even if he didn't present himself as Li Shan's boyfriend, as an ordinary friend from high school, he still needed to observe the proper etiquette. Shan is back. As soon as the door swung open, laughter erupted from within. However, the middle-aged woman who opened the door froze momentarily upon seeing Lin Han beside Li Shan. "Shan, who is this?" "Mom, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Han," Li Shan replied, naturally linking her arm with Lin Han's. "Didn't I mention him before? He is my deskmate from high school." After Li Shan finished speaking, Lin Han, displaying his awareness, nodded and greeted her. "Hello, Auntie. I apologize for arriving unannounced. I hope it's not an inconvenience." The middle-aged woman stood there, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Seizing the opportunity while the others in the house were still unaware, she hurried into the hallway. "When did you get a boyfriend? You bring him home without a word?" "I just called you and mentioned I was introducing someone. He has already arrived," Li Shan replied. At this moment, Lin Han's eyes widened in surprise. Instinctively glancing into the living room, where the atmosphere was indeed lively, punctuated by bursts of laughter, Li Shan's reaction was considerably more subdued. "Let him come. I'll let him see that I have a boyfriend, and that will be the end of it. Mom, didn't I tell you not to worry about my affairs? Today, I have brought Lin Han to meet you, which can be considered a formal introduction." As Li Shan spoke, she prepared to enter the house. However, at that moment, a middle-aged woman intercepted her. Mr. Zhou is the manager of the Shun Group, a promising young man. His parents have respectable jobs. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Li's mother seemed to hold Mr. Zhou in high regard, glancing at Lin Han as she spoke. Xiao Han, I've heard about you. Shan often mentioned you at home. I didn't expect we would meet today. However, there are guests at Annie's house. Perhaps you could come by another time? Despite the polite demeanor on Li's mother's face, the underlying refusal was unmistakable. As her words fell, Li Shan's dissatisfaction grew. Mom, haven't you always urged me to find a boyfriend? Now that I've brought one home, why are you trying to chase him away? I don't care. Lin Han is my boyfriend, and that Mr. Zhou doesn't impress me at all. With that, Li Shan forcefully pulled Lin Han into the house. This scene left Lin Han feeling somewhat awkward. For him, if Li Shan could end up with that so-called Mr. Zhou, it would indeed be a favorable outcome, considering that his relationship with Li Shan was merely a fade. Moreover, judging by her mother's comments, Mr. Zhou's circumstances seemed quite advantageous. Nevertheless, Li Shan was resolute, not allowing anyone to react before she had already brought Lin Han inside. The two maintained an intimate demeanor, and Li Shan's sudden return caused the living room to fall silent. The next moment, upon witnessing their closeness, several individuals were momentarily stunned. Shan, who is this? Li's father furrowed his brow, quickly directing his inquiry at Li Shan. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Lin Han. Hello, uncle. Lin Han cleared his throat, placing the gift he had been holding down with a cheerful smile. However, as his voice echoed in the room, a young man seated on the sofa suddenly wore a rather displeased expression. Uncle Li, what is going on? Didn't you say Li Shan was single? When did she get a boyfriend? As he spoke, the young man cast another glance at Li Shan. Upon observing her appearance and figure, a flicker of greed and interest crossed his gaze. Mr. Zhou, please do not misunderstand. This is news to me as well. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Comparatively, the Li family maintained a respectful attitude towards Mr. Zhou. Chapter 67. The Li family's attitude. After giving a sheepish smile to Zhou Tao, Li's father quickly turned to look at Li Shan once more. He could never have anticipated that Li Shan would bring back a so-called boyfriend today. Was this not a deliberate attempt to embarrass him? He had invested considerable effort in establishing a connection with Zhou Tao, and now it appeared that Zhou Tao was visibly displeased. Should he inadvertently provoke the other party to leave in a huff, it would spell trouble. For Li's father, this was their family's singular opportunity to ascend socially. The Zhou family's influence far surpassed theirs. With this thought, Li's father darkened his expression and pulled Li Shan aside, whispering, "What is going on? You must provide me with an explanation." There is nothing to explain. Lin Han and I have only recently begun dating. I hadn't had the chance to inform you. And yet you are already attempting to play matchmaker again. Just let him stay. Since Lin Han is here, we might as well share a meal together. Li Shan replied with a smile directed at her father. This is absurd. Li's father trembled with anger at Li Shan's words. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to invite Mr. Zhou? The fact that he did not leave immediately indicates his interest in you. At this point, Li's father turned his gaze toward Lin Han, saying, Young Lin, my family has pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps you could visit another day? He seemed to grant Lin Han no opportunity for refusal, pushing him toward the exit. This action irked Li Shan, who stepped in front of them. Dad, what are you doing? Lin Han is my boyfriend, and it's his first time visiting our home. This is hardly the way to treat him. If you refuse to let Lin Han in, then I will leave with him right now. Li Shan's threat turned her father's face crimson with anger. However, given Zhou Tao's presence, he refrained from expressing his ire. Moreover, if Li Shan were to leave, it would only exacerbate Zhou Tao's dissatisfaction. Realizing this, Li's father had no choice but to temporarily placate Li Shan. All right, let us eat first. Mr. Zhou has gone to the trouble of visiting. Do not be overly disrespectful. With a heavy sigh, he shot a fierce glare at Lin Han. And do not speak out of turn, or you will find yourself unwelcome in my home in the future. Given the current situation, Li's father's first impression of Lin Han was far from favorable. Meanwhile, Lin Han did not dwell on this scene. After all, he had come merely to support Li Shan. The commotion meant he would not need to visit frequently, which was ultimately beneficial for him. Lin Han was agreeable to the arrangement. Subsequently, the family began their meal amidst an awkward atmosphere. Since Lin Han and Li Shan had already dined prior, they hardly touched the food at the table. Conversely, Zhou Tao displayed remarkable courtesy, continually serving dishes to Li Shan. Such a scene filled Li Shan's parents with unbounded joy, while Li Shan herself felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Li Shan, I hear you are currently employed at a Mercedes dealership. What is your monthly salary? Is it sufficient? In contrast, I hold the position of manager at the Shen Group, where my annual salary begins at 500,000. By the way, when did you and Lin Han become a couple? I've never heard your uncle and aunt mention it before. Zhou Tao, being a manager, certainly knows how to articulate his sentiments with great finesse. Regardless of his dissatisfaction with Lin Han, he maintained a beaming smile in Lin Han's presence. Meanwhile, Li Shan's parents accompanied Zhou Tao throughout, completely ignoring Lin Han. Although Lin Han could understand this attitude, it did not mean he would readily accept it. Under the table, Li Shan discreetly grasped Lin Han's hand. Her gaze filled with a plea and an apology. Rest assured, I will not be angry, Lin Han replied with a soft chuckle, offering Li Shan an encouraging gesture. The meal progressed swiftly amid the back and forth between Zhou Tao and Li Shan, with Lin Han being overlooked entirely, which oddly brought him a sense of tranquility. Lin Han, I just heard Shan mention that you are working at the Han Group? Zhou Tao suddenly interjected, shifting the focus of the conversation onto Lin Han. Li Shan's parents turned their attention to him. They had heard of the Han Group. While it may not rival the Shen Group, it is still regarded as a significant company in the metropolis. If Lin Han possessed capabilities akin to Zhou Tao's, their attitude towards him could certainly shift. With this thought, Li Shan's parents exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with curiosity. Indeed, I am employed at the Han Group. However, I do not possess the same level of capability as Mr. Zhou. I work as a mere security guard in the security department. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Li Shan's parents, who had held a flicker of hope regarding Lin Han's status, nearly leapt to their feet in indignation. While they found it hard to believe Lin Han would be part of the management, they expected him to at least be an ordinary employee. Though he may not earn Zhou Tao's annual salary of 500,000, surely a figure between 200,000 to 300,000 would be reasonable? Discovering that Lin Han was merely a lowly security guard left them quite exasperated. After all, he was the partner of their daughter, whom they regarded as exceptionally talented. They could clearly see that Li Shan had a preference for Lin Han and not Zhou Tao. If they were to accept this relationship, it was imperative that Lin Han not be too lacking in stature. The thought of Lin Han's status becoming public would undoubtedly invite ridicule upon their family. Zhou Tao was clearly taken aback by Lin Han's response, pausing momentarily before incredulously asking, "Is that truly the case? Someone as young as you is working as a security guard? You cannot be serious, can you? I have no reason to deceive you, especially as I have just started my career. If you have doubts, feel free to inquire." Lin Han spoke with an air of calmness. This display completely convinced Zhou Tao. Yet before he could voice a mocking retort, Li Shan's parents could no longer contain their discontent. "No, Li Shan, just look at the company you keep. Your mother and I absolutely cannot allow you two to be together. Lin Han, it is not that your uncle and aunt look down on you, but rather that our family has its own standards. You both should discuss among yourselves when to part ways." Li Shan's father, in a fit of anger, began to dismantle their relationship right in front of Lin Han. Zhou Tao observed with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, eager to see how Li Shan's parents intended to handle the situation. If Lin Han were to retreat without needing to defend himself, he would ironically gain a favorable reputation. Chapter 68. The disparity is vast at such a young age. He had already ascended to a position within the management of the Shen Group. It was evident that mere familial connections were insufficient. He possessed capabilities across various domains. Otherwise, Li Shan's parents would not have been so eager to curry favor with him. Particularly in comparison to Lin Han, Zhou Tao felt an unshakable confidence in this regard. "Father, mother, what are you saying? Lin Han and I share a strong bond. And what if he is merely a security guard? I do not mind." Li Shan was already aware that Lin Han worked as a security guard at the Han Group. However, she also understood that this role was likely just a nominal position. Otherwise, how could he afford to purchase a car outright for 400,000? With her parents so openly disparaging Lin Han before her, she feared he might feel discontented and choose to leave. After all, Lin Han was someone she had introduced to them, and she felt a sense of responsibility for the situation. "You are being foolish." Li Shan's father was taken aback by her unwavering stance and immediately reprimanded her. What does Lin Han have to compare with Zhou Tao? In terms of family background, capabilities, status, education, and future prospects, where does he surpass Zhou Tao? I see now. Is it that you find Lin Han more attractive than Zhou Tao? Let me tell you, the least valuable trait in a man is his appearance. Capability is what truly matters. In his frustration, Li Shan's father inadvertently belittled Zhou Tao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao could not help but clear his throat. Mr. Li, since Li Shan seems to disfavor me, what if I simply take my leave? This tactic of feigned indifference instantly stirred a sense of urgency in Li Shan's parents. They understood that once Zhou Tao departed, their chances would be irrevocably lost. Although Zhou Tao spoke of leaving, he remained seated, indicating he was merely waiting for them to persuade him to stay. Moreover, observing Zhou Tao's demeanor, it is evident that he possesses a keen interest in his daughter. This presents a significant opportunity. Contemplating this, Li Shan's father let out a cold snort. Once again addressing Li Shan, Shan, do you see how enraged Mr. Zhou is? Apologize to Mr. Zhou. Why should I apologize to him? This is utterly absurd. Even in a blind date scenario, shouldn't he have relinquished his interest upon discovering I have a boyfriend? Besides, I have done nothing wrong. Li Shan's words were imbued with an unwavering strength that left her father trembling with indignation. Very well, let us proceed in this manner. If you can articulate a single quality in Lin Han that surpasses Zhou Tao, I shall cease my opposition to your relationship. Furthermore, Mr. Zhou has previously agreed to provide a dowry of 300,000 upon your marriage. Setting that aside, where would Lin Han procure such a sum? As Li Shan's father concluded, her mother perceived the escalating tension and hastily intervened. Shan, please heed your father and me. Do you think we would lead you astray? I see that Zhou Tao is genuinely interested in you. Your relationship with Lin Han is relatively brief. Young people often develop feelings through companionship. Zhou Tao has come with sincerity. As the two parents harmonized their sentiments, a glimmer of triumph flashed in Zhou Tao's eyes, prompting him to glance at the previously silent Lin Han. Throughout the exchange, Lin Han had remained seated in a corner, silent as Li Shan faced her father's incessant reprimands. Now, with her parents aligning against him, the disparity between the two suitors became starkly apparent. He believed that Li Shan might waver in her sentiments towards Lin Han due to this dynamic. With this thought in mind, Zhou Tao resolved to further stoke the flames of the situation. With a flicker of his gaze, he addressed Li Shan's parents, uncle and auntie. My parents have prepared a splendid 150 square meter home for me. Additionally, should I have the privilege of being with Li Shan, I will procure a vehicle worth 500,000 upon our marriage. Moreover, I will assume all financial responsibilities for my parents in their twilight years. This is what I, Zhou Tao, can offer. As he uttered these words, a mix of pride and mockery gleamed in his eyes as he cast a provocative glance towards Lin Han. The moment his declaration echoed in the room, he was certain that no parent could resist such an offer. As anticipated, with Zhou Tao's words lingering in the air, Li Shan's parents' breaths quickened. After exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a consensus. They turned once more to Li Shan. Shan, do you see? Mr. Zhou's sincerity is unmistakable, and we find him quite agreeable. We have decided. You shall end your relationship with Lin Han and explore the possibility with Mr. Zhou. Should you dare to continue any association with Lin Han, do not blame us for severing ties. We will no longer recognize you as our daughter. In a desperate attempt to coerce Li Shan, her father did not hesitate to issue a direct threat. Li Shan was taken aback by her father's words, her expression darkening. Dad, is this really necessary? Just because Zhou Tao has a bit of money, you would sell your daughter? In response to Li Shan's inquiry, her father's face flushed with anger. What are you saying? Selling you? I am doing this for your happiness. That is my intention. You can decide how to proceed. Zhou Tao observed the scene with a glint of amusement in his eyes, especially when his gaze fell upon Li Shan, greedily appraising her. No matter how proud you are, ultimately, you will have to submit to my will, he thought. Li Shan never anticipated that it would culminate in such a manner. Standing there, her gaze flickered as her mind wrestled with conflicting emotions. Although she was resolutely against being with Zhou Tao, her parents' intentions were unmistakably clear. She also did not wish to create a rift with her parents over such a matter, especially considering the loving environment she had been raised in. Little did she know that Zhou Tao could alter her parents so drastically. Lin Han, noticing Li Shan's internal struggle, decided not to hesitate any longer and let out a soft chuckle. Uncle Li, are you truly convinced that this is for Shan's benefit? How can you be certain that Zhou Tao will genuinely be with her? Furthermore, what if Zhou Tao treats her poorly in the future? Isn't it rather presumptuous to assert such things now? Li father, already dismissive of Lin Han, coldly scoffed at his audacity to question him. This is a family matter of the Li clan, and it is no concern of an outsider like you. Initially, Li father had not been adamant about Zhou Tao, but Lin Han's inferior status prompted him to act in a manner that would separate Li Shan from Lin Han. Mr. Zhou is not the person you think he is. I understand him better than you do. Would I truly jeopardize my daughter? Lin Han, facing Li father's rebuttal, could only shake his head in resignation. Very well. If you are so confident in yourself, allow me to pose a few questions. You believe Zhou Tao's qualities are exceptional. Why would he be interested in Li Shan? Surely it is because my daughter possesses admirable traits. Li father felt a surge of pride at this assertion. Are there no young women in Shanghai with qualities surpassing Li Shan's? With Zhou Tao's stature, does he possess the ability to attract such women? Li father was momentarily taken aback. Although Lin Han's words were blunt, they held an undeniable truth. Given Zhou Tao's standing, it was clear that many young women would gravitate toward him. It was quite possible that Zhou Tao was involved with other women even now. Previously, I was provoked by Li Shan and Lin Han, and for a moment, I completely overlooked that aspect. Observing this, Lin Han seized the opportunity to speak up. Zhou Tao merely made certain promises to you, but what if he fails to fulfill them? What recourse do you have? Zhou Tao, realizing that the initiative had unwittingly been usurped by Lin Han, coldly snorted and quickly interjected. Regardless, I am undeniably superior to you. You assert that I cannot guarantee anything. But can you assure Li Shan a good life? At the very least, my conditions are clear. Li Shan will not suffer in my company. Zhou Tao sneered. For this was his greatest source of confidence. Li Shan's parents nodded in agreement, their approval evident. Lin Han, it is not that I look down upon you. In comparison to me, you are insignificant. Cease your futile contest. What you can provide for Li Shan, I can equally offer. What you cannot give, I still can. Let me put it this way. If Li Shan agrees, I can marry her next month and present the bride price tomorrow. Can you do that? Setting aside whether Zhou Tao's words hold any truth, his demeanor exuded an undeniable air of authority. Worthless fool, ignoring you previously was one thing. But do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? In my eyes, you are nothing. You lack even the qualification to compete with me. Zhou Tao scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. How can you be so certain of your superiority over me? Just as Zhou Tao assumed Lin Han would be rendered speechless by his inquiries, Lin Han suddenly responded with a cold smile. Raising his head, he regarded Zhou Tao with a bemused expression. This demeanor momentarily stunned Zhou Tao, prompting him to squint and inquire further. What do you mean by that? Your confidence is merely derived from your relatively comfortable family background and your future position as a minor leader in the Shen group. If that is all you have to offer, I must say, you are the one lacking qualifications. At that moment, Lin Han's eyes radiated unwavering confidence as he leaned back on the sofa, casting a casual glance at Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao was taken aback by Lin Han's demeanor. It certainly did not seem like a fade. Lin Han, what are you talking about? Do not presume we are unaware. Weren't you and Shan High School desk mates? Your family resides in a modest apartment of over 80 square meters, and you only have your mother. Moreover, a few years ago, you served time for a brawl. We refrained from mentioning this out of courtesy, so do not underestimate our intelligence. At this juncture, Li's father interjected with a cold snort. With your background, how dare you look down upon Mr. Zhou? It is truly perplexing where your arrogance stems from. Li's father's sudden remark caught Zhou Tao's attention. He had not anticipated that Lin Han hailed from such a background, one even worse than that of an ordinary individual. He had nearly been deceived by Lin Han's facade. The stance of our family has become unequivocally clear. The Li family does not welcome you. You should leave at once. I would never consent to your relationship with Qianqian. At this moment, Mr. Li gazed at Lin Han with increasing dissatisfaction. For him, Lin Han's presence not only obstructed Li Shan's relationship with Zhou Tao, but also highlighted Lin Han's own shortcomings. With a modest education, a criminal record, and currently working as a security guard, his circumstances are unacceptable to any father, let alone himself. Standing nearby, Li Shan witnessed her father's final eviction of Lin Han and let out a deep sigh, her gaze toward her father laden with complexity. Dad, that was in the past. Lin Han has changed significantly now. Not to mention, he just purchased a luxury car worth $4 million in full cash. Such capability is not something most can rival. Even ordinary second-generation wealthy individuals might lack such audacity. She had refrained from mentioning this earlier, as her relationship with Lin Han was merely a facade. Her intention was simply to shield herself from her parents, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this point. At this juncture, Li Shan turned to Lin Han, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Lin Han had already prepared to reveal a portion of his identity, hence he refrained from introducing Li Shan. With a gentle smile, he addressed Mr. Li once more. Uncle Li, if your definition of capability hinges solely on financial standing, I must assert that Zhou Tao pales in comparison to me. As he spoke, Lin Han placed the freshly acquired keys to the Mercedes and the newly issued invoice on the table. I just picked up a car from Li Shan's shop today. Might this signify my capabilities? Lin Han's actions drew furrowed brows and flickers of confusion from the onlookers. However, in the next moment, Mr. Li, upon seeing the amount on the invoice, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. 3,800,000 paid in full? How is that possible? The possibility seemed implausible, yet Li Shan was present. Lin Han maintained his light-hearted demeanor. After receiving a rueful nod from Li Shan, Mr. Li was momentarily taken aback. He never envisioned that the seemingly ordinary Lin Han could afford a 4 million vehicle. This revelation was difficult for him to accept. Impossible. How could this be? A car worth 4 million in cash? Even large corporations might struggle to acquire such a purchase. This must be a deception. Zhou Tao, witnessing the scene, was the first to express disbelief. Grabbing the invoice, he scrutinized it thoroughly before scoffing and tossing it back. Are you attempting to deceive me? Li Shan works at the Mercedes dealership. It would be entirely feasible for her to forge an invoice. I suspect you must have concocted this scheme beforehand. But the error lies in overestimating yourselves. Issuing an invoice for several 100,000 may still be credible, but 4 million truly amuses me. You have no idea what 4 million signifies. Chapter 70, How to Prove It. Zhou Tao, while speaking, could not help but laugh heartily, clutching his belly. Uncle Li, let me put it this way. Many prominent corporations and enterprises cannot afford to produce such a substantial amount of cash all at once. Most luxury vehicles owned by companies are registered under the corporate name. Purchasing such an expensive car as a private individual necessitates a fortune of at least 50 million. Even someone with a 10 million fortune would lack the audacity to do so. Zhou Tao grew increasingly animated, convinced that Lin Han and Li Shan were conspiring to deceive them. A glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes. Uncle Li, it seems that Shan Shan's audacity has indeed grown alongside this fellow. If this matter were to come to light, the consequences could range from dismissal to imprisonment. What? Zhou Tao's words startled Li Shan's parents, who were taken aback by his alarming statement. Upon hearing the mention of imprisonment, they swiftly pulled Li Shan closer. Their faces etched with concern. Shan, do not deceive your mother. What on earth is going on? How could you be so bold? Li Shan's face bore a bitter smile. Mother, who told you this was false? The invoice is genuine, and the car is parked downstairs. Today, Lin Han came to my shop to purchase the vehicle, and I handled all the paperwork myself. If you don't believe me, we can go downstairs to have a look. As she spoke, Li Shan took both of them towards the window, pointing out Lin Han's car below and explaining. Could it be true? However, you claim Lin Han possesses a fortune of 50 million. I cannot believe it. How could such a drastic change occur in such a short time? Li Shan's parents were momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation. If Li Shan's words held any truth, it would imply that Lin Han was far superior to Zhou Tao. Nonsense. That car could very well be one you drove out from the shop. After all, you are a salesperson. It is entirely normal to take a vehicle for a test drive. Zhou Tao, still unconvinced, scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with icy disdain. I never imagined you would go to such lengths to deceive your parents, putting on an entire act. You truly have gone to great lengths. Yet, a falsehood remains a falsehood. I refuse to believe that Lin Han, a good-for-nothing, could ever compare to me, Zhou Tao. Confronted with Zhou Tao's incredulous demeanor, Lin Han chuckled softly and replied, What would it take for you to believe me? Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall enlighten you. Observing that Lin Han showed no fear of him, a sinister glint flickered in Zhou Tao's eyes. And what about the fact that you claim to be a security guard at Han's group? The president, Han Duo, is a friend of mine. She insisted that I join her company, and to spare her feelings, I casually selected a position. Whether I accept it or not is inconsequential. Is that a valid reason? Lin Han shrugged, exuding an air of utter indifference. I see you are truly deluded. Han Duo, the president of Han Group, is a member of the prominent Han family in the Magic City. How could someone of your caliber possibly know her? I simply do not believe it. Whether you believe it or not is your own concern. I am merely stating facts. Lin Han chuckled lightly. Moreover, given my status, it is entirely normal not to have access to such figures. Zhou Tao was taken aback that Lin Han, whom he regarded as being at the lower rungs of society, dared to disregard him so. You can boast all you want. I could just as easily claim to know the eldest daughter of the Shun family from Shun Group. But you wouldn't know the difference, would you? Besides, I hold an executive position at Shun Group, which lends me more credibility than you. Zhou Tao had indeed seen Shen Qianqian, having caught a glimpse of her when she visited the company recently. Just one glance, and he nearly found himself captivated. However, his lowly status rendered him unworthy of approaching her. Yet, this current situation did not prevent him from leveraging her name to impress others. Oh, upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, Lin Han raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. You know the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Which one? Of course, I mean Shen Qianqian, who is often compared to Han Duo as one of the four renowned beauties of the Magic City. Huh, didn't you claim to know Han Duo? Surely you must have heard of Shen Qianqian? Originally, Zhou Tao intended to use this opportunity to mock Lin Han, but to his astonishment, Lin Han nodded in acknowledgement of his words. Shen Qianqian? Yes, I know her. Ha ha ha. Zhou Tao could not contain his laughter, truly audacious. I have never met Han Duo, but I have seen Shen Qianqian. You think you can deceive me in front of my eyes? Then how do you expect me to believe you? Lin Han found himself momentarily speechless. Zhou Tao's demeanor clearly indicated he would not believe anything he said, and Lin Han had no intention of continuing the argument. Since he was skeptical, it would suffice to demonstrate the truth to him. As long as you can prove that you know Shen Qianqian, I will certainly believe you. You could never have any connection with someone of her stature. In response to Zhou Tao's blatant provocation, Lin Han appeared unfazed. I happen to have her number. I will call her right now. After saying this, Lin Han proceeded to dial the number in front of everyone. As soon as the call connected, Shen Qianqian's languid voice came through. What is it, Lin Han? Shen Qianqian, I have encountered a minor issue. I mentioned that I know you, but someone does not believe me, so I would appreciate your assistance in confirming this. Lin Han's words instantly ignited a spark of excitement in Shen Qianqian, particularly upon hearing about the gossip and commotion. She eagerly urged Lin Han. Oh, Lin Han. What has transpired? Pray, do enlighten me. The situation here is somewhat intricate. You merely need to verify your identity as Shen Qianqian. Lin Han's remark left Shen Qianqian momentarily speechless. I am Shen Qianqian. How am I to prove that? No sooner had her voice faded than Zhou Tao let out a cold chuckle. Lin Han, I never anticipated you possessed such cunning. Not only do you dare to forge invoices amounting to 4 million, but you also flaunt a car. Now, you even recruit a doppelganger with the same name. Presumably prearranged to handle this. It seems you are indeed well prepared this time. Naturally, Zhou Tao could not believe that the person on the other end of the line was Shen Qianqian, dismissing her as merely an actress. Throughout the call, Lin Han had the speakerphone activated, and Shen Qianqian overheard Zhou Tao's scornful remarks. Curiously, she inquired, Lin Han, who is this person? Oh, he is a senior executive from your Shen group, claiming you're an imposter, Lin Han replied with a smile. Chapter 71. Shen Qianqian's love for gossip and imposter? Lin Han's words left Shen Qianqian momentarily stunned. What do you mean, an imposter? Is someone pretending to be me? Hearing Shen Qianqian's words, Zhou Tao could not contain his derision. The imposter is you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Tao, a manager at Shen Group. I have met Shen Qianqian before, so do not assume you can deceive me. His tone was brimming with arrogance. Do you think you can intimidate me? You truly believe Zhou Tao can be frightened? If you are indeed the real Shen Qianqian, I shall kneel before Lin Han and call him grandfather. But if not, Zhou Tao's expression darkened menacingly. It was evident that Lin Han's previous rebuttals had deeply unsettled him, and the sudden emergence of this so-called Shen Qianqian only fueled his ire. At this moment, Zhou Tao had lost all patience. To him, Lin Han was merely an ordinary individual. Had it not been for Li Shan's sake, given Lin Han's earlier demeanor, he would have already been less than courteous. Lin Han, quickly, just as Zhou Tao finished speaking, the Shen Qianqian on the other end of the line became exceedingly animated. Make sure to send me the video of this Zhou Tao kneeling and calling me grandfather. Does he not doubt my identity as Shen Qianqian? I shall make him believe it. Without waiting for Lin Han's response, Shen Qianqian abruptly terminated the call. Lin Han was at a loss regarding her intentions. However, based on his understanding of Shen Qianqian, this young lady was inherently drawn to excitement. Although her temper could be a tad haughty at times, she remained fiercely loyal. Zhou Tao let out a cold laugh once more, showing no regard for Shen Qianqian's earlier words. Lin Han, I am genuinely curious to see how long you can maintain this facade. It is evident that you possess a fair bit of cunning. However, a falsehood remains a falsehood, incapable of transforming into reality. Do not say I did not warn you. Should you fail to prove that individual is Shen Qianqian, I shall not hesitate to be truly unkind to you. Zhou Tao's tone carried an unmistakable threat. Upon witnessing Zhou Tao's genuine anger, Li Shan's parents hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Lin Han promptly apologized to Mr. Zhou. Simply state that your prior comments were unintentional. I am certain Mr. Zhou will forgive you. It is all a misunderstanding. Once clarified, it shall be well. Although Li Shan's parents held Lin Han in disdain, it did not imply they entirely disregarded him. They respected their daughter's affections, even in the face of a formidable Zhou Tao. As they spoke, the couple exchanged glances towards Li Shan, hoping she would assist in softening the situation with kind words. From Zhou Tao's earlier demeanor, it was apparent he harbored feelings for Li Shan. Nevertheless, Li Shan, in contrast, seemed to trust Lin Han's words more. She was, however, taken aback, pondering how Lin Han had come to know such influential figures. It was evident that Lin Han had undergone significant transformation over the past few years. Having encountered numerous prominent individuals in her shop, Li Shan detected an aura of authority emanating from Lin Han. Confidence, composure, serenity, and strength, qualities seldom possessed by ordinary people. Moreover, Lin Han's unwavering demeanor as he casually spent 4 million on a car led Li Shan to believe his claims were indeed credible. If true, then Zhou Tao's threats would mean little to Lin Han. Do not be hasty. At that moment, Lin Han chuckled softly. Will it not become evident soon enough whether I am deceiving you? Are you truly so foolish as to think I would hesitate to act against you? Zhou Tao sneered, his eyes glinting with cold malice. If I wish to harm you, rest assured I have ample means. Before Zhou Tao could finish his sentence, a sudden, urgent phone call interrupted. Upon seeing the caller ID, a flicker of confusion crossed Zhou Tao's face. Why would the general manager be calling him out of the blue? Once I have dealt with this matter at hand, I shall return to deal with you. Regardless, he knew he had to answer the call. With no time to spare, Zhou Tao coldly snorted and strode towards the corner. The moment the call connected, before he could utter a word, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Zhou Tao, what in the world have you done? Why did Miss Shen just call me to hold you accountable? She even specifically mentioned your name. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? After being subjected to a scathing reprimand from the general manager, Zhou Tao found himself in a daze. Once the manager had finally finished venting his frustrations, Zhou cautiously inquired, General Manager, what exactly transpired? I seem to be at a loss. The manager's response was swift and pointed. Miss Shen just called me directly, claiming that someone named Zhou Tao within the company has been disrespectful towards her. She has specifically instructed me to deal with you. What do you propose we do about this? The manager's teeth were clenched, and Zhou quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Could it truly be Shen Qianqian? He demanded an explanation. Zhou's murmured thoughts did not escape the manager's ears. Realizing the potential ramifications, Zhou understood that if the individual in question was indeed Shen Qianqian, his fate could be profoundly dire. Without a moment's hesitation, he recounted the events that had transpired. General Manager, did Miss Shen mention how she intends to handle this matter? Zhou swallowed hard, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fear. The manager replied, Miss Shen indicated that the decision regarding your fate lies not with her, nor with me, but with someone named Lin Han. Upon hearing this, Zhou's understanding deepened. Lin Han was the very individual who had just spoken with Shen Qianqian, the heiress of the Shen family. How could it be possible that someone like Lin Han had any connection to such a prominent figure? A single word from someone of her stature could seal his doom. Although he struggled to accept this reality, there was no escaping the situation before him. Zhou knew he had to act decisively. General Manager, please convey to Miss Shen that I will rectify this situation. I assure you that I will earn Mr. Lin's forgiveness. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I beg Miss Shen not to take it to heart. The manager's expression darkened, understanding the seriousness of Zhou's involvement in this matter. If this is not resolved satisfactorily, you may consider resigning voluntarily this afternoon. With that, the call ended abruptly. Chapter 72. A shift in attitude. Zhou was acutely aware of the consequences. He knew that offending the heiress of the Shen family while working at Shen Group would jeopardize his position not only within the company, but also in the entirety of Shanghai. However, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. His immediate concern was seeking Lin Han's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Lin Han and his family, including Li Shan, sat in a heavy silence within the living room. Zhou's recent phone call had taken place in a secluded corner, leaving them unaware of the unfolding drama. Lin Han, you acted too impulsively. I acknowledge that your uncle's words were perhaps a bit excessive, but you have now put yourself in a precarious position. Zhou Tao is not an ordinary individual. If this matter truly implicates you, we would feel rather remorseful. Li Shan's father's words left Lin Han somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the other party would proactively admit fault. It seems that Li Shan's parents are not the domineering figures he had previously imagined. Indeed, Lin Han, I advise you to lower your head a bit later. We shall speak kindly from the sidelines. Once this matter is resolved, you should take your leave promptly. Otherwise, offending such a person may render your stay in the Magic City quite unbearable. Alas, we were unaware of your romantic involvement with Shan Shan. Had we known, we would never have permitted Zhou Tao to approach. Li Mu also sighed heavily. In their minds, Lin Han could never be compared to Zhou Tao. Securing Zhou Tao's forgiveness is already a cause for great gratitude. At this moment, Li Shan's gaze was filled with a complex array of emotions. Her desire to speak held back, as she believed Lin Han would surely resolve this matter smoothly. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Zhou Tao, having concluded his call, returned with a peculiar expression etched upon his face. Mr. Zhou, upon seeing Zhou Tao, Li Shan's father immediately rose, his face beaming with smiles. I would like to apologize on behalf of Lin Han. Please, calm your anger. Zhou Tao, however, paid no heed to Li Shan's father's flattering words and strode directly towards Lin Han. Just as they assumed Zhou Tao was about to confront Lin Han, he suddenly knelt before him with a thud. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I truly did not know you were acquainted with Miss Shan. I was blind to the situation. I implore you, Mr. Lin, grant me a chance. If you do not forgive me, I shall lose my job. If you could find it in your heart to pardon me, I would acquiesce to any condition. As Zhou Tao spoke, large tears streamed down his face, revealing the profound fear he felt. This display left Li Shan's family utterly stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. No one had anticipated that Zhou Tao's demeanor would shift so dramatically after his phone call. What could possibly account for this change? Moreover, Zhou Tao seemed genuinely terrified of Lin Han, even implying that Lin Han had the power to determine Zhou Tao's employment. What on earth was happening? Li Shan's parents stood frozen, their minds buzzing with confusion. Seeing Lin Han remain silent, Zhou Tao's heart quivered further, and a flurry of pleading words erupted from him. As he spoke, he even gritted his teeth and began to bow his head in supplication. It was not until his forehead had reddened from repeated blows that Lin Han finally chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. So, do you truly acknowledge your mistakes? Or are you merely afraid? I genuinely recognize my errors. Previously, I was simply short-sighted. How could I possibly compare to someone of Mr. Lin's caliber? I assure you, I will never again harbor intentions towards Li Shan. I am unworthy of such aspirations. In a bid to earn Lin Han's forgiveness, Zhou Tao is now uttering a myriad of words, utterly disregarding his own dignity and self-respect. Enough. Observing Zhou Tao's incessant pleas for mercy, Lin Han took out his phone and began recording him. Shen Qianqian had previously instructed me to capture a video of you calling me grandfather for her viewing. You are aware that it is she who ultimately determines your fate. To resolve this predicament, one must first appease her. Lin Han's words instantly filled Zhou Tao with gratitude. He understood that Lin Han was guiding him, and without further hesitation, he wore a sheepish grin as he faced the camera. Lin Han, I acknowledge my wrongdoings. I shall call you grandfather. I implore your forgiveness. Miss Shun, you possess a magnanimous heart. Please do not hold my insignificance against me. With that, Zhou Tao bowed thrice before the camera, sincerity etched upon his face. After Lin Han instructed him to leave, Zhou Tao wasted no time in departing, seemingly eager to escape the scene, as if he wished to vanish in an instant. Once Zhou Tao had exited, the living room remained enveloped in silence. Li Shan's parents stood there, still in a state of disbelief. As Li Shan witnessed the situation resolve so effortlessly, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Father, mother, you must now believe what Lin Han previously asserted, right? I told you, Lin Han truly spent 3,800,000 on a car from our shop. Moreover, his earlier position as a security guard was likely genuine, merely aimed at preserving face for someone else. Regarding other matters, I urge you not to inquire further. As Li Shan's words settled, her parents finally snapped back to reality. When they turned their gaze toward Lin Han again, their expressions revealed a complex mix of emotions: shock, regret, respect, and concern. After all, given their previous attitude towards Lin Han, they worried that he might harbor resentment, which could lead to troublesome repercussions, especially for Li Shan. Mr. Lin, we acknowledge our prior missteps. Please do not take them to heart. We, as mere individuals, are unaccustomed to interacting with someone of your stature. Our judgment faltered momentarily. Seeing Li Shan's parents cautiously extending their apologies, Lin Han chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, Aunt, you are too kind. I understand that your intentions were solely for Li Shan's benefit. One must admit, a girl as exceptional as Li Shan. If I truly am as unworthy as I appear, I would feel undeserving myself. Yet, I earnestly hope that in the future, you will show greater respect for Li Shan's opinions. Regarding the matter of romance, please do not press her any further. Lin Han has not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He directly reminded them of this. Chapter 73. The submission of the Black Tiger. Though these words may sound somewhat peculiar, Li Shan's parents harbored no other thoughts, continually nodding in agreement with Lin Han. After some further conversation, seeing that Li Shan's parents had finally relaxed, Lin Han rose to find an excuse to depart. I'll see Lin Han off, Li Shan announced, and then stood to walk outside. Observing their retreating figures, Li Shan's father suddenly collapsed onto the sofa. His mind flooded with memories of how he had previously scolded Lin Han. How foolish I have been. I should have trusted Shan's judgment long ago. Fortunately, Mr. Lin is magnanimous. Otherwise, we would have truly jeopardized our daughter's happiness for life. Yet, on reflection, the transformation in Lin Han is indeed remarkable. It is no longer a question of whether he is worthy of Shan. Rather, do we truly deserve her? Li Shan's parents exchanged glances, a hint of bitterness in their eyes. Lin Han, thank you for your assistance today, Li Shan said with a light laugh as they reached the ground floor. I will certainly treat you to a meal another day. After this incident, I believe my parents will no longer rush me into marriage. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Lin Han, pondering something unknown. It's nothing, just fulfilling a promise I made to you. Lin Han replied with a gentle smile. Now that we have met again, feel free to reach out whenever you need help. I will certainly assist you. All right then, Li Shan replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. However, in the next moment, as Lin Han prepared to leave, she suddenly stepped forward once more. By the way, Lin Han, you and Zhang Ruoxin have truly broken up, right? There is no chance for reconciliation? There is no possibility of reconciliation, Lin Han replied without a moment's hesitation. Understood, she said, watching Lin Han depart. For some reason, Li Shan felt a sudden lightness in her heart. After turning in place, she took brisk steps down the hallway. Lin Han's breakup with Zhang Ruoxin meant that she now had a chance. As Lin Han drove away from Li Shan's neighborhood, he casually sent the previously recorded video to Shen Qianqian. He did not head to the company immediately, just as he had mentioned earlier. Currently, at Han's group, Lin Han was merely a nominal figure. If there were matters to attend to, he would assist. Otherwise, no one dared to question his absence. Lin Han is indeed the fiancé of President Han. Who in the entire conglomerate could possibly command him? This time, Lin Han intends to visit the Black Tiger Club. According to his mother, Sun Biao, Black Tiger personally visited their home yesterday. He wishes to inquire about Black Tiger's true intentions. If Black Tiger harbors any ulterior motives, Lin Han will not hesitate to respond accordingly. Upon arriving at the Black Tiger Club, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, the security personnel swiftly approached. Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. Are you here to see Brother Tiger again? Allow me to guide you. One must admit, the keen perception of the security captain is not something just anyone could possess. Is Black Tiger present? Lin Han inquired with a light chuckle. Yes, indeed. I just saw Brother Tiger return to his office, the guard replied. I can manage on my own, Lin Han said, parking the car without further hesitation and striding towards the upper floors. Upon reaching the office, before Lin Han could knock, a light laugh emanated from within. Come in. Lin Han raised an eyebrow, glancing at the surveillance camera above, and chuckled softly. It seemed that Black Tiger had been monitoring his movements all along. As the door opened, Black Tiger had already risen, wearing a beaming smile as he greeted him. Black Tiger, Lin Han nodded and extended his hand for a shake. I trust you are aware of my purpose for coming here today? Of course, Black Tiger chuckled. I took the liberty of visiting your home yesterday to seek you out, but as you were not there, I had a word with your mother instead. Throughout the conversation, Black Tiger's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, reinforcing Lin Han's belief that Black Tiger was well aware of Sun Biao's fate. It seemed his sources of information were indeed quite astute. I do not wish for anyone to visit my home without my permission, understood? Lin Han's tone held a frosty edge. His mother is but an ordinary person, and he does not want her to endure any undue disturbances because of him. Sensing the chill emanating from Lin Han, Black Tiger trembled slightly, nodding repeatedly. Understood. It is entirely my fault. I am willing to accept punishment. Punishment is unnecessary. Let us discuss the matter we considered last time. Lin Han shifted the conversation. A a smile illuminating his features as he regarded Black Tiger. Last time, you mentioned that if I could deal with Sun Biao, you would align yourself with me. Is that still the case? As Lin Han's words settled in the air, Black Tiger rose without a moment's hesitation. Mr. Lin, I have already heard about the situation concerning Sun Biao. Mr. Lin's strength and energy truly command my utmost admiration. I have been eagerly awaiting his words. As long as he does not disdain me, the Black Tiger shall henceforth be at his service. As Black Tiger spoke, his gaze flickered with intensity. He had contemplated this moment long beforehand. Presently, the Black Tiger Society has reached an impasse. In other words, given his capabilities, without aligning himself with a formidable force, there is little room for further advancement. To continue evolving, expansion into other territories is imperative. However, he has tirelessly forged his path without any substantial backing. Previously, he had established contact with Sun Biao, hoping to leverage that connection. Yet unexpectedly, before he could act, Lin Han emerged and effortlessly dealt with Sun Biao. Coupled with Lin Han's inherent prowess, Black Tiger immediately resolved to follow him. Only with a strong ally could he venture further. As he spoke, Black Tiger's tone conveyed a profound seriousness. Mr. Lin, the Black Tiger Society currently controls only this street, with a total of 86 followers, 1 club, and 3 bars. Our total assets are. Before Black Tiger could finish, Lin Han chuckled softly. I have already perceived your sincerity. I understand your desire to align with a great power to enhance your strength. Coincidentally, you are also of use to me. Thus, you shall be with me from this point forward. Chapter 74. I too have connections. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Black Tiger's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. However, since you have chosen to follow me, you must adhere to my rules. I will not impede your territorial expansion, but neither you nor your subordinates may arbitrarily bully ordinary people. I will not assist you in expanding your territory, nor will I claim any of your profits. Moreover, should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you, but I must insist on your loyalty. Should I discover any signs of treachery or duplicity, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lin Han's decision to accept Black Tiger was primarily due to the latter's character, which had passed muster in his eyes. Moreover, as he aspires to develop in the bustling metropolis, having his own forces is equally vital. The territories within the city are largely fixed. Although he has the support of the Han and Shen families, Lin Han prefers not to rely on these families, as cultivating his own power remains essential. After all, there are numerous matters that he cannot conveniently address himself, which he can delegate to Black Tiger. Regarding Lin Han's stipulations, Black Tiger harbored no hesitation. At least within the domain of the Black Tiger Society, there had never been any instances of bullying ordinary citizens. It can be said that the society's growth to its current stature is due, in no small part, to the various rules he has instituted. Moreover, after considerable contemplation, he chose to align himself with Lin Han this time. For him, this represented a significant opportunity, and betrayal was not an option. In the ensuing moments, the two engaged in a discussion regarding the situation of the Black Tiger Society. It was only after this that Lin Han rose to prepare for his departure. Having established that the Black Tiger was indeed an ally, he chose not to pursue the matter of the earlier unannounced visit to his residence. Brother Lin, take care on your way, Black Tiger said, directly escorting Lin Han out of the club, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. The nearby security personnel observed this interaction with astonishment. They had never witnessed Black Tiger in such a humble manner. Clearly, Mr. Lin's status was far more elevated than they had previously imagined. Once Lin Han and Black Tiger had departed, the head of security, with a glint of urgency in his eyes, summoned everyone for a meeting. Did you all witness that scene? Even Brother Tiger addressed Mr. Lin as Brother Lin. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. If you fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and it leads to trouble, you will have no one to blame but yourselves. The team nodded vigorously in agreement with their leader's admonition. After handling these matters, Lin Han drove towards the Han group. By the time he arrived, the afternoon had already set in. However, the security staff bore no dissatisfaction regarding his late arrival. Rather, they approached him with reverence, inquiring if he had any specific tasks in mind. Although the security department nominally had a captain, everyone understood that Lin Han was the true authority. Just carry on with your duties and inform me of any significant developments, Lin Han said, dismissing them with a wave of his hand as he settled into his office chair. Although he had come to fulfill his role, his primary intention was to savor the experience. Once the security personnel had vacated the room, Lin Han retrieved a stack of marriage certificates that he had been carrying. His mentor had procured a total of 12 certificates for him. The arrangements for Han Duo and Shen Qianqian were set, and there was no need to return those. The certificate concerning Gong Sun Ro had already been returned, leaving him with 9 remaining. As he perused the names inscribed on the remaining certificates, he noticed that each belonged to members of distinguished families from the capital, including those from the 4 great families of the city, the Shun, Gongsun, Hong, and Qi families. 9 certificates remain. It seems I must address each one individually, Lin Han murmured to himself. Given the previous attitudes of the Han and Shen families, it was clear that while these marriage certificates held great significance for them, the arrangements had not been made with mutual consent. Lin Han felt it was essential to clarify matters directly with each party involved. However, Lin Han was unaware of the whereabouts of these individuals, and could only inquire one after another upon encountering them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Entrusting this task to Black Tiger seemed quite promising. This opportunity would serve as an excellent occasion to thoroughly assess Black Tiger's capabilities. Upon receiving the 9 names Lin Han had sent him, Black Tiger was genuinely taken aback, prompting him to call Lin Han immediately. Brother Lin, what is your intention behind investigating these individuals? Are you planning to take action against them? It appears that each of these names is associated with formidable factions within the Magic City. Hearing the tremor in Black Tiger's voice, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. Do not fret. These individuals are my fiancé. Yes. I possess their marriage certificates. I merely wish to solidify this matter. The response left Black Tiger's mind in a whirl. Marriage certificates? 9 of them. Moreover, each of these women was an authentic young lady of high standing in the Magic City. Just who exactly was Lin Han? Before Black Tiger could fully process this revelation, Lin Han's voice resonated once more. By the way, I have returned the marriage certificate of Gongsun Ro from the Gongsun family. However, Shen Qianqian from the Shen family and Han Duo from the Han family are officially my fiancé. Yes. Please be cautious when you encounter them in the future. Even after the call ended, Black Tiger remained bewildered. What on earth was happening? 9 marriage certificates were insufficient, and now there were 12? Furthermore, 2 families had acknowledged this union. It was well known that these young ladies were significant figures in the Magic City. How could they and their families have consented to this? It took Black Tiger a full 5 minutes to regain his composure. A smile gradually crept across his face. Regardless of the circumstances, this development was advantageous for him. Aligning himself with such a mysterious elder brother would undoubtedly lead to a prosperous future for Black Tiger. Those who previously looked down upon me. This time I too have a background, he thought, his gaze glinting with uncontainable ferocity. After sitting in the office for 2 hours, Lin Han grew restless, primarily due to the overwhelming boredom. In a large company like theirs, there was seldom anything requiring his intervention. With nothing pressing to attend to, he began to meander throughout the office, essentially seeking to occupy his time. Chapter 75. Are you insane? The entirety of the Han Group was vast, with the entire building being under its dominion. Each floor housed its respective departments. It is akin to their security department being located on the 1st floor, while the previous logistics department resided on the 8th. Naturally, Han Duo's office is situated on the top floor. In daily circumstances, unless they specifically sought each other out, Lin Han and Han Duo seldom crossed paths. Lin Han meandered through the building, reaching the 5th floor, which was presumably occupied by the marketing department. Many employees typically ventured out for business, rendering the entire floor somewhat desolate, with sporadic individuals busily attending to their tasks within their offices, only to hastily depart with documents in hand. Although Lin Han elicited a flicker of surprise in the eyes of several onlookers, he was not regarded with much esteem. This was primarily due to the fact that he was adorned in a security uniform. While many within the corporate hierarchy were aware of Lin Han's true identity, the Han Group was vast, comprising tens of thousands of employees, making it implausible for everyone to recognize him. In fact, the majority of individuals were likely oblivious to his identity. Lin Han, however, did not harbor any anger over being unrecognized. Rather, he found a peculiar satisfaction in being perceived as an authentic security guard. What exactly do you intend to do? Manager Sun, this is a company. Are you not concerned about being discovered? Release me. Just as Lin Han concluded his patrol of the floor and was about to depart, he overheard a frantic cry for help emanating from the corridor's end, where a room, presumably a storage area, awaited. Given the sparse occupancy of this floor, with most individuals congregated in their offices, there were seldom visitors apart from Lin Han. Hey, hey, followed by a lewd voice emerged after the initial panicked plea. Zhao Binglu. Feel free to scream. You know better than I whether anyone will come to this storage area. Huh. Your husband has been deceased for many years. Why remain single for him? I, Sun Qianqian, though merely a supervisor within the company, am more than sufficient for you. I have expressed my affections on numerous occasions, yet you have dismissed me. Do not blame me for being impolite now. As Sun Qianqian spoke, his tone grew increasingly menacing. I refuse to believe that after I seize you this time, you will remain indifferent. Zhao Binglu, become my woman. With a thunderous shout, Sun Qianqian lunged towards the terrified Zhao Binglu. In the next instant, a scream of sheer terror pierced the air. However, the door was firmly shut, and the soundproofing was remarkably effective. Had it not been for Lin Han fortuitously patrolling this area and possessing superior hearing, he might have remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Hearing the unmistakable sounds of a struggle within, Lin Han hesitated no longer and forcefully kicked the door before him. Bang! With a sudden force, the warehouse door nearly flew off its hinges. This unexpected scene startled the two individuals inside. A somewhat corpulent, greasy middle-aged man was sprawled atop a youthful woman, his hands shamelessly tugging at her clothing. Were it not for her desperate struggles, her garments would have surely been torn asunder. In her eyes, Zhao Binglu was filled with despair, and upon catching sight of Lin Han, she could no longer contain herself. She cried out, pleading for his assistance. Please, save me. I beg you. At that moment, Sun Qianqian regained his composure. Noticing Lin Han's security uniform, he scoffed derisively. Kid, I have a good rapport with Captain Li from your security department. I suggest you turn a blind eye today. Once I finish my business, I'll personally deliver a little hush money to you. What do you say? As he spoke, the malice in his eyes intensified, and before Lin Han, he continued his lewd assault on the woman. This act deepened the despair in Zhao Binglu's gaze. She had initially believed she was saved, only to realize that her supposed savior was no different from her tormentor. She had heard whispers of the security personnel's questionable character and now faced uncertainty about whether Sun Qianqian's acquaintance with the captain would lead to any assistance. Sun Qianqian, you cannot touch me. Are you not afraid that I will expose this incident and ruin your reputation? Zhao Binglu's threat elicited a fleeting look of scorn from Sun Qianqian. Ruin my reputation? I could easily claim this was consensual, that you were merely after more money, and who would believe you? I have spent nearly a decade in this company, cultivating relationships that you cannot comprehend. Silencing this affair would be trivial for me, merely a matter of money. But what of you? How would publicizing this benefit you? Stay with me, and I guarantee a life of comfort and indulgence. Would that not be preferable? Sun Qianqian's eyes brimmed with confidence as he leveraged his connections and power to intimidate Zhao Binglu. She understood the veracity of his words and the likelihood that the matter would be buried. Yet, it was this very realization that plunged her into genuine despair. Sun Qianqian, you are delusional. Even if it costs me my life, I will never submit to you. As her gaze flickered with determination, Sun Qianqian lunged toward her with a sinister grin. She had resolved that if all else failed, she would take her own life, for she could not bear such humiliation. Just as Zhao Binglu's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts, Lin Han at the doorway forcefully kicked the warehouse door shut once more. With an impassive expression, he drew a baton from his waist and strode towards Sun Qianqian. Kid, what do you think you're doing? You'd better get lost. I understand your concern. You fear I might withhold your hush money, correct? Here, take this 10,000. Isn't that sufficient? Now, quickly disappear. Up until now, Sun Qianqian had not regarded Lin Han with any seriousness. As he spoke, he pulled a stack of cash from his bag and tossed it towards Lin Han. However, Lin Han did not even glance at the money. Approaching Sun Qianqian without the slightest hesitation, he swung a stick towards his back. The sharp crack resonated, followed by Sun Xiangyang's blood-curdling scream. Have you lost your mind? I believe it is you who has lost your senses, Yi Feng replied, his voice laced with icy disdain. This is a company, and you dare to act in such a manner here? Truly a reckless fool. Chapter 76. Upholding justice. From the recent conversation between Sun Xiangyang and Zhao Binglu, Lin Han grasped the incident's origins. Observing Sun Xiangyang's arrogant demeanor, it was evident that such behavior was not uncommon for him. After all, this is Han Duoduo's company. As her fiancé, he could not allow such disgraceful acts to transpire. With a single blow, he sent Sun Xiangyang sprawling. Lin Han then removed his jacket and draped it over Zhao Binglu, softly instructing her, please step aside. I shall take care of this scoundrel. Lin Han's words momentarily stunned Zhao Binglu, but she soon nodded, bewildered, and moved to a corner. Once she reached a safe distance, The chill in Lin Han's expression intensified. You little fool, do you seek death? I am the head of the marketing department, and I have a close relationship with Captain Li. You two can leave, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I assure you, I can have you expelled from Han's group today. Faced with Sun Qianqian's threats, Lin Han merely chuckled dismissively. Is that so? You lack both the ability and the authority to send me away. Furthermore, do not attempt to intimidate me with Captain Li's name. If I were afraid, I would not have struck you. This scoundrel truly surprised him. It was astonishing that someone like Sun Qianqian could exist within Han's group. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will remain blissfully unaware that rules exist in this world. As he spoke, Lin Han delivered another kick towards Sun Qianqian. With his corpulent frame, Sun Qianqian stood no chance against Lin Han. After several minutes of relentless strikes, Sun Qianqian finally succumbed to desperation, pleading for mercy. Please, stop. If you continue, I might die. I was wrong. I apologize. I beg you, spare me. His eyes reflected uncontainable fear. He was indeed terrified of Lin Han. However, to say he felt deep remorse would not be entirely accurate. At this moment, Sun Qianqian had begun to silently vow that once he escaped this place, he would ensure that Lin Han paid a steep price. Lin Han, feeling somewhat fatigued, found that his earlier fury had diminished considerably. Observing Sun Qianqian bowing his head in apology, Lin Han let out a cold, mocking laugh. He turned to Zhao Binglu, who stood nearby, and inquired, "Do you have your phone on you?" Zhao Binglu was taken aback by Lin Han's sudden question, but quickly nodded in response. "Yes, I do." "Open it and record everything that Sun Qianqian is about to say and do," Lin Han instructed her. He then seized a handful of Sun Qianqian's hair and commanded, "Now, speak. Relate everything you have done without omitting a single detail. I advise you to be honest. If you do so, you may leave after this. However, if you harbor any ulterior motives, I would not hesitate to ensure that you truly confess here today." At that moment, Lin Han appeared more menacing than Sun Qianqian himself. Although Sun Qianqian realized that Lin Han was recording evidence, he found himself utterly powerless. With his gaze darting around, he began to recount his previous actions verbatim. As he spoke, Lin Han occasionally glanced at Zhao Binglu. Despite the anger evident in her eyes, it seemed that Sun Qianqian was indeed speaking the truth. Once Sun Qianqian finished, Lin Han nodded and remarked with a smile, "All right, you may leave. This matter will be handled in due course." However, Sun Qianqian had no intention of heeding Lin Han's words. All he heard was the permission to leave. Without hesitation, he stumbled towards the exit, his eyes aflame with uncontainable rage and malice. This affair was far from over. It was certainly not concluded. After Sun Qianqian departed, Lin Han turned to Zhao Binglu with a gentle smile and asked, "Did you record everything?" Zhao Binglu nodded, biting her lip, her demeanor suddenly exuding a captivating charm. "But based on my understanding of Sun Qianqian, he will not let this matter rest. He will undoubtedly gather a group to seek revenge. You should leave quickly, otherwise, when he returns with his entourage, you won't be able to escape." Zhao Binglu sighed deeply, returning her clothing to Lin Han, and began to urge him towards the exit. "I am leaving, what about you?" Lin Han chuckled softly and replied, "I possess evidence against Sun Qianqian. I shall submit it directly to the upper management of the company. I am confident they will ensure justice is served." In response to Zhao Binglu's naive assertions, Lin Han merely smiled and shook his head. How truly naive. If you present the evidence before the general manager or the president, it might hold some weight. But with your capabilities, where do you think you could possibly deliver it? And given Sun Qianqian's influence, do you believe he would not suppress this matter once more? Moreover, you mentioned that Sun Qianqian would seek revenge. Can you truly safeguard this evidence? In response to Lin Han's inquiry, Zhao Binglu was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a delicate veil of mist formed in her eyes, and she sank down to the ground. What should I do? I am merely an ordinary employee. My daughter relies on this job for sustenance. Must I truly resign? Yet, even if I were to resign, what difference would it make? Sun Qianqian would still not spare me. The more she spoke, the deeper her despair grew, and she began to weep softly on the ground. What are you afraid of? At that moment, Lin Han's voice resonated once more. I was the one who confronted Sun Qianqian, and I shall take full responsibility for this matter. Furthermore, as a security guard for the company, I would never allow such an incident to transpire. What I meant earlier was that while your capabilities may be insufficient, mine are more than adequate. I shall submit the evidence when the time comes. Lin Han's words left Zhao Binglu in stunned silence, tears still glistening on her face, giving her an exceptionally pitiable appearance. But you view me merely as a security guard, believing I lack the capacity for this? Before Zhao Binglu could finish her sentence, Lin Han interrupted her with a gentle laugh. Rest assured, if I dare to speak thus, it is with confidence in my own abilities. Trust my words, and allow me to handle the remaining matters, will you? At that moment, Zhao Binglu looked up at the man before her, feeling an inexplicable stir within her heart, especially as Lin Han spoke in a tender tone. Having appeared during her most desperate hour, she found herself unwittingly enveloped in a sense of security provided by this man. Chapter 77. You lack the qualification. I believe in you. Zhao Binglu took a deep breath, her gaze flickering as she looked up at Lin Han. If you truly cannot resolve this, then I will bear the entire burden. I will take on all responsibility, ensuring that you are not implicated because of my issues. Lin Han remained silent in response to Zhao Binglu's declaration, simply taking her phone. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Kid, you won't be leaving. With wounds all over his body, Sun Qianqian reappeared before Lin Han. Upon seeing that Lin Han had not yet departed the storeroom, he sneered and coldly admonished Lin Han. Surrounding Sun Qianqian was an assembly of individuals, presumably from his office. He chuckled darkly. Kid, I've already called team leader Li. Let us see how you meet your end. For your earlier actions against me, I intend to repay them tenfold, 100-fold. However, first, delete the video you just recorded, and I might consider sparing your life. Confronted by the menacing aura of Sun Qianqian, Lin Han's expression radiated an unmistakable mirth. With a gentle nudge, he pushed Zhao Binglu behind him, positioning himself as a barrier. You seek evidence? I stand right here. Come and take it if you can, he proclaimed, elevating Zhao Binglu's mobile phone high above his head. If you can grasp this device, it is yours. But should you fail, it shall only attest to your inadequacy. The derisive smile etched across Lin Han's face ignited a fierce indignation within Sun Qianqian. Casting a glance at his surrounding colleagues, 7 or 8 loyal subordinates, all youthful and vigorous, he felt fortified. With the imminent arrival of Captain Li and his team, he found it hard to believe that Lin Han could prevail in this scenario. With a disdainful snort, Sun Qianqian narrowed his eyes and advanced towards Lin Han with purposeful strides. As he approached, he reached out, intent on seizing the phone. Yet, in a sudden turn of events, Lin Han delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The nearly 200-pound Sun Qianqian was sent sprawling backwards. You truly dare to approach? Lin Han taunted. What gives you the confidence that I would refrain from striking? Clutching his painfully wounded stomach, Sun Qianqian's fury reached a boiling point. You fool. You're courting death. Everyone, seize that brat. Make sure to retrieve the phone from him. Whoever succeeds shall be rewarded with a promotion. Encouraged by Sun Qianqian's incitement, the surrounding young men cast aside their hesitations and charged towards Lin Han. Though this matter did not concern them, their decision to side with Sun Qianqian had already placed them in opposition to Lin Han. Shaking his head, Lin Han met their aggression without hesitation, retaliating with a series of calculated kicks. The 7 or 8 assailants could barely approach him. In a mere 10 seconds, they were sent tumbling back towards the entrance. Pathetic fools, Lin Han scoffed, his derision becoming ever more pronounced. Sun Qianqian is foolish, but you are even more so. You have no idea what he has done, yet you rush to his aid? Do you not fear being dragged down with him? His mocking words rendered the faces of the crowd increasingly grim. Fearing that Lin Han might reveal the truth, Sun Qianqian, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose to his feet and pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Han. You, boy, are deliberately opposing me, are you not? I have warned you. Captain Li will arrive shortly. I offer you one last chance. Hand over the phone and leave. We shall consider this matter settled, and I assure you that Captain Li will not take action against you. However, if you wish to court disaster, do you believe I will hesitate to expel you from the security team? Lin Han shrugged indifferently. You lack the authority to do so. Not only you, but even Captain Li does not possess that privilege. This matter is under my jurisdiction. Very well, Sun Qianqian exclaimed in frustration, repeating himself thrice. At that moment, he turned to see Captain Li descending the elevator, accompanied by a large contingent of security personnel. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Qianqian shouted towards the end of the corridor. Captain Li, over here. Hurry, if you do not arrive soon, I shall be beaten senseless by your men. Who dares to cause a ruckus at Han's group? Captain Li, upon witnessing the scene of chaos, felt a surge of alarm and his expression darkened as he began to curse. My men would never behave so unruly. Could it be that outsiders are masquerading as my personnel? Just as he pondered this, Captain Li reached the storeroom entrance. As he prepared to storm inside, He spotted Lin Han, smiling as he regarded him. Upon seeing Lin Han, Captain Li's body trembled involuntarily, leaving him momentarily stunned. Captain Li, what are you standing there for? This is the culprit. You see the situation for yourself. Not only I, but several of my colleagues have been assaulted by him. This matter demands an explanation. Shen Qianqian clamored, eager for Captain Li to take immediate action against Lin Han. As Captain Li regained his composure, he disregarded Shen Qianqian's outburst, transforming his previously grim demeanor into one of respectful cordiality. Brother Lin, what brings you here? I was just wondering where you had gone. Only to discover you are here to adjudicate this matter. Are you aware of what transpired? Lin Han chuckled coldly. I am not privy to the details. I merely sensed some conflict and came to investigate with my brothers. Noticing the icy resolve in Lin Han's gaze, Captain Li felt another tremor within him. He quickly assured Lin Han, Brother Lin, rest assured. I will handle this matter with utmost diligence, without regard for personal sentiments. With that, Captain Li narrowed his eyes and turned once more to Shen Qianqian. Supervisor Sun, what exactly transpired? Tell me everything as it is, otherwise I cannot assist you. The tone of Captain Li's voice lowered, revealing his urgency and concern. Shen Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Captain Li, I was about to ask you what had happened. This scoundrel assaulted people. Why do you not deal with him and instead question me? Seeing that Shen Qianqian remained dazed, Captain Li's teeth clenched as he growled. I deal with him. Do you know who he is? He is the fiancé of General Han, who recently stirred up quite the commotion. Chapter 78. Sending you home. The words of Captain Li resonated in Shen Qianqian's mind like a persistent hum. He was acutely aware of the situation regarding Mr. Han's fiancé from a couple of days prior. As the head of the marketing department, he had even consulted the logistics department head, anxious about offending such a formidable figure. However, he could not fathom why the illustrious fiancé of the president would find themselves in the security department, and worse yet, in the role of a mere security guard. Why had he not caught wind of this earlier? Shen Qianqian was utterly bewildered. Captain Li, noticing Shen Qianqian's grim expression, lowered his voice and admonished him sharply. What are you still doing here? Regardless of your past actions, if you've crossed Brother Lin, you are truly finished. Given our years of camaraderie, I can only offer this warning. The rest, you must face alone. Captain Li was acutely aware that, in such circumstances, his role was to merely issue a caution. He could not afford to become embroiled in this affair. Should Brother Lin's ire be provoked, it was uncertain whether he might suffer repercussions himself. After delivering his words, Captain Li turned away, dismissively standing to the side, seemingly awaiting Shen Qianqian's next move. Thud. Shen Qianqian understood precisely what awaited him. The stature of Lin Han necessitated that he be treated with utmost respect. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt before Lin Han, his visage marred by palpable bitterness and fear. Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I truly had no idea you were Mr. Han's fiancé. Had I known, I would never have dared to act against you. I implore you for a chance, a moment to rectify my mistake. I genuinely acknowledge my error. In a bid to convey his sincerity, Shen Qianqian repeatedly bowed his head before Lin Han, his actions leaving the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. Eyes wide with disbelief, onlookers could scarcely comprehend the transformation of Shen Qianqian. Yet, from his words, it became apparent that the young man before them was none other than Lin Han, Mr. Han's fiancé. Those who had previously confronted Lin Han now wore expressions of terror, hastily following Shen Qianqian's example and kneeling before him. A chorus of apologies erupted, creating a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. Behind Lin Han, Zhao Binglu's gaze flickered, her eyes reflecting a peculiar blend of astonishment and disappointment. The revelation of Lin Han's identity left her astounded. Yet, for reasons unknown, a tinge of melancholy crept into her heart. If only he were not Mr. Han's fiancé. Just moments ago, Lin Han had offered assistance when she felt utterly desolate. The heroic scene has been deeply etched in her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Binglu found her mind filled with the image of Lin Han. Yet, she was acutely aware that Lin Han was the fiancé of General Manager Han. Such a person was beyond her reach. As Zhao Binglu's gaze flickered, Lin Han let out a cold laugh. Shen Qianqian, I have already given you your chance. Do not think that realizing your mistakes and begging for mercy can absolve you of your crimes. How to deal with you is a matter I have already decided. It is best to leave it to General Manager Han for judgment. After speaking, Lin Han signaled to Captain Li, who stepped forward as Lin Han handed over the evidence he had just recorded. You will deliver this video to Han Duoduo. I believe she will know how to handle the subsequent matters. Naturally, Captain Li had no objections and nodded in agreement. Seeing the situation settled, Shen Qianqian understood all too well the consequences that awaited him. No matter how strong his connections within the company were, if General Manager Han chose to act against him, he would have no means of escape. With this thought, he felt as though his spirit had been drained, and he collapsed to the ground. Captain Li, however, paid no heed to Shen Qianqian's reaction, merely snorting in disdain as he instructed the security personnel to escort the individuals toward Han Duoduo's office. Since Lin Han entrusted this matter to Captain Li, it was evident that he had other affairs to attend to, a realization that Captain Li grasped fully. In no time, the area before the storage room was once again cleared. After everyone departed, Lin Han turned to Zhao Binglu with a light chuckle. It is all right now. I believe that from this day forth, Sun Xiangyang will no longer have the audacity to harass you. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Zhao Binglu's eyes were filled with a complex mixture of emotions. Mr. Lin, thank you. Without you, I truly do not know what I would have become. I do not know how to express my gratitude. Observing Zhao Binglu's awkward demeanor, Lin Han chuckled and waved his hand. What is there to thank? I am a security guard for the Han Group. These matters are part of my duties. Should anything similar arise in the future, simply come to the security department to find me, and I will assist you. Lin Han's confident words sparked a glimmer of astonishment in Zhao Binglu's eyes. By the way, it seems you can no longer wear those clothes. Do you have a change of clothes at the company? Upon hearing Lin Han's inquiry, Zhao Binglu froze for a moment before shaking her head. That poses a bit of a problem. Lin Han's eyes flickered as he quickly replied with a smile. If you do not mind, I can drive you home. After all, it is almost time to leave work, and Sun Xiangyang, being your direct superior, is likely to face consequences. Upon being questioned, I shall elucidate. Upon hearing that Lin Han intended to escort her home, Zhao Binglu felt an inexplicable surge of joy within her. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded to Lin Han and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The attire she currently wore was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Should she proceed to work in such a manner, it was likely that a plethora of rumors would arise. Fortunately, with Lin Han accompanying her, although their departure raised considerable curiosity among onlookers, they eventually managed to enter Lin Han's vehicle without incident. Observing that he drove a luxurious Mercedes, adorned with opulent interior decor, a fleeting moment of inferiority washed over Zhao Binglu. Indeed, he was a person beyond her reach. Merely having the opportunity to spend time with Mr. Lin was a blessing in itself. In contrast to Zhao Binglu's tumultuous thoughts, Lin Han remained unperturbed. After confirming the address, he pressed the accelerator and drove forward. Chapter 79. A victim of bullying. The distance from Zhao Binglu's residence to the corporate group was not extensive. The journey by car took approximately 20 minutes. The neighborhood was situated in a relatively prosperous area. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhao Binglu noticed Lin Han surveying the surroundings with a look of curiosity. She could not help but chuckle softly. Offering an explanation, "This apartment was purchased by my husband and me together. Unfortunately, he passed away shortly after we acquired it. Over the years, although my daughter and I have relied on each other, we have managed to live comfortably without excessive pressure." After listening to Zhao Binglu's explanation, Lin Han nodded in understanding. Based on her demeanor, it seemed she hailed from a modestly affluent family. Furthermore, given the generous compensation at Han's Group, her living conditions should not pose any significant issues. In fact, one might say her life was superior to that of many others. However, raising a child alone could indeed be quite taxing. Under Zhao Binglu's guidance, they proceeded directly to her home. "I will change into something more appropriate. Mr. Lin, please have a seat, and I shall bring you some water shortly." As soon as they arrived, Zhao Binglu hurried towards her bedroom. Her current outfit was, admittedly, somewhat unsuitable, particularly due to the earlier altercation with Sun Xiangyang that had left her somewhat exposed. Had it not been for Lin Han's discreet assistance throughout the journey, she would have undoubtedly attracted many gazes. Once Zhao Binglu entered her bedroom, Lin Han began to survey the living room. The space was pristine and orderly, with the only anomaly being a portrait prominently displayed in the center. His keen observation revealed several toys scattered about, presumably belonging to Zhao Binglu's daughter. Just as Lin Han continued to scrutinize his surroundings, Zhao Binglu emerged from the bedroom, now clad in comfortable home attire, exuding the grace of a young matron. Her figure and demeanor were perfectly balanced, exuding a unique charm with every graceful gesture. This allure was not something that younger girls could possess. It was a quality distinctly characteristic of a mature woman. "Mr. Lin, please pardon me. I live at home with my daughter, just the two of us. I do not pay much attention to these matters, and the place can get a bit chaotic. Not at all, Lin Han shook his head. It was far tidier than many young ladies could manage. He recalled the time when he lived with Zhang Ruoxin, when he handled all the household chores himself. Although Zhang Ruoxin presented herself as a goddess in public, she could be quite messy behind the scenes. In contrast, Zhao Binglu was far more capable. She was indeed the epitome of a competent homemaker. Zhao Binglu handed Lin Han a bottle of water, and they engaged in light conversation. Through their discussion, Lin Han learned that even before she joined the company, Sun Qianqian had already set his sights on her. However, due to Zhao Binglu's firm resistance, he had not succeeded. Nevertheless, as Sun Qianqian's position continued to rise, his audacity grew bolder. This was not the first time he had made inappropriate advances towards Zhao Binglu. Today, he had taken advantage of his position to deceive her. Had it not been for Lin Han's intervention, the consequences could have been dire. Noticing the hint of redness in Zhao Binglu's eyes, Lin Han sighed gently and offered her comfort. The matter has concluded. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if Han Duoduo considers my reputation, she will not let him off the hook. Rest assured, the Han group will not tolerate such scum. Lin Han's words instilled a profound sense of security within Zhao Binglu. Nodding in agreement, she was about to express her gratitude when suddenly she gasped in alarm. Oh no! I almost forgot. My daughter is finishing school soon. As she spoke, Zhao Binglu stood up to leave, only to remember that Lin Han was still at home. With an apologetic expression, she said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Lin. I nearly forgot about picking up my daughter. I had intended to invite you to stay for dinner. That's quite all right. If it's far, I can drive you both, Lin Han replied with a light laugh, patting his stomach. It's nearly dinner time. And since I just helped you significantly, it wouldn't be too much to ask for a meal in return, would it? His words elicited a soft laugh from Zhao Binglu. She understood that Lin Han was offering her a chance to repay his kindness. Nodding with a smile, she said, Of course, that sounds wonderful. Tonight, I'll treat you. Feel free to order whatever you like. With that, they both stood up and made their way outside. The elementary school where Zhao Binglu's daughter attended was not far. It would take only a short walk of 10 minutes, or an even shorter drive. As they arrived, a throng of students began to pour out of the school. Seeing that she had managed to catch up, Zhao Binglu felt a sigh of relief within her. After peering out at the entrance for a while, her eyes suddenly brightened as she waved her hand at a distance, calling out, over here. Her daughter, Shen Qianqian, had just entered the first grade of elementary school, an age characterized by carefree innocence. However, at that moment, it was evident that her spirits were not particularly high. When she reached Zhao Binglu, the latter noticed that Yi's eyes were slightly red, as if she had been wronged. What is the matter? Has someone been bullying you? Zhao Binglu asked, her heart tightening in concern. Mom, my desk mate, Hu Dazhuang, bullied me while we were playing games today. I asked him to apologize, but he refused. He even threatened to hit me, but I fought back, so I wasn't at a loss, Shen Qianqian replied, her little mouth pouting, displaying a hint of stubbornness. However, upon hearing her words, Zhao Binglu's heart sank. Why does Hu Dazhuang consistently target you? Have you informed the teacher? I did tell the teacher, and she reprimanded him. But Hu Dazhuang clearly didn't take it to heart. He said he would take care of me later. Zhao Binglu's complexion darkened instantly. She had long been aware of Hu Dazhuang's troublesome nature. While it was normal for children to have minor scuffles, Hu Dazhuang had already caused trouble for her daughter on multiple occasions. It seemed necessary to speak with his parents about this matter. What is going on? At that moment, Lin Han approached Zhao Binglu and inquired. Taken aback, Zhao Binglu briefly summarized the situation regarding Hu Dazhuang. Just a mischievous child. No worries, since I am here. I will assist in resolving this matter. I assure you that I will handle that little rascal properly, Lin Han said, chuckling as he patted his chest confidently. Mom, who is this uncle? He looks very handsome. Shen Qianqian, now noticing Lin Han, gently asked while clutching Zhao Binglu's arm. This is your mother's colleague, Lin Han. You can call him Uncle Lin, Zhao Binglu replied. Shen Qianqian was exceptionally adorable, and Lin Han couldn't help but smile at her words. He bent down and chuckled at her. Do you know where Hu Dazhuang is? Uncle Lin will stand up for you, he said, prompting Shen Qianqian's eyes to light up. She quickly scanned the area and pointed in the distance, exclaiming, That is Hu Dazhuang. Following her gaze, they spotted a robust boy not far away, accompanied by a burly man who appeared to be his father. Upon seeing them, Zhao Binglu felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. From their imposing stature and appearance, It was clear that Hu Dazhuang's father would be quite formidable. Mr. Lin, perhaps we should let this go, she suggested. The conflict among the children is trivial. We can simply ask the teacher to pay more attention in the future. But how can that suffice? Lin Han was well aware of Zhao Binglu's underlying concerns. I have already promised Yi that I would stand up for her. So rest assured, I know what I am doing. As Lin Han spoke, he grasped Shen Yi's hand and led her towards Hu Dazhuang and his father. Zhao Binglu recalled Lin Han's prowess during the earlier confrontation with Sun Qianqian and his companions. Taking a deep breath, she followed suit. Are you the parent of Hu Dazhuang? Lin Han inquired, raising an eyebrow as he faced the burly man. Who are you? The man clearly dismissed Lin Han, giving him a cursory glance before scoffing. Get to the point. I heard from Chun Yi that your son often bullies her when nothing is wrong, Lin Han stated, his tone steady. I have come to seek an explanation. My demands are modest. Have your son apologize to Chun Yi and assure that he will not bully her again, and we will consider the matter settled. The burly man erupted into laughter at Lin Han's words. Chun Yi? Oh, I see. She is the classmate my son often talks about. Isn't it normal for children to play rough with each other? Why should you, as an adult, interfere? Noticing the man's unwillingness to engage, Lin Han raised an eyebrow. He turned to Chun Yi. Yi, do you wish to retaliate? Yes. Every time Hu Dazhuang hits me, I am no match for him, she replied. Very well, go ahead and strike him. I assure you he won't dare retaliate. Lin Han chuckled, gesturing encouragingly towards Chun Yi. Surprised by Lin Han's suggestion, Chun Yi hesitated for a moment before instinctively glancing at Zhao Binglu. Listen to Uncle Lin, Zhao Binglu encouraged, though she was uncertain of Lin Han's intentions. However, she was confident he would not steer her wrong. With Zhao Binglu's encouragement, Chun Yi took a deep breath and approached Hu Dazhuang, pushing against his chest. Although Hu Dazhuang was quite robust, the gesture was more symbolic than painful. Nevertheless, it did not sit well with him, and he snorted in annoyance, raising his hand to retaliate. At that moment, Lin Han narrowed his eyes and fixed a chilling gaze on Hu Dazhuang. Try moving even a finger, he warned, his icy tone causing Hu Dazhuang to freeze in place. The next instant, he burst into tears. Go on, Lin Han urged, a broader smile spreading across his face. Chun Yi recognized this as a rare opportunity for revenge and began to pummel Hu Dazhuang with renewed vigor. The latter, intimidated by Lin Han's earlier threat, dared not retaliate in the slightest. You bastard. The burly man, watching from the side, glowered at Lin Han, his face contorted with fury. Your audacity is astonishing. Do you dare to threaten my son? When have I ever threatened your child? Did you not say that this is merely a matter among children, one in which we adults should not interfere? However, if you wish to engage in a brawl, I shall gladly oblige. Observing Lin Han's calm demeanor only intensified the ferocity in the man's gaze. Ah, intriguing. It appears you genuinely wish to spar with me, do you not? As Lin Han pointed out, he would never truly harm Chun Yi, yet he was profoundly displeased by his own son's meekness. How absurd to cry. What is there to fear in this boy? Just watch as I teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. A man lacking such abilities has no right to call himself my son. With a derisive snort, the man turned his attention back to Lin Han, flexing his fists. Lin Han, be cautious, Zhao Binglu interjected, approaching with a hint of concern. Fear not, just take Yi back a bit. If I don't deal with his father, this troublesome child will likely continue to bully Yi, Lin Han replied with a chuckle, urging Zhao Binglu to step back. He then waved dismissively at the formidable man before him. Lin Han's unwavering confidence only heightened the man's ire. With a growl, he launched a fierce punch towards Lin Han. Yet, before the blow could land, Lin Han swiftly grasped the man's fist with ease. Is this the extent of your strength? How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Lin Han chuckled lightly, applying a bit of pressure. Instantly, the man's face contorted in agony. Let go, let go, he bellowed, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. With a swift kick, Lin Han sent the man flying several meters away. As the man regained his composure, his gaze towards Lin Han shifted to one of seriousness. Where do you hail from, boy? I'll have you know I am a member of the Black Tiger Society. You are familiar with Black Tiger, are you not? He is my elder brother. I am Hu Zhan. Go out and inquire about the consequences of crossing me. His eyes glinted with icy menace as he continued to threaten Lin Han. However, upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Han's face. The Black Tiger Society? Had he unwittingly stumbled into a hornet's nest? It appeared Hu Zhan was unaware that his organization's dealings had not yet come to light. Yet Lin Han had no intention of revealing his own identity just yet. He would seize the opportunity to gauge the extent of Black Tiger's capabilities. A smile deepened upon his face. The Black Tiger Society? I happen to know your leader, Black Tiger. Who would have thought we are, in a sense, allies? Who the hell considers you an ally? Hu Zhan retorted, still reeling from his earlier defeat at Lin Han's hands. Surrounded by numerous parents, he felt utterly humiliated. Upon hearing Lin Han claim acquaintance with the Black Tiger, disbelief was his immediate reaction. Chapter 81. Do you really not know me? As the school day ended, the conflict between Lin Han and Hu Zhan naturally attracted considerable attention. A throng of parents began to gather, pointing and whispering among themselves. This spectacle darkened Hu Zhan's countenance significantly, especially since he had just suffered a defeat at Lin Han's hands, likely witnessed by many. Ha, kid, he sneered. You should know the Black Tiger. Don't think I haven't given you a chance. That kick you just delivered won't suffice. Now come over here, bow your head, and apologize. I might temporarily overlook your earlier transgressions. The words of the Black Tiger brimmed with anger and dissatisfaction as he cast a cold glare at Lin Han. Shouldn't this matter warrant an apology from you? Your son often bullies EE, and as a parent, you should rein in your unruly child. How is it that we are at fault here? You just stated that this is merely a children's matter, with EE defending herself against your son. Therefore, I see no need for your intervention. A mocking smile graced Lin Han's face. Indeed, my kicking you is a matter for adults. If you take issue with that, I am right here. Come at me if you dare. Confronted with Lin Han's provocation, the Black Tiger momentarily froze. After their brief skirmish, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Lin Han. Hu Zhan's expression darkened further upon hearing Lin Han's words, especially as the crowd resumed their scrutinizing stares. With a disdainful snort, he muttered, "You've got guts, kid. Just wait. I'll see how long you can maintain that bravado." With that, Hu Zhan pulled out his phone and began dialing, seemingly seeking reinforcements from the Black Tiger. Lin Han merely scoffed, disregarding Hu Zhan's actions. He turned to Chen Yi, a smile illuminating his face. "Yi, were you frightened just now?" Chen Yi blinked at Lin Han, shaking her head. "Not at all. With Uncle Lin around, I'm not scared. Uncle Lin, you're so formidable. Hu Dazhuang usually rules the class. I can't believe he didn't dare to retaliate when I struck him." "Ha ha." Her response elicited laughter from Lin Han. "Would you like to teach him another lesson?" "I assure you, he won't dare to fight back." "Perhaps not," she replied cautiously, glancing at Hu Dazhuang, whose eyes were now red and teary. "He not only bullies me, but also other little friends. However, every time he picks on me, I always fight back. I haven't suffered any loss." Chen Yi's stubborn little gaze elicited a chuckle from Lin Han. "All right, as long as you haven't suffered any losses, today Uncle Lin will assist you in resolving this matter, ensuring that Hu Dazhuang will no longer dare to bully you." Lin Han's words brought even greater joy to Chen Yi's face, her eyes transforming into crescent moons. At that moment, Zhao Binglu stepped forward, a hint of concern etched upon her features. "Lin Han, I've heard that Hu Zhan is not someone to be trifled with. It seems he has been mingling on the streets for quite some time and knows many influential figures. He appears to be somewhat unconvinced, and I fear he may seek trouble with you later." In response to Zhao Binglu's apprehension, Lin Han's smile only deepened. "Do you think I fear him seeking allies? Rest assured, I am acquainted with the leader of the Black Tiger Society that Hu Zhan mentioned. In the end, it may be uncertain who will be seeking whom." Observing Lin Han's confident demeanor, Zhao Binglu hesitated, refraining from further comment. She was well aware of Lin Han's status. Merely being the son-in-law of the Han family rendered him beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Could Lin Han truly resolve this predicament? As she pondered, Hu Zhan approached with a menacing expression. "Kid, I just made a call to summon some people. You still have a chance, if you beg for mercy now. I might grant you another opportunity. After all, this is merely a childish conflict, and I do not wish to complicate matters." Seeing Hu Zhan attempting to downplay the situation, Lin Han chuckled softly. "Given your demeanor, you do not strike me as a mere rogue. Based on your current attitude, I assure you I won't be too harsh on you later. You should be grateful for your present demeanor." Hu Zhan was taken aback. Despite his conciliatory stance, this boy remained audacious. With a cold huff, he fixed a frosty gaze on Lin Han. "Fine, since you refuse to bow down. Do not blame me. I am eager to see if you will still dare to be so arrogant later." With that, Hu Zhan turned and led his son towards their vehicle. The onlookers, witnessing the escalating confrontation, clung to their curiosity and showed no inclination to depart. Lin Han, wishing not to escalate the situation further, particularly for Zhao Binglu's sake, understood that while he could defend her and her mother now, he could not always be there to assist if he offended too many people. With this in mind, Lin Han turned to Zhao Binglu and said, "You should return to the car. I will handle this matter." He contemplated that since Hu Zhan was associated with the Black Tiger Society, he could entrust the task of ensuring Zhao Binglu's safety to him, which would be the most favorable outcome. Just as Zhao Binglu and her companions settled back into the vehicle, two cars approached swiftly from a distance. As soon as the car came to a halt, more than a dozen individuals surged forth from within. "Brother Hu dares to lay a hand on you? He must be courting death," someone remarked. "Brother Hu, how do you plan to deal with this fellow? Speak, and it shall be done." With the arrival of his comrades, Hu Zhan regained his confidence. A sinister grin spread across his face as he approached Lin Han. "Boy, do you still dare to be arrogant?" The crowd had encircled Lin Han, and those who originally gathered to observe the spectacle now bore expressions of fear and apprehension, retreating to avoid being implicated. In their eyes, Lin Han was doomed this time. "What's the matter? Is there not a single soul among you who recognizes me?" Lin Han addressed the restless crowd, a hint of helplessness in his voice. His words elicited looks of suspicion from the onlookers. "Who do you think you are for us to know you?" One scoffed. "Indeed, you think too highly of yourself. Was it not you who struck Brother Hu? Now, come forth and apologize." Laughter mingled with derision as they continued to berate Lin Han. The situation only intensified Lin Han's sense of helplessness. Were it not for the fact that they were affiliated with the Black Tiger gang, he would have lost his patience long ago and dealt with them directly. He retrieved his phone and casually addressed them. "Wait a moment. If you don't recognize me, I'll make sure you do." With that, he dialed Black Tiger's number. Initially, Lin Han had thought that he had some notoriety at the Black Tiger establishment. While Hu Zhan might not know him, he expected at least someone among them to recognize him. However, he was taken aback to realize that not a single person did. He had no choice but to call Black Tiger to assert his identity. "Brother Lin, what's the matter?" The call connected, and Lin Han wasted no time in succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the details, Black Tiger's expression darkened. "Leave this matter to me. Please hand the phone to Hu Zhan." Lin Han shrugged and turned to the puzzled Hu Zhan, presenting the phone to him. "Someone wishes to speak with you." Hu Zhan frowned, bewildered by Lin Han's actions, and scoffed internally, dismissing him as a mere pretender. "Who is it?" he asked brusquely as he took the phone. "Hu Zhan, you don't even recognize me anymore? Open your eyes and take a good look." Before you stands Lin Han, the very person I have been notifying you about these past few days. The entire Black Tiger gang has already aligned with the opposition, and in just a day, you've managed to stir up trouble? Are you truly unafraid of the consequences? Black Tiger's voice was unmistakable to Hu Zhan. At this moment, upon hearing the words of the Black Tiger, his mind was utterly bewildered. Lin Han. This young man before him was actually Lin Han. "Brother Lin? Regardless of your current predicament, you must resolve this matter for me. If not, you shall vacate Shanghai. I no longer wish to see your face." After unleashing a torrent of curses, the Black Tiger abruptly ended the call. Hu Zhan then lifted his gaze towards Lin Han, his eyes brimming with an uncontrollable terror. "Do you now recognize who I am?" A smile danced upon Lin Han's lips, his expression remarkably composed. "Brother Lin." Hu Zhan swallowed hard, his face flickering with a semblance of reverence. "I was unaware of your identity earlier. I sincerely apologize for any offense. I beg you not to take it to heart." With that, Hu Zhan suddenly knelt before Lin Han, extending his phone towards him with utmost respect. This act elicited a wave of astonishment from those surrounding them. "Brother Hu, what has come over you? What transpired? Why are you kneeling before this young man?" Listening to the murmurs of discontent from the crowd, Hu Zhan bellowed. "This is Brother Lin Han, the very person Black Tiger has been speaking of these past few days. The recent call was from him." With just this utterance, the crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Han's name had recently become synonymous with notoriety within the Black Tiger Society. However, aside from those close to the Black Tiger, few had truly laid eyes upon Lin Han. Although Hu Zhan was considered one of Black Tiger's inner circle, he had unfortunately been absent when Lin Han had made his presence known that day. Otherwise, many of the ensuing events might have been averted. A buzzing sensation filled the minds of the onlookers as their gazes towards Lin Han transformed. Observing the crowd preparing to kneel, Lin Han swiftly gestured for them to desist. "Enough, enough. There are too many witnesses here. We are at the entrance of the school. Do not embarrass me further. You all may leave. This matter shall be discussed between Hu Zhan and myself." Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the crowd instinctively turned their attention to Hu Zhan. Once they received his nod of approval, they hastily departed in their vehicles, leaving within mere minutes. Ignoring the astonished stares of the onlookers, Lin Han seized Hu Zhan and led him towards his car. Bang! As the car door slammed shut, Hu Zhan's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Han's identity, strength, and status in the eyes of the Black Tiger were beyond anything he could afford to offend. Hu Zhan, uncertain of Lin Han's intentions, couldn't help but glance back at him. Lin Han wore a faint smile, leaving Hu Zhan utterly perplexed as to his thoughts. Brother Lin, I acknowledge my mistakes. As long as you can forgive me, I am willing to meet any condition. Hu Zhan's voice trembled, revealing his genuine fear. Do you pick up and drop off the children every day? Lin Han's sudden inquiry caught Hu Zhan off guard. Quickly, with a look of confusion, he responded. Yes, indeed. I have a bit more flexibility compared to the child's mother. Since the child is still in elementary school, I basically pick them up and drop them off every day. Well then, during those times, could you also take care of Chunyi and her parents? Is that agreeable? Lin Han's tone was remarkably calm, yet for Hu Zhan, it represented an opportunity. He understood Lin Han's intent. With a serious expression, he addressed Lin Han, Brother Lin. Rest assured, I will take care of your sister-in-law and niece from now on. I guarantee that no one will dare to bully her. Should your sister-in-law ever face any grievances, you can come directly to me. Seeing Hu Zhan's earnest demeanor, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. What sister-in-law? Zhao Binglu and I are merely friends. However, I will leave this matter in your hands, and I hope you can handle it well. You will not be left at a disadvantage. With that, Lin Han patted Hu Zhan on the shoulder. We are all on the same side. I can overlook the previous misunderstanding, but this must not happen again, understood? Look at your son, tall and strong, and you yourself are rather intimidating. If you were to bully others, who would dare resist? Lin Han's words made Hu Zhan awkwardly laugh, nodding repeatedly. 5 minutes later, the car door opened, and Lin Han led Hu Zhan and his son toward the vehicle where Zhao Binglu was waiting. Upon catching sight of Lin Han from a distance, Zhao Binglu hurriedly got out of the car with Chunyi. Lin, Miss Zhao, I apologize. The misunderstanding between Brother Lin and me has been resolved. I promise you, Miss Zhao, that if you have any issues in the future, you can come directly to me. Regarding school, I will ensure that Dazhuang protects Yi, and there will be no problems. Without waiting for Lin Han to speak, Hu Zhan stepped forward, thumping his chest in assurance. Chapter 83. The car accident. Under Hu Zhan's urging, Hu Dazhuang apologized to Chen Yi. It wasn't until the Hu father and son had departed that Zhao Binglu remained somewhat dazed. All right, the matter has been resolved. If you need anything in the future and cannot reach me, feel free to contact Hu Zhan directly. We are all on the same side. There will be no issues. Come on, it's getting late, and I can see that little Yi seems a bit hungry. Shall we go eat together? Lin Han beckoned Zhao Binglu toward the car. As Zhao Binglu gazed at Lin Han's retreating figure, her eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. There was much she yearned to express to Lin Han, yet the words remained lodged in her throat, unspoken. In the ensuing moments, Lin Han and his companions shared a meal together. During the dining experience, it was evident that Chun Yi exhibited a considerable reliance on Lin Han. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Zhao Binglu felt a stirring within her heart. Since the unfortunate incident involving her husband, she had not allowed herself to feel anything. Yet, after spending time with Lin Han today, his image began to fill her thoughts unbidden. How wonderful it would be if she could be with Lin Han. The mere emergence of this thought startled Zhao Binglu, prompting her to swiftly shake her head to dispel it. Let us not forget that Lin Han is the fiancé of General Han, and she felt she was hardly deserving of someone like him. Being a married woman with a child, Lin Han was undeniably an exceptional individual in every regard. Perhaps, after parting ways this time, she would seldom have the chance to see him again. As the vehicle came to a steady stop beneath her apartment building, Zhao Binglu hesitated. Was there something else? After exchanging pleasantries with Chunyi, Lin Han noticed that Zhao Binglu remained rooted in place. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes as he inquired. Is everything all right? Lin Han, would you like to come up for a moment? Zhao Binglu unexpectedly found herself asking softly, her gaze lifting to meet his. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by her question. Zhao Binglu exuded a mature charm, her every gesture revealing an elegance that captivated him. The dimming light of dusk accentuated the rosy hue on her cheeks, stirring something within Lin Han's heart. However, he quickly shook his head. His feelings for Zhao Binglu were merely rooted in empathy. He had no intention of taking advantage of the moment. It's getting late. Let us save it for another day, he replied. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Zhao Binglu felt a pang of rejection. Was this truly a dismissal? She remained standing, staring after Lin Han as he drove away, her mind in a daze. Mom, when will I see Uncle Lin again? Chun Yi's voice jolted Zhao Binglu back to reality. With a gentle smile, she asked, do you wish to see Uncle Lin again? Yes, I like Uncle Lin, the child replied. You will have the opportunity. Zhao Binglu reassured her. Lin Han, of course, understood the implications of Zhao Binglu's earlier invitation, yet he had no intention of exploiting the situation. As he drove homeward, he pondered over how to deal with Hu Zhan's situation. Upon learning that Lin Han was not angered by the matter, Black Tiger exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Lin, today you asked me to investigate those 9 names. I have gathered their basic information and photographs. You can take a look when you have the time. After hearing Black Tiger's words, Lin Han instinctively pulled out his phone to check. However, just as he glanced at the screen, a figure suddenly darted across his path. With remarkable reflexes, Lin Han immediately slammed on the brakes. However, despite his swift action, he still collided with the other party. Upon witnessing the figure before him tumble to the ground, Lin Han hastily exited his vehicle to assess the situation. His gaze fell upon a scattered lunchbox, followed by the toppled bicycle, and finally rested on a young girl with minor abrasions on her arm, her brow furrowed in apparent discomfort. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed. It was my fault. I was momentarily distracted. Should we head to the hospital? Rest assured, I will cover all expenses. A sense of guilt washed over him, acknowledging his culpability in the incident. No, it's fine, the girl replied, quickly waving her hand as Lin Han approached. After taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she stood up, though her expression shifted to one of dismay upon noticing her spilled meal. Yet, as she recalled Lin Han's presence, a faint smile broke through her concern. It's nothing serious. I just stumbled a bit. It was my fault for not paying attention. I'll be on my way now. As she spoke, the girl bent down to tidy up the remnants of her lunchbox before limping away. Her bicycle, having sustained damage from the collision, was no longer rideable. This is indeed my fault. Allow me to take you home. Clearly, your bicycle is beyond repair, and I'll gladly compensate you with a new one. I truly apologize. Lin Han hastened to catch up to her, sensing her reluctance. As she shook her head gently in response to his apologies and stubbornly continued on her path. However, after a few steps, her phone rang unexpectedly. What? My mother is unwell. I'll be there shortly. Please ensure she is scheduled for surgery. I'll find a way to manage the finances. After hanging up, the girl appeared exceedingly anxious, tears streaming down her cheeks. Are you heading to the hospital? I can drive you there. I have acquaintances at the hospital in the city. Perhaps they could assist. This incident is truly my fault. Please grant me this opportunity, or I won't be able to sleep tonight. Whether it was Lin Han's earnest demeanor or the girl's pressing urgency, she hesitated before biting her lip and nodding in agreement. I'm sorry for the trouble. No, the apology is mine, Lin Han replied, as he guided her into the car. After confirming the hospital's location, he pressed the accelerator, speeding toward their destination. The drive would take merely 10 minutes, whereas on her bicycle, it would have taken at least half an hour. Throughout the journey, the girl's eyes were filled with uncontainable anxiety. From time to time, a phone call would be made to inquire about the situation on the other end. Judging by her demeanor, it was evident that her mother was currently hospitalized and in a precarious state. On this occasion, after school, she had prepared a meal to bring to her mother, but fate led her to encounter Lin Han midway. Upon hearing these words, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Such a determined young woman was indeed admirable. As the vehicle came to a halt at the hospital, the young girl expressed her gratitude to Lin Han and hurriedly made her way towards the inpatient building. Lin Han, after pondering for a moment, decided to follow her. His impression of this young woman was quite favorable, especially considering that he had just unintentionally collided with her. He was concerned that should there be any concealed injuries, it would be rather unfortunate, and the hospital was the perfect place for a quick checkup. Following the girl upstairs, they soon arrived at a patient room. It was a standard ward with 5 beds. At the furthest bed, a group of doctors were gathered, pointing and discussing the patient within. Upon witnessing this, the girl's eyes immediately filled with tears. Mom, what has happened? Dad, what is wrong with my mother? Lin Han noticed a middle-aged man among the crowd, visibly unsettled by the unfolding events. The woman on the hospital bed appeared frail and weak. Tong Tong, you have arrived. Your mother's condition has worsened, but thankfully, the doctors have managed to stabilize her for the moment. However, they mentioned that surgery needs to be arranged swiftly and requires family consultation. The middle-aged man spoke softly to the girl, tears streaming down his face. Upon hearing her father's words, a flicker of worry crossed the girl's eyes. The doctors, having finished with their equipment, advised them to make a decision promptly before leaving the room. "Dad, is the cost rather excessive?" she inquired quietly once the doctors had departed. "They said we need to pay 200,000 initially. The subsequent treatment costs will likely be considerable," the middle-aged man replied, his gaze wavering as he sighed. Shame etched across his face. "I have lived this long in vain, unable to afford treatment for your mother. I am so sorry for both of you." As he spoke, he wiped away his tears. "Dad, it's all right. We must focus on her treatment. I have managed to borrow quite a bit from uncle and other relatives over the past few days, and I currently have over 80,000 on hand. Just let the doctors arrange for the surgery, and I will borrow more tomorrow," the girl responded, displaying a maturity that belied her youth. Appearing not yet 20 but speaking and acting with remarkable efficiency. As her voice faded, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes. In a voice frail and weak, she uttered, "Tong Tong, do not trouble yourself. I am well aware of my condition. It has persisted for 7 or 8 years, and despite the countless expenses incurred, it remains unresolved. This surgery cannot provide a cure. I deem it unnecessary to expend further funds. My dear, I know you have endured much suffering alongside me these years, and I wish not to impose further hardship upon you." As she spoke, the woman suddenly lunged forward, attempting to tear out the intravenous drip from her arm. "I will not undergo treatment any longer. Let us return home." Witnessing this, Lin Han, who had just approached the bedside, was taken aback. He quickly intervened, gently restraining the woman's hand. "Auntie, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for such agitation." "Who are you?" the girl's parents inquired. Clearly surprised by Lin Han's sudden appearance, their expressions marked by confusion. "I encountered your daughter on the road and wished to offer her compensation for a minor incident. Fearing potential repercussions, I followed her here." Upon hearing Lin Han's explanation, they finally noticed the scrapes on their daughter's arm, their eyes filled with uncontainable concern. "Uncle, Auntie, rest assured, I will compensate you adequately. Moreover, Auntie, there is no need for such despair. I perceive that your ailment is not as grave as you believe. If you are apprehensive about the hospital's capabilities, I am willing to assist pro bono, as an apology for the trouble caused to your daughter." Lin Han's words left the three momentarily speechless, their gazes toward him fraught with incredulity. Naturally, they first dismissed his claim, pondering how a young man could possibly cure an ailment that the hospital could not. Nevertheless, they acknowledged his courteous demeanor. "Sir, it is unnecessary. These are merely minor abrasions. A bit of ointment will suffice. You need not waste your time on such trivial matters. Please, attend to your own affairs," the girl replied. As this was a family matter, and with her mother's illness, she was already burdened. Lin Han recognized that they were unlikely to trust him immediately. He shifted his gaze to the girl, offering a gentle smile. "Very well. However, to demonstrate my sincerity, I noticed that your family seems to be in need of some financial assistance. I could lend you some, interest-free. What do you say?" With his words, the trio's attention shifted back to Lin Han, their expressions revealing a flicker of hope. His offer stemmed from a favorable impression of the family. After all, it was common for individuals in such predicaments to seek compensation, especially when facing their own hardships. However, this family not only declined their own compensation, but also rejected any assistance offered to them. It was evident that, despite their poverty, they possessed a strong sense of dignity. Lin Han couldn't help but reflect on his own family's circumstances. Had it not been for an unexpected encounter while in prison, he might have felt utterly helpless in such a situation, perhaps even despairing. In light of this, extending a helping hand seemed hardly burdensome. "Does the gentleman truly wish to lend me money? If he is willing, my family can pay interest. We will calculate it at the normal rate. And once I secure employment, I shall certainly repay it." As she spoke, the young woman produced her identification card. "I am genuinely out of options. Otherwise, I would never make such a request. My mother's surgery is scheduled for tonight, and if I do not procure the funds, she may not survive until morning, leading to a lifetime of regret." Looking at the name on the ID, Lin Han felt a flicker of amusement. "This is my identification card. I can use it as collateral. Just allow me to utilize it when necessary. Additionally, I will write a promissory note at this moment." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with hope. At that moment, not only was Yu Zitong filled with optimism, but her parents also felt as though they had found a savior. They had never imagined that a chance encounter on the road would lead to such a substantial loan. A promissory note is unnecessary. A mere few $100,000 is trivial. I trust your character. Now, let us proceed to make the payment, Lin Han remarked with a light chuckle, exuding a commanding presence as he led Yu Zitong outside. For him, 30 or 40,000 was hardly a concern. Moreover, based on his understanding of Yu Zitong, if she were to compromise her dignity and soul over such an amount, he would have nothing further to say. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Zitong resolutely followed Lin Han out of the hospital room. Observing Lin Han's retreating figure, her mother felt a twinge of anxiety. He wouldn't be deceiving us, would he? Or perhaps he has ulterior motives towards Tong Tong. Tong Tong is merely a university student, and our family is not well off. What if he seizes this opportunity to threaten her? Yu's father, fully aware of his wife's concerns, sighed deeply. Regardless, our priority is to ensure your health. As for Tong Tong, do not worry. I will keep a close watch on him. Furthermore, Tong Tong is a strong-willed girl. She will know how to handle herself. After hearing her husband's reassuring words, Yu's mother nodded, though her eyes still reflected a hint of worry. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Han and Yu Zitong returned. Dad, Mom. Brother Lin Han has helped us pay the 300,000 and has arranged for us to be placed in a private room. We have already contacted the doctor, and the surgery can be scheduled shortly. The doctor mentioned that the duration of the surgery would not be extensive, lasting approximately an hour. Yet, the ultimate outcome of recovery remains uncertain. Regarding Yu Tong's words, the two exchanged little more. Yu's mother chuckled softly, grasping Yu Tong's hand with a reassuring smile. Do not fret, my dear. I have everything under control. Rest assured, there will be no issues this time. Yu Tong nodded obediently, her eyes filled with concern. Before long, a number of doctors arrived, commencing various examinations of Yu's mother's condition, subsequently outlining certain precautions. Judging by the proceedings, it appeared they were preparing to enter the operating room. The financial investment certainly facilitated matters. Even within a hospital, monetary influence prevails. Once the doctors completed their evaluations, Yu's mother was wheeled outside under the guidance of several nurses. Observing her mother being ushered into the operating room, Yu Tong felt a mix of relief and anxiety. Brother Lin, my mother's surgery will take quite some time. Perhaps you should head home for now. Should anything arise, I will reach out to you. Regarding the 30,000 you lent me, I will repay you gradually. Although the timeline may extend, I assure you, I will not shortchange you on the interest. In response to Yu Tong's earnest words, Lin Han waved his hand with a gentle smile. It is merely a little past 7 in the evening. Let us prioritize your mother's situation first. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy returning home, especially having invested the money. And if matters do not proceed well, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Seeing Lin Han's sincere demeanor, Yu Tong's gaze flickered, and she chose not to refuse further. As Yu's mother began her surgery, Lin Han engaged in conversation with both Yu Tong and Yu's father outside. Through their dialogue, he learned that 5 years prior, after Yu's mother succumbed to a peculiar illness, their lives had been significantly altered. Fortunately, Yu Tong remained resilient and was not defeated by these trials. Instead, she worked diligently and is now attending university. All her tuition and living expenses are self-earned through a combination of part-time work and scholarships, alleviating the financial burden on her family. Nonetheless, the illness over the past 5 years has drained their family's finances, costing them hundreds of thousands, depleting their savings. Had it not been for Lin Han's timely assistance, they would have found themselves utterly helpless. Listening to Yu's father's sighs of despair, Lin Han could only offer gentle solace. Do not worry, this too shall pass. Once your mother recovers, the darkness will have been endured. Lin Han's words elicited a wry smile from Yu's father. Let us hope so. Yu Tong's gaze was often drawn towards the operating room, her expression betraying her anxiety. As time flowed on, an hour swiftly elapsed, yet there remained no sign of activity from the surgical room. After a full 2 hours had passed, the lights in the operating room finally dimmed. This scene caused a tightening in the hearts of the father and daughter, prompting them to stride towards the door of the operating room. Doctor, how is my mother? Has her illness been cured? In response to Zitong's anxious inquiry, the attending physician furrowed his brow and shook his head. I have already informed you that the patient's condition is rather complicated. We cannot guarantee complete eradication this time. However, her illness has been temporarily stabilized. Come back for a follow-up check 6 months after discharge. If it does not improve, we may need to proceed with another surgery. Upon the doctor's utterance, Mother Yu was wheeled in. The physician's words rendered Yu Zitong's complexion exceedingly grim. Did this imply that in 6 months, their family would need to spend another 200,000 to 300,000? The mere thought of such an amount made her head spin. This time, they were fortunate to have Brother Lin's assistance. Was she to rely on him again in 6 months? Even if Brother Lin were willing to help, she felt she could not bear to ask him again. Just then, Mother Yu was being pushed by the nurse towards the previously arranged deluxe ward. The entire deluxe ward housed only her as a patient, and there was also a bed for a caregiver, making the conditions significantly better than before. Doctor, is it truly impossible to cure my mother's illness? Will the next surgery also require such a substantial sum? Yu Zitong hesitantly addressed the doctor. However, the physician appeared visibly fatigued, and his demeanor was noticeably dismissive. He waved his hand and replied, "It's hard to predict what will happen then. Nonetheless, your mother's condition is likely incurable. Such illnesses are typically like this. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Now, let her be hospitalized for observation. I will inform you should anything arise." After the doctor finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Seeing this, Yu Zitong felt a surge of urgency and stepped forward once more to ask, "Doctor, my mother's illness. Did I not just say? Your mother's condition cannot be cured. It is futile no matter who attends to her." The physician's words were laced with a hint of anger. Chapter 86. Lin Han takes action. Noticing Yu Zitong frozen in place, the doctor's expression softened slightly. "Pay any necessary fees and proceed with treatment. Given the current situation, this is the best outcome we could achieve." With that, the doctor ready to depart. However, at that moment, Lin Han, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly chuckled lightly. "With your level of skill, how do you even dare practice medicine? It's merely a minor procedure. Yet you have managed to complicate it to this extent. And yet you boast about your medical expertise?" With the sound of Lin Han's voice, the surrounding doctors and attendants immediately glared at him, their expressions a mixture of shock and indignation. No one anticipated that Lin Han would speak up at this moment, and his tone was filled with audacity. "Young man, what are you saying? Are you questioning our medical expertise?" The attending physician furrowed his brows, a cold smile creeping across his face as he strode towards Lin Han. "I am an expert in this field in Magic City. I assert that this illness cannot be cured. What issue do you have with that? Do you consider this ailment a mere trifle?" He scoffed, indeed. The arrogance of youth is astonishing. With that, a group of nurses immediately moved to encircle Lin Han. Yu Zitong was taken aback by Lin Han's sudden interjection and hurried forward, preparing to explain the situation. However, before she could utter a word, Lin Han chuckled again. "In my eyes, this illness is nothing. If it remains uncured, it merely reflects your lack of competence." The atmosphere darkened as Lin Han's audacity to mock them became apparent. "Do you practice medicine?" The attending physician squinted at Lin Han. "I know a bit of traditional Chinese medicine," Lin Han admitted without concealing his medical knowledge. The moment his words fell, laughter erupted around him. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Ha ha ha, are you kidding? Another naive young man who thinks a smattering of knowledge makes him invincible. Oomph, your so-called traditional medicine is a true deception. Countless individuals have suffered more due to your ignorance. Society must embrace science." Despite the ridicule, Lin Han remained unfazed, wearing a smile as he faced them. "What if I were to successfully treat the patient? Wouldn't that be a slap in your faces?" His words only provoked the attending physician to laugh even harder. "Cure the patient? If you truly possess such ability, I would welcome the opportunity for you to do so. I will not only apologize publicly, but will also refund the entire surgical fee, every penny." The physician's proposition sparked a glimmer of excitement in Lin Han's eyes. "Are you speaking truthfully?" "Of course, this hospital is a family enterprise. I have that authority," the physician replied, brimming with pride and confidence. "Very well. If that is the case, shall we make a wager? If I succeed in treating the patient, you will not only apologize to me, but also to traditional Chinese medicine and refund the surgical fee." The attending physician was taken aback by Lin Han's confidence, his eyes narrowing with a mocking grin. "And if you lose, you may dictate the terms. If you win, I will publicly apologize and concede that traditional Chinese medicine is inferior to Western medicine." The physician sneered. "Furthermore, you will be liable for my various losses." He certainly would not allow Lin Han's defeat to be dismissed with a mere expression of gratitude. After all, losing oneself incurs the obligation of compensation. This incident serves as a valuable lesson for the young man regarding the harsh realities of society. Lin Han exhibited no hesitation in this matter, nodding with a smile. Upon witnessing Lin Han's agreement, the attending physician could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, the youth displayed an ignorance of the world. I acknowledge that some practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine possess genuine skill, but one so young as you cannot possibly compare. Huh. I have friends who are esteemed practitioners in the magical city. Do you truly believe I am lacking in experience? As the physician spoke, he exchanged a glance with Lin Han, signaling that he could commence. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you, leaving you with no excuses or justifications. Very well, please fetch me a new set of silver needles. As Lin Han's voice resonated, the attending physician gestured to a young nurse, who promptly dashed outside. This scene left Yu Zitong's family in a state of bewilderment. They had not anticipated that Lin Han would suddenly find himself at odds with the attending physician, let alone establish a wager. Their disbelief in Lin Han was palpable. After all, he was exceedingly young, and the notion of him practicing medicine, especially in the esteemed realm of traditional Chinese healing, was hardly credible. Auntie, I would like to assist you with your treatment. Would you be willing? Lin Han inquired, his face beaming as he turned to Yu's mother. Taken aback by Lin Han's proposition, Yu's mother momentarily faltered, unsure how to respond. Based on Lin Han's previous demeanor towards her, she believed he meant her no harm. Yet, his assertion was indeed startling. Such a young individual offering to treat her with traditional Chinese medicine. Few would take such a claim seriously. Subconsciously glancing at Yu Zitong and her father, Yu Zitong, with a flicker of determination in her eyes, nodded at her mother, saying, "Why not let Brother Lin give it a try? I trust he will not harm us. Moreover, the doctor has stated that your condition cannot be cured. Rather than suffer further, why not take a chance?" Yu Zitong held considerable sway within her family. Upon hearing her words, the three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Mr. Lin, please proceed with confidence. I believe in you," Yu's mother finally said, taking a deep breath. "Rest assured, Auntie, I would never cause you harm," Lin Han reassured her. Meanwhile, the surrounding doctors, observing Lin Han's unwavering confidence, could not help but smirk. He truly seems to overestimate his own abilities. I am eager to see what skills you possess. Should you fail to heal her, I shall ensure you compensate for the damage to my reputation and that of the hospital. Consider this a lesson. Not everyone can recklessly tarnish the hospital's name. Approximately 3 minutes later, the young nurse emerged, holding a new set of silver needles. Lin Han took the needles, and, with a flick of his wrist, 3 silver needles appeared in his hand. "Auntie, no matter what transpires, just trust me. There will be minimal discomfort throughout the process." Chapter 87. Healing the Sick. A physician's duty. With a nod from Mother Yu, Lin Han proceeded without any hesitation. The 3 silver needles in his hand were thrust directly into the crown of Mother Yu's head. The suddenness of this action elicited gasps of astonishment from those surrounding them. Isn't this potentially harmful to the patient? It looks rather alarming. Surely this young man isn't just fooling around. What if something happens to the patient? How would we account for it at our hospital? The young nurses had little exposure to traditional Chinese medicine, and witnessing such a scene startled them, prompting expressions of concern. In contrast, the attending physician, possessing greater experience, merely raised an eyebrow before quietly asserting, "In traditional Chinese medicine, the emphasis lies on acupoints. As long as the needles are inserted correctly, there should be no danger. It appears this young man possesses some skill. Let us observe further." Lin Han paid no heed to the astonishment around him. His entire focus was directed towards Mother Yu. With a serious demeanor, he continued to insert the silver needles into her head. Her condition stemmed from issues with her brain, which is why Western medical practitioners exercise extreme caution during surgery. However, for Lin Han, such concerns were trivial. A total of 9 silver needles were deftly inserted into Mother Yu's head, creating an appearance reminiscent of blossoming flowers. Mother Yu herself had never witnessed such a spectacle, rendering her too frightened to move. "Auntie, please maintain this position. We shall begin shortly," Lin Han gently reminded her, his eyes sharpening with intensity. As Lin Han's hands moved with increasing speed, streams of warmth began to emanate from Mother Yu's head. This miraculous sight silenced those who had previously mocked and doubted him, drawing their attention entirely to Lin Han. As time passed, Lin Han's hands quickened, leaving the onlookers struggling to keep pace with his movements. At that moment, they could no longer deny Lin Han's undeniable prowess. Silence enveloped the group, each individual wary of uttering a word that might disturb him. Mother Yu felt as if she were enveloped in warmth, a soothing sensation spreading throughout her body. The persistent pain that had plagued her gradually subsided, filling her heart with a sense of astonishment and delight. The entire acupuncture process lasted nearly half an hour. By the time Lin Han concluded his work, The ward had already fallen into a profound silence. "All right, let us assess whether you still feel any discomfort," Lin Han said, his face adorned with a warm smile as he gently removed the needles from Yumu's head. Yumu, somewhat incredulous, began to examine her own body. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. The persistent headache had vanished. Her body no longer ached. "I feel invigorated, as if I have completely recovered," she exclaimed excitedly, rising to her feet and stepping towards the edge of the bed. This scene left the attending physician with an expression of undeniable reluctance. He promptly approached Yumu and said, "Madam, please refrain from excessive enthusiasm. We must verify your condition with professional instruments." He continued, "Initially, there was a small tumor in your brain, which we could only reduce through surgery, not completely eradicate. We need to examine you personally." As he spoke, the attending physician began to instruct his assistant to prepare the necessary equipment. After a flurry of activity, the attending physician gazed at the newly captured images in his hands, his eyes brimming with disbelief. "Remarkable, truly remarkable," he murmured. The small tumor had indeed vanished. "How could this be possible? This is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon. It defies conventional understanding." The attending physician mumbled to himself, clearly astonished by the unfolding events. Upon witnessing this, Lin Han chuckled softly. "This is the allure of traditional Chinese medicine. I acknowledge that Western medicine excels in certain areas, boasting high efficiency. Yet, it often addresses symptoms rather than root causes. However, traditional Chinese medicine should not be dismissed as entirely ineffectual. True traditional Chinese medicine is our national treasure and deserves reverence." As Lin Han's words lingered in the air, the attending physician abruptly raised his head, his gaze now filled with profound respect. "Sir, I must admit my previous ignorance. May I inquire from which esteemed lineage you hail? I sincerely apologize for today's events." As he spoke, the attending physician bowed deeply before Lin Han. "In front of all present, according to our prior agreement, we will refund all surgical fees incurred this time, and we shall waive any hospital charges for these past few days. We hope this demonstrates our sincerity." The attending physician was acutely aware that despite Lin Han's seemingly casual demeanor, one capable of such a feat could not be an ordinary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he was a disciple of a great healer. Associating with such a figure could yield immeasurable benefits. In response to the attending physician's courteous remarks, Lin Han waved his hand and chuckled. "My master is a recluse, indifferent to worldly matters. It would be inappropriate for me to disclose his name. However, your attitude is quite acceptable. Let us proceed as you suggested." "Thank you, sir, for your understanding." The attending physician's face lit up with joy, and he promptly made the necessary arrangements. When the sum of over 300,000 was deposited back into her hands, Yu Zitong still felt a sense of disbelief. Not only had the 300,000 surgical fee previously charged to her card been refunded, but also several tens of thousands spent on her mother's treatment had been returned. This meant that their family was no longer in dire straits as before. The returned funds would allow them to enjoy a comfortable life for the time being. Yu Zitong's eyes brimmed with emotion as she looked up at Lin Han, momentarily at a loss for words. "Zitong, what are you waiting for? Express your gratitude to Mr. Lin." Her parents exchanged glances, increasingly pleased with Lin Han. They gently urged her to acknowledge him. Hearing their words, a blush crept across Yu Zitong's face, and she stepped forward, bowing her head slightly to Lin Han. "Thank you, Brother Lin. No need for formality. Our meeting is a matter of fate." "It was indeed my fault for bumping into you," Lin Han replied with a chuckle, not taking the incident to heart. "Healing and saving lives is the duty of us physicians. Even if it weren't me, another would have done the same." Chapter 88. Medical Exchange Conference. Lin Han's courteous remarks reached the ears of the attending physician, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Such a young individual as Lin Han possessed such awareness, while he himself had not grasped this profound truth. In comparison, he felt not only inferior in skill, but also lacking in the same level of enlightenment. No wonder Lin Han could study under prominent figures. It seemed his character was not something the average person could rival. As the attending physician pondered these thoughts, Lin Han and Yu Zitong finished their conversation and prepared to exit. Although Lin Han believed Yu Zitong's mother was entirely cured, he decided to allow her mother to remain in the hospital a little longer for their peace of mind. After all, staying in the hospital incurred no cost. Why not take advantage of it? As they moved toward the exit, the attending physician directed the nurses to care for Yu's mother and hurriedly approached Lin Han. Dr. Lin, please, do not call me doctor. Simply refer to me as Lin Han." Lin Han replied with mild exasperation, chuckling at the title. Although the physician had not been overly courteous initially, his attitude had improved, and he quickly acknowledged his mistake, leaving Lin Han with a favorable impression. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Lin Han inquired, noticing the attending physician's hesitance. Well, Mr. Lin, he said with a grin, his eyes glancing toward Lin Han. With your level of medical expertise, not just in Modu, even on a national scale, this is undoubtedly among the top ranks. In a few days, there will be a medical exchange conference in the city, and I wish to extend an invitation to Dr. Lin. I am uncertain whether Dr. Lin would be inclined to grace us with his presence. For the attending physician, if Lin Han is willing to participate, it would naturally signify his endorsement of both himself and his esteemed hospital. Given Lin Han's exceptional medical prowess, even a modest display of his skills at the conference would surely captivate the audience. This would serve as a significant promotional opportunity for his hospital. He is certainly eager for Lin Han to agree to participate. After the attending physician finished speaking, he noticed Lin Han's momentary silence and promptly retrieved an invitation from his pocket. This was the official invitation to the medical exchange conference. I understand that Dr. Lin must be exceedingly busy. The invitation contains the address and time. If Dr. Lin can find the time to attend, I would be immensely grateful. As Lin Han gazed at the invitation in his hand, a flicker of amusement sparkled in his eyes. Very well, I shall assess the situation when the time comes. If I have the opportunity, I will certainly attend. Lin Han's response filled the attending physician with delight, who promptly nodded in acknowledgement. He then assured Lin Han that he would make the arrangements regarding Ms. Yu Zitong's mother's situation clear and straightforward. He subsequently took his leave with a sense of discretion. Observing Lin Han casually accept the invitation, Yu Zitong's expression was a mixture of complexity. It was evident from this single moment that Brother Lin truly belonged to a different echelon. Given her own status, it was exceedingly difficult for her to even connect with a hospital doctor, let alone a chief physician who treated Brother Lin with such respect. Brother Lin, thank you for today. I truly would not have known what to do without your assistance. I wish I could express my gratitude more tangibly. If there is any way I can be of help to you, please do not hesitate to ask. Seeing Yu Zitong's earnest demeanor, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle softly. Focus on living well and strive to excel in your studies. That is the best way to honor my assistance. He had just given her his phone number, adding, if you need anything, feel free to call me. At this point, Lin Han glanced outside. After some commotion, the sky had already begun to darken. He did not intend to linger any longer. After bidding Yu Zitong farewell, he departed in his car. Watching Lin Han's retreating figure, Yu Zitong's gaze was contemplative, lost in thought. After a while, she let out a wry smile and returned to the hospital room. Inside, her parents seemed to be engaged in light-hearted conversation, their moods noticeably buoyant. Tong Tong, how is Xiaolin? Has he left? I perceive that young Xiaolin is indeed an admirable individual. It would be most fortuitous if you two could come together. Indeed, Xiaolin is in his 20s, possessing remarkable qualities. Today, he has lent assistance on your behalf, undoubtedly harboring a favorable impression of you. Upon the return of Yutong, her parents beamed with delight, continuously expressing their thoughts to her. In response to her parents' remarks, Yutong could only manage a wry smile. Mom, Dad, what are you talking about? My relationship with Brother Lin is merely that of ordinary friends, if we can even call it friendship. Our encounter today was purely coincidental, and Brother Lin, with his kind heart, simply offered his help. As she spoke, an inexplicable sense of inferiority washed over Yutong, her mind replaying Lin Han's previous actions and demeanor. Moreover, how could someone as exceptional as Brother Lin lack female admirers? We are simply not from the same world. Observing her parents' desire to continue, Yutong raised her hand to signal them to desist. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the reality. They were not naive. It was merely Lin Han's demeanor that had led them to misinterpret the situation. Now that clarity had returned, they recognized that had it not been for Lin Han's initiative to reach out, the likelihood of ever seeing him again would have been minimal. Upon returning home, Lin Han found his mother, Sun Xiao, already asleep. Recently, Sun Xiao had been thriving at her company, garnering significant attention wherever she went. This newfound recognition left her both astonished and apprehensive. Being of a naturally honest disposition, she felt even more anxious in light of this situation. She could only lead by example, constantly seeking tasks to occupy her time. Initially, various executives at the company advised her against this. But as time passed and their counsel proved futile, they relinquished their efforts, merely cautioning their subordinates to avoid offending such a formidable presence. After all, her son was respected even by the likes of young Master Lei. Meanwhile, Lin Han lay in bed, contemplating the numerous marriage proposals in his possession. Coupled with the intelligence he received from Black Tiger earlier that day, he quickly discerned a name, Xiaolinger. The name, somewhat ethereal, brought a smile to Lin Han's lips. I shall grant you your freedom tomorrow. Chapter 89. Did you not invite my suggestions? The following morning, Lin Han resolved to visit the Xiao family first, intending to resolve the matter of the marriage proposal before heading to work. Regardless of his status as an employee, it was unlikely anyone would raise an issue if he missed the workday. Nevertheless, he could not afford to tarnish Han Duoduo's reputation. After finishing breakfast, Lin Han drove to the residential complex where the Xiao family resided. One cannot help but acknowledge that the fiancés arranged by his master are all distinguished individuals of notable repute. The Xiao family is no exception. Although the Xiao family is not among the 4 prominent clans of the magical city, its strength far surpasses that of typical first-tier families. This is not merely hearsay. It is widely believed that the Xiao family is a lineage of ancient martial arts. With a long-standing heritage, the Xiao family also owns numerous martial arts schools, renowned throughout the magical city. These revelations were, of course, imparted to Lin Han by the Black Tiger, yet Lin Han remained blissfully unaware of such matters. Nevertheless, regardless of the Xiao family's prowess, Lin Han resolved to maintain his own stance. The betrothal agreement between himself and Xiaolinger would be addressed directly. The Xiao family's residence is situated in an upscale villa community, adorned with luxurious mansions. After parking his vehicle in the public parking area, Lin Han strolled leisurely inside. How remarkable! Indeed, old Master Zhao's constitution remains robust. It is unfortunate that he evaluates potential students based on their aptitude. Otherwise, I would have insisted on entrusting my inept grandson to him. Do not even entertain such thoughts. What stature does old Master Zhao possess? As Lin Han passed through the community square, he was drawn in by the jubilant cheers resonating from the gathering. A flicker of curiosity crossed his gaze as he turned towards the square. Through the throngs of spectators, he discerned 2 figures, an elder and a youth, engaged in a sword practice. Despite the accolades showered upon him by the onlookers, the elder displayed no hint of pride, continually bowing courteously to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now quite old. If all goes as anticipated, my granddaughter will inherit the Xiao family's martial arts school in the future. Her talent is commendable, and today she shall showcase her skills, the elder announced, casting a knowing glance towards the young woman beside him. The girl, with her hair tied in a ponytail, exuded vitality and vigor. With piercing eyes, she greeted the audience with a fist salute. Then, amidst the cheers, she executed a complete set of sword techniques. Witnessing this performance, the surrounding admiration and applause intensified. From the discussions among the spectators, Lin Han quickly recognized that the young woman before him was none other than his fiancée, Xiaolinger. Observing her graceful movements as she danced through the air, a smile flickered across Lin Han's face. However, he soon shook his head inwardly. Despite the apparent finesse of Xiaolinger's swordplay, he perceived numerous flaws. Should he decide to intervene, he could easily secure victory within 3 moves. As Xiaolinger concluded her routine, beads of perspiration graced her cheeks as she bowed once more to the audience. If anyone has insights to share, please do not hesitate. As young individuals, we must remain humble and receptive to guidance. Although old Xiao spoke with an abundance of courteous remarks, his gaze was imbued with a palpable pride. It was evident that he harbored considerable satisfaction with his granddaughter's innate talent. The surrounding crowd, keenly aware of old Zhao's polite expressions, began to fervently gesture and extol his praises. Indeed, old Xiao is blessed with successors, they chimed. Ha ha, when Linger takes over old Zhao's mantle, let her not forget her old friends. Just as the flattery made a hint of self-satisfaction bloom in Xiaolinger's eyes, an untimely voice suddenly resonated from among the throng. There are indeed some issues. During the 2nd stance, one movement lacked sufficient force. In the 5th stance, the 3rd move's posture and technique were evidently incorrect. Moreover, there are several conspicuous flaws. A few adjustments could yield better results. The abrupt interjection caused everyone to turn abruptly towards the speaker, who was none other than Lin Han. His intention was straightforward. Considering the connection between the Xiao family and himself, he felt compelled to offer his insights. However, Xiaolinger clearly disdained his comments. Her demeanor shifting to one of derision upon realizing the critique came from someone of her own age. Who do you think you are, daring to instruct me. You must hold yourself in far too high regard, she retorted with a scoff. At that moment, the crowd surrounding Lin Han had unknowingly dispersed, revealing him fully. Coupled with Xiao Linger's evident displeasure, the onlookers exchanged glances filled with amusement. Didn't you invite me to offer suggestions? Lin Han inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he observed Xiao Linger's expression. Usually, I would decline such requests. Lin Han's demeanor elicited a chill from Xiao Linger, who promptly issued a sharp retort. How brazen. Since you are so confident in your abilities, why not engage in a contest? Should you triumph over me, I shall certainly heed your words. Without granting Lin Han an opportunity to respond, she lunged towards him with fervor, her sword poised to strike at his throat. In that instant, it appeared she was poised to pierce through his windpipe. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Xiao Linger's eyes. Huh, you are so self-assured, believing me inferior. Witness how I intimidate you. The other onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle, and an uproar ensued. Just as everyone anticipated Lin Han would retreat or succumb to defeat, they were astonished to see a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his lips. Clap, clap. A crisp sound of a sword being struck resonated through the air, as the blade that had reached Lin Han's throat was effortlessly swatted aside by him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han swiftly advanced, extending his hand to seize Xiao Linger by the throat. Displaying no semblance of courtesy, he exerted a slight pressure, causing her face to flush a deep scarlet as he lifted her up. Let go of me. Release me at once. Xiao Linger could hardly fathom Lin Han's audacity. In her frantic struggles, the sword she held clattered to the ground. Chapter 90. Please teach me. Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness akin to death. All present stared wide-eyed at the unfolding spectacle, utterly astonished by Lin Han's audaciousness. As a practitioner of martial arts, he had acted without inquiry, launching an attack without provocation. Did I ever agree to this? Do we share any grievances? Have you considered the consequences of your sudden assault? What leads you to believe I am not your equal? Unable to discern your flaws. Lin Han's words dripped with disdain, each question emerging from his lips with pointed clarity. Xiao Linger was momentarily rendered speechless by his inquiries. Standing there in a daze, unsure of how to respond. Humph. Observing her confusion, Lin Han relaxed his grip, allowing her to descend. Since this is merely a spar, one must adhere to the established rules. Do you not feel that winning in such a manner is unworthy? His words washed over Xiao Linger, leaving her face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, deeper than her shame was the realization that she had been so easily bested by this young man who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Seeing Lin Han retract his hand, a flicker of determination ignited in Xiao Linger's eyes. In an instant, she crouched down, retrieving the sword from the ground, only to charge at Lin Han once more. With a swift motion, Lin Han effortlessly swatted her sword away again. As a martial artist, how can you fail to maintain your grip on your own weapon? It baffles me where your confidence derives from, he remarked, shaking his head in disbelief, his gaze filled with unabashed contempt. Lin Han's intention was not to humiliate Xiao Ling, but rather to reveal her deeply ingrained arrogance through her earlier actions. To encourage her to humbly accept his guidance, he first needed to shatter her pride, allowing for reconstruction thereafter. Thus, he spared her no courtesy in this moment. The murmurs of astonishment erupted anew, as spectators watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend the audacity of this suddenly emerged young challenger. Subconsciously, I glanced towards Elder Xiao. At that moment, his gaze was imbued with a hint of complexity. However, to my surprise, he displayed no intention of intervening. You seek death, Lin Han's mocking words rang out, igniting a flash of anger in Xiao Linger's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she charged towards Lin Han once more. As anticipated, she was swiftly repelled again. Pick up your sword, Lin Han said in an icy tone, then turned his gaze towards Elder Xiao. After a brief moment of surprise, Elder Xiao chuckled lightly and casually tossed his sword towards Lin Han. As soon as Lin Han grasped the sword, he executed a beautiful flourish, his eyes fixated on the still dazed Xiao Linger. Draw your sword. Prepare for battle. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han had already closed the distance between them. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Linger became flustered and began to defend herself. Fortunately, although Lin Han wielded a sword, he had no intention of delivering a lethal blow. Instead, he targeted her vulnerabilities with precision. Here, and here. Feel this. If you alter your approach, will it make a difference? Though his tone remained chilling, each strike served as a guidance for Xiao Linger. Initially, she did not grasp his intent, but as she gradually acclimated to his rhythm, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Following Lin Han's advice, She began to adjust her attack tempo. Indeed, her strikes became significantly more powerful and fluid. Delight sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she grew increasingly excited. She transitioned from being continually suppressed by Lin Han to gradually gaining the upper hand. This was, of course, Lin Han's deliberate strategy. As they exchanged blows back and forth, Xiao Linger's strength unknowingly surged. Enough. With your current prowess, this is as far as you can progress. To advance further, you must continue to learn, Lin Han remarked, suddenly halting his onslaught. Yet, Xiao Linger appeared unsatisfied. Hearing his words, she snorted coldly, "You say stop and just halt? I refuse to cease." With that, she charged at Lin Han once again, sword in hand. Observing this, Lin Han shook his head with a wry smile. With a casual stroke, he once again sent Xiao Linger tumbling back. Don't misunderstand. Even your grandfather, Elder Xiao, would find little advantage before me. It would be wise for you to reconsider. Lin Han's words exuded an air of arrogance, causing many around to cast fleeting glances back at Elder Xiao. Although Elder Xiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Lin Han's remarks, he managed to maintain his composure. You dare to look down upon my grandfather? I acknowledge your considerable prowess, yet you still pale in comparison to him. In response to Xiao Linger's discontent, Lin Han chose not to retort. Instead, he shrugged and smiled at her, saying, "What if I defeat Elder Xiao? Should you manage to best my grandfather, I shall grant you one condition. Yet if you fail, you must apologize to both me and my grandfather, conceding that you are not our match." "Haha, very well," Xiao Linger replied, and as her voice faded, Lin Han once more raised his sword. He nodded at Elder Xiao with a smile, saying, "Elder Xiao, I seek your guidance." "How intriguing," Elder Xiao remarked. His interest piqued by Lin Han's earlier actions. He chuckled lightly and picked up another sword. "I find this junior rather fascinating. Today, I shall indulge you." As he spoke, he positioned the sword defensively before himself, clearly accepting Lin Han's challenge. In light of this, Lin Han showed no sign of hesitation. After performing a flourish with his sword, he nodded at Elder Xiao. Whoosh! As Lin Han prepared himself, Elder Xiao's eyes narrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Lin Han, his sword thrusting toward Lin Han's throat, imbued with lethal intent. Elder Xiao's strike was undeniably fatal. Chapter 91. Guidance. Though Elder Xiao's techniques mirrored those of Xiao Linger, his execution was far more seasoned. With swift, precise strikes, he relentlessly targeted Lin Han's vital points, forcing him into a series of retreats. Well. This young man is rather naive to challenge Elder Xiao. A bit of arrogance in youth is commendable, but one must gauge their opponent appropriately. It appears this young man is destined to falter before Elder Xiao today. The onlookers chuckled, convinced of Lin Han's impending defeat. Xiao Linger, too, harbored a disdainful smirk, eagerly wishing for her grandfather to subdue Lin Han at once. Lin Han continuously parried with his sword, adeptly dismantling Elder Xiao's relentless assaults. After merely a dozen exchanges, he had acclimated to Elder Xiao's rhythm. A smile graced his lips as he suddenly halted and looked up at Elder Xiao. "Elder Xiao, I am about to launch my counterattack." Taken aback by Lin Han's confident demeanor, Elder Xiao was momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, Lin Han seized the opportunity, leaving no room for hesitation. The aura surrounding him shifted dramatically. The once defensive stance swiftly transformed into an aggressive posture. With a flurry of strikes, he began to exert pressure, forcing Elder Xiao to retreat continuously. The ferocity of Elder Xiao's initial assaults proved utterly ineffective, as each of his moves seemed to lose all potency before Lin Han. It was as if every attempt was laid bare for Lin Han to see. Elder Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, as if he were riddled with flaws in Lin Han's presence. What on earth was happening? A profound sense of dread enveloped Elder Xiao. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to reveal any weakness. His expression betrayed a deep-seated reluctance as he gritted his teeth and launched another attack with his sword. However, the momentum of the assault had already shifted, making resistance far from simple. As their exchanges continued, Lin Han ultimately delivered a decisive strike. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Elder Xiao's sword shattered into two pieces. Silence fell over the crowd, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unfolding scene. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. They stood speechless, their gazes fixed in disbelief. Elder Xiao, too, gazed at the broken sword at his feet, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions, lost in thought. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Xiao Ling'er trembled slightly as she hurried forward to softly inquire after her grandfather. However, Elder Xiao remained oblivious to her words, still grappling with the sting of his defeat at Lin Han's hands. Impossible, this cannot be happening. How did you achieve this? Elder Xiao's gaze rose, filled with a complex mix of emotions as he looked at Lin Han. Elder Xiao, your strength places you among the elite of ordinary people. Yet, to me, it still falls a bit short. If you are amenable, I would be more than willing to offer you some guidance, Lin Han stated with utmost politeness. Though his demeanor suggested a position of superiority, as if he were bestowing wisdom upon Elder Xiao. This display caused Xiao Ling'er's expression to darken. Brash young man, do not be so arrogant. My grandfather may be advanced in years and momentarily faltered against you, but I acknowledge your capabilities only to a certain extent. To consider yourself invincible and exalted seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Lin Han discerned Xiao Ling'er's discontent and let out a light chuckle. A glint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he said, I merely speak the truth. Xiao Ling'er was about to retort when Elder Xiao raised a hand to silence her. Ling'er, be quiet. Young man, may I inquire about your lineage? With your level of prowess, it is improbable that you have achieved this solely through self-discipline. Perhaps there exists some connection between us. Elder Xiao's gaze bore into Lin Han, as if attempting to uncover the depths of his being. Facing his gaze, Lin Han smiled lightly and remarked, Indeed, I share some connections with the Xiao family. Although Lin Han had no intention of concealing his engagement with Xiao Ling'er, he chose not to disclose this matter in such a public setting. Just as he was about to make his way to the Xiao residence, the previously composed Elder Xiao suddenly flushed, and with a violent cough, he expelled a torrent of fresh blood. His body swayed perilously, threatening to collapse to the ground. Grandfather! Grandfather! Seeing Elder Xiao in such a dire state, Xiao Ling'er was frightened and rushed to catch him. With another violent cough, Elder Xiao's eyes fluttered shut, and he fell unconscious. Tell me, what have you done to my grandfather? Xiao Ling'er exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with uncontrollable fury as she turned to Lin Han. If anything happens to him, I will not let you off easily. At that moment, Lin Han furrowed his brow and swiftly approached, grasping Elder Xiao's arm to check his pulse. It seemed that Elder Xiao was suffering from a chronic ailment, exacerbated by the previous battle's strain on his vitality. As Lin Han spoke, his fingers converged and began to methodically tap along Elder Xiao's body. What are you doing? Xiao Ling'er did not comprehend Lin Han's actions, instinctively believing he was taking the opportunity to harm Elder Xiao. She shouted and prepared to confront Lin Han. However, as Lin Han continued his ministrations, Elder Xiao, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes once more. Ling'er, do not be disrespectful. Elder Xiao's voice was faint. I am well aware of my own condition. My health has been precarious for some time. This gentleman is correct. Even without the recent battle, I would not have much time left. There are matters I no longer wish to conceal from you. With Xiao Ling'er's assistance, Elder Xiao managed to stand. Let us discuss certain things when we return home. Turning to Lin Han, he proposed, Sir, would you care to accompany us? Your assistance in temporarily stabilizing my condition would be greatly appreciated. Lin Han nodded in agreement, not refusing the offer. His intentions were not motivated by gratitude. His visit had been aimed at the Xiao family from the outset, and aiding Elder Xiao was merely a matter of convenience. Humph, Xiao Ling'er wished to refuse, reluctant to allow Lin Han to accompany them. Yet, with Elder Xiao speaking, she found it difficult to argue. Moreover, seeing Elder Xiao's evident frailty, she did not want to provoke him further. Soon, with Xiao Ling'er's support, the three of them hastened towards the Xiao residence. Chapter 92. I never claimed I was incompetent. The crowd surrounding them could hardly fathom this unexpected outcome. In an instant, their gazes flickered, exchanging glances with one another. The prowess of the young man was indeed remarkable. It was unclear which esteemed family he hailed from. He was unfamiliar to them, yet it was evident that old Master Zhao's health was deteriorating day by day. Indeed, one could only wonder how much longer he could endure. Old Master Xiao was the pillar of the Xiao family. What would become of them if anything were to happen to him? Those residing in the same community as him were certainly not ordinary individuals. Many among them had established alliances with the Xiao family. Should old Master Xiao truly face a crisis, it would inevitably impact them as well. As the discussions unfolded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Lin Han accompanied old Master Xiao back to the Xiao residence. Upon their return, the atmosphere within the household became instantly agitated. Once the circumstances were unveiled, numerous members of the Xiao family cast furious glances at Lin Han. Were it not for old Master Zhao's intervention, it was likely that many would have attacked Lin Han on the spot. It was unrelated to the young man. Lying on the bed, old Master Xiao waved his hand with a bittersweet smile, saying, I am well aware of my own condition. Linger, come here. Observing the frail and pale visage of her grandfather, Xiao Linger was overwhelmed with sorrow. Grandfather, she exclaimed. Child, why do you weep? Old Master Xiao reached out to gently stroke her face. I had anticipated this day long ago. If I truly cannot hold on any longer, the future of the Xiao family will rest upon your shoulders. You are the only one in the family with true potential, and I hold great expectations for you. You must learn to be obedient and temper your fiery temperament. His admonitions tightened the knot in Xiao Linger's heart. Grandfather, please do not speak like that. You will be fine. I will summon Dr. Ouyang at once. He will surely be able to cure you. As she spoke, she prepared to rise and head outside. However, at that moment, a faint voice emerged from the crowd. The old master's ailment cannot be cured by Dr. Ouyang. It is likely that none of the so-called miraculous doctors in Modu possess the ability to help. The sudden declaration caused the brows of all present to furrow in unison, their expressions turning to indignation. Upon recognizing the speaker as Lin Han, Xiao Linger's eyes flashed with anger. How dare you speak? She retorted. If it weren't for your insistence on sparring with my grandfather, would his condition have escalated so swiftly? The Xiao family has yet to seek retribution from you, and you audaciously present yourself here. How absurd. You claim that the doctors of Modu are powerless? Who do you think you are? Xiao Linger held no fondness for Lin Han, and her words were laced with scorn and reproach. The surrounding members of the Xiao family were also aware of the events that had transpired earlier. They rushed forward, encircling Lin Han. Stop. At that moment, the voice of Elder Xiao resonated once more. I have stated that this matter does not concern the youth. Moreover, he is not heired. My ailment has long been examined by various esteemed physicians. Among them, the renowned physician Ouyang, who, 6 months prior, determined I would not survive beyond 3 months. To have lived a few additional months, I find myself exceedingly content. Elder Zhao's words further tightened the hearts of the Xiao family. Particularly, upon witnessing Elder Zhao's complete acceptance of his fate, numerous sobs echoed through the air. Linger, I am more acutely aware of my condition than anyone else. What has occurred cannot be altered. Given this reality, it is perhaps wiser to face the truth and prepare for the future. Elder Zhao's pronouncement only deepened Linger's sorrow. As she shook her head repeatedly, clearly unwilling to accept this harsh reality, Lin Han observed the Xiao family, now in tears, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Ahem, may I interject, esteemed guests? I merely indicated that the so-called physicians of the Magic City have no remedy for Elder Zhao's illness. I did not claim that I lack a solution. There is no need for such distress. Lin Han continued, Elder Zhao's condition is simply a manifestation of some long-standing ailments. If I am not mistaken, they stem from injuries sustained over 2 decades ago. The inability to cure them over the years has compounded into the current predicament. As he spoke, Lin Han approached Elder Xiao directly, a smile adorning his face. If Elder Xiao places his trust in me, I am willing to lend my assistance. No, your origins are dubious. How could I allow you to examine him? Besides, who exactly are you? Do not presume that your skills grant you the right to disregard the Xiao family. We do not welcome you here. Leave at once. Before Elder Xiao could respond, Linger scoffed and rebuked him. To her, Lin Han was merely an interloper. Although he possessed considerable prowess, he was also the cause of her grandfather's affliction. Her dissatisfaction with Lin Han was palpable, and hearing him audaciously claim he could cure her grandfather only intensified her disbelief. Linger instinctively thought that Lin Han sought to exploit this opportunity for nefarious purposes against her grandfather. Naturally, she would not allow him to attempt a treatment. Just as Linger seemed poised to confront Lin Han, Elder Xiao raised a hand with a wry smile. My condition has left me with little time left. Since this young man is confident in his abilities, why not allow him a chance? Elder Zhao's words startled Linger. Grandfather, young man, you may proceed. Even if you fail, I will not hold you accountable. Elder Xiao disregarded Linger's discontent, smiling as he turned his gaze toward Lin Han. For him, the moment he witnessed Lin Han's prowess, thoughts of Lin Han had already begun to take root in his mind. Regardless of Lin Han's intentions, he sensed no malice emanating from him. Moreover, Lin Han's formidable strength rendered the opportunity to spar with him not an unwelcome prospect. The crux of the matter lay in his own physical condition. He was acutely aware that even without any treatment from his opponent, his endurance was waning. Thus, it seemed prudent to take this risk. Practitioners of martial arts are inherently decisive, and in light of the circumstances, old Xiao exhibited little hesitation. Lin Han, observing the unfolding scene, was somewhat taken aback and could not help but chuckle. Old Xiao, are you not concerned that I might play some tricks here? What is there to fear? I, Xiao Tianxi, have lived my life without committing any wrongdoing and have never been troubled by the thought of retribution from others. Besides, having encountered countless individuals throughout my life, I can discern that you, young man, are not of that ilk. Old Zhao's confidence was palpable, and he erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 93. Kindred spirits, since it is thus, shall I proceed? He asked. Come forth. Taking a deep breath, Old Xiao gestured to the concerned members of the Xiao family, signaling them not to impede Lin Han's actions. I care not for your intentions. Suffice it to say, if you can heal my grandfather, the Xiao family will unconditionally grant you one request. However, should you fail, I will ensure you understand the meaning of regret. Xiao Linger scoffed, her gaze icy as she took a step back, staring intently at Lin Han. Although she lacked medical knowledge, should her grandfather show any signs of distress, she would not hesitate to take action against Lin Han. Unfazed by Xiao Linger's threatening words, Lin Han merely surveyed his surroundings. Please fetch me a set of silver needles. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but soon, someone dashed outside and quickly returned with a new set of silver needles. Without uttering a word, Lin Han grasped a few needles in his hand and began to gesture towards Old Xiao. The root of Old Xiao's ailments stemmed from years of sword practice, compounded by numerous sparring matches in his youth, each leaving him with lingering injuries. In his younger days, he had taken his robust health for granted and dismissed these injuries. However, as the years passed, these latent wounds accumulated within him, eventually culminating in a crisis that he could no longer withstand. At this juncture, Lin Han's objective was to eradicate these hidden injuries from his body. With the restoration of his martial physique, recovery would be a mere trifle. I do not wish to be disturbed during my treatment, Lin Han stated without turning back. And with that, he began to employ the silver needles on Old Xiao. Swish, swish, swish. In the brief span of mere seconds, Lin Han had already inserted 2 to 3 dozen silver needles into the venerable Xiao Lao. This time, Lin Han did not employ the renowned Tianqing 9 needles, but rather a different technique. Had the esteemed physician Ouyang been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished once more by Lin Han's remarkable skill. This particular method, also an ancient and lost art, was even more intricate than the previously mentioned technique. Lin Han's movements grew increasingly swift. At first, the onlookers could still discern his actions, but as time elapsed, his hands appeared as mere phantoms, dancing with extraordinary agility. Such a spectacle left the members of the Xiao family both awestruck and apprehensive. Despite their lineage as practitioners of ancient martial arts, they were utterly unfamiliar with a technique as refined as Lin Han's. Who was this young man? They had heard tales of how he had encountered the elder while the latter was practicing swordsmanship. Surely, he must have come with some ulterior motive, otherwise, how could he possess such medical prowess? Yet, who could say? For now, he was within the confines of the Xiao family, and escape seemed unlikely. Whispers circulated among the crowd, yet none dared to interrupt Lin Han in his task. Xiao Linger, too, recognized Lin Han's exceptional abilities. With a slight huff, she silently resolved, "You had better achieve tangible results. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." With remarkable speed, Lin Han's hands moved deftly, unleashing streams of white vapor from within Xiao Lao's body. Before the onlookers could fully grasp the situation, this white mist gradually transformed into a dark, ominous substance. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Lao's complexion flushed crimson, and he suddenly expelled a mouthful of putrid black blood. The noxious odor caused the surrounding members of the Xiao family to recoil in shock. Do not panic. This is merely some stagnant blood within me. This young physician possesses tremendous skill, Xiao Lao proclaimed with excitement, not allowing the family any time to react. With the expulsion of that black blood, he felt a marked sense of relief within his body, and his internal energies flowed more smoothly than before. Just this alone demonstrated that Lin Han's medical expertise surpassed that of many so-called miracle workers. No wonder Lin Han had previously exuded such confidence. But the procedure was not yet complete. Lin Han gently instructed, "Please, Xiao Lao, relax your mind. There remain several concealed ailments within you. If we do not address them thoroughly this time, there is a risk of future complications." At this moment, Xiao Lao harbored complete faith in Lin Han. Without a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes, surrendering himself to Lin Han's ministrations. With a series of swift motions, Lin Han elicited 3 more expulsions of black blood from Xiao Lao, whose complexion once again brightened. There should be no further issues. Lin Han sighed in relief as he withdrew all the silver needles, a smile illuminating his face as he addressed Xiao Lao. Xiao Lao, do try to stand and see how you feel. As soon as Lin Han's voice fell, the ever-impulsive old Xiao leaped from his bed. He sprang about, kicking his legs in exuberance, and after a bout of activity, he could not restrain his hearty laughter. Ah, splendid. I feel utterly invigorated, even stronger than before. Divine physician. Divine physician. Old Xiao gazed at Lin Han with eyes brimming with delight. I wonder from where this young brother has come and why he has chosen to assist me. Lin Han had awaited this very moment. As soon as old Xiao finished speaking, Lin Han began to search his person and soon, with a beaming smile, replied, "Although you do not know me, you must be acquainted with my master. If I am not mistaken, this marriage certificate must have been signed between you and my master long ago." The moment Lin Han's words settled, old Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But soon his ecstatic reaction was unmistakable. You are the disciple of that esteemed individual? Lin Han. Indeed, Lin Han replied with a smile and a nod. So we are kin after all. Old Xiao seized Lin Han's hand, casting aside any concerns regarding the earlier mention of the annulment. As he pulled Lin Han to a seat, a thought seemed to strike him. He gestured towards the distance, calling, "Linger, come here. This is your fiancé, Lin Han. It appears we have experienced some misunderstandings. Ha! Since he is one of our own, everything makes perfect sense. No wonder young Han possesses such strength and talent. It is no surprise he has garnered the attention of that esteemed individual. This is his first visit, so allow me to introduce you both." Old Xiao displayed an extraordinary warmth, holding Lin Han in one hand while continuously introducing him to Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger, witnessing this scene, found herself momentarily bewildered. When had she acquired a fiancé? Moreover, her grandfather seemed exceedingly pleased with him. Although Lin Han's strength certainly surpassed her own, the sudden appearance of an additional fiancé was somewhat overwhelming for her to digest.